Hello, my people. We live. Okay, we're live, right? Welcome back, you guys. Missed y'all. Feel a little better. Today is Sunday, so I wash my hair on Sunday. So you're gonna, as I do my hair, we can watch a video together. What do you think? Because I need to wash my hair today. I wash my hair every Sunday. Well, for the most part, I wash my hair once a week, and it's on Sundays. So come on in. I know he had his little party yesterday. I was so sick. Hey Sonia, what's up? He had his little party yesterday. I'll post pictures. I was upstairs though. I really couldn't attend the party because I was like, I don't want make people sick. Trey brought this nasty virus in here, making people sick. Yeah. So, when's his birthday? On Tuesday, right? He gonna come on Tuesday and celebrate with you guys. I could not believe it's been a year already. That is just insane. Hey, Kevin! What's up, baby? Love you. Yeah, America's something else. You guys, listen. Oh, of course, Kevin. We have a problem. We really have a problem. But, today is Sunday. Today's supposed to be a good day. Hey, Abby. I know, Brown Sugar. Time flies, right? Brown Sugar, you never told me your name after all these years. You have to write your name down. I don't even know your first name. But you guys, yeah, today is Sunday. It should be a good day. I'm not trying to be an asshole today. And I'm also not trying to trigger anybody. Okay, so please don't get triggered today because it really is not my intent. But I just felt like, listen, we're going to have to get to a point where it's like, as Black people, we understand that money matters. Money matters. And sometimes when your hand is at the bottom, because, there's the hand that asks, there's the hand that gives, right? Yes, you did. Oh, my gosh, you guys. Everybody in the chat, congratulate Abby, you guys. Congratulate her. Because this little Cancer, y'all know she likes to cry. She's a Cancer, so she loves to cry. She cries easily. She's a crybaby, Hey, Janet. But Abby got a job. She works at a school with children that have disabilities. Now, she works in a predominantly Black school district. And when I tell you, people, it was a lot. Administrators, the students, the parents. She was really abused, you guys. She was abused. She was really abused. Like one time she even got jumped by the kids. She was really abused, you guys. You guys seriously though. Abby, I feel like maybe I don't know. I think December 31st, we're going to have a class ceremony for I'm going to give everybody an award, okay? But I will say Abby has been one of my students that has improved the most when it comes to not being insensitive. She has truly matured. Because this little crab right here, the little Cancer, she used to cry all the time, you guys. She's a crier, right? But she's got a little, she tough. She tough now. She got the little claws out, But good job, Abby. Good job. I'm so proud of you. Really, really proud of you. It was not easy for her, but she did it. She really did. They were really abusive. It is not a joke. Everybody was abusing her. Administrators, principals, parents, students, because she went in there replacing another teacher, and the teacher, she just let the kids do whatever, because sometimes I think some people feel as though when kids have disability, like let's say ADHD or autism, that just means let them do whatever. No, you still have to try to give them rules. You still have to try to give them boundaries. The former teacher, she didn't have no boundaries. She didn't have no rules because you use the, they have disability as a handicap. Listen, one day they're going to be adults, and a lot of people are not going to care if they have ADHD or they have autism, okay? So you have to, I don't know, I feel like YouTube is doing a little, I think it's based on how long you've been subscribed to the channel, right? But you still have to give children some kind of boundaries because one day they will be adults and other people are not going to be like, oh, do you have ADHD? Are you autistic? People don't care, okay? But yeah, Abby, okay. So see, Abby, see? So really, really, she's come a long way. So you see, everybody's happy for you. Yeah, congratulations, because she's been okay. Okay, yes, Shan. The people need to be triggered out here, Shan. But so Abby, I'm so proud of you. Good job. So she had a full year, and that's also from she wasn't working before. She was a stay-at-home mom, so she's had her full year of straight up paychecks. Yes, good job, good job. Super proud of her. You go ahead, independent Black woman. Okay, now listen. This video, this live, right? It's not meant to be triggering. I seriously I wish I could say hands on the Bible. No, but seriously, it's not meant to be triggering. But it might be triggering. I'm not gonna lie. Just because I don't mean to trigger, don't mean I ain't gonna pew 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 trigger the people. Okay. But I just feel like one point in time, Black people are gonna have to start prioritizing money over feelings. You understand? Because we truly live in a capitalistic nation. America's about money, y'all. America truly is about money. And I feel like a lot of times when I listen to Black people and their grievances, it's always about how you make me feel. Sis, let me tell you something, okay? Prioritize making money over feelings, right? A lot of Ashkenazi Jews, not to be offensive, don't call me anti-Semitic, even though they're from Europe. But my thing is, right, a lot of Ashkenazi Jews, after the Second World War, even during the war, right? White Americans did not want Ashkenazi Jews to leave Europe and come to America. Okay. Throughout Europe too, they were called undesirables. Okay. They were treated just like the Latinos. People did not want them here. You understand? But somehow they got here and they faced, I wouldn't call it racism because they're all Europeans, but I would definitely say, xenophobia, ethnocentrism, bigotry, right? They definitely face that stuff, right? But it's you see, they just made sure to just slowly take over. You understand? Because sometimes you have to learn, okay, what's the bigger vision, right? And once you have the bigger vision, then you learn to hold your feelings in. You know what I mean? Yeah, you look stupid for a second, but it's you know what you want. You understand? I feel like Black people, every time they get upset or they go through a grievance, I gotta let you know. I gotta fight. I gotta be upset. I gotta march. I gotta boycott. I gotta whatever, right? I'm you cannot function like this, right? Because the more you function like this, the further away you get from the money. You understand? You gotta be around people that have money to understand how to make money, how to keep money, how money works, and things of the sort, right? So this lady with the pink wig, we're going to play her video, right? And it's so funny how it's always the Black women who wear the most weave, the most wigs, the most makeup, the most everything. They're so proud to be Black until it comes time to actually look Black, okay? People are pro-Black in their heads. But anyway, so this lady right here, she's going to make this whole essay about Tabitha Brown. Now, let me tell you this. Me, Marlene, when I first encountered, where's she at? Where's Aquarius, right? Because I'm this Aquarius is getting exposed, okay? For Meg Thee Stallion and Tabitha Brown. But I really have been feeling a lot of people want to cancel Tabitha Brown. They want to cancel her, right? And that's usually how it goes. If you've been outside for a very long time, you know exactly how Black people move, especially the sisterhood, right? So first, you're a Black woman, you're broke, you don't have too much money. They want you to make money. Girl, yes. Society is against the Black woman. Wumpty wump wump. They want you to make money. Then you start making a little bit of money. They're happy. But then it gets to a point where it's okay, now you're making too much money. You understand? So when you get to a point as a Black woman, especially on social media, especially if you came off of social media and people helped you, because that's another thing, but I'm not going to say that that's just a Black people thing. I think that's just a human nature thing where people feel as though you were once upon a time a no hay bag. You were once upon a time a nobody in these social media streets, right? And because of us, today you're somebody. So therefore, they feel like they own you. Okay, you wouldn't be who you are without us, right? You wouldn't have all these Target deals. You would not have all these Walmart deals if it was not because of us, right? They really they move in a way where they make you feel as though everything you have, you owe that to us. And I always found that to be quite insulting because when you watch the content also, the content is free. So yeah, you probably helped the influencer, but the influencer also helped you. Let's be so for real. Because if the content was not engaging, if the content was not affirming you, if the content was not validating some goofy ass dream delusion that you need someone to help you nurture, you would not be tapping in, right? Because let's be honest, People only consume content that benefits them, right? Nobody's going to watch content to help somebody. Oh, your content is boring as hell, but I'm just watching your content because I'm trying to help you. That's not how it goes. People watch your content because your content is beneficial most of the time to their delusion. Because let's be so for real, if you live in America, you live in the West, then you know people do not like reality. People don't like the truth. People don't like reality. People don't like to be pragmatic. People don't like to be reasonable, right? People want something sexy. Hey, Elena, you understand me? They don't love it. Okay, that's just how they are, right? They want to be lied to, and they're looking for someone to lie to them, but don't make it seem like it's a lie. Like they want you to be an actor pretty much. And that's why when it comes to social media, you have to understand, because we're going to get to the latest video. We're going to understand, right? The thing about Tab, me, Marlene, as an Aquarius, Tab being an Aquarius, I always felt like she was performative, okay? Because I'm going to tell you this. Aquarius people, air sign people, period. Aquarius, Libra, Gemini. We're a bunch of assholes, okay? Air signs are true assholes, for real, for real. We're not the type of people to like cater to people, bend back. Oh my God, how did I make you feel better about yourself? That's not what God called us to do, okay? We're called to like pick up a big ass mirror, put that shit in your face, and have you look at your reflection and be like, yep, that's the real you, okay? That's what God called us to do. When I came across Tabitha Brown, right, that was back in New Orleans. Me, Marlene, I thought it was very weird that such a modern Black woman, even a Black African-American woman, would have such a thick, like it's her Southern accent is just so damn thick. And I'm like, that's not possible. That is just not possible. I'm like, listen, I mean, I do live below the Mason-Dixon line, but I've lived in Georgia. I live in the country in Georgia. I'm talking like Phoenix City, like you're right next to Alabama, right? Columbus, Georgia. I've lived in New Orleans, right? But I'm like, I have never, in like modern times, I have never heard a true Black American woman have such a thick Southern accent. So I'm like, nah, this lady is performing. This lady is performing. Like she's just trying to give people Southern comfort. I think that's impossible. And then one day I came across her YouTube channel, because when you go on her YouTube channel, she has left some of her older videos. Let me see if I can find them, right? And I was like, okay, so this is your real voice, because hold up, ma'am, this is too much. It's just so, hold on, right? Because she has her older videos on here, right? And when you watch her older videos, I guess she took the other one off, right? The lady does not sound the way she sounds now, right? And so what she told the people was, she said, oh, that when she moved out to California, she didn't feel like herself, so she had to code switch. I said, nah, it's so damn thick. So, okay now, y'all. Okay now, it's your business now. Now, okay, now, I don't know what you do now, but it's your business now. And if you want to add a little bit of salt and pepper now, well, it's your business now. And I'm like, what in the modern day mammy show am I watching right here? This is ridiculous, okay? This is ridiculous. And then, because let me tell you this, because I discovered her through Jennifer Gardner. So Jennifer Gardner, that is, what's your boy's name? Ben Affleck, right? Yeah, Ben Affleck, that's his ex-wife, right? So I'm like, okay, you know, because I discovered her through Jen Gardner. And I said, okay, I get this. Because, you know, these white liberals, white women, they did the same thing with Oprah, okay? You understand their playbook. White women are only comfortable around Black women who do not intimidate them. Like, you cannot be a sexy, vixen, attractive, skinny-ass Black girl and get along with these white women, right? They want you fat. They want you dark-skinned. They want you on that mammy vibe, right? Because she, like Jennifer Gardner was making a recipe. I'm like, what the heck? Like, why is she into this Black woman? But when I listen to Tab, I'm like, there you go. Because deep down inside, white women have associated fat Black women with their emotional support dogs. I don't know how to say, like, you know, if she could have an emotional support voodoo doll, it would be a dark-skinned, fat-ass, low self-esteem having ass, uneducated Black woman, right? And that's why when you look at most social media platforms, because they do skew excessively liberal, right? Who is mostly celebrated? Overweight Black girls. Right? And when they really want to cake their goofy ass liberal shit on, they go get them in Africa, right? How many Black girls, dark-skinned Black girls are celebrated, and they're usually like Black immigrants, okay? Right? From Kenya, from whatever. Like, yeah, of course. White women have a thing for fat Black women. because it makes them feel safe. It makes them feel soothed and comfortable and this, and that. They do not support Black girls that are extremely sexy, right? Because it makes them second guess themselves. You understand me, right? So I'm like, okay, I can, hey, Goldie, have the kids. I can see why Jennifer Gardner is comfortable. Just like all these white women throughout decades were so comfortable going on the Oprah Winfrey Show because she was a fat Black woman. Fat Black, and Oprah always talked about how she had low self-esteem, right? These women love that because the vast majority of white people, but I'll say definitely liberals, have a God savior complex, right? So it's like in exchange, oh, I will support you as long as you play this role in my life. The vast majority of white people, when they consume people of color, is based on a stereotype, right? And even that too, it has to be transactional. It has to be transactional. How often do you see a white woman just support a Black girl just because? No, it's about what do I get out of that? Hey, Lacey, right? So I'm like, yeah, it makes perfect sense. The Southern Black woman who's a little overweight with a very thick Southern accent, right? And you got this rich ass white liberal in her $20 million mansion with her 20,000 square feet kitchen trying to replicate like recipes from Southern Alabama, like Southern, somewhere in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm like, what the heck are we doing? Okay. And the one thing is, why don't you white people have recipes from your own grandmothers and your own grandpeople that you can copy? Like, what is this? It's just so bizarre, right? So I understood that Tab is playing a role. This is not the real her. This is an act. This is performative, right? Because I'm like, Aquarius, you're fake as hell. This is not the real you, right? But this is the version of a Black woman that is palatable to white people. Right? Your like your hair, your this, the colorful things. Like, I mean, and you notice like you cannot be sexy, right? You can be pretty, you can be beautiful, but you cannot be sexy. Hey, fat. And we saw the same thing with Oprah Winfrey. And I told you this. I said, if Oprah, like, remember like when Oprah used to lose weight and she was giving like dark-skinned, sexy vixen shit, right? A lot of these girls, a lot of these white women wouldn't have turned into her show and had this sexy-ass Black girl in their house, in the living room playing while her husband just coming home from work, okay? Because women are competitive. Women are competitive. And I think the scam is Black women for a very long time have been deceived into believing that white women ain't checking you out, right? That they don't see how you get attention. You understand? Yo, we can talk about it, but I don't know if it's going to be today though, right? But a lot of white women are jealous of what you look like. And it shows from the fillers, the Botox, the extensions, the small BBL. Like, they get so many surgeries to make themselves rounder, make themselves build more like an hourglass, make their lips fuller, make their skin darker. They do a lot of things because even they know being straight up European, okay, right? But they don't want to admit that to you because America's racist. So like, oh, I can't admit to that Black girl. I wish I kind of looked like her. Right? So what they do is they pick a fat Black woman or someone that's been like, you know, like older, rounder, heavier, with a thicker accent, like something, oh, no, not something, someone that her man cannot be attracted to. Right? Have you ever seen a bunch of white girls go crazy for Naomi Campbell? Of course not. Because it shatters their self-esteem. Right? Because they've always been told Black women are inferior, like sexually, they're inferior, even though they're being told that. But deep down inside, they know it's not true, right? Have you ever seen a bunch of white girls go crazy for Tyra Banks back in the day? No, because she shatters their goofy ass expectation of what a Black woman is. You understand, right? And today, when you look at what liberalism is with these white people, right? What do they always promote to Black women? An overweight Black woman, right? And that's why you should be like, oh, hell no, I don't want to be fat, right? Because they want you to be fat. Because she knows a woman that is too big, hey, Pearl, a woman that is too big is not going to be attractive to a white man. Because let me tell you something, right? First of all, I already said this. Number one, men are the prize, okay? Men are the prize. Because the day you understand that, you're gonna understand how every woman moves. It's a competition out here. The day you understand that, the day you make peace with that, because why? We live in a patriarchal world. Like the world is ran by men. It is what it is, right? So therefore, men have the resources, right? Men have the resources. Most women, whether they want to admit that to themselves or not, men have the resources. Even if you find a wealthy woman, there's a man out there that's wealthier. Okay? On average, men make more than women. Okay? Hey, Jen, men make more than women. So now the thing is, who's going to get to the man first? And what these goofy ass white women have done is that they have what black women, because they're also goofy. Black women are just as goofy because a lot of black women do not want to admit to themselves that to get with a man is also its goals. Absolutely. I'm going to say it. To be with a man is goals. To have a husband is absolutely goals. You understand? But what black women have done is that they have traded in their femininity, what makes them sexual, what makes them also sensual, right? Because part of a thing I will definitely say that's always made a black woman extremely sexual and sensual is her maternal side. The fact that she could have kids. People say, oh, she got childbearing hips. That was always a compliment. She can take care of kids. She can cook for her man. She know how to, they say, oh, the key, what's it called? The key to a man's heart is the cooking, whatever it is, right? She allowed the goofy ass white woman to get into her head and to slowly make her more and more and more masculine. So as a consequence, look at black women today. Cortisol through the roof, stress levels through the roof, blood pressure through the roof, diabetes through the roof. Black women are just getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger because they're stressed the hell out. They are stressed out. It's just too effing much. Because it's a damn scam for somebody to say to you, oh, no, do it by yourself. Oh, you don't need a man. Wumpty wump wump. Look at all these white women, right? Even when they're beautiful, they still make sure to find a man. Look at Hailey Bailey. Hailey Bailey just sold her company allegedly to Elf Cosmetics for $1 billion. It's a goofy ass lip gloss, whatever it is, company, right? 3 years, $1 billion valuation. And do you think Hailey Bailey got that valuation because she worked so hard or she got the best product? No, she is married to the modern day Elvis Presley. Her being married to Justin Bieber, it takes her stock all the way up. And because all these goofy ass white girls are in love, with Justin Bieber, right? Guess what? They're going to want to do what? They're going to want to copy Hailey. Right? Hopefully you understand me, right? Because if you're a woman and you have a type, right? If you're a woman and you have a type, you say, okay, my kind of guy is Idris Elba. So the day you find the woman, when Idris Elba picks a wife, you're gonna be like, okay, what is she doing? Because I want a man like Idris Elba. So what you gonna do? You're gonna start to study her. You're gonna see how she does her hair. You're gonna see how she works out. You're gonna see how she talks, her mannerism, because yes, she already got Idris Elba, but there's an Idris Elba somewhat out there somewhere. So you study her so that when you meet your Idris Elba, you know exactly what to do. It's the same thing with Hailey Bailey, right? That girl, she's a basic ass white girl. There is nothing special. Oh my gosh, I had never seen a white girl like this before. No, shut up. Yes, you have. Okay, what's her name? How you spell? I don't even know how you spell her name, Chad. Hailey, whatever her name is, right? Okay, here she is right here, right? Here's this chick right here. Here is Hailey Bieber, right? But you cannot say that in your life, you have not seen a white woman that looks like this a dime a dozen. They're all over the place, okay? White girls that barely eat food, white girls who only put their hair in a slick ponytail and put a bunch of, I don't know, like Korean skincare on. This is nothing exceptional. Okay, white girls that look like Hailey Bailey, you have seen them a dime a dozen. Okay, they all look the same. They barely eat food. Right? There's no novelty here. But the fact that she is the one that Justin married, now that puts her on a huge pedestal. Because now she's not just a regular white girl. She's the white girl that Justin chose. So because of that, now it sets her up as a beauty ideal, a fashionista ideal, or whatever ideal. Like it makes her the go-to girl for anybody who wants a man like Justin, right? And you see it all the time. A woman can be successful, but she'll be even more successful if she has a man that most women want to be with. right? Sierra is very pretty, but being with Russell, and Russell is worth 365 million, right? It makes the ladies care more about Sierra, right? Because of who she's married to. It's the same thing with Michelle Obama. If she was not married to the Obama, Barack Obama, the first black president, people would not care. And you see it with her podcast. If her husband was on her YouTube channel, you know dang well every episode will have 1 million views, right? But he's not there. So it's like, oh, okay, I don't really care, right? A woman is more interesting to other women when she has a man that most women want. Okay? That's how it goes. And we just need to be honest about that. Even the Kardashians. That's why the Kardashians are never single, because they know, yeah, we're I guess, I don't know if you can call them cute because they got so much surgery, right? But with all the plastic surgery, all the whatever, if they don't have a man, nobody cares. Nobody cares, y'all. And it's like, I don't know why so many women are so hard to admit that to themselves. But when you have a man, especially when you have a man that most ladies want, that most ladies, oh my gosh, that's her man, girl, what? These girls will have so much more respect for you because that man that you got, she wants him too. And because you were able to get that man, she gonna have more respect for you. And it's a true thing. And this is who we are as women. This is who we are as women. Okay? But that's just the reality of it. And I think it's not even, I don't even think it's Aggie. I just feel like, because you people have to remember, before we were out here in these houses, safe with water, technology, we used to be living outside, right? I think we like to forget that part about us as human beings. We're not even that evolved, if we care to be honest, right? Right? Less than 1,000 years ago, we were living outside. We were living outside. You were outside with nature. Weather you couldn't predict. Famines you couldn't predict. I guess you could. I don't know, right? But it's like you were out there. Natural selection is real. So I can see how for primitive human being, the woman that was able to get the most masculine men was respected because most likely she will survive because she has a man that can take care of her. It makes a lot of sense, right? It makes a lot of sense. It's like, it just makes sense. Just like with the whole BDSM thing, right? I'm like, people are sitting here trying to deny as if like once upon a time, we were not outside. And because we used to be outside, you start to understand why women like a man that's aggressive. They like a man that has some kind of toxicity to him because it shows he can go out there and make things happen. Right? But today, because of society, rules, laws, marketing, going to school, these goofy ass doctrines, we are telling men to be more submissive. We are telling men to just be weak. We're telling men to play with makeup. We're telling men to pillow talk. These are not natural things that God created man to do. A man should not even be pillow talking with a woman because the more you pillow talk with her, she will dislike your ass. And that's why most guys today who are trying to do everything society says to do, or even try to do everything a woman says, oh, I want a man that prays. I want a man that reads the Bible. I want a man. You see, most guys who position themselves that way, they lose. Because there's what she says and there's what she wants, right? Because most women want a man that makes them like somewhat afraid. She does not want to feel safe. She wants like, yeah, it's giving danger. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. There's a reason why ladies are naturally attracted to bad boys. There's a reason why women are naturally attracted to men who don't obey the rules. They're attracted to men who live life according to their own terms. They are attracted to men who walk into a room, everybody gets scared. She likes that shit. She wants to know that her man can whoop everybody's ass. That shit turns her on. But if you're a man and you say, oh, I'm going to be a Christian, I'm going to read the Bible, I'm going to be submissive, she is going to get sick of you. She's going to get disgusted because you're giving feminine energy. You are submissive, you're subjugated. She cannot respect you. She will never respect you because she needs to know that there's something crazy and dark inside of you. And when she understands that, she'll have more respect for you. That's just how it goes out here. But I'm like, oh, I get it because it goes back to us being human beings and us being out there in the bushes, right? Because in the bushes, when you're out there in the wilderness and you're living and you're trying to, survive because nature is doing what nature does, oppressing you, right? A woman needs to gravitate towards a man that is extremely alpha. you know? And you even see it with the mammals. You see it with gorillas. Like gorillas will not have sex with a male that gets his ass beat. Like if you ever see apes if you ever see these ape women when they're ovulating, they will wait until that man is available because she wants the ape that can beat everybody's ass. She will not get pregnant by an ape that gets his ass beat because she don't find that shit attractive. So if you're a gorilla, the more ass you whoop around this park, she's like, yep, that's the one. He toxic. Okay? He can beat their asses. And that makes sense. Because if I become his woman, you can't touch my ass. He gonna beat your ass. Right? He gonna beat your ass. And a lot of women love to say that shit. Or I'm gonna go tell my man, he gonna come here and beat your ass. Or I'm gonna tell my man, right? A woman wants to know that she got a man that can apply that pressure. I'm gonna go tell my husband, he gonna come beat your ass. Right? And then like it excites her, like, yeah, I told you to beat your ass. Okay? Like it makes sense though. You see it. You see it all over the wilderness. Wolves, the rams, the deers, they will fight until somebody dies. She's like, yeah, show me you can kill him for me. I'm like, these people are crazy, right? But we have that in us too. We're mammals too. We are mammals too. And we have to stop lying to ourselves so we can thrive in this society. We got to be honest with who we are. But the reality of it is, a woman can be beautiful, a woman can work hard, she can make money. But if she's by herself, even the sisterhood is not going to respect her. Okay? They're not going to respect her. Because, girl, where your man at? Okay? But because your man is an accomplishment. And I can see why. Because I can see why. Just like when they sell the rams, they smell your pee, or like wolves, they smell your pee. I can see why. Because if a woman is able to get a man, right, it speaks on, oh, she's feminine, she's desirable, she's whatever, she understands the man, she unlocked the key, wumpty wump wump. Psychologically, it makes sense. It truly makes sense, right? But you notice that, and you see it. It's not even just Hailey. I'm not even just speaking on Hailey, right? But look at all these girls who date these rappers too, right? A girl could be a nobody. If tomorrow, what's the girl who's dating the girl that got the kids with Durko, right? What the light-skinned girl too, right? Who was she before she was dating Lil Durk? Okay, but then you start dating Lil Durk, you have a baby with Durk, you become mega famous. You get bunch of views, bunch of followers because he chose you. He chose you. So now the girls are, okay, like what makes her special? I want to buy her lip gloss. I want to buy her skincare. I want to buy her weed. Everything you put on you, these girls want to go buy it. Right? Why? Even Jada Waiter, the fact that she got picked, I guess she got a baby with the baby. What's his name? Little Baby. There's so many babies out here, child, right? Do you see how many young girls want to copy Wait a Minute? Right? But it's like, what's really there though? Even the clothing that she makes, it's basura. Her clothes are trash. These are not good clothes. But if she had a collection with that girl, a skincare thing with the girl Moon Cosmetics, right? This stuff is made in a heated. There's no temperature control. Like them, she makes skincare out in the wide open. I'm like, y'all gonna damage your skin barrier, right? But these girls truly believe that someone like Jada Waiter is truly putting Moon Cosmetics on her face, right? But why is that? Because she's attached to Little Baby. When Little Baby was not in the picture, what was she? Right? And the same thing goes for Ari too. Ari can sit here and say whatever she wants, right? But nonetheless, at the end of the day, her first baby daddy was a rapper. You had a baby with G Herbo. That put you on a pedestal. It put you on a map. And made the girls be like, okay, what's up with her? What makes her special? Right? And then I guess the one guy who's the boxer, I can see his face, can't think of his name. Now she's with Mario, Moneybagg Yo, right? But it's like, oh, even that too. And I even think Moneybagg Yo, he's an extreme addict. But you see, she's not going to let that relationship go. She cannot, right? Because drug addict or not, I think one time she even asked him if he likes her more than the purple. He's like, no, it's the syrup. Okay, I'm in love with the syrup. The syrup comes before you, right? She sat there. We even went about this man land because she understands if you, especially in the culture, being a woman that's attached to a rapper is way better than being by yourself. People will have more respect for you that way. The same thing goes for Beyonce. When Beyonce was doing Destiny's Child, ladies, leave your man at home. Okay, the little cute little pop, whatever, nobody cared. No one cared. When Beyonce starts doing Bonnie and Clyde, and if I was your girlfriend, okay, when them Tims with the heels on, whatever, people had more respect for her. Because Jay-Z made her look like a grown-ass woman. You understand? And then their entire marketing was on the run. They're escaping the law. Wumpty wump wump. She's just ride or die. Wumpty wump wump. And at that point, a lot more women started having respect for Beyonce. They started seeing Beyonce not as just like a little pop girl that grew up in the suburb, hey Nafisa, right? And started seeing her as like a woman that could get the Jigga Man. You got the Jigga Man of all people? Girl, what'd you do? Right? It's a thing. Right? But women will have more respect for you if they are impressed with your mans. Okay? So when you don't have a man, they're not going to respect you. That's how it goes. They're not going to respect you. When you do have a man, they will respect you. And that's why you see a lot of ladies out here, they do couples channel. They put the camera, it's so bizarre. She'll put the camera, she's making eggs. The husband comes out of nowhere, he's kissing her, because they want you to believe that these moments are so like full of serendipity. Like you guys, you plan all this crap, right? But she does that. Oh, my husband coming, he smacks my ass. Or when I'm making food, he did whatever. Or the husband takes out her hair, all this crap, right? Because when there is a man in the picture, the ladies take you more seriously. That's how it goes. When there's a man, it's the same thing with Jennifer Aniston, right? She was cute on Friends. She got her little rhinoplasty. It was cute, right? But what happened to Jennifer Aniston when she got with Brad Pitt? Okay, you see, like her star power completely changed. Cause like, wow, Brad Pitt is a freaking sex icon. Like, oh my gosh, that's the girl that Brad Pitt chose. So now her hair, her makeup, her lipstick, her lotion, everything she puts on her body, these girls want to go buy. Why? Because women are attracted to Brad Pitt. You understand? So it's like, if I could buy her lotion, I'm like, yeah, maybe it makes you feel like, if Brad Pitt saw me, he'd probably choose me too. What do I know? Right? But like her era was real. Exactly. Angelina used to be so trash. Angelina Jolie was like white trash. Like nobody will come near that girl. She was so damn toxic. Okay. She was white trash. Then she gets with him, cleans up her image. And how do we know? Because women ain't shit. A lot of women ain't shit. But how do we know that Angelina did not intentionally seduce that man because she saw what it did for Jennifer Aniston? Because Marlene, I don't put nothing past these bitches no more, okay? But how do we know that she did not intentionally seduce that lady's husband? Because remember, Jennifer did not want to have kids. All of a sudden, Angelina out here doing this movie, they in the trailers, talking about, oh yeah, I want kids. I don't mind having kids. I don't mind having your babies. I don't mind. She said everything that Jennifer was not willing to do. And I think that's what really got his, she's hot, but I think that's what really got his ass. Is the fact that he wanted children. And Jennifer said no. But what she forgot was men are the prize, bitch. Because what you won't do, another bitch gonna do it, right? And here comes Angelina and her ovaries and her womb and her desperate ass to be a mega household in Hollywood. So she gave that man exactly what he wanted. Children. Okay? She gave this man kids. Bye-bye. Okay, and it was sad, but I'm like, Jennifer, what stopped you from having kids too, though? But you made a choice, and then it became all about Angelina and Brad Pitt. There's so many couples like that. Okay, exactly. She did. Child, listen to me, y'all. Listen to me. Okay, that's how it goes. Most supermodels, their boyfriends are rock stars. Okay, Adam Levine. This girl right here is dating Adam Levine. There's other girls dating this whatever. Gwyneth Paltrow is with the guy from what's that band called? Anyways, right? Do you see how many of these white girls who are supermodels, they always date the lead singer from some rock band and shit like that? Yes. Even what's her name? Bella Hadid also basic. I like her. I like Bella. You know what I'm saying? She's Palestinian. I like Bella. Right? Okay, Bella Hadid. But Bella too, people didn't care for Bella. Even when her mom was on the show, when her mom was on Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, nobody really cared for Bella. People saw it more for Gigi because, Gigi's like the conventional, pretty blonde, whatever, the blue eyes, whatever. Right? Even her mama didn't see it for her. right? A little bit of rhinoplasty, and then a huge relationship with The Weeknd, with Abel, right? One of the biggest stars out here. Abel drops a song. He drops a video on YouTube. Give it about a week. It's going to get to 1 billion views. It's going to get to 1 billion views, right? And that's why I say these women right here, they understand how life works. They understand how life works. A woman needs a man, and not just any man. She needs a powerful man. Oh, it's real, y'all. We gotta get into a space where we stop being emotional. We accept life for what it is, and we understand how to get political and how to get like in the business mind. It's a real thing. It's all around you. It is all around you. How much do you want to bet? How much do you want to bet? Hold on. Give me a second. Hold on. How much do you want to bet that if Kelly Rowland, How much do you want to bet that if Kelly had married a man, right, that was taller, he's not even tall, but let's say he was more like, what's that man's name? What's his name? The guy who manages LeBron James, the one who's married to Adele over there, right? But imagine if Kelly had been with a man that was more financially stable. I'm talking like at least like 300 million, 400 million and up. You know what I'm saying? Like from like even 200 million all the way up to 1 billion. Be white, black, it doesn't matter, right? Do you know how much more respect people would have had for Kelly Rowland, right? And you see the same thing with Eve, right? Eve's husband is not attractive. Let's not, okay? He's not attractive. He's had children before. The man is old, okay? All right, the man is old. But when you hear that the man is a billionaire, all of a sudden he sounds handsome. You're like, oh yeah, I can see what you saw in him. Okay, I can see what you saw in him, because women are attracted to men that win. Women are attracted to men that have unlimited purchasing power. Women are attracted to men that got the money. Okay, women are attracted to men that command respect from other men. They are attracted to that. It turns them on. Shit, it turns me on also. I'm not saying you're lying. Okay, but Eve's husband, he's not the cutest, most sexiest white boy you ain't ever seen. He's quite basic. Right? Divorce, multiple kids, and he even knows if he had the same kid about the same woman. But when you hear that the man is a billionaire, all of a sudden, or I guess he's somewhat of a billionaire, all of a sudden, it makes this man look extremely attractive. Like, you know what? I see it. I really do see it. I really do see it. And that's just how life goes. That is truly how life goes. And that's why, before I go back to my thingy, that's why most women who are in entertainment, most women who are doing this whole influencing thing, they always understand that my husband or my fiance or my whatever, the man that I have in my life, right? He has to compliment my look. Because if the ladies approve of him, if the ladies are salivating after him, they're going to keep watching my content because they want to see the man. That's how it goes. Be honest with yourself. That is how it goes. If you have a very handsome husband with an amazing, but hey, Callie, you got an amazing husband, a gorgeous husband, and he gives off pheromones and shit, you put that man in your content. When I'm telling you, these heifers going to be watching your shit every single fucking day, right? Because they want that. People want that shit. People come to social media especially to dream. People don't come to social media to see reality. Okay, people come to social media to see what they could potentially have. Like, well, I can see myself with a man that looks like that. I can see myself having sex with a man that looks like that. I can see, okay? That's just how it goes. So to me, it's like you got to be hella silly to be out here in 2025 talking about, oh, I don't need a man. You're going to be at the bottom. You're going to be all the way at the bottom. And in this life, a lot of people not going to take you seriously. A lot of people not going to respect you. This is how it goes, y'all. This is how it goes. You don't believe me? Do your own research. But even Oprah, for as much as Oprah has so much to say about men and this and that, black men, did she let go of Stedman? Has she let go of Stedman? No, Stedman's still here. Stedman is still here. Even my auntie Dolly Parton, you know I love her, okay? Even my auntie Dolly Parton, she was married. This white girl got the biggest titties I ain't never seen, okay? Out here like some kind of crazy ass sex vixen, right? But she got a husband. Okay, she got a husband, right? And that played a big part. It's like, how can you be so sexy? Like, is your husband okay with this? But these are her titties. I even saw she did a little ad for good American jeans, whatever. You know, I'm like, rest in peace because her husband died, right? But even Auntie Dolly Parton, this whole time, she had a husband. And deep down inside, for as sexy as she is, as sex vixen country music star that she is, a lot of women also respected that in her because, like, you know what? She got a man. That is still a woman that is desirable. That is still a woman that a man don't marry. And you see, when the husband tried to leave, the girl wrote a song and she begged that lady named Jolene not to take the husband because the husband leave, there goes my career. Okay? That's how it goes out here. That is how it goes out here. I even feel like even deep down inside, Beyonce knows, had she divorced Jay-Z after Lemonade, a lot of girls wouldn't have cared about her. A lot of girls wouldn't have cared. Because what we like is the whole Bonnie and Clyde, Jay-Z and Beyonce, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's this whole thing, it works together, right? If you are a divorced Beyonce, like, what's going on, sis? What's going on? And I even think that's why her mother got bored with her second husband. Oh, yes, y'all. I even think that's why her mom got bored. Hold on. Right? Yeah. I even think that's why her mom got bored with her second husband. Because who is he? He don't have status. He doesn't have money. He hasn't achieved much. And you see in her book, Matriarch, that she not write a whole chapter thinking her first husband, Matthew, knows? Yes. Because she knows he gave her all of this. And that's why to this day, married, divorced, remarried, even in her new marriage, she didn't drop that man's last name. She did not drop that man's last name. She didn't even hyphenate her. Like she kept that last name. You would think he was her daddy. Okay. She kept the last name. Why? Because that's the name of the man that is the real patriarch of that family. That man made everybody multimillionaires. Right? And so when you compare the new husband to Mr. Knowles, it's like, what does he bring to the table? So she was bored. And you saw she was very disrespectful. She was very condescending. She would say all kinds of mean things to that man because he's a nobody. He truly is a nobody. Imagine him around all these people, her, Jay-Z, the Beyonce. He's the poorest of them all. He is the poorest man. Okay? These people start talking money. He's like, what the heck? She's like, oh, don't even use your car because you can afford this life. So imagine how emasculated he must have been over there. It was never going to work. You're not a businessman. What have you built? You're just an actor. What have you built? What have you done? Who have you made rich? Even your own daughter, where is she? Right? Some people say, oh, Matthew Knowles might be a cheater. That's fine. Right? But he is the architect of the woman named Beyonce. Can you say the same? No, you cannot. No, you cannot. And that's why he was able to get a second wife and they're still married. It's been like over 10 years. They're still married. Right? There you go. Give me somebody else's name out here, right? That is how it goes, you guys. That is just how it goes. Jennifer Hudson, I don't know, she was like engaged, whatever she was. I guess I don't know, with the guy, the Nigerian guy, right? Okay, it fell apart. Who cared for her? And that's why you see, now that she's with Common, she is on her best behavior. She's on her best behavior, right? She is on her best behavior, right? Because she learned. She learned. She is on her best behavior, right? Because she does not want him to go. Because when the girls see you, especially as we know, Common, and he a Pisces, you stress him out, he gone. Okay? We know Common not gonna stay with the he cuts them loose. And they're all pretty. He don't care. Angeline, cut. Serena, cut. Tiffany Haddish, cut. Okay? He don't waste no time. Erykah Badu, cut. He don't waste no time. So we know. Okay? Common is not the one. So now she knows this time. She knows. Right? And even her, I guess, like divorce, whatever it is, plus losing custody. So now guess what? With this man right here, she's on her best behavior. She is on her best behavior. There you go. There you go. Ashanti, she was with Nelly. Nelly left. What happened to her star power? What happened to her star power? Okay. What happened to her star power? Right? And you see, 10 years later, Nelly comes back. People care more about her now. TV shows, Wumpty Wump Wump, girl gets pregnant. She sits down with Angie Martinez. Oh, 10 years ago, Nelly told me about my mouth. So, now I've worked on my mouth. There you go. There you go. Right? And isn't it interesting that right when they got back together, Nelly got a settlement for like $50 million. There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Right? And that's the real thing, y'all. That is the reality of life. That is the reality of life. And the sooner A lot of women, especially a lot of Black women, learn to accept the reality of life. A lot more are going to thrive. A lot more are going to thrive. And the things that you want is going to be so much easier for you to have. This life right here, it was not meant to be lived alone. The day you understand that this life out here is straight up politics, okay? Life is politics. You better be politicking, and you cannot be in your feelings when you do politics, right? You have to see, like they say, oh, success, it leaves clues. You got to see. If you think these women out here that are highly celebrated are just celebrated because, oh, they're pretty, because even Angela Bassett, as beautiful as she is, career that she has, the fact that Angela Bassett is a married woman also, it does something to her. It does something to how people perceive her. It does something. People see Miss Pauletta Washington too. It does something to her. Like, damn, like that's Denzel Washington's wife. There you go. How much you want to bet the day she sits down and decides to give somebody the exclusive podcast about her marriage, the views are going to be ridiculous. Because people want to know, who is this woman? Like what made you special? Like, why, of all the women Denzel Washington could have picked, why he picked you? Right? There you go. This is real life. This is real life. And the women who understand that, not only do they have better careers, but they're able to monetize that a whole lot better. And they're able to make so much money off of that. They're able to make so much money off of that because your relationship is truly what people want. And because they want your relationship, anything you say, anything you do, anything you recommend, they're going to go buy it. They're going to go buy it. They are truly going to go out there and buy it. Because what's it called? What's the name again? Right? And so, hold on. Oh, and so here you are. So here we go. We are looking at Hailey Bailey, right? Hailey Bieber, shout out, sorry, right? Hailey Bieber, right? And how she sold her brand, or allegedly sold her brand to Elle for $1 billion. But do not think for a second, oh, because she worked hard, because she owns her supply chain, oh, because, no. Okay, it's the last name. It's who she's married to. She's married to Justin Bieber. And Justin Bieber is the modern day Elvis Presley. Also, the rivalry between Selena and Hailey also, it fuels these sales. Because some people like Hailey and some people like Selena. Okay? Right? So Team Selena, they're gonna, oh, I guess they used to be friends. Oh, that's crazy. You see women are? You see how women are? Women, they ain't shit. Girls who support Selena, they gonna buy Royal Beauty, not because they care about those blushes. No. It's the product is the product is like the scapegoat, right? For the real vitriol that they have against Hailey. Right? The girlies who are buying Rode also, they buying that shit because they petty. Because they want the Rhodes numbers to go down. Right? Because all of this is over a man. But shout out to these ladies, though. Shout out to these ladies. Because Hailey getting a major bag. Selena getting a major bag. And I'm like, because this feud, this rivalry that they have over, okay, Selena, you might be his real love. But then Hailey is the wife. It's like, who does he really love? Like, and that right there, once people have chosen sides, they will buy products. It's like, it's merch. They don't even care about the product. It is merch. So Team Hailey, they will go above and beyond. They will buy these lip products on repeat because they cannot stand to see that Rare Beauty is making more money than Rose Beauty, right? And then the people who support Selena and feel like, yeah, you were the one for Justin, and Hailey took him away from you, and Hailey copies you, and you live rent-free in her head. They're going to go support Rare Beauty because they're also not going to allow Rose Beauty to make more. I'm like, you girls are really smart, but this is women's psychology because women are territorial. Women are territorial. Right? So that's why I remember one time I watched this video. It was with Kevin Samuels, and he asked his Black women, if you have the man of your dream, right? If you have the man of your dream, and there are two other women, now like two other women, so it's three of y'all. It's three women for one man. But this man is everything you've ever wanted. And then he said, you're going to have to fight these women. And then you have to pick a weapon. I think it was like a pencil, a sword, or like a gun or something like that. And then the Black girl was like, She's like, oh, I would never fight for a man because they can have him. They can have him. Like, you see, this is where that goofy ass pride will get you nowhere. Like, you think you sound clever, but you sound dumb as fuck, right? How often in this fucking life can you truly meet the person of your dreams? Are you stupid? Right? You only have, I don't even know how many chances, maybe 3 or 5 chances in this life to meet the person of your dream. So because you don't want to fight these bitches, because somebody got you fucked up, tell you, oh no, as women, we should support each other. Nah, I cannot support you until I have what I want. You sound crazy as hell, right? If we did not have the modern day comfort and we were out there in the wilderness, right? Do you know what would happen to your ass if you chose not to fight to get this man? You most likely would die. You most likely will die. It is a dumb thing to say. Because if you get with the men of your dreams, you're going to have the life of your dream, the resources of your dream, the protection of your dream, the this of your dream. You better fight these bitches. You better fight all these bitches and get your mans, okay? They can wait for the next one. You can't wait. The man is right here. The man I shall take, and I shall go. I'm not staying behind. But you see, the problem is, and we'll see that because you'll see this theme show up again with the whole Tabitha Brown situation, right? This is where we have a huge cognitive dissonance between Black people and Black people, is that some Black people want to be on this socialist, goofy shit. Oh, do the right thing, community, don't try to, no. And then you have some Black people who understand the value of money. It's like, yeah, we can sit here and talk, but if you don't have money, you can't make strides. You don't have money, you're not going to be respected. The reason why people in America do not fuck with these Ashkenazi Jews, because they got too much fucking money. You think people really care about these people? No, they don't. But what they care about is the fact that Ashkenazi Jews, not only do they have money, they have businesses, they create jobs. So therefore they can fire people, right? They can give opportunities, they can take them away. They have distribution channels. They have just way too fucking much. So it's not so much that people care about the plight of Ashkenazi Jews and not hurting their feelings. Is that no, I want to make sure I can make money with these people. I want to make sure that I can make money with that community. So therefore I'm not going to trigger these people. Because money matters, right? A lot of Black people, because they're incredibly socialist, because a lot of Black people also happen to be Christians and they have a horrible understanding of the Bible because they believe that God wants them to be poor and that when you're Black and you're poor, somehow it shows piety. Oh, I'm a good Christian. Look at me. I'm Black and I'm poor. No, you're an idiot. You are an idiot. Okay. Nobody who's a Christian should aspire to be poor. And nobody who's a Christian should be proud to be poor. A Christian should understand money. A Christian should know how to multiply money. A Christian should have multiple streams of income, right? But we think not competing makes us virtuous. Well, I'm not going to fight for a man. Oh, I'm not going to fight for this. I'm not going to. Why the fuck are you alive? Why the fuck are you alive? If you're not going to fight for shit, then why the fuck are you here? Go end your life. Go end your life. Okay? You are born to fight. Even when you look at the sperm, you know how many sperms be fighting to get to the egg first? It's a whole competition. Okay, all of us, when our daddies busted a big one, do you know how many sperms came out there, started swimming like this, right? But it's only one that made it. Even sperms have to compete. Right? So it's like, miss me with a fake virtue bullshit. I'm not going to shut the fuck up. You're a fucking loser. You're a fucking loser. And that's the problem. And this is the main issue with anybody who is Black, who wants to be a business person. When you have a business, you got to make sure not to center your whole business model around Black people, because Black people do not take competition seriously. Okay? Black people is a goofy ass Christian people who expect miracles to just drop out of heaven. They expect things to just figure themselves out. These people are not serious. And this is why they never try to learn anything, because they believe that stuff will just fix itself out. Stuff is just going to work itself out. Oh, if I pray, it'll work itself out. If I close my eyes, it will work itself out. If I give my tithes and offerings, it's going to work itself out. If I run around the church 20 times, it's going to work itself out. If I manifest, it's going to work itself out. Like, how can you build with non-serious people like this? Okay? This life is about competition. You have to compete in every single area of your life. It is a real thing. It's a real thing. Passive people, mostly Black people, you're not going to get anywhere being passive, right? Not for me. For as much as I feel like Tabitha Brown is hella fake, because I feel like whatever she's doing on social media, it's a persona. But at the same time, too, I get it. If you want to make it, you got to be fake. Because A business person cannot be a real person. You are a business, okay? So everybody needs to be able to identify to you. See, like if I truly wanted to be like a big influencer, I could not be saying this shit right now because the shit is too honest, right? Business people are not here to be honest. Business people are here to fulfill a fantasy. They are here to fulfill a fantasy. Whatever you want to believe or whatever you need to believe to swipe your card or to split that shit into 4 payment, that is their job. It's to give you a fantasy. So for that part, I can't be mad at her because she understood the system. Like she understood the game because it's all a fucking game. It's all a fucking game. And you cannot take any of this personal. It is a game. People have a demand. You have a set of delusional people. Delusional people also are buyers. Just okay, there is a demand. They want this kind of person. They want this archetype. They want this persona. So I'll do it. I'll do it in exchange for them buying this, them buying that. So everybody gets something, right? You get somebody to satisfy your delusion. In exchange, you buy their product. You buy the product. Everything is transactional, right? But my only issue is when people do not want to look inward and say, you know what? The reason why sis had to do this, the reason why sis had to become a persona, because this is what I require from people, right? People do not support people who are honest, right? Because people have egos about themselves. And when you're dealing with egocentric people, there is nothing more devastating than to serve these people a plate of truth, right? They can't take it, right? So when you are dealing with egocentric people, you have to lie to them. Because they don't want the truth. They want to be lied to in a way that seems believable, right? And so I'm like, to me, it's like, Tab, understand, my people is delusional. They want this. Because I'm like, how can you even think that a stranger is your auntie? How can you think that a stranger is your family? Are you crazy? We never even met. But hey, if that's what you want to believe it. And I'll just make it easier for you to believe it. Buy my book, buy my seasoning, buy my hair care products, and we good. But everybody gets something in return because the vast majority of people do not want the truth. The vast majority of people want to be lied to. Oh, you can be by yourself and you'll be just fine. Oh, you don't need a man. You could just be by yourself. Oh, as a woman, you have everything. Oh, you're a queen. Oh, like these are things that have never been proven. For as long as humanity has existed, show me a people or a group of people that completely live isolated or lived alone and they prosper. Where are these people? They don't exist. They do not exist, right? And that's why grifters, they abound all over the place, right? Because people want to be lied to. And the more you have, because here in America, you have a lot more people who work. So it's like the more people you have that work, that have a paycheck, right? There are more people that can use money to buy liars. So we have the Ace Metaphors, we have the Derek Jackson of the world. I mean, there are a bunch of grifters everywhere, right? Because when you give egocentric people money, they don't go and say, oh, yeah, let me use my money for somebody to really tell me what I need to do. No, they said, let me use my money to go pay a charlatan to lie to me. No problem. But when you realize that it was all a mirage, that it was all fake, you cannot be mad at the person. You got to be mad at yourself. Because you didn't question it because it was not convenient for you to question it, right? You didn't ask yourself more questions because it was not convenient for you. You wanted to believe those lies, right? Because believing in lies, it takes effort away from you. Because one thing I have truly noticed about America, like seriously, is that America is built on a victim industrial complex. America teaches people to see themselves as victims. Right? Somebody did something to me. I'm oppressed. I'm wumpy wump one. Why? Because of that, in that scenario, you're never responsible for anything. You are never responsible for anything. Even people who like blaming Tab, like we'll see with the lady. Oh, she's a persona. She's this and that. I'm like, yeah, but even that too, though, right? If Tab was herself, would you have honored that? Like, sis, you know what? You say some things that are pretty crude and they're pretty crazy, but I appreciate you for keeping a buck. No, you wouldn't have liked that, right? Because people do not like people who tell it like it is. One time I was on the phone with one of my best friends. He was like, Marlene, don't you ever forget. They killed Jesus for something small. Like they killed Jesus just because he told the truth, though. The man never hurt these people. but he actually did he actually did hurt their pride because they thought they were such good people of the faith and this and that, and he confronted them with the fact that you are just a performative people. And what you realize is that if you dare to hold a mirror and to show people who they truly are, these fuckers will try to fucking kill you. Right? And we have seen that throughout the ages. We have seen it with Kepler. What Kepler said, the earth was round or something like that. They went and killed that man. How many scientists have been murdered through the eons for telling the truth? Like, this is what it is. But because people can conceive it, oh, it's heresy. Oh, you're a witch. You're whatever. They killed all these scientist people. They have killed mathematicians. They have killed philosophers. Right? And it's not, and today, like, oh yeah, that man was right. That man was right. But back then, he was still right. But the people were not ready for it. Because truth, I've come to understand that when you deal with humans is that truths have to be timed perfectly, right? You cannot tell the truth when it's inconvenient, when it's an inconvenient truth for the majority. Like, you cannot tell the truth at an inconvenient time for society. Otherwise, these fuckers will come try to fucking kill you, right? People will kill you, not because you're wrong, because you spoke the truth. Like, how? Because they are still committed to their delusion, right? People, like, it has to be. People really have to study the human brain, right? Because they're like, maybe it's some leftover from the fact that we used to be outside. But it's crazy to me because you would think a person would appreciate being informed, or a person would appreciate having a tough conversation, so that you can reconsider the path that you're on. You know, like, you know what? Initially, this really sounded like a good idea, but now that you said this, I don't fully agree, but let me sit down and see if I can, you know, like, reorganize or recalibrate my plan, because I could have been blind. You know what I'm saying? It is so wild to me, the number of people who don't, and that's not even just a Black people thing, that's a human being thing. It is so wild to me, the number of people who don't even realize we all have blind spots. We all have blind spots. So just because you're so sure in your heart of heart doesn't mean you're not wrong. How many times have you had a test and you worked out a problem and you said, yes, the answer is B? Like, at that moment, everything told you it was B. Like, yep, it's B. You turn your test in, as soon as you walk out that door, you say, oh, shit. I didn't consider that it was a minus, or I didn't consider this, and that, bitch. It was actually E. What the fuck? Right? How many times has that happened to you? And that's why I feel like when you get to a certain age, you got to get to a place where you have so much wisdom, or at least a little bit of wisdom, where you say to yourself, just when you think you're right, like just when you think you're so right, that's when you might be so wrong. Because blind spots are real. Blind spots are real. And it's a horrible thing, but that's a pride thing too, right? It is a horrible thing to not consider the mindset or theology, paradigm, trajectory that you have set forth for yourself without even asking yourself, but what if I'm wrong? What if I'm actually wrong? And that's the thing with Black people. Because Black people, it's a people that is so into miracles, manifestation, intuition. It's a very hocus pocus people, you know. So when you're hocus pocus, you're like, oh, my intuition tells me. Who gives a fuck about your intuition? Who gives a fuck? Like, where are you today? Your intuition. Girl, bye. Do you have an actual formula for your intuition? No, the fuck you don't. It's hocus pocus. It truly is hocus pocus. It is just you. It is just you being a very paranoid, superstitious. That's all that is. It's superstition. It's just superstition. And that's why you look at other communities who do not go off of hocus pocus, superstition. And that's why they love to put voodoo in these movies. Oh, look, the ancestors and the voodoo. If voodoo was so great, how'd they end up becoming slaves? If voodoo was so powerful, why didn't the African people go and conquer Europe? Like, stop with that shit. Stop with that shit, right? People out here came up with real machines. They came out with real robots. They came out with real plan, real blueprint, real formulas, and they conquered the universe. It's not voodoo that takes a machine all the way into the stratosphere and whatever it does and goes all the way up to Mars if they ever went up there, right? It's actual proven science, real formulas with real numbers. We got to stop doing that. Superstition. Oh, I think, I feel, my spirit. Nobody cares. No one cares. No one cares. No one truly cares. Because you could be so fucking wrong. You could be so fucking wrong. And it's a great tragedy. It's a huge intellectual tragedy for you to not even consider that you could be wrong. Because what if you spend all this energy and you spend all this time, or you waste all this time, and then you get to the end of your life and say, oh shit, I was wrong. Well, duh, we try to tell you. And that's why you should always consider, even when you think you're right, consider the fact that you could also be wrong and plan for that. Because there's a huge chance that you are wrong. There is a huge chance that you're wrong. And that's why even when it comes to business too, right? A lot of people, myself included, you'll have all these business ideas, right? But usually the first idea is not the best one. That's why most entrepreneurs, they never succeed with their first business. It's the other business, right? Because the first idea is not the best idea because you have not truly vetted. You haven't truly picked it apart. You haven't done everything that you have to do to that idea. Well, okay, is this really the best one, right? But because it's your idea, you're so in love with it because we're human beings and ego is a real thing. You don't want to consider the fact that, yeah, I mean, it's a good idea, but it's not that great of an idea. There's something better. There's something bigger. And you have to keep working. You got to keep thinking. You got to keep opining until you get to the place where that real bigger idea is going to come to you, right? It's perfectly okay, right? But I'm like, you always have to think about that. Just when I think I'm wrong, I need to consider the fact that I could also be, just when I think I'm right, I need to also consider the fact that I could also be wrong. Because I'm human. To err is human. Like to have an ego is real. To have pride is real, right? But we must always have a sound measure of humility to say, you know what? Yeah, you know, I think I'm right, but what if I'm wrong? And what does that look like if I'm wrong? And how much is that going to cost me if I'm wrong? And damn, can I afford it? Right? And you see it too. The way people buy cars or they buy houses, because they only consider the minimum payment. They only consider today. But you go, I told Lacey that. You sign up for a car today. Yeah, today your money might be good, but that's a car loan for the next 5 years. Who knows where you're going to be in 5 years? Who knows if you even have a job in 5 years? Who knows if you're even going to be healthy in 5 years, right? So what you're signing up for today, you don't really know for sure that you'll be able to afford it in 5 years. And people go and they sign. I saw this one black girl. She signed herself up for a Mercedes, a G-Wagon. That's like $250,000. And that's a bad game. That's just a car, right? And you are living off the algorithm. Like you sell your products on social media, right? So the day any of these algorithms don't work in your favor, how are you going to make these payments? Because people do not want to foresee a day when people are not going to like my products anymore, right? People don't want to foresee a day when people might not watch my videos as much as they used to, right? People don't even want to foresee a day where even you might not even like what you're doing. You know what? Maybe I don't want to do this anymore. I want to do something else. But because you went and you over leverage yourself, you are stuck doing something you hate because you have these payments that you have to make. Right? Gotta think. Like, you know what I'm saying? And that's why for me, I'm gonna say it again, and then we'll go back to the video. I will say this, and that's why Marlene, honestly, it's a matter of great concern for me, when I see how many young women are out here proudly saying, I'm gonna be by myself, I'm gonna do everything by myself, I'm gonna be a single woman, I'm gonna go freeze my egg, one thing, one, doing too damn much, having a list with 20,051 requirements. You're playing a very dangerous game. You are playing a very dangerous game. Because even this job that you have that makes you feel safe and comfortable, lo and behold, AI might take your job 5 years from now. And where are you going to be? Because everything you think you know, or everything you think is so sure and so guaranteed, it truly is not. It's your delusion. truly is your delusion, right? But in this life, 2 people is better than 1. Matter of fact, the whole family is better than 1 person. People's jobs getting replaced by AI left and right, left and right, left and right. This stuff is real. We might even get to a point where even one day you don't even see on TV, they won't even hire real newscast people anymore. They don't have AI people talk to us. Okay? We are going into a very futuristic society where humans are going to be like disposable. Do I really want to pay you, or can I just hire AI to do it? You understand? So to me, it really is a matter of great consternation. And when you see a lot of older women who are also encouraging young sisters to embrace singledom, being by themselves, don't need no man, have a bad attitude, talking down on men, this girl, you need to think wisely about what you're doing. Think wisely, because a lot of bitter ass women out here, it's real. There are a lot of women who messed up. They know who they should have married. They know dang well who they should have said yes to, because you always think, I can find something better. I can find something better. And then better never happens. And then what does happen is these women become cougars. They go sleep with younger men. They pay younger men to have sex with them. Okay? That's what they do. So it's like, oh, hey, River. So be very careful. Be very careful who you listen to. You understand me? Be very careful who you listen to. You do not want to do this life by yourself. You do not want to do this life by yourself. And I'm doing good. Okay. I'm also tell you this. I'm also going to tell you this. You will sit here. You would, I mean, she can leave or not leave, but even me, I don't even think she'll leave though. Because if she leaves, the girls are gone. Because if she leaves, y'all don't understand. I don't think you guys understand. I don't think you guys understand, right? The support that you get from these women is not because they support you. They support what you got going on. In a sick way, it's like the same way when a man is married, he becomes more attractive, right? The girls don't give a fuck about you. The girls care about what you got. Why do you think Gabrielle Union, as pretty as she is out here putting up with Dwayne Wade, his nail polish, his makeup? What's up, boo? Okay, do you, boo-boo? Right? His man purse, all his foolishness, right? Why? Because she understands. For as eccentric as Dwayne Wade is, the fact that Dwayne Wade is still black man, dark-skinned black man, one of the greatest basketball players to ever do it. He is best friends with LeBron James. I mean, the culture. He is a huge part of the culture. What other man gonna give her that? What other man? You see, because I think sometimes you ladies think these girls are married because they want to be treated well. I mean, you should, but these women too, they're also narcissists. They have an ego about themselves, right? When you go places and people say, oh, that's Dwayne Wade's wife, that does something to her. Oh, Mrs. Wade, over here, Mrs. Wade, over here, Mrs. Wade. You go to countries, dignitaries. I don't think people understand how these people live, right? But it's because of who your husband is. It's not because of you, right? For as eccentric, you do you, boo, right? That Dwayne Wade is. It is way better than what Gabby can give herself. And that's a fact. That is a fact. When she was out here by herself, did she ever get invited to Paris Fashion Week? Did she ever get invited to Wimpy Wump Walk? And she even said that on the Red Table Talk, that she used to envy Jada because look at everything Will Smith has done for Jada. Look, even Jada Pinkett. Without Will Smith, who would she be? Another hood rat from Baltimore. That's it. That's that. But when you are the wife of the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, like the America's favorite black man, okay? Like, do you know what your life looks like? Even their movie roles out here, she's not a good actress, but you know they gave her these roles because her husband's Will Smith. Right? And have you seen Jada leave? No. She gonna cheat and stay married. Right? She sits here and she writes all these goofy ass letters to Tupac, wishing he would come back. Even if he was alive, he would have chosen her ass. But even if he did choose her ass, it is not comparable to what Will Smith can do for her. Now, Tupac, and he married her too, it would have made her an icon in the black community, of course. Absolutely. Absolutely. But it's the real thing. That's just how it goes. Okay? Ladies will have more respect for a woman that is able to get the man that they aspire to be with. That is the truth. Let's not lie to ourselves. It's okay. It really, really is okay. It truly is okay, right? Tyra Banks, I mean, yes. I mean, don't come for me, but you know, they're never getting divorced. They're never getting divorced. And she needs him more than he needs her. What does she have going on for herself? Okay. So, yeah, because of Justin. Because of Justin. And if she leaves Justin, the interest in her makeup line is over. It's a wrap. Whoever Justin goes and gets married to, they're going to go support that girl. Because now she's the new flavor. That's just how it goes. That's how it goes. Right? That's how it goes. Why did BBLs, if we can be so honest, right? Why did BBLs become such a staple? Right? Why did BBLs become such a staple in the Black community? Because Kim Kardashian was out here dating Black boys that most Black girls wanted to be with. Right? So, oh, if this is what these men like, I'm going to go do it. Because she was able to get him. Because even before, I think some girls were attracted to Ray J. Ray J's a cutie. He's always been a cutie, but he's just deranged, Peter Pan, right? But you had Ray J. You might say, okay, Marlene, I don't see it. But what I'm saying, when we were younger, Ray J was a cutie pie, right? Because that's Brandy's little brother. That's always been Brandy's little brother, right? After Ray J, you had Reggie Bush, and those were the days, okay? Those were the days when Reggie was what's his name? When he was with the New Orleans Saints, right? Yeah. And also that's a big team. That is a big team. New Orleans Saints, like that's a huge ass franchise. Like out there in New Orleans, like I'm telling you, like football is like religion. And they have their quarterback, Drew Brees. Oh Lord, they worship that man. Okay. Right? But I'm like, it's Ray J. After Ray J, you got Reggie Bush. Reggie was hella cute. Reggie was hella fine. Okay, you're like, oh, is that what Reggie Bush is into? Right? It's a real thing. Let's just be so for real. The bandage dresses. Okay, shoot, I'm gonna wear that shit too. Okay. Oh, the middle part with the current bangs. I know I did that shit. Okay, go look. Even what's her name? What's my girl's name? Tiara Monet, right? Tiara. Some of her biggest videos are Kim Kardashian videos, right? Some of Tiara's bit like when Tiara was doing YouTube out here. Some of her videos that went the most viral was her showing Black girls how to do them Kim Kardashian looks. Girl, what it is? What it is? Reggie Bush? Y'all, Reggie Bush was that boy. He was so stinking cute. Like he was just so damn cute. You're like, damn. She got a Reggie Bush? This bitch. This damn bitch. You see? Yo, Reggie was so, oh my gosh, yo, he was so fucking cute. Okay? So like, what I need to do? Tell me, please. Okay? Tell me, please. Because if you ever run into a baller, a shot caller, a girl wants to be prepared. Okay? You get me? Right? Then even Kanye too. Kanye was super cute. It's just like now he's so deranged. He's just so deranged. Okay, he's really deranged. Okay, but when Kanye also came out with College Dropout and like stacking his little polo shirts and stuff, Kanye was so cute, y'all. Kanye was just so damn cute. And you know, and she has a type. They're all dark skinned, really cute with like pretty white teeth and stuff. Hold on. Kanye was a cutie. Hold on. Okay. Oh, hey, Mr. West is in the building. Go ahead, Gemini. Okay. Hey, Gina, what's up, right? Kanye was so cute, y'all. He used to like stack his polo shirt. It was like, y'all, College Dropout was an era, you guys. If you remember, you remember. But I'm like, she has a type. And that type also is very attractive, okay? Dark skin, pretty face, white teeth, little body, and all that. But so it's like, okay, so when you see that she looks like that or she's doing these procedures and she's able to level up, you're like, okay, well, maybe I'll keep up with that too. You understand? Like it's a real thing. It is a real thing. It is a real it's a real thing because deep down inside, every woman wants to be desired. Yes, like it was y'all. Reggie Bush Bush was probably the cutest man she ever. When I tell you, Reggie Bush was a cutie, y'all. Reggie Bush was so cute. He was so cute. And you could really tell, like, she really loved him. But I'm like, girl, with your nasty past, his mom will never agree to your foolishness, right? Girl, go sit down somewhere, right? But you could tell Kim was really in love with Reggie Bush, though. But, y'all, those were the days. Those were the days, okay? Y'all, we were outside, all right? Then you had Kanye. Mr. West is in the building, right? That was another era, too. So you can see how, even Amber Rose, right? People wouldn't have cared about, Amber used to be in Philadelphia out there, be a whole stripper. Nobody cared about that girl, okay? Nobody cared about that girl. But when she popped out with Kanye, it was like, ooh, people out here shaving their heads. Do y'all remember the Amber Rose days? And she used to not talk. So that used to make her even more mysterious. Like, well, who's this chick? But it's like, it was truly, truly weird not weird, but it was very different to see a Black woman not wear weaves, not wear wigs, bald-headed, and she loves it, and she looks that good. Y'all, Amber, nah. Amber was that girl, man. It was a thing. You know, and even Kim, and you saw when Kim got with Kanye, she tried to keep up with Amber too. But the problem is Amber is taller. Amber is taller. So the stuff, it looks better on her because she has more square footage, okay? Kim is really petite. So the BBL stuff, it was just too much for her. Her frame is really small, right? But we saw for a season, Kim was trying to keep up with Amber. But I'm like, girl, she's very tall. You're very small. It's not going to work, okay? It ain't going to work. Okay? It's not going to work. These things are very real. No, we don't get to it. You haven't missed too much, okay? But the Black community promoted Kim, Kevin, because she's able to get the man that the Black women want. That's my point. Like, if Kim was out here getting Black guys that Black girls don't want, you know what I mean? Nobody would have cared about that girl. Right? But when you're able to be with the man, even if he's not attractive, like I said, when a man gets to a certain age also, his looks do not matter. Because what makes a man attractive when he's at a certain age is how much money he has. The money, the fame, the respect, the adulation. Even other men are afraid of him. Right? All of that, you put coefficients and all that stuff, and it goes into the whole equation of what makes a man handsome. Right? But a man at a certain age, he's not attractive because he just looks good. No, that's not enough. He needs to have money. He needs to have power. He needs to have respect from other men. He needs to be desired by all these other women. They're like, oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Right? So when you're that girl and you have a resume for dating those kinds of men, women would automatically put you on a pedestal. Because if we care to be honest, right, hypergamy is written in our DNA, right? Then I think throughout the millennia or whatever, hypergamy just changes, right? It could be like back then in the wilderness, hypergamy was the man that could build a hut in less than 24 hours, okay? Hypergamy could have been the man that can kill, 5 antelopes in a day, okay? Because hypergamy changes. Today in our society, I don't need you to go kill an animal because I can just buy food at the store. You know what I'm trying to say? So we have transferred our hypergamous needs to diamonds, rings, shoes, things that give status, right? But I'm like, back in the day in the wilderness, you can see how a woman, her hypergamy was like, okay, I like to eat protein, right? She probably valued protein as much as a woman today might value a car, but she didn't know a car existed, right? But what she did know was she was hungry. But I'm like, if you're a woman, most likely you're just going to eat vegetables, right? Because protein, you have to kill protein. And it's not easy to kill the protein. Chicken is a little easier to kill. You still got to run behind it. Turkey also easier to kill. But like, if you want to eat deer, you want to eat antelope, you want to eat this, and that takes a bit more effort. And so a woman cannot be doing that kind of stuff. It's very dangerous, right? So I'm like, the need for protein, because as human beings, we need protein to survive, right? You can see how a hypergamous back then, a hypergamous woman in the wilderness, her hypergamy might be, let me find the man that can get me the most protein in my diet, right? But today, because we have a lot of superstores, we have a lot of grocery stores, we have DoorDash, most women don't need a man to go hunt. But she needs a different kind of hunting, like a mansion, a car, clothes, vacation, because now we don't care as much about eating food and eating protein. We care more about status. I want a man that can give me status, right? I want a man that can, when I walk places, people are so afraid of my husband, they're nice to me. Okay. I want to go places when these girls see me, they know we're not the same. And you see it in the church. For help, the first lady's here, right? People get up on that shit because that's the wife of the pastor, that's the wife of the bishop. So all these women just bow down to her. And these women love that stuff, right? Women love to walk into a place and be acknowledged and made to feel like, oh, yes, bow down, bitches. They might not say it out loud, but deep down inside, that's what they want, right? Make these bitches bow down to me, right? Now, some will be bold enough to say it, but most are not going to say it because it sounds crass. It sounds crass to say it out loud. But deep down inside, the women, they want to go places and they want to see other girls bow down to them. And we even see it on social media, right? You'll go on somebody's page, especially on Instagram. Like that used to be a thing once upon a time on Instagram, right? Where influencers, like female influencers, would only respond to comments from other female influencers that had a blue check mark. Because they want you to know you don't go here, right? You can't sit with us, right? Girls do petty shit like that, right? They want you to feel excluded, right? Girls love to have cliques. Girls love to be bullies, right? They love that shit. They might have, oh, no, I would never do that. No, yes, she would. And yes, she wants to, okay? Let's not lie to ourselves, right? Let's not lie to ourselves, right? It's cool. Just be honest. But I'm like, we have seen it. We have seen it, right? Even Carrie Hilson, when Carrie Hilson had her beef situation with Beyonce, almost got canceled, then she went and got into that relationship with Serge Ibaka, right? But so, hold on. Miss Carrie, baby, right? You understand? And even though I think she's like 7 years younger, she's 7 years older. You see, she tried to speak his language. She was speaking Lingala over here. She was cooking Congolese dishes. She was doing the very most, right? Even though she's 7 years older, right? But she wanted that relationship to work because it helped her, right? It helped her. It did. Because, girl, you fought Beyonce, so you can't do music. What else you got? Okay? You need to have a relationship. You need to have a man. And that makes the girls care about you. They want to see what he bought you. They want to see y'all kissing. They want to see y'all taking pictures. Wumpty wump wump. When you have a man, the girls care more about your ass. There's no man, they got to go. Okay? They ain't got time for this. Then the situation broke up. Like they broke up. They're no longer together. So, okay, gotta go. Okay. Right? That's what happens. Even when you see like couples channels over here, when people break up and stuff, a lot of the females, they go and they follow the husband. Saw the same thing with Toya and Adam. When LaToya and Adam broke up, listen, the majority of her female audience, but they went and followed Adam. They were speaking Swahili in the comments. I said, what the heck? What is going on here? Right? What is going on? And you see the new guy that LaToya is with, he's just not that guy. Right? So he's not helping her engagement. But I promise you, if LaToya had replaced Adam with a man that looked better, was taller, was sexier, was whatever, child, the engagement would have been stupid. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. Because it's like, if you're going to leave this man, you better replace that man with something even more magical. They'll be like, ooh, right? That's how it goes. That's really how it goes. And it's okay. I'm just telling me, it's okay. It really is okay to be honest. But I don't know why so many women, they struggle with honesty about human psychology, especially women's psychology. It is okay. It truly, truly is okay. It really is okay, you know? It's okay. It really is okay. Right? You like if you get on the East African side of YouTube, for example, like Kenya, YouTube, even a little bit of South Africa, but mostly like East Africa YouTube too, right? The vast majority of those female influencers, they have white husbands. That is the allure of the channel. She got a white man. So these girls are watching because they want to know, how did you get the white man? Where did you go? What website did you go? What did you say? Did you have sex with him? Wumpty wump wump, wumpty dump dump dump. They don't care about these girls. They're like, girl, you have a white man. I want a white man. So tell me, right? Because you know what? I'm going to tell you this too. Because when they see a husband and they see a husband that they want, it's social proof. It means that you know something I don't. And so for that, they will stay attached to your ass until they get everything they need to know to have the same results as you, or if not better. It's a real thing, right? But if you're a Kenyan, like most of these girls, like Kenyan girls who do content, you don't have a white husband, nobody's watching your videos. Are you crazy? For what reason? Right? That's just how it goes. And my thing is, it's okay to be honest about that. I'm not saying go ahead and be desperate, right? Don't be desperate for a man. But I'm saying be honest about that. That when a woman has a man, woman, not even society, no, her woman group will treat her with more respect. Just like we like to blame everything on men. No. Okay? As a woman, right here. Okay? We as women, when a woman has a man, we will treat her with more respect, right? And the more we like the man, even if he's not the richest, whatever, but let's say he's funny, he's really agreeable, he's a really cool guy. So, okay, I like her husband. He's really, really cool. You know what I'm saying? So you watch her sometimes just because of the husband. Because he's a cool man. Like, oh, he's funny. I want my husband like that too. Oh, girl, you're so lucky, girl. Right? You have a YouTube channel and you pray with your husband, and the husband starts praying like, girl, you're so lucky. You have a God-fearing man, right? There you go. You see it all over me, because my thing is I don't want to scam people. So that's why I don't do it. But I'm like, I know if I really wanted to, I could do it. I just don't want to do that, okay? But I know what it takes. I just chose to never do that kind of stuff, right? But I'm like, it is a real thing. It's a real thing. So my thing is, do not delude yourself, right? Do not delude yourself. Because you'll see it even in the tab and her brand and her packaging and her marketing. Her husband Chance plays a big part in that. He does. Dark skin, attractive, nice hair. Her husband got nice hair, right? Always kissing on her and grabbing her, doing all that. And it was like, the girls, they love that shit. They love that stuff too. So the fact that she has a man and she has a man that loves her, desires her, has sexual energy towards her, like, oh yeah. Let me start eating some vegetables. Right? Let me go buy her seasoning. Let me go buy her perfume. Let me go buy this. Let me go buy that. It's real, y'all. It's real, y'all. Right? And let's also be so for real, especially for those of us who are like in the world of beauty, you name it, hair care, makeup, whatever, right? A huge reason why so many women spend so much money on beauty is because they want to be desired. They truly want to. They want to, oh, you're going to find me beautiful. You're going to find my skin soft. You're going to think I smell good, you know. That's why I say, like, to me, people say, oh, my gosh, like, she's such a pick-me. She's a pick-me. They try to use it as a pejorative. But in reality, every woman wants to be picked, right? It's very hurtful for a woman to go somewhere, especially when she feels like I look good, I smell good, I put myself together, and then she goes into a space with men and nobody notices. She might not, I don't care. She cares. Right? It's not that you want, oh yeah, look at that ass, right? But you at least want someone to say, oh, sis, you look really pretty today. Oh, I like your hair, sis. Oh, you're very pretty, right? Everything don't have to be sexual, but just that someone noticed her lipstick, or somebody noticed her perfume, or somebody noticed her hair. Like, you know, as a woman, it validates her, and it's okay to admit that. It truly is okay. Right? But I think a lot of ladies, because they don't want to be clowned by the sisterhood, will be like, oh, I don't need a man to validate me. Oh, I do this for me. Yeah, you can do it for you. Duh, you pay for that shit. But you're also doing it so that others can also appreciate the effort that you put into taking care of yourself. It's okay. It truly is okay. Right? The vast majority of women want to be desired. Right? And many women also want to be desired by multiple men. That's why they even care about men they'll never meet in their choice. I'm like, why are you mad about this man and his choice when in real life y'all never gonna meet? So why are you mad? Because she still wants to believe that a perfect stranger would still be attracted to her if he got to meet her. And it's okay. It is okay. Right? And that's why so many sisters out here are spiraling out of control. They're running behind gay men for dating advice and paying all kinds of money. They're running behind a bunch of clowns like Ace Metaphor, paying all kinds of money. They're running behind people like Derek Jackson, paying all kinds of money. They're running behind lesbians like Priscilla to understand men better, right? So it's like you care, and it's okay. And I feel like the sooner you admit that to yourself, the less likely you are to get scammed, right? Because the more you deny what you really want, the more likely you are to get scammed, right? It's okay. It really is okay. Right? Every girl, every woman wants to feel beautiful. Every woman wants to be seen. Every woman wants to be complimented. Maybe not every day, but once in a while, like give her a compliment, tell her she smells good, tell her she looks good, tell you like her hair. It makes her feel good, right? It makes her feel good. And that's why you see in some marriages that I see on social media, when the man is too busy to notice her, she goes and files for divorce. Okay, like it's a real thing, right? Because these women need affirmation. They're like flowers. Okay, and you got to water these people with praises. It's a real thing. Okay, it's a real thing. So I said all this to say, let's go. Yeah, it's like it's a lot of scammers out here, right? But let's go. I mean, it's not just about men. Don't just need money. They need money and power, money, power, and influence, right? Because you can have money and people don't give like, but you have money, you have power, you have influence. And let's have money, power, influence, and sex appeal. Like other girls want to have sex with you. Like, damn. I think most women too, when they know that other girls want to have sex with that man, she wants him even more. Right? And I think maybe that's why a lot of girls also love players. Right? Because if other girls don't want you, she's like, I'm not sure if I really want this. Right? But if other girls want that man, she's like, oh, no, I think I really want him. Because the fact that other girls want that man, in her primitive brain, it's confirmation that he must be a worthy love interest, right? And it's just, I guess it's the same too with marketing, right? FOMO, right? Fear of missing out. It's like, brother, oh, you only have 12 hours to buy this, or they'll show you celebrities wearing something to make you want to go buy it, right? Because it's like, I guess it's social proof that if a man, N-word, that's the gay guy. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, right? Because if a man has a lot of women who want him, there must be social proof. Like maybe he's good in bed. Maybe he's a great lover. Maybe he's a great provider. Maybe he's good at pillow talk, because why do all these girls want that man? So now she wants that shit too, right? But if a man is just sitting here, even if it's a good guy, but he's just like, there's nobody calling him, his phone is dry, he doesn't exude like he out here commanding all kinds of attention from these girls. She's like, I don't know. It's still safe, right? That might, and to me, it's like, it's okay. It's okay. I just wish that people, I just wish that a lot of women would be more honest with their own psychology, right? Like when I watch Priscilla, my crazy Aquarius, but when I watch my crazy twin, right? Women like her will make content and say, oh, women, y'all need to know men. You women don't even know these men. You don't understand the man. And I'm like, they don't even understand themselves, right? So stop trying to understand men and understand yourself, right? Because there's nothing more beautiful than having self-awareness, right? When you know who you truly are, your strengths and your weaknesses, and you can own that stuff, and you can own what you still have to work on, you'll make better choices. Right? But a lot of women are so busy trying to get to know men when they barely know themselves. A lot of women are not honest with themselves. They say the things that they believe the sisterhood wants to hear because they don't want to be seen as desperate pick-me's and this, and that, right? So you're denying your true nature. You have a lot of girls who are hopeless romantics. That's who you are. Right? And you just have to embrace it. That's who you are. Now, does that mean you have to give your heart out here like a Pisces to everybody? I hope you don't. Okay. But that's just who you are. And pretending not to be who you are because you are afraid of the sisterhood making fun of you, you're only hurting yourself because this is who you are. Right? And in the sisterhood, you have a variety of women and personalities and even sexual orientation. Right? You can be in a sisterhood, but your fellow sister might be a lesbian. You're not a lesbian. Right? So what works for her might not work for you, right? And even being a lesbian, you have the stem and you have the stud. You can be a hopeless heterosexual romantic and you're taking advice from a female stud. Like, how's that supposed to work? Right? We're not the same. And we don't want the same things. You want a woman. You want a feminine woman. I want a masculine man. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, right? You have to be honest with yourself and you have to get to know yourself, right? Because what the sisterhood says is a lot of bravado. But I know the vast majority of these girls cry in their closet. I know they look at their phones and they see people in relationships and say, when is it going to be my turn? Right? Right? But you can't diss something publicly cry about it privately, and then you're gonna have it, right? You gotta be honest. Because you can't have what you cannot honestly confess that you want. Stop lying to yourself. You know damn well you don't by yourself. So just stop playing these stupid games, right? Stop playing these stupid games. Stop playing games that you ain't gangster enough to play with. I was watching a video yesterday about Charlemagne and these rappers. And the one rapper said to Charlemagne, he said, go play with something safe. Don't play with me, right? And I will say the same thing, right? Play with something safe. Do not play with matters of your own heart, right? Because acting fake gangster, fake tough, whatever, and then that little blessing will walk past you because you want to be a fake cookie, a fake gangster, and stuff like that, you're going to cry. Because when you see him on Instagram, get married, don't cry. Do not cry. Because you will see it. It gonna walk to the altar with somebody else, right? It gonna walk to the altar with somebody else. It gonna say I do to somebody else. It gonna have a baby with somebody else, right? And who's to say that you'll have another chance? So I'm saying be real with matters of the heart. Go play with something safe. Play with colors. Play with your outfits, right? But do not play about the truth of who you truly are and the kind of woman that you truly are. And if you know in your heart of heart that you are the kind of woman that truly wants relationship, you want marriage, you want children, you want these kinds of things, like you don't want to be by yourself, retire by yourself, don't do it. Do not do it. Okay? And don't even act like you can, because that's not you. That is not you, right? In this life, people who thrive in this life are people who are honest with themselves. This is who I am, right? There are people out here who are, some people have an attachment style. Me, I know I'm an asshole, but some people, they get very attached. Some people are very sensitive. Some people are detached. Everybody's different. You have to know yourself, right? You got to be honest with yourself. And you have to also understand, the sisterhood might not like it, but you don't need the sisterhood, right? You're not built to be in sisterhood, right? You are built to be in matrimony. There you go. You're not a lesbian, unless you are a lesbian. But you know what I'm saying? Sisterhood is cute. But just like a man must leave his family and go cleave to his wife, right? A young woman also has to leave sisterhood and go cleave to her husband. There you go, right? You are built for holy matrimony, not holy sisterhood. Okay. All right. So let's go to Tab and watch the video because this is crazy. Hold on. Let's come over here.
Really driving this most recent Tabitha Brown backlash and why so many people can't shake the feeling that something doesn't quite add up. Hello and welcome. My name is Elle, also known as the Empress of Ease. I help high-achieving women escape the rat race and recover from burnout by redefining success on their own terms so that life can feel as good as it looks without exhaustion.
Feel. See this? Life can feel. Instead of actually being, it needs to feel. This is insanity. Anyway.
Burnout or overwork. I'm also the creator of the Success Reset coaching program and School of the Well-Rested. And today's conversation, we're talking about powerhouse influencer Tabitha Brown, actress, entrepreneur, the backlash that she's been experiencing. Tabitha has been in partnership with Target since 2022. She's one of Target's most visible Black collaborators. While this conversation today might look like it's about Tabitha or Target or the backlash or the boycott, it's actually about something much deeper. The price we pay when trust is our currency. In early 2025, the U.S. government, under the Trump administration, officially ended many federal diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, also known as DEI. Although, as a corporation, Target was not legally required to participate in these new U.S. government decisions, in early 2025, they pulled back their own DEI initiatives that they had introduced in 2020 that came with the Black Lives Matter movement and the uprisings that surrounded it. These initiatives included a $2 billion pledge that Target announced in April 2021 to support Black-owned businesses. And they promised that by the end of 2025, they would have all $2 billion invested in these Black-owned businesses. This commitment involved adding products from over 500 Black-owned vendors to their stores. Fast forward to 2025. This earmarked fund to bring money to Black businesses is now gone, kaput, finito, enzo. In response, a boycott began. This was not led by a single figurehead, but fueled by everyday Black consumers who were living their best lives, just trying to get their resources at Target as they had been doing for years. When the DEI initiative was rolled back, we felt betrayed, discarded, and disrespected. We rode hard for Target for years.
Okay, hold on. Let me show you this. So, I gotta go after AI. Okay, so yes, in 2021, Target publicly committed to spending more than $2 billion with Black-owned businesses by 2025. Okay, this commitment was part of the Racial Equity Action and Change Reach initiative. The goal was to increase spending with Black-owned brands, companies, and suppliers, including expanding product offering and engaging more in Black-owned businesses in various areas of their operation. Okay, but 2025 is not over yet. Okay. So that's the pledge they make. But I'm like, is 2025 over? Are we not still in 2025? Because how much money have they spent so far? The exact amount expenditure is not specified. Okay. So I'm like, 2025 is not over yet, but okay. Let's keep going back.
Years, only for them to pull the plug on their initiatives when the public pressure and the energy around it faded. Although I have not purchased anything from Target since the boycott began and have no intention to, I still have a Tabitha Brown Take Care of You water bottle in my Target basket right now. I ain't going back. And it's sold out everywhere anyhow. This boycott is having an impact. As of May 21st, 2025, Target sales have declined more than 7%. And still, despite these challenges to their bottom line, Target has made it crystal clear that they are not reinstating their DEI commitments. They have no desire to roll anything back.
No, God! No, God, please, no! No!
Okay, hold on. So AI says, I don't think you guys can see this. Hold on. AI said Target did not pull its $2 billion commitment to Black-owned businesses or cancel its DEI efforts entirely. Instead, it has been scaling back and reframing its DEI initiative. This includes ending a program focused on highlighting Black and minority businesses and concluding 3-year DEI goals, while Target still plans to fulfill its $2 billion commitment to Black-owned businesses. The changes have sparked controversy and consumer boycott. Because sometimes people say things and I'm like, hold on. I don't trust it. They're scaling back their DEI efforts. Okay. I wish it would have been like more explicit, whatever that means.
No! No!
Enter Tabitha Brown, influencer, actress, entrepreneur, vegan food fairy, motivational auntie, 4-time New York Times bestselling author, beloved across platforms for her sweetness, her smiles, her hello there. I can't do a good impersonation, but hello there energy. Tabitha has been in partnership with Target since 2022. Before the backlash, before the boycotts, before the rollbacks. She's one of Target's most visible Black collaborators. So when she speaks on the boycott, people listen. And it's what she's saying and not saying that's causing all the uproar and pushback and side-eyeing. When Target publicly rolled back its $2 billion DEI commitment, a lot of us, especially Black folks, especially Black women, started calling for accountability. We did what we've always done when institutions fail us. We organized, we pulled our support, we stopped spending. We got clear about feeling valued, especially for places we don't have to shop and we have options and choices. We stopped spending at Target. They ain't supporting us, we ain't supporting them. But in the midst of all that, Tabitha came online and told us, her audience, her community, to keep shopping at Target anyway. People who've supported her throughout the years in tons of different endeavors, she told us to keep shopping at Target anyway, but just buy from Black-owned brands while we're there. And that didn't sit right. That didn't feel right to me or my homegirls.
It's upsetting me and my homegirl.
Okay, let's look at this. So you guys, we gotta keep reading this stuff, right? So, what was I saying? Oh, here it is. Okay. In 2020, African Americans accounted for approximately 9% of consumer spending at Target. So 9%, not even 10%, 9%. Okay. Given that Target's annual revenue for fiscal year ending February 2024 was over $107 billion, right? This would suggest that Black consumers spend roughly $9.63 billion at Target that year. Okay. So Black people only represent 10% pretty much of Target's annual revenue. And then they're boycotting. I'm so confused. Okay. Right. So let's see. However, it's important to know that these figures may have changed since 2020 and that these are some debate around the precise figures. One source mentioned Black people spending over $12 million a day at Target stores, suggesting a potential yearly figure of $4.38 billion, which is even less. Okay. Another source indicates that a 30-day boycott Black consumer could result in $897 million in losses for Target, suggesting a daily spend of around $20.9 million or potentially yearly figure of $10.9 billion. Okay. But either way, if the company's making $107 billion a year and you're only spending $10 billion, you're doing a little too much. Okay. I could understand if you were even like 20% of their sales or even like 30% of their sales, but you're only 10% of their sales. So if Target is saying, we're going to spend $2 billion over the next 5 years, well, maybe the money just wasn't there. Maybe the money just wasn't there. Maybe they expect, or maybe if we make that pledge, more Black consumers will come shop here because we now made that pledge. So we're going to have more sales. And then with those sales, we can spend more money, right? But I guess the more Black buyers never really came because maybe Target prices are probably a little too high. If a lot of Black consumers have to choose between the dollar store, Walmart, and then Target, are they really going to pick Target? Maybe not. Maybe not. Like sometimes, I just feel like sometimes Black people get mad instead of truly looking at the numbers. But then again, it's the people that really moves off emotions and not really off of a balance sheet. They don't really care about profit and loss statements. But it's like, if you have a business, you are only 9% of their sales. If these sales are not even increasing to, let's say, okay, 9% over the next 5 years, Black sales move from 9% to maybe 20%. Can you truly be the Kai collective that got engaged but used to dog on a marriage? I don't know who that is. But it's like, can you truly be upset if people pull back their promises? Because people need to make money in order to buy more from you, because it's business. It's not a non-for-profit. They're not going to just give money to Black businesses for the sake of giving it to Black businesses. They can't do stuff like that. They really cannot. And also, I feel like maybe Target, because the thing about the pledge also, I feel like during BLM, I think a lot of businesses were afraid of the riots. So they were just saying pretty much anything to not get destroyed, to not have the stores destroyed. So I think they got a bit too eager to make promises because they didn't want people just destroying their stores. I remember also like during the Black Lives Matter thing, the CEO of Target was saying, oh, it's okay for people to go into the store. Hold on. Let me see if I can find the video. If I can find that video. What's the name again? Let me see. That was a year ago. Because here's our CEO. Because he was like, yeah, it's okay for people to come in here and loot. He's like, oh, it's fine. Don't stop the people. I don't know what the video is. Let me see. What's this one?
The competitive retail sector. Brian, you actually say Target's story is a retail, fairy tale, but a good retail fairy tale.
Yeah, what we've seen from Target, Adam, what we've seen from Target this year is definitely not the norm in retail. You have
No.
Let me know. You have to go do it.
Yeah, I don't know if I can find the video, but I remember like he was telling people, because people were out here just looting and stuff. So I guess he got scared. I think they got scared. So maybe that's why he made that promise. People, oh, just, I will find what it says. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. So I think they probably got scared and were like, you know what? Just take whatever you want. Take whatever you want. Let's see this one. No, this is Facebook. Hold on. Oh, I can find these videos. Take whatever you want. So I feel like maybe they got scared. So they were telling people, hey, we'll make these pledges. Maybe you'll calm the people down. And, like they're not going to come over here and loot and things like that. Maybe also he hoped to have more sales. But okay, if we say that we're supporting Black people, we'll make more sales. But I don't think all of that truly translated into them capturing a bigger Black population. Because I'm like, to me, if you are catering to the Black everyday shopper, you have to compete against Walmart and Dollar General at the dollar store. People love to go to the dollar store. Target, their prices are quite high. So like, do most Black people want to go shop at a Target? I don't know. Right? So do they see an increase in sales? Probably not. But I feel like sometimes also like when you're in business, right? When you're in business, you can't be honest in business because you still have to be polite to the customer. You can't be like, well, we kind of had to cancel that because y'all was not really buying. You can't say that. You know what I mean? Like, but I'm like, if the money was there, Target made a $2 billion commitment to buy more from Black businesses, supply chain, more Black, no problem. But I'm like, if they truly saw an uptick in Black demand, Black dollars coming through Target, and then they pull back on that pledge, I could see why people are upset. But I'm truly not under the impression that after Target made this diversity pledge of $2 billion, that Black people said, okay, now we have to make Target our preferred destination over Walmart, over Dollar General. So if you're not also intentionally putting money in their pockets, they don't really see a difference. They're gonna take it back. They're truly gonna take it back. I mean, I know I would have, because I'm not. It's too much.
And it sparked the beginning of the backlash. I'm going to insert a clip here of what she actually said.
Many of you are asking and have asked and sent me messages about the recent DEI announcements at Target. As disheartening as it is for me, I am in business in multiple ways with Target, with Walmart, and Amazon. I have a huge partnership with Target. I do business all over. So many of us will be affected, and our sales will drop. Our business will be hurt. But the thing that concerns me the most, if we all decide to stop supporting said businesses and say, I can't buy nothing from there. What that does is you take all our sales and they dwindle down. And then those companies can remove them from the shelves and then put their preferred businesses on the shelves. We're talking about mass market. Don't allow foolishness to weed us out. You can still go into those stores and buy specific brands that you want to support and let the other things not get your money. But be very specific. I'm telling you, as a business owner, what we still need. I'm under contract. I got another year. If we start doing I'm not shopping there, they will clean us out and replace us. That's what people want. We can't give them what they want. Our money is the dollar that really, really counts.
People didn't like that. Black folks especially didn't like that because it felt dismissive, insensitive, and out of touch. We were boycotting for very valid reasons. The Target boycott wasn't going to affect our pocketbooks negatively. It was going to affect hers. But
this is why I feel like talking money with Black people it's a lot. Because anybody, I don't know if she owns a property, this Empress of Ease and Empress of Rest, but I'm like, Target is not even just the business of Target. Anybody who owns property, or even if you rent, you could also be renting, right? You cannot sit here and say that when you are surrounded by stores, if there's a Target, a Walmart, a Costco, an Ulta, like a great shopping center, a mall next to you, right? It increases your property value. What are we doing, right? What are we truly doing? And that's why I feel like you really have to think about when it comes to talking money with Black people. Because it is not a people who care, or they don't care about money. They care about how they feel. And they only care about how they feel in the moment. If you start having Targets closing left and right, it affects your wallet. It affects your property, okay? The vast reason, one of the main reasons why people buy a house, right, is because people want to have equity. They want to build equity. You don't just buy a house because you want to, have shelter over your head, okay, roof over your head. You buy a house because you want to gain in equity. And having big box stores like that, Walmart, Costco, BJ's, who else is out here? Target, like these big stores like that, even a Starbucks, right? When you have a lot of those around where you live, it helps your property value. It helps your property value. I think they even have a thing on Zillow that's called like a walking score, a walking score, which is like, how far can you walk to get to the mall? How far can you walk to get here? Like when things are easily within reach and stuff, all of that, it plays into your property value, right? So if you start having a situation where Targets are closing left and right, a lot of homeowners are going to be affected by that. That is a real thing. Right? Another thing also, a lot of people, their retirement accounts are tied to how well Target does, because a lot of these 401k people invest in mutual funds, and mutual funds usually go for things that are somewhat safe. Home Depot, Walmart, Costco, Target, Wump, right? So you're that upset at a $2 billion that honestly was not going to affect you, because when I think about this whole Target situation, if anybody truly should be boycotting Target, are those Black businesses that were hoping to get into Target. But if all you are is a person that shops at Target, that pledge of $2 billion, how does that affect you? How does that affect you? Like, seriously, you have shopped at Target. Target's been here for like almost 100 years, right? They never had a specific pledge for Black people. Did that ever stop you to shop at Target? Have you ever required a pledge from anybody to go shop at their store, right? Billions of dollars every year, like billions of dollars are sent to Asia in exchange for weaves, in exchange for bundles, right? Are Black women asking for any pledge from these Chinese vendors, from these Indian vendors? No. Your transaction with these Chinese people, Indian people, how does that help the community? How does that even increase equity in anybody's property value? How does that help anybody? Right? Right? I'm like, people who should be upset are people who they already have their products at Target and now Target is going to cancel their orders, or people who were hoping to sell at Target and now they're not going to be able to see it because maybe Target is calling back that $2 billion. But you as a Black shopper, are you going to get a different kind of customer service? No. Are you going to see higher prices? No. Like, how does that affect you? How does that affect you? And that's the huge problem I think we have over here, because a lot of Black people just like to have their panties up in a bunch because they just want something to be mad about instead of really thinking about what exactly am I mad about. We turn being upset into a trend. Oh, if I see lots of Black people be mad, I got to be mad too. What are you mad about? What are you mad about? Because if Target even had gone through with the $2 billion, guess what? You wouldn't have seen the money, right? You would have had more products to choose from, but it doesn't mean you would have bought them. And if you would have bought them, it means that you would have had to spend more money out of pocket to acquire these things. So why are you mad? If there are less Black-owned products at Target, that's less money for you to shop at Target. Why are you upset? Yeah, I'm so confused. It's like, did they say they're going to cut their Black staff? Like, you're going to go in there and get horrible customer service. They're going to close the self-checkout lanes. They're going to make you pay to self-checkout. How exactly are you so deeply impacted as a Black customer at Target that you need to feel as though you got to be involved in this boycott? I am so confused. You know what I'm saying? I am so confused. I am truly confused. Why are you mad? If you have a Black-owned business, and you were in talks with Target and you were hoping to get your first purchase order from Target and then it fell through, I understand why you're mad, right? If a Black business had $1 million purchase order, if they had $500,000 purchase order, if they have $250,000 or $750,000, well, damn, sis, like, damn, that would have been some nice money. So I understand why you're mad, because that's probably money that you were banking on to, to grow your business and hire more staff and things of the sort. So like now that you're not going to have this purchase order, that shit really sucks. That I can empathize with, right? But for Black customers who were never going to be direct beneficiary of that $2 billion, I don't understand why you're mad. You spend your money with a whole bunch of people and you never ask for any kind of pledge. So like now, why are you trying to grandstand like, oh, look at me, now I'm standing for something? You don't stand for shit. You're just out here causing a distraction, right? You don't stand for shit. If Black people truly stood for Black people and the Black dollar and the Black this, that Black community would be a whole lot richer, right? You would stop spending all your money in Asia and start spending money with Black-owned hair care, like what's it called? Okay, like Camille Rose. Okay, you would stop spending $300, $500, $1,000 per wig, and you will spend your money with Camille Rose, Black-owned business, right? You don't care about Black-owned business. Go sit down somewhere. Like, I am so sick and tired of Black people being so performative, like they care so much about Black people. You don't give a fuck about other Black people. Have you listened to the music? Do you see how we talk to each other? Do you see how we handle each other? Are you kidding me? Have you ever been to a Black-owned restaurant? Why don't you even boycott Black-owned restaurants for how they treat their Black patrons, right? Have you ever had to deal with a Black hairstylist and how she treats her Black customer, right? It's like we never want to start with ourselves doing the work that we need to do to not only keep the money in the community, but to treat each other better. Like Black-owned businesses, treat your Black patrons better. Yesterday, I was so sick yesterday, but I still made the time to listen to Justin Jay. And Justin Jay, he's out in Atlanta, and he was explaining the restaurant scene in Atlanta. It is utterly disgusting. It is so disgusting. And these are restaurants that are owned by Black people. Hey, Mamish, these are restaurants that are owned by Black people. And you should see how they treat these Black patrons, how they price gouge these people. They force you to pay for valet. When you ask for a drink made with vodka, they use the cheap little gin to give you a bad headache. I'm like, they give you food that's extra cold. They overcharge you for calamari, right? We don't even treat ourselves right. We're not even appreciative for the Black people who shop with us But we want to put all this pressure on white-owned companies to do what we're not even doing for each other. And I'm like, it's so hypocritical. It is so damn fake. It is so fake. You spend your money all the time. Have you asked Louis Vuitton to make a pledge to Black people? No, you have not. No, you have not. And Louis Vuitton compared to Target, they don't help anybody's property value because most of the time they downtown. It's places where you have like penthouses and things of the sort. So they don't help the average person, the average homeowner, right? But you spend a lot of money with so many European designers. And these designers they've never made a single pledge to the Black community. And people will line up. One time I went to Tyson's Corner. You guys, the number of Black people lining up to get into the Louis Vuitton store, it was actually pathetic. I'm like, what is this? What is this? What is this? Like an omen? Like, what is this, right? Lining up to spend thousands and thousands of dollars with white companies that do absolutely nothing for Black people. So I'm like, when you compare Target, even if you're not happy about them pulling back the $2 billion, and my thing is, do you even know why you're not happy? Or it's just a trend? Because somebody put a battery in your back. So now you're mad about something yet again, right? But do you even truly know why you're mad at Target, right? But pulling back the $2 billion, it doesn't mean that Target is not hiring Black people. It doesn't mean that you don't have cashiers who work there, stock people there's a lot of Black people who work at Target. There's a lot of Black people. So you want to burn everything up over $2 billion. It's a pledge of $2 billion. Have you ever even asked Target on a year-to-year basis, how much money does Target even spend with Black people? Because the pledge is something extra. It is a bonus, right? But on a day-to-day basis, when Target does business, do you have any idea how much money they spend in the Black community? You don't even know. And that's why a lot of people have Black fatigue and can't even take Black people seriously. To even see someone for even a lot of Black people to allow themselves to be led by Jamal Bryant, Jamal Loose Peen Bryant, Jamal Bryant, a man who didn't even feed his children, a man who didn't even pay child support, a man who was not even there to take his daughter to college. Are you kidding me? Jamal Bryant. You're going to let Jamal Bryant be the face of a movement. That's when I knew it was a scam, right? I'm like, these people are not serious. Just want a reason to be upset about. Like, it got to make sense. It got to make sense. Well, Target spends way more than $2 billion with Black people. From the payroll, the land, the whatever, the property tax, whatever they pay. They've always spent way more with Black people. And I'm sure Target probably even pays more than Walmart. There are so many Black people who work at Walmart, and they're probably worse off than the Black people that work at Target. Why don't we ask everyday Black people who work at Target, right? And compare those people to the Black people that work at Walmart. And you might find that Black people who work at Walmart, at Target, have a better treatment than the Black people who work at freaking Walmart. Because Walmart is extremely abusive. They are truly, truly abusive. Want to boycott over a pledge. But on a day-to-day basis, if you have to compare Dollar General, Walmart, Costco, Home Depot, and Target, right? Which employer treats everyday Black people employees the best? Which employer gives them more money? Which employer pays better benefit? Which employer allows an actual 40 hours? Which employer has a better 401k? Which employer gives more stocks and options to their staff, right? We are so financially illiterate. It's so crazy to me. It is so crazy to me. And so if you put everything in the scale, compared to the $2 billion pledge, that stuff is peanuts. That stuff is peanuts. It's a small thing. But I could understand if Target was saying, oh, we're about to fire every Black person. We're about to fire everybody. We're about to close the self-checkout line. We're going to close every single store that we have in predominantly Black neighborhoods. I'm like, okay, now, wait a minute, right? I could understand why people be mad. Like, oh, you're about to affect my property value. Right? You're about to lay off these good Black people who need their job and their benefits. No, it is a pledge. It is a pledge. Now, it will be nice if they honored it, but if the money don't match, they have the right to pull it back because it's a business. And businesses have to care about profit and losses. We do not care. That's why the vast majority of Black people are in debt, right? We don't care about money. And we need to start admitting that to ourselves. And that's why when it comes to money conversations, honestly, Black people have no stool to stand on to lecture anybody about money, right? Because we know the least about money. We know the least about money. We're not about to sit here and act like we're going to give Target a lesson on financial prudence. We don't know shit about money. We can barely invest our own money. We get paid and we broke the same day. Are you okay? Right? We barely have businesses. We barely hire people. Okay? And we want to tell people who've been able to hold on to a business for 100 years how to do business. Are we actually okay? Like, there comes a time you also got to, you got to have self-awareness. There comes a time you got to have self-awareness, right? Even in everything that's going on with the economy, all that kind of stuff, it's like, obviously, it didn't work out. If the numbers had made sense, most likely they would have kept the pledge. The numbers didn't work out, so they can't do it. But there's always next time. There's always next time. But I'm like, for me, crying over $2 billion when Black women alone spend about $10 billion a year on weave and extensions that absolutely do nothing for themselves. Like, seriously, I truly have a hard time taking you seriously. I truly have a hard time taking you seriously. You don't ask for pledges from anybody. Nobody else makes pledges to you. And you're a happy shopper. You're happy to get price gouge. You're happy to overpay because you want status. But I'm like, me, Marlene, this whole Target boycott thing, I think is extremely silly. I think it's extremely stupid. And I wish a lot of Black people, especially all these Black women, would put this level of energy towards boycotting the Department of Education, because there are way too many Black children who are failing in school. They are failing in math. They're failing in reading. They can't read. They can't write. They can't do numbers, right? Black people should have that kind of energy for the Department of Education, not for consumerism. Millions of Black children are failing. Millions of them are graduating as seniors, and they have a 4th grade reading level. Now, that right there is disgusting. And that, to me, that's what deserves national recognition, right? The DI. All of our lives, we shopped at Target. We didn't even know this DI thing was a thing, right? And now it's like Black people act as if, oh, they can't live without DI. Your whole life, you never heard of those 3 letters. Those 3 letters just came out 4 or 5 years ago, right? Hey, Mark. And now it's like, oh, DI. It's like every time y'all just learn a new word and you can't let it die. Let it go. Let it go. DI must die. You like DI, doesn't matter. Tomorrow will be another thing. Who cares? But my thing is, ultimately, if Target keeps the Black employees, if they pay them really good, if they spend more dollars on their Black employees, they got better health insurance, they got better 401ks, they give these Black people stock options, you name it, right? If they treat them better than the average Walmart worker, good for Target. Good for Target. But I'm like, if you have any energy to if you have any energy to boycott, it needs to be boycotting the Department of Education. Because why are Black children failing like this? Why are they failing like this? But to prioritize shopping over our children's education, something is weird. Something is seriously weird. It is so weird. And the other thing is, for all these goofy ass Black women who expect Tabitha to just throw away her business relationships so she can be one of y'all, you are crazy as hell. You are crazy as hell. Like, I think sometimes Black people, there's so much entitlement. You're not even aware of what you're asking. You're not even aware of what you're asking. Like, put yourself in Tab's shoes. And that's like I said, to me, she's my fellow Aquarius, but I do believe she fake. I do believe she performative, but I also understand it's the business. But it's like, you have no idea how many people she pays every month. You have no idea what she has committed herself to financially. And it's like, Black people just want to see you just burn everything, burn your bridges, burn your relationships, burn this and burn that. And then you wonder why people do not want to hire Black people, because it's not a reasonable people. It's not a people, even when they get upset, you can bring them down and reason with them. You cannot reason with Black people. And you definitely cannot reason with Black women because they're so full of themselves, because the vast majority of Black women are narcissists. That you cannot reason with such a people, right? Imagine what you're asking her to do. Because what if what you're asking her to do can put her in the hole for $10 million? You gonna go help her? You gonna take care of her? You gonna pay for her mortgage? You gonna pay for her kids to go to college? No, you're not. You're gonna make fun of her, right? Because we know how it goes, right? Lose your money and see if Black people help you. They're gonna make fun of you. But it's truly asinine to me to ask somebody, oh, I don't even know your finances. I don't even know what you've committed to financially. I don't even know what contract you signed, but you should just tell us to boycott Target. No, she ain't going to. because you're doing it because it's a trend. Do you even know why you're boycotting Target? Do you even have any convictions? No. And you think life is just for today, right? That's the funny thing about Black people. They just want to live for today. You never know. A person that works at Target today could be somebody tomorrow that becomes a CEO at Amazon. And be like, you know what? I remember when I worked with her at Target, she canceled on us and we lost 20 million. And now you want to go work at Amazon. You want to go have a deal with Amazon. That person that works over there at Amazon, right? Because y'all never think like that. People move. Like the corporate world, it's a very tight-knit community. Like they all know each other. They all know each other. You go over here, you fuck up this business relationship. Next thing you know, that person works somewhere else. They work at Amazon, or they work at JP Morgan, or they work for Morgan and Stanley, or whatever. Oh yeah, don't do that. She's dangerous. Oh, she's reckless. Oh, she's emotional. Oh, you can't do that. You see? And people wonder why. A lot of these white investors, a lot of these Jewish investors, you wonder why they do not want to give their money to Black women. You see? You know, once upon a time, I was like, nah, they're racist. They're racist. How come these investors do not want to invest in Black women? No. You get older, you gain some clarity, you gain some distance, and you gain some self-awareness. Like, you know what? Even me, if I was not Black, I'm not giving my money to Black women, because you cannot reason with them. You can, and the way they love to be led by these down low men, they love to be led by gay Black men. These women are crazy as fuck. They're just crazy as you're batshit crazy. You got to be sensible. Everything is not for today. You might be upset today, right? And we get that you're upset, but you don't know. Even this relationship right now, you might need this relationship 5 years from now. You might need this relationship. You might need this connection 10 years from now. So when you're in business with people, even when you're mad, you still have to learn to be gracious. You still have to learn how to plot your revenge without being a calamity. It's the world of business. And I don't think we are ready for the world of business. We are truly not ready for that world. We're not ready. We are truly not ready. We are meant to be workers. We're too emotional. We were too emotionally unpredictable. We don't care about money. We don't care about being stoic. We don't care about, okay, I'm upset, but I still got to remember everything I do is not just about today, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, right? Just calm down. You got to calm down. Just because something did not work out for you today doesn't mean that you throw the middle finger and you start cussing everybody out. Because 5 years from now, you might need the very person that you said fuck you to. That's how the world of business goes. And the world of corporate is very, very small. It is very small. It is very small. And I think it's really, really crazy to tell a Black woman, oh yeah, burn your bridges, screw these people, fuck your relationship with Target. Target is a multi-billion-dollar multinational corporation. Who the fuck is gonna burn that bridge? Who is gonna do that, right? And that's how you realize that sometimes all this shit right here is nothing more than jealousy. It is nothing more than jealousy. Because if you were in her shoes, would you burn those bridges? If you have access to the CEO of Target, if you have the phone number to the CEO of Target, you're going to ruin that relationship. You will do that shit, right? And as a bunch of hating-ass people, would you do that shit? Even Beyonce. You think Beyonce is, like, let's say Bob Iger pulls back DEI at Disney. You think Beyonce is going to call Bob Iger or do something to ruin his business in Disney? No, she's not. No, she's not. You might be upset today, right? But 2 years from now, 5 years from now, Blue Ivy might want to go audition for a role. Like, relationships, they matter, right? And I feel like Black people have a hard time with maintaining and sustaining relationships. We don't know how to peacefully disagree, but still keep the relationship intact, right? Because to us, a disagreement means, oh, fuck you, fuck her, fuck all y'all, fuck. That's just what we do. We are emotionally immature. You can't take us nowhere, right? We don't understand that. Even yesterday, I was watching a video yesterday with these young people out here. This girl named Ricky and some boy named Keys, whatever. And so Keys, he was upset because he felt like the girls, they like to use like gay slurs and stuff. Let me see. I can show you. Hold on. Let me show you. Hold on. Right? What's his name? Hold on. Okay.
But this is the initial.
Okay. This young man, I was watching this young man yesterday, right? Because he has a friend, name is Ricky. I watch her too. I like her, right? And there's another girl named Nashe. So these kids, like, they're like, what, like 23? They're very young people, but he's gay, okay? So he's friends with these two black girls, right? Ricky and the other girl named Nashe. And I don't think they meant any harm by it, but every time they don't like a guy or they think something is questionable about the guy, they will call the boy gay. Right. And he right here, his name is Keys, right? He got to a point where he started to get fed up because it's like, okay, you say you're for the gays, you say you like me, but every time I hear the word gay out your mouth, it's never as a compliment, it's always as a pejorative. You understand? And so he's really hurt. But I do feel as though he should have taken the time to educate his friends, right? He sent him a text message because he was upset. He had his video ready. He sent them a text message, and then he just uploaded the video, right? So now you got Ricky over here. She's crying. Hey, Val. Ricky's crying. Nashe is crying because who wants to be labeled a homophobe in 2025? That's not good for the brand, right? And I'm like, and it's extremely damaging for a gay man to accuse you of being homophobic because that's pretty much what he did, right? And so when I listened to him, I understood exactly what he meant. Because if you're a gay, because too many black girls look at gay boys as if they're not men. They are men. They're not accessories. That is still a gay, that's still a black man, right? And they treat these gay boys like, that's my little girl over here. That's my little sissy over here. Like, it is truly disrespectful, right? Like, oh, do my hair, or let me tell you about this dude, what you think of, like he's not an actual human being with his own stuff. It's incredibly dehumanizing. So I understood exactly where he was coming from. However, I also said, Keys, you could have called Ricky and you could have called Nashe face to face, and you could have explained that to them face to face, because this is something they need to learn. And a lot of black girls need to learn that, because whether a black boy is gay, he is still a man. And you young ladies need to respect these boys. You don't respect these boys. You see black gay boys like the bottom of a shoe. Like there's some kind of accessory or they're disposable. These are human beings. They are human beings. You just use the F word. You use the sissy word. You call everybody, oh, he must be gay. Oh, yeah, he gay. I think he gay. I think he gay. Oh, he must be gay. He must. So what are you trying to say? What are you trying to say? Right? How do you really feel about the gays? Because when you say it that way, it comes off as a pejorative. And it was really hurting his feelings. But the problem with Keys, like a lot of black people, because it starts in the household, a lot of black people do not grow up seeing healthy conflict resolution. What happens with most black people, especially in most black households, is internalize. Keep it all in. You know, bah. It's like you keep putting water in here, right? You just pour, internalize until one day it overflows. And when it overflows, well, it is what it is, right? We don't know how to come together, have healthy disagreements, and they can be heated, but they can still be healthy disagreements. And at the end of it all, say, I love you, right? We have to have this tough conversation, but I still love you though, but we got to talk about this. So I feel like because he doesn't know how to have healthy conflict resolution, because most likely he didn't see that growing up because he was raised by his mother, right? So what he does is he internalizes, and then he just blows up on your ass. Right? Which also is not fair to other people. Because when you don't talk, they're thinking everything is okay. Oh, he doesn't mind if I say the F word. He doesn't mind if I say sissy. He doesn't mind if I call every boy I see gay. Right? No, he minds. But he doesn't know how to express himself without blowing up because he's never seen it. You understand me, right? And I'm like, this is something that a lot of black people need to work on, right? You have to learn to disagree or to state how you feel without destroying a relationship. You don't have to destroy relationships to say how you feel. You have to learn to intelligently state how you feel without destroying relationships, right? And that's why a lot of people out here, their mouths, it gets them in trouble because you don't know how to talk to people. And you don't even know how to talk to people in a way that people can actually receive what you're saying because you're so hurt. Your goal is not even to be understood. Your goal is to hurt somebody else. And we have to stop doing this. you know? And that's why I can see why a lot of Black people too, when they start coming into some money, they do everything in their power to stay away from other Black people. I get it. You know, I get it. Because as soon as I do something right, you're gonna be like, oh, so because you have money now, you think you're better than me. Oh, you think you know, they gonna weaponize your success against you. And then it's like they want you to cut yourself and bleed to death to prove that you're a real one. No, I'm a smart one, right? But it's completely asinine to say to any Black person that has worked so hard, especially someone like Tab, even though I do think she's performative, but still, you started at the bottom. She wanted to be an actress in the traditional sense. It didn't work out. She was out here driving Uber. Her husband was a cop. She's been poor. She's been broke. She worked at the cashier store. The lady is not trying to go back to poverty. She's been poor. She's been rich. She liked being rich better. Okay? And she's not just rich. She is well connected. She has a lot of connections. She has a lot of rich people who will support her, put money behind her, and she cannot just casually burn those bridges to prove that she's a real one. She's not Dr. Umar. She's not Dr. Umar. And we have to get to a point where instead of shaming these kinds of Black people, we also respect these kinds of Black people. Because we need to learn from them too, right? How many people leave a job fucking everything up? And now you can't even get a single recommendation letter because you don't know how to leave peacefully. Don't know how to move on peacefully. Everything is always so contentious. You have to stop doing that. It's like it's incredibly unregulated. Like you gotta regulate your emotions. You cannot move like that. You know what I'm saying? No, they're mad at her because she doesn't want to cancel Target. And she cannot cancel Target. And she will not cancel Target. And I'm like, people and Black people cannot weaponize complexion. To like, oh, well, you're either with us or you're against us. No, she's with the money. She's where the money resides. Because power is where the money resides. She does not want to be a weak person. Nobody wants to go through life, you're Black, you're a woman, and get trampled on. No. And even me, Marlene, if I was in her shoes, I'm not going to cancel Target. I will not cancel Target. And I will encourage as many Black people as I can to go shop at Target. Because everything we do is not just for today. America, just like with the whole Trump thing, right? Oh my gosh, Trump is president. You would think that after, like in 2028, America's gonna come to an end. Child, please. It's only 4 years, okay? Like, who cares? Trump is president, cool. It's be 4 years. Then it's gonna be somebody else after that. Another person. Stop being so emotionally invested in foolishness. It doesn't matter. Today, it looks like this. But who's to say that 5 years from now, it can look a whole lot better? Right? And this is why I also do believe that so many women go and file for divorce, right? Oh, I'm frustrated. Oh, I'm upset. Oh, he's not doing this for me. Let me go file for divorce. Girl, just because y'all going through a rough patch, it doesn't mean that the next 5 years cannot be blissful. But people don't have faith. Okay? People don't have faith though, right? Just because they should not even employ a Black CEO. Absolutely not. I think any business that respects itself and any business that truly wants to make it cannot hire a Black CEO. Absolutely not. Black people have not proven themselves in the world of business to be anybody's CEO. Point blank, period. Okay? They don't need no damn Black CEO. Like Asian people, they have proven themselves in business. So therefore, go hire those people because they're not emotional people. They care about money. Okay? Indian people have proven themselves in business because they have lots of business. They're social proof. Black people are not social proof when it comes to business. So no, when it comes to a multinational like Target, they don't need to hire no Black CEOs. They need to hire a CEO that understands money and that cares about the money and that cares about profit, not how people feel, their emotions, their whatever. No. Like, no. No. And I even think even a lot of Black-owned businesses that I see, I even think that those Black businesses, they should go hire a CEO. They should not even be their own CEOs because they have no fucking clue what they're doing. Y'all, let me tell you something. So yesterday, I was sitting here yesterday, right? And I watched this other sis, right? She went and bought herself, let me see if I can show you. She went and bought herself. Look at this one, y'all. Look at this one, right? Look at this video, you guys. Look at this video for a second, right? This lady here went and bought herself, she's telling the truth though, right? This sister right here, she went and bought herself a $250,000 Mercedes. I said, huh? $250,000. So I don't even know if that includes taxes or if that's without the taxes, right? I'm like, you are batshit crazy. You are batshit crazy. This is what they do. No. Emotional AF, right? And mind you, this is right here. She used to be a teacher. She has a brand called The Main Attraction, right? It's called The Main Attraction. She used to be a teacher. She went viral on TikTok, right? Went viral on TikTok for some kind of hair oil, whatever. So she quit the job teaching. You understand me? But even her TikTok shop, she's not even making money yet. She's not even making money like Canvas Beauty. When I tell you Stormy is out here like, Stormy goes live on TikTok shop. She'll make $1 million in like 60 minutes. She's not moving that kind of numbers, okay? I went to her TikTok shop. She only sold like 80,000 pieces. And I'm like, you're barely making any money on TikTok. Hold up, wait a minute. Mark, because Mark, sometimes you too down with the blackity black stuff. I'm gonna pray for you. Hold on. Hold up, wait a minute. I said, are you batshit crazy? Are you seriously batshit crazy? Right? What kind of dumb song is that? Okay. So you see right here, her TikTok, almost 300,000 people, right? You guys, look at her views. Okay. Look at these views. 338 views, 1,200 views, 1,200 views, 73,000 views, 2,300 views. Y'all, she doesn't have the views. You know, I'm like, you are depending on an algorithm or you paying for ads. You understand me, right? Then you go like, she got her TikTok. Where's her store? You can't see the store over here. Okay. But if you go on her TikTok store, the most she sold is like 80,000 pieces. And I'm like, that is not enough, right? Now look at Canvas Beauty. Hold on. Come over here real quick. Okay. Canvas Beauty, 527, right? But look at her views though, 50,000, 52,000, 78,000, 40,000, 305,000, 500,000, 74,000, 110,000, 258,000, 112,000, 232,000 views, 78,000, 1.5 million views, 243,000 views, almost 244,000 views, right? Do you see that? Right? When you go on the Canvas Beauty TikTok store, this girl sold, hold on. Let me show you. Hold on. Wait a minute. Y'all crazy. Y'all are really crazy. You are really crazy. You are truly crazy. When I tell you, when I saw this video yesterday, my heart was beating. I'm like, sis, what are you doing? What are you doing? Well, hold on, y'all. What's on my internet? I didn't tell you how much she I didn't tell you how much she has sold. I thought. No, Mark, you're a socialist. That's the problem. Mark, you're a socialist. That's the problem. Like, you love life when I get it, you know. You see, so Canva Beauty, right? She sold 2 million units. 2 million. Okay. All right. Watch this. The Main Attraction. Let me show you how much she sold. She sold 78,600 units. Okay. It's not even a Maybach Queen. It's some goofy ass G-Wagon. And I'm like, why can't you even buy like a regular, like a GL class, you know, like a little G some? You got to go spend 250,000 on a car. Like, girl, you are driving a house and you're not even selling like that. Like, you're not even moving units like that. And you are depending on an algorithm. Are you actually okay? right? Because you see, like I said, we don't care about numbers. We care about, it's a feel, how I feel. You know what I'm saying? How I feel, how I'm being perceived. And that's why I said a lot of Black people ain't got no business running their own business. They need to go hire a CEO, okay? They need to go hire someone who does not care about being seen, status, and things of the sort, right? So I'm like, so she went and she bought this car, you guys. I said, sis, what are you doing? Because, you know, this is, you are signing a contract. I mean, she's so happy to be a slave. I'm like, you're signing your life away. A car, $250. And you know, as soon as you drive off this parking lot, the value in half, okay? So when that car is sitting inside the dealership, it's $250. Soon as you cross over, you drive through the little parking lot, you make it to the red light, the car is now worth $125,000. So just like that, in less than 5 minutes, 6 figures gone in the air. I don't know where, but they're gone, right? And I'm like, look at her. Do you see this madness? Look at it. You see? Just so she can do this. Just so she can do this. Just so she can. I'm like, these people are batshit crazy. This is it. And I'm like, how does that help your business? How does that grow your business? Right? You go on her TikTok too. I'm like, yes, yo, we're gonna go there. Hold on. Oh, let me show you this. Let me show you this real quick. Let's go back over here. Look at Stormy's
No warehouse who it is, girl.
Look at Stormy's inventory, you guys. Look at the inventory, you guys. When you have inventory like this, you can pay your bills for years. You have all of this in stock. Look how much inventory she has. All of this right here is inventory. Yo, look at this product on top of product, on top of product, on top of product, on top of product. Okay? Like Stormy has enough product to pay her bills for the next 5 years. So I can understand if your warehouse looks like that and you want to go buy a car that looks like that, I can kind of get there. You know what I'm saying? But when you barely have stock, you barely have inventory, you barely have views, you barely have customers, are you insane? Are you actually nuts? Are you sick in your head? You know what I'm saying? You see, like Stormy even has the machine in the warehouse. You guys, if you have $10 million worth of inventory, if you have $5 million worth of inventory, you can go crazy because you know your inventory, you gonna mark it up, right? So if you have $5 million worth of inventory, at most, at like the worst, maybe you get your $5 million back. So you just sell it to the people exactly for what you got it for. But if your company is still popping and you have 3x markup, you have 10x markup, that $5 million can be $50 million. Right? If you do 3x markup, that $5 million inventory will be $15 million. So yes, I will feel more at peace buying a car that costs $250,000. You understand me? Right? But this is like, see, she's making all this in-house. So the man goes up, turn the machine up. She don't have to wait for a supplier, wait for this. She's building a lab, right? My thing is, sis, instead of buying that car, why don't you go buy the machine? Why don't you, like, the tariffs are here. Have you bought all your containers? You bought all your stickers? You bought everything you need from China? You secured your supply chain for you to go out here and buy this car like this? Are you actually okay? Are you seriously okay? You know? So let's get back over here, y'all. Let's get back over here. Look at this. I'm like, she cannot afford this car. Right? And then let's go back into her house. Look at her house. I'm like, she does not live in an expensive house. She has a small house. Her house is so tiny. So I'm like, so the car, Jesus Christ. Like, and I'm not trying to be offensive. It's a cute house, right? But you can tell when somebody doesn't make, because if you buy a car that is $250,000, I'm expecting like a mansion. This ain't no damn mansion. That's a regular ass house. So you put more money into a car than you even put equity into the house you live in. Are you actually okay? Are you seriously okay? No, this is insanity. Then look, then she went and got her warehouse. Hold on. She went and got the warehouse, right? Hold on. Let me show you this. And the thing about her too, every time she gets scammed. So this one, my assistant scammed me. So this assistant stole $13,000 from her. Before that, she had another assistant who stole $22,000 from her, right? Her assistants are always robbing her. So which means she's not really good with the money like that. This, you see, this girl from the Philippines, she stole $22,000. She didn't even see it. This new one over here stole $13,000. So there's money goes missing. She's not even realizing that. Because I'm like, how can 2 employees rob you of like $40,000? And she always catches it like way after the fact. Okay. So then she went and bought her dad a car. So I'm sure it's a 2024 GMC Denali. So imagine the car payment. So, you know, she's still paying for that. Then she got to pay for this, right? Then she got to pay for all her mortgage, whatever expense she got going on. Then she went and got this warehouse, right? But you see, unlike Stormy, she has no business. She went and got this warehouse for the sake of saying, I have a 30,000 square feet warehouse. I'm like, sis, you don't have the demand. Matter of fact, girl, you don't even have the inventory. Okay. Why are you getting a 30,000 square feet warehouse for what business? Right? You're going to be okay with 3,000 square feet. This warehouse is too much warehouse for her. 30,000, like, and that's why you really have to sit with people who know the numbers. Because when you sit with an accountant, when you sit with people who know the numbers, they'll say, okay, if you get a warehouse that's 30,000 square foot per square footage, you have to make maybe $300 for per square footage, right? So if you have, hold on, calculator, you guys, I know you might think I don't like Black people. That's a lie. You might think I'm mean to Black people. That's also a lie. But I'm like, we need to have these real conversations because that's how it goes. It's the same thing. That's why everything is priced per square footage. When you want to buy a house, the price of the house is priced per square footage. When you want to rent an apartment, the rent that you pay is priced per square footage. When people go to the mall and you want to get even a cart at the mall or you want to get a store at the mall, it's priced per square footage. And they'll tell you in this mall, like for example, there's a mall here at Fair Oaks. We have another big mall at Tyson's Corner. We have another big mall at what's it called? At the Pentagon, right? At the Pentagon. So you have Pentagon Mall. It's right there in Crystal City. It's right by the Pentagon. It's not far from the White House. So they charge you that rent because they'll say we can guarantee X amount of dollar per square footage. So yes, our rent is high because per square footage, you can make this much money. And that's why stores will decorate, they'll furnish a store a certain way. They'll have like shelves on top of shelf to maximize how much you make per square footage. So that's what have like one shelf, they shelf on top of shelf, okay? And they try to make the dressing rooms as small as possible because you want to use as much square footage to sell. Right? So it's the same thing when you get a warehouse. So when you work with a money person, he might say, okay, you want a 30,000 square feet. You want your warehouse to be 30,000 square feet, right? Okay, cool. So here's what you're going to have to do. Here's the goal, right? You're going to have to then make maybe like, let's say $400 per, because she's like in Alabama somewhere. So you say, okay, you're going to have to make $400 per square footage. So 400 times 30,000. Hold on. Right? You see this? So that means like in a year, you might have to bring in, what is this? $12 million, right? So that means you got to make $1 million a month. You can afford this warehouse. But you see, this is why I'm serious. If you don't know me, you'll think I'm anti-Black. I get it. If you don't know me, you'll think I hate Black people. Sure, I don't get it. It's fine. You know, I'm okay with that. But when you start to get to know me, you'll start to realize me, I give great advice, right? You're going to have to make $1 million a month. Now, the 30,000 square foot warehouse, that needs to be a goal. But do you generate this kind of money? You don't. That's why you have to sit down with numbers people. And I tell you this all the time. I said, Black people don't care about numbers. They care about how they feel, their intuition. I had a dream. A prophet told me, oh, Marlene, I went to church and the prophet said, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Okay. What the fuck is this? Right? We don't care about numbers. We don't care about business plans. We don't care about profit and loss statement. We don't care about the SWOT analysis. We don't care about budgeting. We just don't give a fuck. We don't give a fuck. Right? And when somebody says we need to talk about these numbers, everybody gets mad. Everybody gets in their feelings. Yeah, because we don't want to talk. We don't like to talk about money. We don't like to talk about numbers. We just want to feel rich. We ain't rich, sis. We're getting there, right? But the numbers, they matter. When you get a warehouse, you got to set yourself how much you're going to make per square footage. You see, Stormy, I think her warehouse is like 30,000 or 100,000 square feet. But the thing is, think about how much money she makes a month. Think about how much money Stormy makes a year. This is nothing to her. And also, the vast majority of the warehouse is being used. So she definitely needs a space that big, right? Because she got the value. She's one of the biggest sellers on TikTok Shop. Like, she sold so much on TikTok Shop, they flew her to China so that the people in China could study whatever she's doing, right? You don't have these numbers. So my thing is, like, when I was watching her, yes, and you can think I mean, it's okay. It's fine. I make peace with that, okay? Let me tell you this. When I was watching this yesterday, right? I said, oh, here's what she could do. If you got $250,000, y'all tell me, let's have a conversation, right? If you got $250,000, because the main thing you need, even if you have a crappy product, if your marketing is A1, they're going to buy it. Because people just need to believe it works. This stuff don't even have to work. Like, when you get into business, you'll understand that. Your products don't even need to work. People just have to believe your products actually work. Now, am I going to recommend you to be a charlatan? No. You should make sure that your products actually work. But they don't truly have to work. People just need to believe they work. You understand me? So I was thinking yesterday, if you have $250,000, instead of you going and buying a Mercedes that does nothing for the business, okay? Does nothing for the business. It does nothing for your home equity, because at least if you're putting $250,000 into the house, the day that you're stuck, you can always refinance this house and get that money out plus extra money, okay? But you're not even putting this money into your house, okay? It's a damn car. God forbid you get into a car accident, knock on wood, right? But if you have $250,000, wouldn't it make more sense for you to go and have a deal with someone like Cooking with Kaya, right? Because you see, Cooking with Kaya, right? Where's she at? That's not her real page. No, this is not her real page. Hold on. Let me find her. Let me find her real page. This is not her real page. Oh my goodness. I hate this. Okay. Here it is. All right. Right? But you see Cooking with Kaya, for example, 1.2 million. 3 million, 1.3 million, 6.2 million, 3.8 million, 1.7 million, 5.1 million. I mean, you get the point, right? Kaya, every time she posts a video, it's $1 million and up, right? Why not do a 6-month contract or a 1-year contract with Kaya? And because you got $250,000, you can give her big money up front. Oh, Kaya, you know what? I can give you $50,000 up front, and this is how many posts you're gonna do a month. And maybe she can even come to your warehouse, so y'all can, you know what I'm saying? Work out a contract with her. You can take that $250,000 and maybe find 5 black girls that all the girlies want to look like, that got all the boys, you know, coming to the yard and things like that, right? You find 5 of the little black girls, you give each girl $50,000. And for the whole year, they do nothing but promote your brand. She even had a video with what's her name? With Sky Jackson. Let me show you, right? Because I think that also brought her lots of sales, right? But I'm like, if Sky Jackson brought you lots of sales, why don't you take some of that money, okay, and go sign a yearly contract with Sky Jackson? Are these people actually okay? No, it's here somewhere in it. Hold on. Hold on. I'm going to find it. Okay, you see? So Sky Jackson used her oil, and it truly made a lot of people go buy the oil. So I'm like, that's social proof. She can move numbers for you, right? Why don't you go and sign a contract with her? Now, because she's a celebrity, you might have to give her $75,000 up front, though. But I'm like, I'm sure she'll take it, right? And then everything she moves, okay, then you pay her like 30 days net. Like, okay, I'll pay you this up front, but then the month of June, I'll pay you in July. The month of July, I'll pay you in August. Hopefully that makes sense, you guys, right? But I'm like, to me, it will be a better investment to take $250,000 to go give it to go give it to these black girls that have all the views. The boys go crazy, the girls go crazier, right? Because every time they talk about your product, you are guaranteed at least 1 million views per TikTok. Y'all get me? But when you go and you buy this car, right? You buy this car. What does this car do for your business? What does this car do for your business? You go and you get the big ass warehouse. There's nothing in the warehouse. Big ass warehouse, right? Big ass warehouse. And I'm like, okay, just to say, oh, I have a warehouse. Oh, I own a warehouse. I have a 30,000 square feet. Sis, these are just bills. You're just, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, these are just bills you are putting on your head. You're like, when you get a warehouse, you need to already know how you're going to pay for this stuff. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, to me, right now, TikTok is the place to be. TikTok is the place to go. Like, TikTok is for the youth, like the Gen Z, Gen Alpha, whatever you call those little people. Okay. TikTok is where they're at. TikTok is like New York City. If you make it on TikTok, you can make it anywhere. Okay. So I'm like, take the $250,000, find 5 to 6 black girls, right? Go find a great lawyer, write a great contract, offer these girls a lot of money up front, secure these girls for a year. And then after a year, it's renewable. And then I'll pay you 30 or 45 days net, right? They gonna make content for you. Then you can take these girls on vacation. You can do activities with these girls, But my point is that if these girls are locked in and they're saying, oh, this is my favorite hair brand, this is my favorite this, let me tell you something. All the young girls are going to buy the product. And then you will have product everywhere. It will make more sense for you to have this space. But I'm like, to have the space without even securing your marketing, without even securing your products, I'm like, this is insanity. Okay? Yeah, they're always scamming her. They're always scamming her. So the money she's losing because her people always stealing from her. Then all these cars she wants to buy for every single family member. Then the car she bought for herself. Then her mortgage. Then her vacation. Then her engagement party. Then her this. I'm like, you're going to go broke. And when something bad happens, nobody's going to come save you. This is not a joke. Like, do not mess your credit up. This stuff is real. You guys, I tell you, I need to have a channel for this. Okay? Yes, she needs a man. She needs a man as a chief financial officer. She needs a man that's going to tell her, nope, you can't afford it. Nope, you don't have the money for this. Nope, and nope, and nope, and nope. All right? But by herself, she's not making the best decisions. Even now, she can barely ship her stuff on time. Like, her orders are seriously late. And the thing about when you, the thing about, and these are all brand new cars. So for her dad, she bought him a 2024 Denali. 2024. Why can't you buy him a car from 2019? What's the problem? It gotta be brand new or nothing. Then she went and got herself, I'm sure it's a brand new G-Wagon because it's $250,000. But I'm like, how much do you spend a month? How much do you spend a month? And you think she's the only one? No, she's not. No, she's not. So I'm not picking on her, right? But I just wish that she would have used that money to secure influencers, because that's the marketing that's going to keep bringing the orders in. You know what I'm saying? And even Stormy too. Stormy went broke. Stormy went broke until that white boy came into her life. Stormy went broke. So Canvas Beauty is like her second coming, but even her too, I'm kind of scared with how she spends money. I hope she got better at that, because Stormy also, but at least for now, she has way more value though, right? She has way more value. And let me show you this. This other girl, so I was watching this girl too today. Hold on. You're like, Marlene, this live is all over the place, but it all makes sense, right? So listen to this one.
Action. So Divine Extensions is about to celebrate our 9-year anniversary, and I think it's the perfect time to tell the entire truth about the brand story. We started in 2016 when I was in college, broke. I had 3 bundles in my hair about to go to spring break in Miami. And I took these bundles. I said, I always wanted to start a hair company in high school. I always wanted to have a hair company. I'm not going to tell y'all the name of what I wanted to name it, because that'll be another business soon. But I decided to take the 3 bundles I ordered, and I said, I'm going to start promoting on Instagram. And that's exactly how we started. I got a logo created by my best friend brother. And we literally just started selling on Big Cartel at the time. Now,
Those were the days.
All we really used to do was just promote on Snapchat, promote on Twitter, promote on Instagram. And I was creating content with the same 3 bundles because I ain't had no money. And literally speaking, the day I launched, I made sales every single day that week. Every single day of the launch week, I made sales. And I started telling myself like, oh, this is something I could really do. I was going to school for pharmacy in Orlando at the time. And I started promoting while going to college and doing everything of the nature. And we just kept posting content, having photo shoots. I sort of figured out the way as I went. Yep. And I remember for like 2 straight years, I'm hustling, I'm growing sales. I think in less than like a year, we ended up making like $60,000. And I started seeing that this business could be something different. And I was always an introvert. So I always wanted to connect with people online because I couldn't do the face-to-face communication. So I remember within the 2 years, it ended up really blowing up. And I moved back home to Miami at the time. And that's when things started to take a major turn. We had built up such a great audience in Orlando at the time with girls purchasing the product consistently. Once we finally moved to Miami, girls was picking up hair, and I was working at Walgreens at the time as a pharmacy tech. But girls used to be like, hey, I want to pick up hair today. I want to buy wigs today. And so literally speaking, I had to quit my job because the pickup orders, like the money I was making at Walgreens, it wasn't adding up to selling this hair. So when I moved back to Miami, I'm like, bet I'm finna just, I'm going to switch majors. I'm going to do business because I really don't like working at the pharmacy. I quit. And realistically, I'm good at what I'm doing. I'm posting, I'm creating content, I'm figuring this out, I'm making money. There's days I'm making $1,000. And for me, I didn't come from no money. Like I come from like struggle, to be honest. Like my mama.
And you see, and this is the thing that gets a lot of Black people, okay, is that when you are not used to money and you start to see 5,000, 60,000, you think you're rich. Because you don't understand money, okay? And you don't even understand your own accounting. You don't understand like, okay, like, oh, this is just revenue. Take out your expenses. What are you left with, right? You just, you look at the net, you're like, oh, 60,000. Okay, what about your shipping? What about your hosting? What about taxes? What about cost of goods? What about refunds? What about chargebacks? Okay, all right, okay. Everything, it adds up. But you're just seeing how much is coming in. But you're not really thinking about how much you're spending, which I think the other sister from the main attraction, that is her problem. She's not thinking about how much am I really spending a month. When I saw her video yesterday, I was like, maybe I'm going to send her an email. Because I started having palpitations. Like, sis, please go give these people their car back. Go give, like, I swear, like we as Black people, especially like people who are Black entrepreneurs, we have to normalize. As I'm building my business for the next 10 years, I'm going to drive a Toyota. I'm going to drive a Nissan. You see the founder of Walmart, Sam Walton, he drove a pickup truck. There you go. You see all these Vietnamese that do the nails. Many of them, you don't even see their cars, right? They dress really, really poor. They wear flip-flops because they want you to think they're poor. When we have businesses, we want people to think we're rich. No. You're poor. Okay, you're building a business. You ain't got no money. Right? But we think entrepreneur means I got to have the latest of everything. This, designer, this, car, da. And you're not even understanding that. The money you're taking out the business, you will pay for this. You will pay for this. Because all that money you take out the business, inventory, marketing, you're going to pay for this. It will bite you in the ass later in ways that you can't even imagine. In ways that you cannot even imagine. First, you take out 1,000, you take out a little 5,000, because that money was meant to go back and buy inventory. That money was meant to pay for your ads. That money was meant for you to secure some kind of sponsorship or some kind of partnership. This money you're taking out a little bit at a time to flex on the internet because you want to show people that, oh, I'm an entrepreneur, I'm a boss. No problem. No problem. It will bite you in the behind. Okay.
Had like gambling addictions, things of that nature. So I never seen money until I started a business. And when I started the business, like I started noticing like you could create an avenue out of this. And so I'm switching my major. I stopped going to work. And for 2 years, from 2018 to 2020, I'm like working with some photographers, working with videographers. And now I'm in school for business and marketing, but I'm really learning everything online. Like I'm YouTube. All of that is teaching me like everything I know and trial and error. because we was ordering inventory, we was fumbling inventory, we was having disputes, we was doing so many different things, like so many different things was going on, and it was just a hot mess for a long time, but it was working. Nobody could tell me that, like, based on sales, it was not working. But we really started taking off, I think, in 2019. Like, we started seeing 100K, 200K year.
You see how you're saying it was a hot mess, but she was fun. She was making money in chaos. So she never thought that she needed to have like systems in place, right? Because your chaos works. It's like, why do I need to fix this?
And like I said, I never came from no money. So I'm learning as I go. I'm making mistakes as I go. Come 2020, I think, is the height of a major thing in my business. That's when COVID came around. And now everything I'm doing is starting to catch up to me. Like, I'm running a business and I'm running it well as far as I know, but I was never one to know my numbers. So I'm running the business, I'm making 100K. There's months I'm making 20, 30, 40, 50, and I don't know my numbers. All I know is that sales are rolling in, and they rolling.
You know what? This young lady here, what is her name? Tati, I really want to commend her because, it can feel like you are denuding yourself when you come on social media and talk about your money and how you messed up your money and things like that. So I really want to commend Tati for that because it takes a lot of courage. And it also shows that you have self-awareness if you can talk about things like that, right? But she's not the only one, okay? I'm going to tell you this too. The same thing applies to YouTube. The same thing applies to YouTube. A lot of these YouTubers, especially these Black girl, female YouTubers, many of them act as if this is not a business. YouTube is a business, okay? YouTube is not a hobby. If this is what you do every single day, this is not a hobby. This is a business, right? So think about this. If you can barely break 50,000 views per video, but in the video, you're doing all these unboxing, you're buying all these clothes, you're doing all these hauls. So let's say you probably spend $5,000, like just showing products in the video, but your video is not even going to make more than $1,000. There's a problem. And that's why I think a lot of YouTubers too, financially, they're not doing well because they also do not know their numbers, right? When you're an entrepreneur like that, like, or you sell weave or you sell lashes, whatever, you're more of a traditional entrepreneur. So you have a physical product. So people see you as a business person. But a YouTuber, somebody who does YouTube full time, and that's how they make a living, right? You're also an entrepreneur because your video is a product, right? Your thumbnail, your titles, your editing, the vibe, whatever, all of that is the packaging, right? And you put it on social media, you put it on YouTube, and you hope that people click, and people click, YouTube serves the ads, and then YouTube sends you your part of the stuff, right? But being a YouTuber also is being an entrepreneur. It's having a business where what you're selling are your videos, right? That's why thumbnails matter, title matter, because all of that is part of your packaging, right? So the better the thumbnail, the better the title. If you find the sweet spot for like how long the video should be, right? If you know how to edit and you know how to edit for retention and things of the sort, but nonetheless, a YouTube video is a product, right? And that's why the top YouTubers like Mr. Beast and people like that, right? They spend so much time creating their videos because it's not just a video at this point. It really is a product. It's a product for AdSense. It's a product for brands to place their ads in the video. You know, it's a product, right? So you also have to know your numbers. So if you're a lifestyle influencer and you're spending way more to impress these girls when your AdSense money is not adding up, you need to dial that back in, right? And that's why you'll see some girls, they'll rather do like talking videos, kind of like what I'm doing, but it's a bit more nicer. She puts her makeup on, she'll sit there and she'll talk because that is not an expensive video. So if she makes money on that video, she's keeping most of the money, right? But when you have to travel, you gotta put yourself in a first class and this and that, unless it's completely sponsored, right? This is money coming out your pocket. And how much are you gonna make on this video? Right? Hello? Okay. So you have to think about that too, is that you have to know your numbers. And if you average like 50,000, anywhere from 50,000 to 100,000 per video, you truly should not be not be doing the most with the so-called luxury stuff. Like, that's crazy. And also, if you do 50,000 to 100,000 views on average, and you're not somebody who uploads like more than twice a week, yeah, you might want to calm down. Okay. But it's a lot of people who don't know their numbers. And it's a lot of people who are living on credit. You understand? But YouTube is a business. And your job is to make the cheapest high quality video with the highest retention possible, right? So that you can keep the majority of your AdSense money and also the majority of your sponsorship money, because you're not always going to have sponsorship. So you can't just spend all this money saying, oh, well, I'll get a sponsorship eventually, or a sponsor will come and pay me 10 grand. That's gambling. Okay. That's extreme gambling. So.
And then fast based on content marketing. So that's all I really ever focused on. Now, 2020 everybody shut down, COVID comes. I'm graduating from business with my bachelor's degree. And that year, the business took off. We started using influencers. We started using like all different types of people to promote our business. And it just took off. I had a salon with my friends. We went into a salon suite. And realistically, this story I never really tell people because it was like a real shameful period for me. It was like real hard for me to overcome. And I think like this is part of the reason I want to tell the brand story. So we started using influencers. I'm about to graduate college. And I decided I'm going to move to Houston. Mind you, my whole team is in Miami. I got my friends. I'm paying them like $100 to ship out orders every time because I'm flying out of town. Tickets was cheap at the time. And I'm living my life. Mm-hmm. And so I finally decided that, okay, I'm going to move to Houston, pick up. I got this grand idea. I don't know why I got this grand idea. It was just like off of a whim. I'm making so much money and I'm graduating college. I'm going to do what I want to do. So I pick up and I decide to.
Yeah, you even ask yourself, was she really making that much money? Probably not. Because take out your expenses and see how much you're left with, right? But like she said, she didn't know her numbers. Like, and she's not the only one. She didn't know her numbers. I want to move to Houston. You think she sat down also and worked out her numbers? Okay, do I even really have to move to Houston? What am I going to do in Houston? Who am I going to find my staff? Wumpty wump wump, work out the numbers. And I said the same thing about women who want to file for divorce, is that divorce, you need to treat divorce like a business plan, right? You divorce this man. Do you have enough money to take care of yourself? Do you have enough savings to take care of yourself? Do you know how to take care of yourself? Right? Do you have great credit to even get yourself an apartment? Can you afford all these bills that are not going to be under your name? No, they don't think about the shit because they don't care about numbers, because it's my intuition. Okay, things are going to work themselves out, and things usually don't. They usually don't, right? Things do not work themselves out. This is not a Disney movie. Like, this is not Snow White. Okay, I ho, and if you're feeling low, this is not this and this. Okay, this is real life, right? So you have to work out your numbers. You want to divorce somebody, work out the numbers. Even the attorney, how much can you afford to pay this attorney for how many hours, right? Can you afford this stuff, right? But no, they don't want to do it because things will just magically work themselves out. All you have to do is pray and manifest and trust and believe. Okay, you're a dumbass, right? Stupid ass. And that's why a lot of these ladies divorce their husbands, and in a few days, they're crying on TikTok. I miss my husband. I want to get my husband back. How do I get my husband back? Because this goofy ass hyena never sat down and actually worked out the numbers. You have to treat divorce like a business plan. And some people are too broke to go ask for a divorce. And the thing is, like, the man can even pay you a nice settlement, but the problem is, if you're not a person that is good with money, it doesn't matter how much this man gives you. You will squander the money, right? And we have what's the one, the girl that was married to Charlie Sheen. What's her name again? What is her name, y'all? Hold on. The pretty one, Denise. right? How much did she get? Okay. So Charlie Sheen, Charlie Sheen was paying her $110,000 a month, something crazy. The lady went broke. And now her daughter is doing OnlyFans. You see? Because this woman never cared about money. And if you remember too, like Denise Richards, when we were young, like she was very pretty, right? Blonde, very pretty, looks like a Barbie from Malibu, whatever. So I'm pretty, men will want me, I don't have to worry about shit. Da, da, da. But the thing is, do you see? Another lady who never cared to understand money. Never cared to understand money, right? So all this money was paid in child support, y'all. The money gone. To the point that even now, right, her daughter is doing OnlyFans. Like, you're like, Denise, what happened to the money, right? So I need people to understand that. You can divorce a man can pay you a great amount of money for settlement, but if you don't make it your business to understand money, you're going to squander this money. And you'll be even worse off than you were in that marriage. Because money's not a real thing to you. It's just happy tokens. Oh, I spend it. I get, right? Because you don't have a healthy relationship with money. To you, money's not real. You understand? Money's not real. I saw this one video. Hold on. Let me show y'all. Y'all, this live is what it is. But let me show you this video I saw yesterday. Hold on. From Ramit. Let me show you. Right? How you spell his name? Okay, this is it. You see this couple right here? They make 170, but they're out here spending 450,000. Hold on.
He's like, this money we make now, we spend now.
I think she might be. Had you read the book your wife asked you to read, you would have recognized yourself as the dreamer. Now, I got to tell you, I don't get a chance to talk to a lot of dreamers. Dreamers don't come on this show. You know what a dreamer is? Please indulge me. A dreamer always believes that success is right around the corner. It's one of the 4 money types in Money for Couples. They believe that the next deal, the next gig, the next collecting item or bet will pay off big. They also believe that consistent investing is almost for suckers. They even have phrases like, that's a 9 to 5 for those poor suckers. I don't need all that, right? I'm going to hit it big. I'm betting on myself. I need you to believe in me. How much of this sounds familiar, Devin? Pretty close to accurate. Yeah. That's a dreamer. Yeah. What I write at the end of that section is being the partner of a dreamer is the most difficult of all, because they do not really exist in a reality. The reality that they've concocted around themselves is usually only possible because they are subsidized by someone else, subsidized by their parents, subsidized by their spouse's income, subsidized so they can afford to live this la la land world. In a matter of weeks, your financial situation would deteriorate to like life-threatening. It would become very bad, very fast. I also bet you wouldn't be gambling if you didn't have this subsidy. I bet you would probably look for another job real fast. I bet you would read a personal finance book real fast.
Yeah, that's 100% accurate. Yeah. It's a position that I'm in. This difficulty of paying off the...
I'm like, so many people are dreamers, especially a lot of women are dreamers, and especially a lot of Black people are dreamers, because it goes with the Christian faith, right? Pray, wait for miracles, believe for miracles, have faith. God will make a way. Won't he do it? Womp, womp, womp. So when you have a lot of Black people who go into business, they have a hard time. Even me, I was that way too. You have a hard time turning off that la goofy shit, like that goofy, like churchy Christian crap, right? And truly understanding that, yo, this is business. This is not a land of manifestation, a land of dreams. Oh, the next this is gonna. And I think that's why a lot of girls too, when they have businesses, they go and get in trouble because you make money so easily. Sometimes with social media, you think, oh, next time I need money, all I have to do is a sale. Next time I need money, all I have to do is go work with an influencer. Next time, but it's like, no, it might not work, right? Because many things are different. Right? You can work with influencers today. It could be super amazing. You can work with the next one the next 3 months. It might not work the same because the economy is different. Interest rates are different. People are getting laid off. Like you can't just bank on, oh, I just got to run a sale. I just got to run Facebook ads. I just have to do this. It might not work. It might not work. Just because something worked before does not mean it's going to work again. It might not work. It might not work. And most likely it's not going to work, right? And you got to be very careful not to get addicted to quick money because then that also stops you from putting in place like systems and procedures for you to really have a business that can grow without even you being present, right? And even me, I struggle with that too. But I'm like, a lot of people are dreamers. Oh, it'll just work. If we boycott, it'll just work. If we do this, it'll just work. Like, no, that's not a real plan. Even boycotting is not a real plan. It's not a real plan because I'm like, even if you boycotting Target, what's the end goal? What are you looking for? What would you like Target to give you? Do you even know? Like, what the heck? Right? What is the end goal over here? Do you even know what you want? And that's why you also got to be very careful, especially with Black people, because they go and get a pastor. Right? Pastors don't have businesses. Pastors do not they don't have a business. They live off of offerings. So even their understanding of capitalism is not where it should be. Their understanding of business is not where it should be. They don't even pay taxes. They live off of love offerings. Jamal Bryant does not pay taxes. Jamal Bryant does not have a business. He does not understand the business world. Right? And that's exactly what you see even with Dr. King and why Dr. King created a lot of hardship for Black people today, because this whole civil rights movement really ushered in the age of welfare. Oh, well, just give people money. The government needs to give people money. Look what this led to. And it destroyed people's desire for entrepreneurship. It destroyed people's desires for ownership, right? And it created a mass working class of Black people. They just want to work for somebody else. Not look at the consequences. There's a reason why you don't let pastors lead economic movements. They don't understand money because their understanding of money is based on this world where people just do the right thing and you just give to the poor and you take care of the poor and you help the poor and the poor and the poor, right? No. Capitalism, you teach people how to not be poor. Come up with something or go sell your time for money. You have a choice. Right? But you cannot let pastors lead you. Their job is to pray for people. They have no business in the business world. Stay out of this, right? Stay out of this. Has Jamal Bryant even ever led a $1 billion company for him to even lead Black people anywhere financially? No, he has not. When he acquired the church, New Birth, they were in debt $25 million because Eddie Long was touching children. And they had to pay a lot of the money back because he was touching children. That's how he didn't go to prison. But he runs a church that was spearheaded by a pedophile. So how can he even let Jamal Bryant lead any movement for Black people? That makes no damn sense. No. And you see, and that's the story of Joseph too, huh? When you start in Genesis with Joseph was a dreamer. He didn't know how to do shit, right? But being a slave, even though I don't wish on anybody, but the slavery, the working for Potiphar, going into prison, he went from being a dreamer to a doer. I think he was a Pisces. What do I know? Right? But you see dreams and dreams and dreams. Nobody care about your dreams. People care about what you can actually do. What can you actually produce? Like, what do you do? And how much does that make? And how many people, how many jobs can you create? We have a serious problem, but it's like people don't want to work inward. We want to blame other people. And that's always going to be the drawback with Black people, is that we don't want to have accountability and look at ourselves, right? Oh no, somebody needs to give me $2 billion. Somebody needs to give me a pledge. Somebody. Can you stop begging folks? What you gonna do for yourself? And the fact that people are marching over DEI at Target versus Black children failing in schools. So that means these Black kids, they're not going to have jobs because AI is going to take those jobs. They're too damn dumb. And any job that is fulfilled by a dumb person, AI going to do those jobs. So what are these Black kids going to do? But we're not even protesting for the future, which are Black children. We're just mad because a pledge is not going to be honored. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? Like when you send billions of dollars to the Chinese people to buy your bundles, do you care? You don't care. You do not care. Because these people do not create factories in America. They don't create jobs in America. And even when they do, they hire their own people. They hire other Chinese, Koreans who sell like, what's it called, the edge control, whatever. They hire other Koreans. And you don't care. You still buy from them. When you go and you patronize a local beauty supply store that is owned by Korean, hey, Diana, you don't ask them to be nicer to Black people. You don't ask them to donate to the Black community. You don't ask them to be friendlier to the Black customers, right? You don't even ask how much they pay the Black workers there. You don't care. So to me, it's like, it's just virtue signaling. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, I'll go somewhere with that. Okay. I mean, I can say it because I'm not Tab, so I don't have any businesses. Right? But it's like, miss me with the foolishness. No, you cannot care about multiple things at once. You have to, and that's another thing about being a dreamer, because you think you can do it all. You cannot. You got to have set priorities. You cannot care about multiple things at once. You have to care about what matters the most. And to me, I think what matters most is definitely money. It's definitely the education of Black children, and it's also Black families, right? But you cannot worry about everything. But the most important thing is, like, you got to worry about like making the money in the Black community, right? Money matters. You cannot do anything without money. And we keep thinking that people are going to do the right thing by Black people because that's the right thing to do, or because there was slavery in history. People don't care. People do not care. You want people on your side, they have to gain something. You want somebody to champion your cause, they have to gain something. Right? How many times you see Black people sit here and cry about, oh, politicians don't do this for us, don't do that for us. I'm like, yeah, and they never will. Do you not understand what a super PAC is? Until you come up with a super PAC and you put money behind a super PAC, do not expect anything from these politicians. They answer to people who give them money. And it's like we refuse to accept that money matters. We have a problem. Money, it matters. Money's like oxygen. Money matters. But I think it also has to do with our skewed and horrible understanding of the Bible, because we believe that a good Christian does not care about money. And this is why the vast majority of Christians are abused. That's why the vast majority of Christians are powerless. They're abused. They're mistreated. They're persecuted because people don't have resources. Because you don't think money is a priority. Just want to worry about the afterlife. Child, you might live here for 80 years before you go to the other side. So you have to care about this place too. As for the word says, whatever you loosen on earth shall be loosened in heaven. Whatever you bound on earth will be bound in heaven. Okay? But my thing is like, we don't care about money. We don't prioritize learning about money. We don't prioritize getting close to people who have a lot of money and studying those people. We don't prioritize, hey, you know what? I wish things would go this way, but right now it's not going that way. But I'm still going to stay here because I need to learn. I need to understand how this works. And so sometimes you play stupid. It's not because it don't hurt your feelings, but where else you going to learn this? Where else you gonna learn this? Like, you think it was fun for Joseph to be a slave to Potiphar when that man's probably dumb as fuck, right? But slave or not, being in the house of a mighty general of Egypt, it exposes you to things you've never seen before. It exposes you to stuff you've never seen before. You can see how rich people talk. You can see how rich people eat at a table, how they cut their meat. You know what I'm saying? All that, you learn that kind of stuff because you could have been a slave in the yard. But instead, you're a slave in the house. So you can see certain things, right? So by the time he gets to Pharaoh, he's like, he knows a lot because he was in the house of Potiphar. So now you know how to move around rich people, right? But it's a lot of Black people who don't know how to move around success. They don't know how to move around rich people. Don't even know how to keep their mouth shut around rich people. Talk too damn much, right? You cannot know what you haven't seen before. And sometimes for you to be exposed to certain things, you got to learn to shut the hell up. Everything is not always going to work out in your favor. But guess what? It's not just about today. Because today, your hand could be at the bottom. You could be the one that's asking. But by God's grace, 10 years from now, you could be the hand that actually gives. You have to be patient. You got to be patient. But I feel like, to me, one thing I'm starting to recognize, I think a lot of Black people, all they care about is just being activists. They only want to be activists. An activist. Okay, you cannot be an activist every day, all day. You cannot live your life like this. It's like everybody just wants to be an activist. This is not sustainable. This is not sustainable. You cannot build a healthy community, a thriving financial community with people just worried about being activists. Everybody cannot be an activist. And every season is not a season for you to be an activist. You cannot be like this. This is crazy. You cannot be an activist for every day of your life. Like, it doesn't work that way. There comes a time too, we have to understand money. And we have to understand that the people who know money and the people who have money, many of them are probably detestable. Many of them are probably gross as fuck. What do I know? Right? But nonetheless, you still have to go to these people so they can educate you. Just like Daniel. Daniel served for Babylonians and all these people who were straight up pagans. But he didn't turn their back because he also learned. He said, I'm not going to eat your food though, but I sure will learn. I sure will serve. Right? But Daniel, he knew how to walk with these pagan people without losing himself. But it's also really important for you to also understand, like, even if unbelievers are the ones that have the money, right? You still have to learn how to walk with unbelievers without unbelievers rubbing off on you. You need to go over there and learn what you need to learn without them rubbing off on you, because they know something that you don't know. And that's, to me, like, that's the story of Daniel. It's like Nebuchadnezzar was a Babylonian. Then there was the other guy. I think he was like Persian, whatever, but he's Darius, right? So first you had Nebuchadnezzar. I think he's Babylonian. Then you have Darius, who's Persian. But my thing is, I think it's all Persian, but whatever. But my thing is, he served all these heathens. They believe in different gods. They ate different foods. They did all kinds of weird rituals. But he knew how to serve these people without losing his faith. He knew how to be faithful serving these people without losing his faith. He made it his business to learn, how do you run a country? How do you run a government? How do you run money? How do you levy taxes on people, right? Without losing who he was as a Hebrew. And I thought this is what we struggle with, right? You got to learn how to be of this world without being in this world. But we want to act as if this world is not real. It is very real. And you have to learn the politics of this world. You can be in the world without being consumed by the world. And you got to learn, you have to practice that. Okay. So I'm like, yeah. We truly have to care about money. Okay. We truly have to care about money. But like me, Bernie, where I stand, like I said, I'm not mad at Tab for not wanting to cancel Target. It's very crazy. Do not lose these relationships, because in business, relationships are everything. It's not even just for you, for your kids, your grandkids. Relationships are everything. You got to go where the money resides. Point blank, period. Hold on. Let me go back to this video. Hold on. Where was I? Let's finish this one.
To moved to Houston, I think it was July 8th I left. No, June 8th.
Which part?
July 8th, I'm right, July 8th. And at that time, we just had a major campaign with Des Dior. So we also just had our major 4-year anniversary campaign where I faked pregnant. I was pregnant with my business. The business blew up in like a day. Sales was rolling in like crazy. I had gained all this traction, all these different things. So the business was at a major height. Like that was like the biggest height of my business when I decided to pack up and leave. And when I get to Houston by myself in this big townhouse, I finally sit down and start looking at my business. And I realized everything I was doing, it was like the craziest thing. But I want to back up a little bit. The way I moved to Houston, although I was making so much money, Shopify Capital offered me $50,000.
Okay.
They offered me $50K because my business is doing well.
Okay.
Any smart business owner would have purchased inventory. Let me back up again. Me and my vendor, I had a vendor I was using at the time. I was sending her so much money that she started fronting me the hair. She started giving me the hair off face, no contract, no nothing. She's giving me $10,000, $15,000 worth of hair. I'm like, okay, bet I'm gonna send you $5,000 every week. And so she's giving me the hair off face, and we got a cool thing going. I think like for a long time in COVID, that's what we was doing. Now Shopify offered me 50. Mm-hmm. I take some of that money, I pay her off, and I pack up and I take like 15 and I move to Houston.
You see, she knows why she laughing. Okay, what'd she tell you? Shopify gave her a loan. Me, that's something I wish I would have done because I had my store. Y'all, I was so damn stupid. I put my store on BigCommerce because I was afraid of Shopify because I'm like, everybody has their store on Shopify. Like, what if they get hacked and stuff like that? But I did not know that Shopify gives you loans. Oh my God. I did not know. I wish I had known, but I didn't know. Okay. So Shopify, based on your volume, they give you loans. Okay. Cool. So she got a $50,000 loan from Shopify. She took $15,000 for herself, right? Because she just has to move to Houston, right? So like the move to Houston, you didn't even have the money, right? So she took the $15,000 out of the 50,000, 15 out of the 50,000 to move to Houston, right? So like, so if you didn't have that loan, that Shopify loan, she wouldn't have gone anywhere. Which means she didn't even have the numbers. But the money showed up. She's like, oh, I guess I'll take this money then. I guess it's a sign from God. This is how I guess God wants me to use this money. I guess it's a sign from God. You know, that's what we do, right? When we want to do foolishness, we claim everything is a sign from God. We are very unserious people. We are seriously unserious people, right? God did not tell you to do this, okay? God did not tell you to do this. And the problem is when you take, even me, I've learned, when you take money away from the business, I tell you, it will bite you in the ass. It will embarrass you publicly, okay? Because that money is not meant for you. That money is meant for the business. And you know, even me, Marlene, you guys, I tell you this, one day, the Lord hit me for real, right? The Lord hit me for real with the concept of stewardship. I truly think I need to make an entire channel where I talk about all the mistakes I've made. No, I need to give God the glory because I need to expose myself, okay? I need to expose myself expeditiously, right? But the day God hit me with the concept of stewardship, you guys, I was truly convicted. I felt so bad. I truly felt so bad, you know, because you start making money and like, I don't know, you start feeling yourself. You start feeling yourself because your name is on the account. Your name is on the cards. Oh yeah, this is mine. Shut up. This business right here is a business, especially if you're a Christian. A business is like a ministry. It don't belong to you. It belongs to God. And the money that comes into that business, you got to be a good steward of that money. Okay? Stewardship. You guys, I swear I cried. Because like seriously, man, like I felt so bad. I'm like, this money is not yours, Marlene. What the frick are you doing? I said, whoa, Jesus, what have I done? Okay. You have to be a steward. Even it's not even a business, you guys. Even your paycheck. It doesn't matter. Any Christian, whatever God puts in your hand, you have to treat that money with respect. Right? Even your time. Well, I'm wrong with it. That one's going to apologize for that one. But my thing is, everything God gives you, y'all, your money, your paycheck, be a good steward. Your body, be a good steward. The way you put food in your mouth, be a good steward. Okay? Your time, be a good steward. God gives you a house, whether it's a house you own or it's a house you rent, even if it's just a room that you rent, be a good steward. Make sure your room is clean. Make sure you put stuff in their place, even the clothes that you buy, because God made a way for you to buy those clothes. Treat your clothes with respect. Don't have your clothes on the floor, wump. Organize your space. I'm not saying every day has to be super clean, like you're about to pose for Vogue interior, but I'm just saying, like, show deference, show respect to God. Like, you know what? God gave me this. God put me in charge of this. Your children, everything God gives you, you have to understand the concept of, am I being a good steward? Am I doing right by God? The way I handle this money, if God was to call me into an audit right now, am I going to be proud of myself? Like, he is giving scammer. Okay, right? Look at your house. Look at your room. Look at your stuff. Look at your paychecks. Look at your saving accounts. Look at your credit card debt. Ask yourself, am I being a good steward? And if the answer is a resounding no, you need to ask God for forgiveness. Truly and truly, I feel like that's when He really gonna make a way for you. Like, you truly need to ask God for forgiveness. This ain't right. What I did right here, this is not right, God. This is so wrong. And I like, oh my gosh, oh my goodness. Okay, oh my goodness. You gotta be a good steward. Your education, you gotta be a good steward. Are you applying yourself? Or are you just being a lazy ass student? Are you being a procrastinator? What the heck are you doing? Even your leftover, always throwing leftover in the trash. Are you being a good steward of food? There are people out there starving. Like, you really have to have the fear of God. And I'm telling you guys, it starts with the little things. People like, when we say, oh, God, give me a house. God, oh, shut the fuck up. Okay, you don't deserve shit. Okay? It starts with the little things. Because it truly does start with the little things. Because a person who came and be faithful in keeping a room clean, why you want a house for it? Okay? A person who came and be faithful in friendship, why you want to be married for? Like, you see, it's the little things. It is the little things. But you see, we overlook the small things, and we think we can finesse God by crying, paying our tithes, being manipulative, being all kinds of demonic narcissists in the church. Okay? Trying to manipulate God to give you things that you don't deserve. Because the little stuff He gave you, a hot ass mess. You are failing across the board. And you need to ask God for forgiveness. Okay? So like me, I really went through it. The day God convicted me, it was like, I felt so freaking horrible. I'm like, oh my gosh, what have I done? Because you might not mean harm, but you are grieving the heart of God. And that's the real thing. Stewardship, y'all. Stewardship. We don't own anything. Everything we have is because God made a way for us to have it. It's by His grace that we have it. Even when you have a business, it's by God's grace. When consumers or customers, they see your stuff and they want to buy it, it's God that puts that love. And I got to go support that girl. I got to go buy it. It's all you. Even like me, formulation, everything people have ever loved, every idea I've ever had, God, He gave that to me. But was I a good steward? No. And that's why I'm sitting my ass down. Do you know how many times I have thought about starting a whole new business? I'm like, no. Because there's something in me that needs to die first. There is something in me that truly needs to die first. And I've also said to God, I'm not even going to start a whole new business until I truly master money. For real. Because otherwise, these things, they might come out of me again. Because it's real. The flesh is real. The flesh is very real. Right? But I need to master money first. I need to truly master money before I go and start a whole new business. Because starting a business is not an issue. Making things work. Me, I've been very favored that I've started a lot of businesses and people like it. But the problem is you need to understand money. So that's why I'm going to sit my ass down. There you go. Sit your ass down, boo-boo. Okay? Sit your ass down until you fully understand money. Because money cannot control you. Your ego cannot control you. Your insecurities cannot control you. If you want to be successful in business, you have to have so much humility. Like, you need to be comfortable with people thinking that you're not rich. You need to be comfortable with not buying everything that's the latest. You also need to be comfortable understanding that just because I make money does not mean I have to bail my entire family from their financial wounds. It's a lot. It is a lot. Okay? But maybe one day, soon enough, I'll make a channel and tell y'all a lot of things, right? But this right here, you see, that's the lack of stewardship. Because that money that came in, that $50,000, it was truly for the business. So if you did a good thing with Des Dior, you should have gone back and done another sponsorship with Des Dior. Because obviously, she knows how to move product, right? But no, you did one time, it worked, you take the money and you run to the Houston, and now you can't afford Des Dior anymore. Well, there you go, right? The same thing I said about our other sister girl. You got $250,000, you need to go hire Cooking with Kaya, you need to go hire those big Black girls on TikTok, and you need to put these girls into a yearly contract. So that way you guarantee a flow of eyes on your page all day, every day, all day, every day, right? And then maybe by like in 2026, y'all can talk about the contract all over again, right? Slow and steady, it wins the race. Slow and steady, let it cook, let it marinate. Take your time. Let it sizzle. Take your time, right? Because if your business is really solid, the rest of your life, you're not going to want for money. You're not in the rush. You have nothing to prove to people. Okay? So it's a real thing. You got to be a good steward. It's a real thing.
I was also like 22, making all this money. Mind you, I never have came from money or anything. So I pack up and I take 15, I move to Houston, buy furniture, start living the life I always wanted to live. I was always a person like that was real determined, real motivated. So I'm doing business. I'm not really, my head ain't up while I'm running my business. I'm doing what I got to do. I spend my money where I got to spend it on business. So I never had the opportunity of living, even in college. So now I'm at a peak where I feel like, oh, bet I could start living. I pack up, I move to Houston, and boom, I realized everything I'm doing is a hot mess. I'm running ads. I'm spending a lot of money on ads. Mind you, I never did no numbers. I'm spending a lot of money on ads. I think it was like $1,000 weeks on ads, making the money, but you don't really know your profit at the end of the day. Any business owner.
I remember one time I spent $13,000 on ads with Facebook. And and the thing is that it's so crazy. It's just like even now, because now with my hair, I have a hair journal. So that way, when I do my hair, I write down, hey, Lonnie, what's up, love? I write down everything I do to my hair so I can remember in case something goes wrong. I get like, oh, I did this day and my hair started feeling like this, right? So I write it down. But I'll tell you this too. When I was writing your lashes too, I would never write down what I would do. Because let's say you did something and it made you like 20,000, or you did something and it made you 50,000, right? You need to write it down. Because if you think a month from now or 3 months from now or a year from now, you're going to remember, oh, I did this, I put this picture up, I did this further, you're not going to remember, right? You're not going to remember. So every time you have a marketing campaign and you spend ad dollars on the marketing, you need to write it down. I did it on this day because days matter too. Was it a Thursday? Was it a Friday? Was it a Sunday? Was it a holiday? Was it around tax return? Y'all data. You got to be data obsessed. Like you really do. You write the stuff down. It was on this day at that time. I paid for these many ads. I did it like this. I used this picture. One. And then you say how much it made. And then which product like sold the most. Right? Like me, what did me dirty were my liquid lipstick. Because like when I ran out of my liquid lipstick, my money went blue nosedive, right? That's the real thing. That really is a real thing. So even her, I don't think she even wrote down, oh, I did this and it brought this much money. I did that, it brought this much money. I worked with that, I paid her this much, I made this much, it cost me this much, I was left with this much, right? It's a real thing. But thank God she's young. So hopefully if she really learned from this, God gonna bring success again by his grace, right? But it's like you truly have to have to write things down so that you'll remember what exactly did I do? Like what did I do? What did I say? Right? And then it makes it easier when you want to do it again. Does that make sense? Okay. Hopefully it does. By God's grace.
Or has to know their profit. If you don't know your profit, you might as well have a hobby. You might as well give something away for free. Yep. And that's basically what I was doing. Seeing so much in quantity and volume, but I'm not really knowing anything on the back end. Never did business or anything. So I remember one day I sat down at the kitchen and I'm like looking at the business and I'm looking at how much I got to pay my vendor. I'm looking at like, I done picked up all these bills, I done ordered all this stuff. And on top of that, Shopify capital, that's not the first time I've taken capital. I've taken 13,000. I've taken, I think I took like 7,000, but I never took 50. I took 50K and decided to pack up and leave. And so I took 50, I paid the vendor off like 20. And I'm sitting down at the kitchen, I'm like, girl, this is a hot ass mess. Like, this is a hot ass mess. And it was like,
I'll also say this, like, before you take people's money, like loans and stuff, you need to have a business plan. What exactly, before you say, I'm gonna go take this money, you might want to sit down and say, what exactly do I have in store for that money? And how much I think I can make? And reasonably, how much can I afford to pay them back monthly? I don't know how it works with these people because I never took I never had Shopify capital, but once again, calming down and working out your numbers. A lot of times people see the capital, oh, I'll just take it. I'll figure the rest out later, girl. And that's a big no, because if you don't really have a proper purpose for that money, don't take it. right? And I think also with Shopify Capital, even if they offer you 50,000, you can take less money. You don't have to take all the 50, right? You can take less. Like, take what you need, leave the rest, okay? But if you have to pay your supplier 20,000, maybe just take out 30,000, not the whole 50, okay? Because that's, if you want to move to Houston, you need to go find your own money to move yourself to Houston. Don't have your business pay for your move to Houston, because that does nothing for the business, okay?
It was like the biggest weight I had ever felt on me at that time.
Oh, yeah.
Now alone, even though I paid the vendor 20, I decided to take 20 more off credit, off face. And so she's now like, okay, continue to pay me. And for, I think, a week and about 2 weeks, it was doing good. She's not saying, okay, pay me. Shopify saying, pay me. Everybody got to get paid. The business still got to float. So a lot of money is being dispersed at this time while I'm in Houston. And as well, I'm also putting out a lot in bills, furniture, moving. It was still a lot being spent other places, as well as still wanting to market the business, still wanting to send out here to influencers, still wanting to make sure that like the face of it all looks good. But I think once I was by myself, I think there's something about being by yourself, like alone, that really, it could either make you or break you. And I think at that time it broke me down. Wow. I decided to literally shut down the entire business, owing everybody in the world. I decided to shut down. I don't know what it was for me that brought me to that decision. But I think it was just like, this is overwhelming. Like, this is overbearing. Like, you owe too many damn people. And I tried to do it for a long time, but I think most people don't know, like with Shopify Capital, they get aggressive. You owe them a lot of money, and it's based upon daily remittance. Like, you take this money, you got to make a certain percent.
You know, the thing about debt, you guys, when you go and take debt with these people, they smile, they laugh, they give you champagne. They're very nice, but miss one payment, see what they do to your ass. Okay, miss a single payment and see what these people will do to your butt. Right? That's the thing about debt. When you go take debt, you take a car note, you get a brand new car, you go get a mortgage, you go get this. These people are very friendly. They have champagne waiting for you. They have cars waiting for you. Yeah, because you're about to put a noose around your neck. You're about to be the new slave on the plantation. So they're welcoming you in. Like, yes. Okay, miss a payment and see what happens. Miss a payment. They're like, oh, but I thought we were friends. Friends with you. Okay, no, this is business. This is business. And the thing about debt, the pressure of debt is real. And that's why I say people are like, oh, people are sitting here like Tab should tell Black people, to cancel Target, not knowing how much money she's in for. She could be in there for like 20 million. You don't even know. But it's so easy to say, oh, but okay. She could be in for 20 million. Because it could be that Tab, she could owe her suppliers, and she could also owe Target, and then she could owe the state of California, then she could owe the county, then she could also owe the federal government. Do you know how many people she owed money to? Because a lot of time in business, people work off of like loans, like, oh, your supplier, he might say, okay, pay me in 45 days. So that's a loan, right? The people at Target, they say, okay, front me the merch. I'll pay you in 60 days, right? Like that's how business is. A lot of people not even using cash, but it's like ultimately it has to be paid, right? So if you go and say, I don't care, if Target don't pull back the DI or whatever it's called, what if Tab now she owes 20 million? Everything it come out to 20 million. What the fuck is she gonna do? And they can take her to court. They can take this woman to court. Ruin her life, ruin her credit, ruin her husband. Like, the lady could truly be penniless on the streets. And it's like, they're not even trying to understand, like, yo, like, this business world is really real. Yeah, because you haven't done it yet. But the day you do it, I would love for you to say, oh my gosh, my people are feeling a certain type of way. So yeah, I'm going to say F y'all to F Target. You never would. Okay. But I'm like, you don't know how much this lady is in for. But obviously, it's a lot of money. And that's why she's scared. And I understand that too, because it's very stressful. Imagine even owing somebody 100,000. Imagine even owing somebody 20. Like me, I had days I couldn't even sleep. Like sometimes I swear, black people can be so damn silly. They can be so damn silly sometimes. You have no idea what it is to like truly like you owe money trying to make your dream come to pass. Like it's real. It is very real. But until you ask her like, Tab, how much do you owe? You might be, it might even be $30 million. Because you know, like if Target has how many doors, like 2,500 doors? Only God knows how many pieces they ordered for $2,500 door. You understand? This is even why I'm gonna tell you this, right? Even though she's not my favorite person at the moment, you know, she's a Libra, she's annoying, right? But this is why, even when Jackie was acting stupid with Juvia's Place, right? That's why I truly went and I helped Juvia's Place. That's why I went to help Shishi. Because I'm like, you with your goofy ass face. That's why Jackie gets on my nerves. She's such a fucking idiot. Such a fucking idiot, right? And you see, everything Jackie has done to other black women's businesses, it went right back on her ass, right? When Shishi launched the I Am Magic Foundation, I'm like, do you have any idea the millions of dollars this woman has put into that foundation? And it wasn't even just the foundation. She paid for the foundation. Then you pay transportation for the foundation. Then she signed her thing with Ulta, right? I think Ulta gave Shishi like almost like 1,000 doors. She had to pay furniture. Like, because when you go into retail, you pay your own furniture. I said, Jesus. I mean, I looked at her and I'm like, how you gonna pay these people? Right? And like you have all these financial liabilities, and here goes Jackie and her goofy ass trying to rile up the sisterhood to cancel your business because Jeffree Star reviewed foundation. Goofy bitch, goofy ass little bird, right? Her goofy ass. And that's why when she launched her candles too, the shit backflipped and people canceled her candles on her birthday. Because how can you prosper when you're always out here wishing harm on other people? People want this cancel culture. People don't even have an idea financially how much people have committed to. Like people have families, people have children, people have suppliers they have to pay. People have signed contracts with these people. And you know the thing about white people, if you have a contract and you don't honor your contract, they're gonna take your ass to court. And they got mean ass, aggressive ass lawyers, right? Mad over freaking naked tutorials. Girl, go sit down somewhere. Say your price or don't do the fucking review. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. But always trying to cancel a business. Cancel. Like you don't even know what goes on, right? And you see what everything, like her birthday when she had her candles and she gave the name Sorosoke and the Nigerians went crazy on her. You see, because she also spent a lot of money. And if you've noticed too, ever since she started having her own business, she kind of simmered down because now she understands how cancel culture is so dangerous. It is so dangerous. It is so dangerous, right? But they like to rile people up. There's so many of these black grifters. This is what they do. Just rile black people up with misinformation. Because a lot of black people too, when they're in their feelings, go ask them, why are you even mad? Don't even know why they're mad. Because they just move off of misinformation. Just off of misinformation. Oh, go cancel this. Let's cancel her. Let's cancel that. You don't even know how much money the lady is in for. Like, I felt so bad for her. You know, she should be annoying. You know, she's a Libra, so she can be fucking annoying. But I'm saying, like, yo, I felt so bad for her. Because I'm like, damn, I've had money problem, but girl, this is nothing close to this shit. Girl, are you crazy? Like, this is insane. And I said, you're gonna have to make your own content. And she was like, Marlene, I'm like, girl, because she had an office upstairs. I'm like, you need to bust this office and you're going to make your own content. Because if you don't, Jackie is going to get into these black girls' head and they're not going to support you. So then I get on my phone. I started calling all these celebrities. Every single celebrity you saw go to Juvia's Place, it was me. Even Vanessa. I brought Vanessa there. I brought Vanessa and her husband. You see? That's why I said, Marlene, I've helped so many people. People out here, they're so damn ungrateful. Because I'm like, if you don't make your own content, Jackie and the way she's so manipulative and she's so destructive, and the vast majority of these black girls are so damn stupid, right? They're going to ruin your business. So it was, calling Jazzy, calling Juju. Juju went over there. Who else? Juju. What's her name? What's that girl? What's Cardi B's little sister? Hennessy. I brought that, y'all, all of them. Love and Hip Hop, the whole crew. And these are all my connections. This is all me. Calling people left and right. Because I'm like, this Jackie girl, I'm like, she needs to know that there are people that have a bigger audience than her. And you know what? I showed her boom in her face. You are insane. You are truly insane. Because I'm mad at her. Otherwise, even TikTok, I will help her to win on TikTok. But she gets on my nerves. That's the only thing, though. But you're not about to sit here and ruin this woman's business. Are you insane? Are you insane? And what person do you know that doesn't have flaws? Everybody has flaws. Even me, I have flaws. You have flaws. She has flaws. Everybody has flaws. But is that a reason to destroy somebody's business? Is that truly a reason? Because she did that to me. I'm not sure she was, because like what she did to me, when Jackie did her bullshit to me, I didn't even know how to respond to it. When she did it to Shishi, because I DM'd her. I was like, oh, do you want me to come? I said, Shishi, what this Jackie girl did to me, she's not going to do it to you. She will not succeed in the name of Jesus. You guys, even just hilarious. When I tell you, I grabbed everybody I knew. I grabbed them all. These are all my peoples. I said, break the walls, because she didn't see. I'm like, Shishi, you have to make your own content. You cannot wait for these people. They were girls I was calling. I said, come record the video. Oh, you know, I don't want to betray Jackie. I don't want to... Des idiotes comme ça. Des filles bêtes comme ça. Elles sont tellement stupides. They're so dumb, these girls, right? But when they saw the light, they're like, oh, can I come to this? Can I come? I'm like, no, I said, she don't let her come. Because she was talking shit behind you. Go. These girls need to go somewhere. Go somewhere. They're a bunch of idiots. They're just a bunch of idiots. Are you insane? Are you insane? You got like, she wasn't even sleeping. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, Jackie is so fucking evil. She is so damn evil. She's so evil. She's just such an evil person. She's such an evil person. She's such an evil person. But the thing about her, too, though, she is emblematic of the vast majority of Black women. She's emblematic of the vast majority of Black women. That's how they are. For the smallest shit, they want to destroy you. All you have to say is, Shishi, you know what? I feel as though, and the thing is, she never even had personal experience with Shishi. Everything was hearsay. It's soaking hearsay, the Elisa hearsay. Even me, Marlene, I've had my personal experiences with Shishi. And yes, she's a Libra. She gets on my nerves. But my thing is, what person do you know that doesn't have flaws? Everybody is not all the way bad, right? Everybody is not all the way bad. Everybody is not all the way bad. Even me, Marlene, I will also say she also was there for me. Everybody is not all the way bad. But you have to learn to talk to people. If you feel like, oh, you prioritize this white person over Black people, just let her know. And then tell her what you need from her to make it right. If you know she should be like, okay, no wahala now. No wahala. Her hand is not mean. I'm going to tell you that. Her hand's not mean. She's a Libra, so she's a little insane, you know, she's a little crazy, okay? But her hand is not stiff. If you ask Shishi for something, she'll give it to you. If you say, oh, Shishi, when you didn't prioritize me and you prioritized this girl, it really hurt my feelings because I felt like you didn't care about me. She'd be like, hey, no wahala now. No wahala. You're like, okay, Shishi, I need this. She said, okay, what do you want? What can I do now? That's how she is. Like, that's just really how she is. She can be very nice, you guys. She can be seriously sweet. It is not even a joke. She's not mean. She has her Libra madness. You know, but that, you know, it's a disease, you know, it's a mental illness. But, you know, outside of that, I cannot say, oh my God, this lady is so damn evil. Blah, blah, blah. But it's like sometimes when you want to win, you know, yes, you prioritize certain people. But is it because I want to hurt you? Or is it because I think, oh, you're less than a Black person? And also, a lot of times also, when you deal with influencers, especially when you deal with Black girl influencers, these bitches swear like your world revolves around them. Many of us, unlike you, we are married, okay? We are married. We have children. We have in-laws. Like there's a whole set of wahala that awaits you outside of business, right? So sorry, my life does not revolve around you single people. Right? But maybe when you get there and you have children and you're married and you have in-laws and you have your own family and whatever, you'll understand. You know, people like you go to work, there's a set of wahala that awaits you. You go home, you have another set of wahala that awaits you. Sometimes people are not prioritizing you. And that's a big issue with a lot of Black girls too. Oh, how come you didn't make me a priority? Sis, I'm married, I have children. You're not a priority. Okay? But if I talk to you, if you have an issue, let your issue be known. And then also say, okay, I would like for you to do X, Y, and Z to fix it. Let's have a conversation. But it's like, oh no, I'm mad. Let me see how I can cancel you. Let me go call Patrick Starr. And even the whole thing with Patrick Starr, it was just so nasty because when Jackie did that, she knows he's LGBTQ. She's so disgusting. Like I was telling Lacey, like this girl, I wish in America you could beat people and not get an assault charge. But this girl, I swear to you, this is the kind of people you wish one day you find her somewhere in Lagos or Accra somewhere, beat the shit out of her and come back to America. Okay? Your goofy ass, with your old goofy ass. But I'm like, even bringing Patrick Starr into that was so fucking messy because first and foremost, he's Asian. So that's already, oh, you're trying to hate on the Asian people, anti-Asian hating bill, whatever it's called, right? Number two, Patrick Starr is gay. He's a homosexual. So even if you try to clock his ass, they're going to try to say, oh, you're homophobic. You hate this man. So, you know, because he has the fact that he's a man. He has the fact that he's Asian. And then he got the fact that he's, what's it called? What's it called again? What is he again? Homosexual. So he has like the 3 infinity stones. How do you fight that? How do you fight that? Right? And today she has her candles and she has her perfume. Is Patrick Starr out here promoting her shit? Is Patrick Starr out here telling his Asian people to buy her shit? Okay, where are the Asians at? How many Asians are buying Forever Mood? How many Asians are collecting her perfume and all that bullshit? Right? But you will allow somebody from a different community, be a man, have white skin, be white adjacent, be a homosexual, be Asian, and do that to that girl. That was so damn crazy. Right? And then she joined, you know, you guys, because I see everything. Then she joined in with that girl from Omua Beauty, Sharon, right? Where's her business now, right? She joined in with Sharon because when they were planning the cancellation of Juvia's Place, she was with Sharon. They were planning a party, y'all. Because, you know, I think that the thing was too, because a lot of Black girls do love Juvia's Place, like it's the Black girl brand, whatever. So I think like the whole thing was, let's set this bitch up. Let's have this bitch fail. And we're going to put Omoa Beauty in place of Juvia's Place. Because even Sharon, I looked at her funny too. Because I'm like, hold up, wait a minute. Not only are you a Black woman, not only are you Nigerian, not only are you an entrepreneur, but you're also Igbo. You're also Igbo. This is y'all. That's why me, Marlene, I said this, right? My experience in business has made it so the Black sisterhood, I don't believe in that shit. Because I've seen some real shit. How can you be a woman, an entrepreneur, Nigerian, and you're Igbo? And I'm sure you're going to go ask Sharon. She's going to tell you she's a Christian, right? So even if you see Jackie do this to another Nigerian woman, to another Igbo, you should be like, what did the sister do now? Like, what did she do? Even if you feel like, okay, she prioritizes this white person more than Black girls. Okay, can we sit down and have a conversation, right? Because it could be a sin of omission because you don't know privately what she's going through. She doesn't have to tell you what she's going through. You don't know what she's going through, right? You have no idea. But like the level of entitlement with so many Black girls, it is so disgusting. People don't have to come on social media and say, oh, I'm going through this, It is none of your business. Because people can't even trust you with intimate matters because you weaponize everything. Can't be trusted, right? But I was looking at Sharon like, you're moving funny too, huh? Right? And today, where's her business? File for bankruptcy, close the business. She owes all kinds of money because when you start dirty, you're not going to go far with this bullshit. Okay? When you start dirty, you're not going to go far with this bullshit. And Juvia's Place is still standing, right? Like you cannot sit here, watch another woman try to destroy another woman's business and not say you need to stop. Because if you can do this to her, you might do this to me too. Right? But she believed that Jackie had all this power. Jackie had all this Black girl power. Jackie was going to make her the next Juvia. Girl, bitch, where the fuck? How? Right? Jackie's claim to fame is her feud with Jeffree Star. It's not because she's the best at reviewing makeup. It's not because she had the best makeup look. No. Jackie's claim to fame was her feuding with Jeffree Star. And as soon as Jeffree leaves YouTube and he goes on to the TikTok world somewhere, people don't care about her anymore. Why? Because they liked her out of spite for Jeffree. It is no different than Donald Trump. People voted for Joe Biden not because they liked that fuck, okay? They just did not want Trump, right? And that's why when the coup happened against Joe Biden, nobody was upset really because they never liked him. They just did not want Trump. Same thing with Kamala Harris. Nobody really liked Kamala Harris. They just did not want it to be Trump, okay? That's it. But it's like, are people really tuning into you because they love your makeup skills, because they're learning from you? No, the fuck they not, right? No, the fuck they not. right? One person over here, one person you can say, oh, this person built her channel because people really care about what she had to say, is Patricia Bright. Because when everybody was consumed with the weaves, the bundles, the bandage dresses, and the whatever, Patricia was the one saying, save your money, you know, be prudent, care about your finances, you want to care about your bank account, wump. Like Patricia was always that sis that gave you like sound life advice that you know you needed, but you don't want to admit you need it because she's an Aquarius, right? So that's what it was. But it was never about the makeup skills. Everything was about, I hate Jeffree Star, so therefore I'm supporting this person. I have spite for Jeffree, so therefore I'm supporting this person, right? And now that Jeffree is no longer on the channel, now that people don't care about Jeffree anymore, there's no need for your content. Because the content was just here because it was a way for people to show their hatred for Jeffree Star. So she cannot make your business into a multi-million-dollar company where you're going to have all these black girls wearing your products and stuff. That's just not how it works. Another thing too also is that everybody has favor. Everybody has favor. Like I said, she can be very annoying, huh? But it's like, you need to know her story. But like, everybody has favor. And if you also know what she's been through, you will understand why God has favored her for certain things. Even with her bad behavior, God will still favor her because she has truly, and I'm going to say this honestly, she has truly suffered. She has truly suffered, you know, really. I even think like one time she lived in Jersey, the apartment went up in flames. She spent all her money on her inventory. It was like $2,500. Everything went up in flames. Everything burnt, like just gone. Like inventory is gone. So it's like sometimes you don't know what people been through that makes it so God favors people, even with their imperfection. God will favor people. But like, who are you to want somebody to lose their business? And that's why I always feel like behind this whole cancellation stuff, the cancel movement, cancel this brand, cancel this person, I always feel like it's a spirit of witchcraft. Only witches want to cancel people because good people want to counsel people. Listen, I don't like your behavior. I don't agree with this, but at the same time, I must admit that I didn't give you a chance to explain yourself to me. Right? When I was in Columbus with my pastor mom going through my stuff as a young woman, as a young married woman, right? My pastor mom, Mother Ellis, she gave me a great life lesson. She said, baby, sometimes you have sins of omission and you have sins of commission, right? A sister can hurt you. She's not even aware that you're hurt because not only you have not told her that you're hurt, but even her, life is whooping her ass. Just because when you see somebody and the person looks well put together, it doesn't mean that somebody's not going through depression. It doesn't mean that somebody's not on the brink of suicide. It does. You don't know. You do not know. You can see a person and they look okay, but you don't know if they're crying on the inside. You don't know if they want to self-delete on the inside. You have no idea. You know what I'm saying? But it's an American thing because I feel like people in America, they feel as though, well, if I have an issue or if I have a concern, because I have a concern, it trumps everybody else's need because I'm an American and I'm going through something, so everybody has to give a fuck. No, we don't, okay? No, the fuck we don't, right? And it's sad that you're going through it, but guess what? People go through it too. But my thing is, if you have an issue with someone as a mature person, you need to bring it up to that person. Give the sister a chance to make it right by you. No, they never want to give you a chance. Oh, I'm so self-righteous. Oh, I'm going to cancel you. I'm going to go tell my millions of followers, my goofy-ass black women with their bald-ass edges to go cancel somebody. And you wonder why a lot of black women don't have love for other black women. Because when they think about black women, all they see are a bunch of bullies. All they see are a bunch of bullies. So no, I'm going to stay away from these people, right? I'm going to stay away from these people. But how can you be mad at somebody because Jeffree Star took his money, went to the drugstore and bought the foundation? She was happy like shit because Jeffree sells products. How can you be mad at her for that? How can you be mad at her for that? So she got excited. Even me, I've been excited too. Jeffree wore my glasses before. And the thing is, she's Nigerian. She's not all into this Black American thing, racism, hate. Yo, this girl came here, she was like in her 20s, okay? She's not into this. He said this, the N-word, child, what does she know? What does she know? But they can never also make concessions for the fact that culturally, the person is not originally from here. So what may resonate with you and what might be hurtful to you, there's a cultural dissonance because she doesn't understand it. Because even to most Africans, the way some African Americans react to the N-word, to us, a lot of Africans, is too much wahala. Because to us in Africa, we have two choices. You insult me, I insult you worse. There's no in between. Like, you're not about to call me the N-word. I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't believe you said this. No. When you deal with, I mean, as far as West Africans are concerned, you have two options. You insult me. I either insult you worse or I ignore you. Okay? But me sitting here crying, we don't work like that. That's a West African thing. We do not work like that. A lot of African Americans, when they hear the N-word, they just spiral into a frenzy. Oh my gosh, the N-word! Right? So I think a lot of people have understood that that's a great way to rage bait you guys, and they get rich off of that. That is what y'all do. It is your culture. To a lot of West African, the N-word, as we say, me, it rubs on my back because I'll call your mother, your father, all your people N-words. It's not a problem. You have a choice. But me, as an African woman, to cry over an insult, it will never happen. It's just not possible, right? I've had multiple lives. White people come in here, the N-word. There was even one live. The way I send the N-word right back to these white people, because I'm not emotionally attached to it. It is not my legacy. It's not my heirloom. It's not my legacy. It's not my patrimony. I don't own this word. It is a word made by white people. It belongs to white people. I have no emotional attachment to that word. I don't own that shit. You cannot hurt me with that shit. And you see, we've had lives for Carmelo. You'll see the whites come in here with the N-word. It doesn't bother me. I said, say it again. You will not get a reaction out of me. I don't care. It means nothing to me. It means nothing to me. And I think sometimes it's like, that's why I say cultural dissonance, it can be a real thing. So sometimes you have to teach people that, because what's obvious to you might not be obvious to her. What hurts you might not hurt her, right? I even said that I'm African, I'm West African, my husband's African American. And for as much as we are both Black, we don't pretty much have the same culture. I have a West African culture, he has an African American culture. And culture is real. What might be a big deal to him, to me, it's like, I don't see the problem, right? But it doesn't mean I don't love you. It doesn't mean I don't support you. But I could go, okay, since I know that this right here, it triggers you, or it's something that makes you uncomfortable, I will be more mindful next time it happens. You have to learn to talk to people. But just because something is obvious to you doesn't mean that it's obvious to other people, right? It doesn't mean that it's obvious to other people. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes also imagine brand owners with the thousands of things they have to do throughout the day, if they also have to keep up with who's getting canceled. Every day somebody's getting canceled. It gets to a point it's ridiculous, okay? What the heck? So maybe y'all need to come up with a website, I guess, and then you go type in the website, okay, who's canceled for the day. But even that too, you might go check the website 9 o'clock in the morning. By 3 p.m., the list is updated. There are more names added. But it's like people cancel everybody for everything and anything. Like when you run a business too, you're not sleeping on social media to keep up with all this madness, right? My thing is whether Jeffrey reviewed the foundation and good luck or whatever, it doesn't fucking matter. That is my point, Pete, right? That is my fucking point with you Black people. At the end of the day, is he going to get these goofy ass white people to buy the product or not? That's it, right? Because y'all don't care about money. You care about your feelings, right? You don't give a fuck about money. Because a wicked white man, whether a wicked white man does things for good or he doesn't, who the fuck cares? If that's the case, we should all quit our jobs because the vast majority of Black people work for white people. So are you saying, oh, is my owner, is my boss good? Is he not good? Is he hired me because he feels bad about slavery? You don't give a fuck, right? How many Black people work for white people? Do you sit there and question their motives? No, you don't. Okay? No, you don't. So my thing is, if he's wicked, he's not wicked. At the end of the day, he has millions of followers. If he can get these millions of white people to go give money to a Black person on the low, like, you know what, he ain't shit, but girl, take that money. And then we can take that money and go on vacation, right? You can say to Shishi, okay, the money that you got from Jeffrey, can we have an all luxury Black girl trip to the Bahamas? She would have paid for that. You see, but it's like destruction, because these are not business-minded people. They're a bunch of idiots. Right? You get older, you realize that. You could have said to her, Shishi, that money he gave you, can we have an all-girls trip too? Even Cancun, I'm telling you, she's very nice. She has her Libra foolishness, but her hand is not hard. You can say she want to go on this luxury trip, first class. She's like, no wahala now. Where do you want to go? How do I pay for this now? Okay, how much is it? That's how she is. I kid you not. You can ask her for something crazy. She'd be like, No wahala now. That's her favorite word. No wahala now. How much is it? Okay. When can we pay for this? Okay. Can you wait until tomorrow? Okay. I'll give you the money then. Okay. That's it. That's it. I kid you not. I seriously, I have experience. Like, she was my person, man, for real. She really was my person, like for real. Like that Libra, she was my twin flame. She was my person. She has her flaws, but when it comes to money, you can ask she'll give it to you, for real. Jackie can't even do that shit. Even giving her followers cameras, she can't even do that shit, right? Okay. How many jobs has she created? How many jobs how many people can she say, oh, this black girl, I put money in her hand. This black girl here, I put money in her hand. This black girl, How many? Let's count. Let's count. Everybody needs to go. But, it's very easy to scream black girl luxury. I support black women. It's very easy to scream that bullshit. Everybody needs to sit down. We're going to say who gave opportunities to who. How much money did you put in this girl's pocket? What did you allow this girl to do this and that? We're going to sit. We're going to talk. That's why me, Marlene, I've come to understand. Black people love mean people. Black people love abusive people. Black people don't like nice people. They like people who abuse them, right? Like, okay, let's be so for real. Let's be so for real. Everybody that goes into her studio today, these girls are all getting paid. They're all getting paid. How many promos has Jackie done with other black girls saying, you know what, promote Forever Mood, I'll pay you something, right? Let's do an ad for Forever Mood. I'll put bread in your pocket. One thing, one point. How many? Right? How many? Let's talk about it. How many? Even to spite me, she was chasing behind the soaking, right? She went chasing behind the soaking because she's trying to spite me. Everybody should knew I was friends, but she was chasing behind him. Today, where's the friendship? Because there's nothing sincere about that entity. There is nothing sincere in her bones. Just an agent of chaos. But that's what black girls are attracted to. Chaos, calamity, confusion, loser entity, right? That's about it. You go to a Juvia's Place warehouse. You will see the number of trucks, you guys. It's not a joke. You will see the number. I'm talking like 24 wheelers, like them big ass trucks. They go in, they go out, they go in, they go out. It is not a joke. This is not a game. And you gonna come over here and try to foolish people's business. You're gonna come over here and try to ruin people's businesses. And that's what they love to do. They just want to destroy things, destroy businesses, destroy your image, make other people dislike you. The whole time they bring nothing of value if it's not confusion and calamity, right? And maybe that's another reason why, I don't know, but maybe if she truly got married, because that's questionable. If she truly got married, that's probably why also she chose to not have a public wedding, because who would have gone to her wedding? Who is she nice to? Like, seriously, who is she nice to? Even the people who follow her, look at how she treats these people. Blocking people, insulting people, right? Who is she nice to? Right? I'm like, maybe that's why you could not have a wedding. Because a lot of people were not going to go there. A lot of people were not going to support. Because do you know how to be supportive to other people? Do you know how to be a friend to other people? Right? Do you know how to? I don't even know if Tiara would have went. Because one thing about Titi, right? Tiara Monet, one thing about Tiara is very sweet. Tiara is very, very sweet. Tiara got a good heart. She might be a little ditzy sometimes, but Titi, she got a sweetheart. She's very, very, very sweet. Very, very sweet. So I don't even know. Because what has she also done for Tiara? How has she also helped Tiara? Right? So I don't know if Titi would have went. But me, I've experienced Tiara. I have experienced her mother. I went to New York. I got my hair done. Tiara is very sweet. Very, very sweet. She can be a little ditzy, like a little blonde, a little bit. But but it's not from a wicked place. She's a sweetheart. She got good vibes. She absolutely has good vibes. Right? But that one over there, she has a problem. She truly, truly has a problem. Exactly. You see my point, Lonnie? You see, when have you ever seen a black woman do this? Especially her. For as much as she screamed that she got like she's the MLK of foundation shade and she's so about the black woman, all she does is destruction. And my thing is, where is her friendship with Alyssa? And Alyssa also, she's no Aquarius, right? Where is her friendship with Alyssa? How come Alyssa is not promoting her stuff also? What happened with that friendship, right? Can't keep a friend to save her fucking life, right? Cannot keep a friendship to save her life. And you truly believe that if she didn't have the money that she had, you think Dennis would have stuck around? You think Dennis would have stuck around if it was not for money and fame and free flights and free food, right? There you go. There you go. Where are the people? Where are the people? What's organic about your ass, right? Because all that comes out of her is destruction, calamity, cancel culture, destroy other people, destroy their business, destroy their name, destroy. But you see, all of that karma, it's all going to come back to her. It's all going to come back to her. And when I sat there and I saw her candle lunch, whatever it was, at her birthday, and people went crazy, Nigeria Twitter went crazy, and they canceled her candle on her birthday. Like, you see how much money you spent? You see how much money you spent? Okay. But yeah, because the light-skinned girl won too. But she was absolutely right. The packaging is cheap. The packaging is cheap. It is cheap. They're like, the packaging of her perfume is something that you can easily find at Forever 21. Okay. There's nothing exceptional about her perfume. But because the girls know she'll bully. So if you don't buy her stuff and promote her stuff, she's going to block you. Even when she released her palette with Anastasia Beverly Hills, she was like, oh, I'm making a list of everybody that reviewed my palette. And if I don't have your name, she threatens people like that, right? She threatens people like that. She wants to go to the perfume industry when honestly, Jackie has a nose for perfume, like since when? She has a nose for perfume. She has a nose for packaging. And everybody knows when you go into the perfumery, when you go into oh my gosh. Oh, I want to speak French. When you go into the whole perfume sector, right? Packaging is one of the biggest part of perfumes, right? Like the bottles are so luxe, like the holiday stuff, like everything about perfume has to be a luxury experience, right? The perfume section at a retail store, right? Like I'm talking like a Dillard's, a Neiman Marcus, a Nordstrom, a Beater Goodman. Like when you go to the perfume section, it's probably the most beautiful section in the entire store, right? Because those perfumers, like they go all out for their packaging, right? Because it's not just a fragrance. Like you want something beautiful to put on your vanity. You want something beautiful to put, you know what I'm saying? Like something really beautiful. But it's like she's not even passionate about that. She's not even passionate. Right? Do you even have passion for this? Do you even go above and beyond to have the most beautiful packaging? To have the no. And I feel like even her, Sephora let her go into Sephora because they needed more black faces inside of Sephora. And because she has millions of followers, they're like, okay, sure, come in here. Okay. But I'm like, I've kind of noticed that she's kind of calmed down with trying to cancel brands because now she also understands like, yo, it's real. It is very real. And she's like, oh, brands deserve more mercy. Oh, yeah. Did you give mercy to people? Did you give mercy to people? Right? I'm not saying don't be upset. You have the right to be upset, right? But you don't have the right to be destructive. And you also don't have the right to be destructive if you did not give the other Black woman a chance to explain herself. Because maybe she doesn't know. Maybe she don't know. Maybe she don't know, right? And what could be offensive to you might not be offensive to her. You know what I'm saying? We all grew up differently. You know what I'm saying? We all grew up differently. She grew up in Nigeria and she grew up, it was very rough for her growing up in Nigeria. So I think also sometimes when she see the stuff that people cry about in America, she's really confused. Because I will be too. You know, because she had a very rough childhood. Her dad died when she was very, very young and it was horrible for them. Like it was really, because I used to tell them like, you need to tell your story because people don't know, you know. But imagine like growing up in Nigeria, no daddy. It was very awful. Listen, her dad's side of the family, they threw them out. They threw them out. I'm like, when you listen to her story, like it is just so sad. That's why sometimes, even though she gets on my nerves, but I still have empathy for her. Because I'm like me, if I had grown up like her, I don't know how that would have affected me mentally. You know what I'm saying? Because I didn't have that childhood, right? But her mom was a single mom. Like when she died, when her father passed away, the father's family, these people just came in there brutalizing everybody. They threw them out in the streets. Her mom had to sell like puffs and stuff. Like when she even tells you how her mom put money together to bring them to America, you guys, it was so awful. Even when they came to America, when she tells you how their family treated them, you like, wow, people really ain't shit. You know, so I think like I also think like she still carries PTSD from that because we don't really believe in going to therapy, right? But I'm like, you got to put things into perspective too, right? So when you have your first world experience, you're like, oh my gosh, everything is a big deal. Yeah, because you never really suffered. You have never truly suffered, right? So you have cosmetic pain. Some people, they've been through like some real hard life type of stuff, right? So it's like, calm down. But just because something is a big deal to you, just because something is a big deal to you, no, not Jackie, I'm talking about Shishi, not Jackie, right? Just because something is a big deal, Jackie grew up in LA. Just because something is a big deal to you doesn't mean that it's a big deal to somebody else. You got to put stuff in perspective. Just because something is an emergency to you doesn't mean that it's an emergency to somebody else, right? And also, just because you don't prioritize money, you cannot be upset that somebody else prioritizes money. Right? There are people who carry a lot of people on their backs. So they have to prioritize money, right? In America too, like, that's the owner of Juvia's Place, right? In America, for example, like I said, in America too, but if you're not from here, this is something that you'll learn, right? For a lot of Black Americans, activism is a huge priority for a lot of African Americans, right? Activism, walking, marching, boycotting, wumpy wump wump. Okay, sure. A lot of African Americans, they are truly concerned. She has a page. A lot of African Americans, like, they're very concerned about activism. Okay, it's honorable. I guess it's noble. But the problem is, we can't be doing activism every day. People got to make money, right? Some people, listen, parents have to sell stuff. Parents have to sell cows. Parents have to borrow. I don't know, child. People have to do what they have to do to get these kids a visa, a passport, whatever, to come to America. So it's like, listen, I'm here. I got to send money home. So I cannot be an activist. Okay. I need money. Right. It's very easy also to be an activist when you're a U.S. citizen. When you come here as an immigrant, whether you come here with an F1 visa, H1 visa, whatever kind of visa, and then you just happen to stay, whatever it is, right? Listen, you need money. You're not a U.S. citizen. You need money. So you also got to put that in perspective. Right? When you're a citizen, it's a lot easier to prioritize activism because you don't have to worry about, oh, do I have to go back? Do I have to renew my visa? Do I have to go do that? These are not things that you have to worry about. So it probably is a lot easier to worry about activism. When you're someone from a third world country and your family sold all kinds of stuff to bring you here, making money is a huge priority. And yes, to some people, it might be off-putting. To some people, it might make you greedy. Sure, whatever. But everything's about perspective. Because if you were in my shoes, like, you know what? I understand why you need the money. If I was in your shoes also, I would understand why you care so much about activism. My thing is, if you have a Black person that cares about money, to me, it does not automatically make them a bad person. If you also have a Black person that cares about activism, it doesn't make them a bad person. Everything is within balance. But I just feel like you have to respect everybody's choice. And I think that's another hard thing also that I've noticed about Black people here, huh? It's a hard thing to respect a Black person who does not want to be a Democrat. It's a hard thing to respect a Black person who does not want to believe in a mainstream narrative. It's a hard thing to respect a Black person who prioritizes making money over being an activist, okay? It's a hard thing to respect a Black person who does not see Christianity the way that you see Christianity. There's a problem with like respecting boundaries. And there's a problem with respecting every Black person to be their own person, right? Just because somebody is Black and they don't see life the way that you see life, it doesn't mean they wish you harm. It's just not their politic, right? It's just not their politic. Like I said, to me, I think Tab is performative, but ultimately, I don't think that's a bad woman. Because I'm like, from a business perspective, I can only imagine. My business was never as big as her business is. My reach was never that big. I can only imagine contractually how much Tab has committed herself to financially over a certain period of time. And if she does not do what she's supposed to do, not only is she going to get sued, so now she's going to have to go get lawyers. Only God knows if you decide to be litigious, how many years you're going to be in court for, and you still have to pay your lawyer, and you still can't tell how this is going to work out because it's Target, so you might lose, and you might have to pay their attorney fees plus your attorney fees plus penalties. So it's crazy, right? But it's like, I really do feel as though Tab, she's probably in this Target thing for over $10 million. And it's not reasonable for people to expect her to be an activist. No. And it's like, it's not evil also for her to be a businesswoman. It's not evil. It's not evil. People have the right. People have the right to have their dreams. People have the right to build their businesses. And also, people have the right to be selfish. People have the right to say, hey, this is who I want to be. That's how I want to live. That's the neighborhood I want to be. That's the office I want. I like my staff. I like my car. I like my neighborhood. And I don't want to move. And I don't want to move. And that does not make anybody a sellout. Because if you live where she lived, and you can live in California and have a big old mansion in California and have a whole basketball court in your house in California, I'm sure you also would not want to move. Poverty is not a flex. Okay? Telling Black people who got themselves out of the hole to come back in the hole just to prove that they're Black and they're proud, that's some silly shit. Okay? She's not doing that. And even if I knew Tab, also like Tab, you ain't doing that shit. Okay? You're not going back to poverty. And if they don't want to buy from you, you'll find another audience. Okay? It's okay. If Black people do not want to support you because you don't want to burn your finances, destroy your relationship and things like that, you will find another people to support you. It's cool, right? But there's too much financial illiteracy out here for you to take Black people's feelings to a high degree. Because they don't understand money. They do not understand money and don't even care to understand money. Otherwise, they will tell you, do exactly what Jacob did, right? When Jacob told his father-in-law, I'm gonna work for 7 years, I'm gonna marry Rachel. That was the agreement. The father-in-law cheated. He put Leah in the bed. And I'm sure when Jacob woke up and said, what the fuck is this shit? Because he was sure he was mad. Because imagine working 7 years of your life and not getting what you agreed to, right? Okay. He was mad, but he didn't let that get the best of him. He got smarter. So he went to God and said, you know what? I want to marry Rachel, but this time around, I got to be smarter than this old fox, right? And God gave him an idea because he had a dream. So the following day, he goes to talk to Laban. He said, okay, I still want to marry Rachel, right? You blame me. I take the L. It's cool. Right? But here's what we're going to do. I worked 7 years for Rachel, but if your cattle, whatever, these animals, if they have babies and the babies come out with specks, they belong to me. But Laban, because he thinks he's such an old fox and he thinks he knows so much, he's like, how can clean, spotless creatures give babies to creatures? How can they have babies that have specks on them? I guess he didn't have the whole Mendel genetics diagram understood. So he agreed to it. But there's something that Jacob did to the water. He put something in the water. And I guess that water did something to the DNA of them things. I don't know. But the animals, they start to have the babies. And the babies are coming out with specks. You get to a point, you have more animals that are coming out with specks than animals that are being birthed without no specks. So the 7 years come. He gets Rachel and he gets the cattle and he gets Leah. You gotta be a lot smarter. You gotta be a lot more strategic. You have to be. I saw this book the other day, like a few weeks ago, about 2 weeks ago. It's called Strategic Thinking, right? But it's like you have to be strategic and you have to learn to take your pain in stride. Like, you know what? This person fucked me over today. Let me stay calm and plan something. Like when they don't see me coming, I'll be ready for that ass. But always announcing, I'm about to do this, I'm about to do that, da, da, da. And now in the future, it's truly going to make people feel as though Black people is not good for business because it's a really irrational people. And it's the people who will go pick up a goofy ass pastor who never had a business, who never made money on his own, lives off of offering and scamming the population to usher them into whatever this is. So no, I'm not doing it. And you'll see, moving forward, nobody else is going to come out here and make pledges to Black people. Because if you cannot fulfill the pledge, you can't even reason with them. They want to set your shit on fire. Cool, no problem. I ain't going to do it again. Just like I even felt like moving forward too, any Black woman who wants to have a hair care company is going to be very careful to say, oh, I have a Black-owned hair care brand and I make product for Black women, because you will not be acquired. Because we have seen from Shea Butter, Main Choice, who else? Mael, you know, anytime a Black woman gets acquired, we see the backlash. Honey Pot, we see the backlash. Destroy her business, cancel her business, you know, whatever. So moving forward, I think most investors are not going to be slightly, okay, yeah, I'm not going to be slightly interested in anything Black owned, whatever, because please, because the moment they know that you've been bought, the moment they know that you're no longer the CEO, they're going to cancel the brand, and we're not going to be able to make our money back. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you're not going to make your money back. So I think moving forward too, a lot of people, a lot of Black women, I think, hopefully, are going to be very careful to not say, I have a Black-owned hair care business. I have a Black skincare business. I have a Black. Because when you do that, you cannot sell your business, right? You cannot sell the business. Because how can you guarantee an investor that what happened to Shea Moisture, what happened to Mael, what happened to Honey Pot, what happened to the Main Choice is also not going to happen to your business? You can't guarantee that. So you're toxic. They're not going to come close to that. And if you don't have investors, it becomes really, really hard to go into retail because retail is so expensive. It's so expensive. The vast majority of brands that you see in these big box stores, they have investors. They're not paying for this out of pocket. It's insane, right? Even Carol's daughter, I feel like that's probably a reason why even L'Oreal decided to sell Carol's daughter back to her, because most likely there was some kind of backlash because she sold the business and they're not able to make a profit. So, okay, sure. They don't want us to own this. We'll give it back to you, right? And now you're fully in on this. And you're not going to have any other investor because you cannot sell this. And the thing about when you take investment money at the early stage, like in your startup phase, when you take investor money, right? The reason why investors agree to invest in your business at an early stage, because they are hoping that one day you'll sell to a bigger company. And that way they'll make their money 3, 4, 5, 10, 15x, right? The whole purpose is for you to sell this eventually. But no person is going to come invest in your business if there's no path to you selling the business. It's like, well, you're not going to sell. So it's like, I'm doing this because I want to make more than I can make with the bank, right? You know, sometimes I say like it's a real thing, right? So people come like early investors, angel investors usually don't want their money back, but seed investors, series A, B, C, whatever, all these series and like different, you go through like different series of fundraising, right? But these investors are truly coming in, putting money, helping you to get a lot bigger because they want a bigger company like a Unilever, a Procter & Gamble, Johnson & Johnson to say, okay, like that's a good business, let's buy it up. But if every time you buy a Black-owned business, there's this whole cancellation, there are a bunch of lawsuits, there are a bunch of this, and that, you're like, it's not worth doing it, right? The white guy who owns, there's a company called Curlsmith, right? It's owned by a white man because he did it for textured hair, right? So, hold on. I have it right here, right? So Curlsmith, this brand right here, right? This brand is owned by a white man with like curly hair. He looks like Kenny G. See, he made a brand for curly hair, curly textured hair, right? But he sold his company to Ellen of Troy. But because he's white, there was no backlash. I think he sold his for like, let me see. Okay. You see? Okay. So he sold his brand for $150 million cash, right? But there was no backlash. Right. But even though it's a brand for textured hair, like textured curly hair. That's what the brand is for. And I think like moving forward too, a lot of Black women who want to go into like the hair care space, you need to find a way to brand your company as a brand for people with textured hair, not Black. Okay. Textured, curly, wavy. You know what I'm saying? So that way it's for everybody. Okay. Because I think initially it was a cute idea. So, we want to really focus on the Black women. But you see, you cannot sell your business. Okay. You cannot. It is a very it's a very, very difficult segment to work with. It's not gonna work, right? Let me see if I can show you the owner. Hold on. You can see he was like Kenny G. Yeah, here he is, right? That's them right here, right? So here's the man, okay? So yeah, sold this for 150 million cash. And he didn't even have this brand for a long time though. But it's pretty simple packaging. It's not, components are not too crazy, right? Very, very simple. But $150 million cash. You see? He didn't have it for long. So if you're a black woman and you want to start a whatever, you need to make it so it caters to everybody. So that way, the day you want to sell your business, you have insulated yourself from the black backlash that you're going to receive, right? Because if they feel like they made you, they also feel like they can destroy you. So the best way to insulate yourself is to have different people, different ethnicities, different groups, whatever, supporting you. So that way, not a singular group feels like they are responsible for making you. It is extremely dangerous. It is extremely dangerous because hopefully you have seen by now, when they get upset, you cannot reason with them. When they get upset, they will come together, be in these echo chambers of confusion, misinformation, and misconception, especially since they've never even had a business. They think they know it all, right? And that is not good for you, okay? Not good. So let me keep playing her video.
And it's paid back every single day. And they only gave me 50 because they seen that I could handle it. But no, I couldn't. So Shopify, like, if you don't pay me today, this amount of money, we shutting down your store.
Wow.
The hair vendor like, girl, you owe me 5 this week. You coming up short. So I'm paying her while still trying to run these ads that I know make the money, while still trying to give Shopify a balance. And ultimately, I decided to truly like shut down everything. It came to a point I decided to shut down everything. And I still was making, I don't even know at the time if I could really think back how I do know how I paid everything off, but I'm in the most depressed state ever. And I'm trying not to cry because it was the most depressed state ever. I remember I cried every single day in the shower because here's a girl that graduated with her degree that built this business off the muscle. Nobody taught me anything. That's now in Houston in this beautiful 3-bedroom townhouse, dead broke. Dead broke. I think some of the money I was still paying my vendor was from like, you know, like what was left from Shopify Capital or whatever. All the money was being spent. And so I cried every single day and I decided to shut it down. And I remember it was just so damn hard because I would try to reopen it. And every time I try to reopen it, it's like if I try to reopen, I remember it was Black Friday 2020. Shopify was like, in order to reopen it, you got to give us like $7,000 a day. So I got to get them $7,000 a day. I'm trying to do everything at once. And I remember even there was points that I was making the money and the same money I made, I was giving it in. But what does that mean as for the hair? Where's the hair coming from? So there was even points I gave thousands of dollars away in refunds, literally thousands. And I'm sitting here trying to figure out what's next. And I remember I ended up getting into a car accident. That was just the biggest, darkest space in my life ever. And it took a long time to come out of that. I ended up getting pregnant. In the midst of all of this. And so I ended up moving to Houston. I think this is where things started to pick up because before I moved to Houston, I applied for I got a job. 1, nigga, the bills was due. 2, I'm pregnant. And I applied for, it was during COVID. So there was like some pay your rent thing going on. Like the government would pay your rent or something. The state would pay your rent. And so I applied for it and they ended up granting me like $11,000. And Shopify Capital ended up working a deal with me. You pay us, I think they say you pay us $9, we'll clear all your debt. I paid them the $9 and they cleared all the debt. And so I ended up moving to Houston and I ended up being able to reopen the store. But it was always real hard. I think a lot of times people don't realize like when you got so much pride built up into something, it's really hard to be able to like pull back into it. And so for a long time, I'm trying to build it up, but nigga, you crushed it on your own. So I'm trying to make sure I don't make these same mistakes, but nigga, you did this on your own. So at the same time, I'm my worst enemy at this point. Like, we're going to build it, but I'm scared. And so I operated in fear for a very long time, but ended up moving to Atlanta. And I think that's when things started to pick up a little bit. I met a really good hairstylist out there. I'm creating content, but the business was slow. I had a baby, so I'm trying to navigate motherhood and running this business when I know that, literally speaking, I know that this business is destined to be $1 million business. Like I reached the momentum and I know that it could happen, but it's about not making those mistakes again. So once we finally moved to Atlanta, everything started flowing again. It still was real slow, but I'm still doing everything. And I think realistically where the big change came is I decided to move back to Miami after moving to Atlanta. Long story short, I moved back to Miami because I was unhappy in a relationship with my child's father. And then,
see, so all this moving that cost her all this money just to go back to Miami. So it was a whim. It was a whim. She could have kept her $15,000. She could have stayed in Miami, grown her business in Miami. She had support in Miami. She had her friends helping her pack orders in Miami. I'm sure she left because of a man, right? And I'm sure she got there. She was paying all the money. And also, maybe also he liked her more because she had money. So when she stopped having money and she wasn't doing certain things for him, he got annoyed with her. You see? That's why I say women be out here doing stuff on a whim because they don't want to work out the numbers. Let me say, but when Jay-Z sells his brand to white people, it's Black excellence. They have regular Black women, but no, they pick and choose. They pick and choose. There's even this little baby girl, Miss Shirley, with boots on the ground. People are really mad because they feel like her mom is like exploiting her, which I do agree. But I'm like, where's the same energy for Blue Ivy? Blue Ivy is 13 years old with enough makeup on her face to make you think she's 26 years old. The child is on tour. Is school even out for the year yet? What are we doing? Right? But they pick and choose which Black women they're going to hold accountable for doing too much with a child. But I'm like, Blue Ivy is only 13. She is 13 years old. Like, if you didn't know any better, sometimes you look at her, you think she's 26. That's just too much makeup. The dance move. Her mom is out there with her butt cheeks right in front of her daughter. I'm like, this is just out of order. She is 13. Go do your homework. Go to bed. Yeah, but my school wasn't out when she started the tour. Okay, is she in school? It's like, this is insanity, right? But they pick and choose. That's my point. They pick and choose. When they're really scared of you, because like you're the Carters, they're not going to criticize you for what they don't really like. Like, nobody criticized Beyonce for staying with a husband that cheats, right? But they will criticize a regular woman for doing the same. Okay, when Beyonce's actually richer, like, make it make sense. She can afford to live by herself, okay? But my thing is they pick and choose who they want to be mad at. That's why I'm saying you got to be very, very careful. And so to me, okay, yeah, class was in session. I'm like, she needs to be at school. And I also feel like when you know how diabolical Hollywood is, when you know how demonic the music industry is, they should do everything in their power to keep their children away from that industry, especially girls. Oh, hell no. Okay, keep your children away from that. Let the kids at least be 18. If they're at least 18 and older and they gravitate towards music, that's one thing, right? But I'm like, this music industry in Hollywood, Hollyweird, they do all kinds of weird things to children. Child. Like, but Jimmy said, how do we even know she's a star? People heard her sing. I'm like, no, she never sung, right? She's 13 years old. Let her be a child. Like, keep her away from this stuff. But every night, dancing and doing all this with her body, bunch of makeup, shaking her behind. I'm like, little girl, go to sleep. Nah, go to sleep. Go to sleep. You are a child. Go to sleep. Like, it's excessive. Me, I don't like it. I do not like to see Blue Ivy like this. I think, like, okay, maybe one day you come out like the first day, the first leg of the tour, wumpty wump wump, go to bed. Go do your homework. Go to bed. Go be a child. Okay? Because this music industry here, and also Cowboy Carter, the lyrics are not appropriate for a 13-year-old. They're highly sexual. They are extremely sexual. Her mom and her butt cheeks all over the stage like that. This is just out of order. How you gonna be you a whole mama and dress like a 3 or 4 on stage? Like, what the heck? Nah, that's hyena behavior. Nope.
It was like, no matter me being put up or whatever, it just wasn't the situation I wanted to be in. And so I ended up moving back to Miami. October. It was realistically, I went into a closet. I was about to pray about my business because it was slow, but I had just watched this girl on Instagram. She said she made $1 million in a year selling hair. I'm like, damn, God, like, I want to get back to this place. So I went into the closet to go pray about the business. And when I went into the closet, before I could even open my mouth, the Lord said, you need to go home. I didn't even end up praying that day. And I started boo crying because even though I wasn't happy in a relationship.
Okay, you see this? Black people. So her business is not doing well. She squandered the money. She watched a video. A Black girl said she made $1 million, right? Instead of saying, let me get with an accountant, let me get with somebody that can help me with my numbers. Because the problem is not that you're not making money. The problem is you are squandering the money, right? So how can you get to $1 million? Like, even if you got to $1 million, you get to $1 million with that mindset, you're going to put yourself in a $2 million hole. Okay, because you start making $1 million, Shopify gonna offer you a $200,000 loan. You're gonna take it. Okay, so we don't trust you. You see this, Black people? Instead of saying, "Let me go read a book," let me go call an accountant, let me go call a CPA. Oh no, I'm gonna go in the closet. I'm gonna go pray in the closet because we do not want to be serious about business. We do not want to learn money. We don't want to learn the numbers. We don't want to learn even like how to do your like price your margins and stuff like that, right? Like what should your markup actually be so that you break even, at least like you can cover other costs, right? No, like I told you, Black people, we treat God like he's some kind of juju, like he's, I don't know, like, you know what I'm saying? But it's the way they teach you at church. Oh, just pray, just claim it, just whatever. No, you have to learn it and you have to earn it. There you go, right? There you go. I'm going to go in the closet. Is the closet make you broke? The closet told you to move to Houston? The closet told you to take money from Shopify to go buy furniture? No, you have a head problem, right? You have a lack of money knowledge problem, right? You'll need to go into a closet. You have to sit down with people who can actually look at your finances. Go sit down with a CPA. But we have to stop doing this. Oh, I need to go in the closet. Oh, I don't have money. Let me go pray about it. And do what? Get on a website, find jobs, use ChatGPT or use DeepSeek to help you work on your resume so you can go apply for a job. Okay? God is not going to fix, like, God is not it's not hocus pocus. It's not magic. It is not magic. And we have to stop treating God like he's an idol, right? You have to study stuff. The young lady who made $1 million, you could have emailed her. She probably would have given you sound advice. Here's how I did it. And you have to pace yourself, right? But, oh, I'm going to pay my tithes and come into some money. I'm going to go run around the church and come into some money. I'm going to scream and shout and come into some money. I'm going to go in the prayer closet and come into some money. What is this? Okay. Like it's really insane. It's really, really insane. Okay. You can pray. No, you need to study. Learn and earn. You learn, you earn. You learn, you earn. Right? But this whole time, go see a CPA. If you have $300, you have $500. Go sit down with a CPA. Even if you have to go there every single day of the week, let these people clean your books for you. Right? So that way you can understand, oh, wow. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Ah, okay. Right? God is not, I don't want to say God is not a miracle worker, but it's like, this is not hocus pocus. This is not hocus pocus, right? The stuff you bought, like Lonnie said, the furniture, all this furniture, give it back to the people. Call the people, the cars you got, give these people back their keys. Like, you know what? I can't afford this anymore. Please, can you take this car back? Because I can't afford this, right? That's what we have to do. We cannot always, oh, I don't want to learn, or I don't want to feel bad. I don't want to feel shame. So I'm just going to pray and then God's just going to fix it. No, God's not going to just fix it. Okay. That's not how it works. You got to pay the price for your mistakes. I didn't do this right. Let me become a student of that. I didn't handle this money right. Let me fix this. Let me go sit with an accountant. Let the people help you out with your finances. Right. But my thing is, if you can't even handle a little bit of money, you have no business asking for $1 million in sales, because then you're really going to drown. Because when they start offering you a $100,000 loan, a $200,000 loan, you're going to take it because you haven't learned your lesson. Because as long as you think, yeah, As long as you think, all I got to do is take money, spend money, and when I'm in a bind, go into a closet and pray my way out of my problems, you haven't learned anything yet. Okay? Exactly. God is calling you to be a minimalist, right? But imagine if that's how life works, and that's how so many Black Christians understand Christianity, right? That I don't really have to take ownership of anything. All I have to do is go in a prayer closet. All I have to do is fast for 3 days, or do the Esther fast, do the Daniel fast, pay my tithes and offerings, scream and shout in the church, cry in the church, go meet a prophet, wumpty wump wump, right? Always looking for shortcuts. No, you got yourself in this matter by doing specific things, right? And you have to unlearn that behavior. That's the real prayer, right? You got to unlearn that behavior so that you don't find yourself in this way. And like Val said, the other sister here from the main attraction, she needs to go give that car back. But you think she's gonna do it? No, because like her ego is attached to that Mercedes. But anybody with some sense, and I'm sure most likely too, she probably took a Shopify loan to pay the down payment on that car. Because I'm like, how can you afford this car? But like she said, because if she was making less, like what? She was making $200,000 and Shopify was already giving her like $50,000 in Shopify money. So if you make $1 million, how much they offering you? Like $200,000? You see? And that's why I say a lot of these girls, their businesses are not generating that much income. They're living off of that Shopify loan money. Now it's starting to make sense. Okay. No, because they're like, people can be such an embarrassment. You're not going to go into a prayer closet. No, go to Amazon, buy a book of money. And like I said, when you make a certain amount of money too, you have to sit with a CPA because it's just too much money.
If I wanted to be there. And so I ended up moving back. He said you got until October 1st. So I moved back October 1st. And I moved back home and it's like the craziest things start happening. I start promoting because I'm here in Miami. I'm like, everything I know, I got to make me some money. I'm in my parents' house. I'm with my baby. I got to make me some money. So I start really promoting. That's when I finally got my raw hair vendor. And I start promoting and the business started making money. It start picking up quick. And I remember I started using TikTok ads and I started to be in a space. I feel like I operate well in like a tough, tight spaces sometimes. Not in Houston, but sometimes I operate in tight spaces very well. And so I moved back to Miami and it started picking up. But I never still solved the issue about the problem.
And you see, even the thing she said, so you see, and that reminds me of, you know what reminds me of what she just said? It reminds me of Nikki Talk. What's his name? Jamie Perkins. It reminds me of him, right? So when the money came in, you could have lived with your mom and dad. And that $15,000 you took out to go move to Houston, you could have used that to redo your parents' basement. You could stay in the basement. Take that $15,000. Y'all listen to me, right? You see, Black people, we have a problem. Take the $15,000 instead of moving to Houston, invest that in your parents' home. Because the thing about your parents' home, you know, that's always your safety net, right? Like that's, no matter what, I can always go back to mom and dad. There you go. So because mom and dad is your safety net, that's where your first investment should go into. Because if you had taken $15,000, if you had taken that $15,000 and you had done your mom's basement, your mom and dad's basement, the property value, it goes to the roof. Because $15,000 into a basement, if you have a furnished basement, that increases the property of the house, right? So if anything ever happens, even if your parents want to refinance or get a home equity line of credit, or if something happens to them and they leave the house to you, that's money that's going to multiply for you, right? You take the 15, you move to Houston, you give it to random people, you give it to furniture people, right? And now what happened? You come to your parents' house and you have not even helped your parents with all this money, right? It's the same thing with Jamie Perkins. When he was making money with Nikki, their channel, as you can see, it sounds to me, he never helped his mom and dad. He never gave them any money, right? You travel the world, you buy $3,000 strollers. They're out here wasting money, flying and doing something. We're out here doing Jamie and Nikki out here, right? He never gave his parents money. So now then they go through the whole divorce thing. Jamie decides he's going to spend $160 Australian dollars divorcing Nikki. Yet again, He doesn't give his parents money. So he squandered all his money. Now he's living in some city, right? And he drives Uber. And who pays for his rent? His dad pays for his rent. I'm like, how does your brain actually work? Right? When you make it big on TikTok, you make it big on YouTube, whatever. When you have a lot of money, you should take care of your parents. If your parents have a mortgage, at least help them to pay the mortgage off or help them to upgrade the basement, right? Do something financially for your parents. So that way, if this thing don't work and you got to go home or you need money for your parents, it's not going to be a big deal because you help furnish the base, like you help upgrade the basement, right? Or you paid off the mortgage. So now, hey, they can sell the house or they can even take a new mortgage and help you out. But like Jamie, his dad is like 75 years old or something crazy, and his dad is working. His dad pays his mortgage, and then his dad has to pay Jamie's rent because Jamie squandered his money. I'm like, how do you go from being a millionaire? Your dad was not even a millionaire. I don't think you gave your dad money. And now your dad has to pay for your rent because you also chose to squander your money on a divorce. Are you people actually okay? Yeah, like he's so, like these people are so, like, they're just so damn crazy. Okay. Yeah. Like it's really, really insane. Asian, yeah, she said even Asian told young streamers to get an account first. Imagine running a business without a CPA. A lot of them don't make it when they come to Houston, LOL. Oh, so Val sees them. Okay. They never listen to sound advice. They'll say you're a hater for saying be practical with the money you've been given. Exactly. Right? You have to be practical with the coins, right? But Alyssa too, like she said she gave the boyfriend money, but I'm like, Gemini, I think you also squandered money too, though. I think they squandered money together. You know what I mean? And he took it because you were offering it, right? But at the end of the day, you got to protect your business because that's the business that pays the bills, right? So I'm like, I need to hear his side of the story. Okay. But I'm like, because people love to move to LA and they get these houses and this and that. And I think sometimes when you're down to your last, you don't want to admit that you fucked up too. So you're looking for people to blame. Because I feel like Alyssa, from what I've seen too, Alyssa seems to have a little blame problem. She likes to blame people. Okay. Like she was blaming her dad and I'm like, girl, even though I think your daddy, he could be a little nicer, but I see where he's coming from. Like, girl, you ain't got no money, go work. You're like, oh no, I need to be inspired. You're like, inspired, bitch. These bills better inspire you, right? So I feel like she squandered a lot of money and then she was looking for someone to blame, you know? But ultimately, you got to look at yourself because that money, it hits your account first and then it goes to other people. Yeah, Jonathan, whatever his name was. I can see he was like very skinny like that. Okay. So that's the thing too. And my thing is, why he ain't working? What's his job? Right? Because I feel like a lot of these female YouTubers, they like to keep a man. You understand? Because I think these girls have control issues. I really do. Like, what's your job? Like, even what's your other girl's name too? What's the other one? Alyssa, what's her name again? Aaliyah J, huh? The one that was dating that little boy, Menelik. Chair. Have you seen his rap sheet? I'm like, why would you ever like, whoa, right? But I think they want a purse. They don't want a man. They want a purse. You understand? They want a purse. So a purse is expensive. Cause I'm like, these are not dudes. Like these are feminine people. These are feminine people. Right? But I'm like, when I saw Aaliyah's face with that's another Aaliyah J. When I saw Aaliyah J with Menelik, I was like, so what does he have in store for you? Where is he gonna take you? What does he have going? Who is he again? Girl, what? You understand? So, you know, because sometimes I don't understand because I'm like, if you're a young woman and you make lots of money, yeah, you can't just be like, oh, because I love him, because no, he needs to know how to take care of himself. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, these bills better inspire you. Like what? Yeah. Yeah, they want an accessory. Because I'm like, I don't even know how a man can even sit here and be comfortable taking money from a woman and not be like, oh no, baby, like let's invest money here, let's spend money over here, let's invest money here. But I think a lot of these YouTuber girls, other black girls that I see here on YouTube, I don't even think they want a man. I think they want a purse. They want an accessory. And so he's like, okay, I'm a pretty boy, so I guess you're paying the bills now, huh? Because I'm like, where are we going with this? Like, what is he adding to the business? Right? Is he going to help you edit more videos? Is he going to post more content? Like, what is he doing to earn his keep? You know what I'm saying? Also, like, what does he have going on? Like, why is he in every single video? Like, he doesn't work? Yeah. Yeah, but Nitra, she's been with him for a very, very long time, though. Like, they've been together for a very, very long time. And also, he's not in all the content. Because I think he has a job. Like, he's not in all her video and this, and that, and the brand trip and the wumpy wump, right? But I'm like, they've been together for a very, very long time. And she was not even like a big, big YouTuber. So yeah, exactly. He works. He's not all up in her shit. Like, oh, let's do a mukbang. Let's do a reaction video. Let's do, like, what does he have going on for himself? And that to me is extremely dangerous, right? So, because with even Alyssa, like with Alyssa Wallace, Forever Flawless, like Jonathan, whatever his name was, I don't even know what he had going on for himself. What did he do for himself? What job did he have? You know, because a man got to have his own. He needs to have purpose, right? He needs to have his own. A woman cannot take care of a man. That's out of order. That's against the law. Okay, that's against God's whatever. Yeah, you see, and this guy too, he's been from reality TV show to dating show. It's like, this is extremely dangerous. Like, this is extremely dangerous. You cannot take care of a man. It's contra nature. It's against the law. Okay? It's against the law. Hello? It's against the law. Like, you cannot be doing stuff like this, right? A man needs to have his own. But you cannot fully take care of a man like he's your wife. Like, he's not your wife. He's a man. Okay? So no. Vamos. Get out of my videos. You freaking weirdo.
And I think that the Lord will always allow you to go into a cycle until you start realizing exactly what you need to fix. And so I moved back and I go on this 9-week fast. I'm gonna wrap this up. I go on this 9-week fast because I moved back. The Lord told me to move back. All I said was, realistically, I'm gonna be committed to the Lord. Like, I'm gonna be committed to doing this with you because you told me to come back. And so I'm going to church, whatever they say. They got a 9-week fast called the boot camp, and I decided to do it. Mm-hmm. And I fasted for 9 weeks, 3 weeks, no food, only liquid.
You see this? Looking for a quick fix. I'm going to fast. Like, you see? Because she doesn't want to learn. She just wants to make $1 million. So now she's going to treat God like he's some kind of juju, like he's some kind of a shrine or some weird thing, right? I'm going to do a 9-week fast. I'm going to do 3 weeks without food. Like, no. Okay. You know, Alex Earl, that white girl that made them all upset when she reviewed the drops from Mayo, right? I'm going to do a 9-week fast. I'm going to drink water. I'm not going to eat food. I'm not, like, who thinks like that? No, but this is what juju is. These are occult practices. So you're not even like, yeah, Santa Claus, hocus pocus, a shrine. Ooh, I'm gonna rub this and rub this. I'm like, this is what people do when they do witchcraft. They tell you, like, when you go and do the rituals, like, do this first and then do that. Go wash yourself at 12 o'clock at night. Go throw money in the sea. Go do something. Don't walk on your left foot. Wumpty wump wump. This is ridiculous. Right? You think Elon too, but Jeff Bezos, whatever. You think all these people, when they started businesses, they were out here fasting for 9 weeks? No, they studied business. They read books. They educated themselves. They hired professional help. They hired CPAs, right? So why do 9 weeks of fasting when you can do a 9-week boot camp with a CPA? That's more intelligent, right? And this is why, like, even Logic was like, oh, Marlene, I don't think we're a hindrance to God. I was like, yes, we are. Hey, Kevin. I said, yes, we are. Because as Black people, we're not a good representation of God, right? We're always looking for quick fixes. Why do you have to fast for 9 weeks, right? because it's easier to fast than to actually go learn accounting, right? You can do a 9-week boot camp with a CPA. You go to his office every day and you sit there for as long as you have to. Now, I'm not going to reopen my business until I understand my numbers, right? So if you have to go to that CPA every day from 9 o'clock, from 9 until 5, you go there from 9 to 5. Let that be your boot camp, right? Let that be your boot camp. But no, we don't want to learn money. I keep saying this. We don't want to study. We don't want to earn it. We want miracles. We want to be CEOs of $1 million brands without even understanding how money works. We are insane. We are truly insane. We are insane. And this thing we call, that's just having faith. No, you're mental. You need your head checked. You're like this. You're delusional. You're delirious. Right. And that's why I see why now, like a lot of people, when they look at Black people, talk about Jesus, they look at us like we're crazy. Oh, here they go again. The loonies are outside, because we don't know when to stop. We don't know when to stop. We'll even go to a business meeting and start doing all this Jesus stuff in front of business people. It is so weird. It's just really weird. We have to stop. Like we truly have to stop. Right. You want to be in business? You have to learn the language of business. You got to learn the way business people talk. And you're not going to learn that in your closet. You're not going to learn that fasting for 9 weeks. You're not going to learn that just running away. You need to do a boot camp with a CPA, right? Or you go on YouTube and you watch as many videos as you can from 9 o'clock until 5 p.m. for 9 weeks straight. And you learn as much as you can about accounting. You learn as much as you can about pricing. Learn as much as you can about branding, marketing, right? You need to acquire the knowledge. Stop treating your faith like it's some juju stuff. Like, this is weird. It's idolatry. It is idolatry, right? I'm saying, like, it's just idolatry. Like, I'm so sick of this. Oh, I need to go pray. I need to fast. I'm going to fast. I'm going to fast. It's enough with the fasting. When are you actually going to learn? When are you actually going to study? Okay? People need to study. You have to study. When you don't know a thing, you don't run into a prayer closet. You go to the library. You go to Amazon. You go to Google. You go to AI. And you figure that thing out. Right? We have to learn to be seekers of solutions, not people who run into a closet because we're running from life, or we're running from our bills, or we're running from our... We have to stop running. We have to stop. We really have to stop. And that's what the church has turned into. Bunch of losers. People who gave up on life. They just give up. The church is full of quitters. Full of quitters. Only quitters believe in miracles, right? Because if you actually could, you would not be waiting for a miracle, right? Losers wait for miracles. Quitters, they wait for miracles. You will never see a doer sit here and wait for a miracle. Why do I need to wait for a miracle when I can make it happen for myself? Right? Remember that one time we watched a video with DDG, my favorite Libra on the internet, after Kevin, of course, right? Right? But DDG said what? He said, I got the money glitch. He said, I got an infinite money glitch. There you go. And he's not lying. He really does. You think he's in the closet? No, he's streaming. He's working. Okay. That infinite money glitch, it came from posting content nonstop for like 10 plus years. Having the right connections, making friends with the right people, staying in the right circle, right? He didn't get his channel by being in his prayer closet. But when that little boy said he got the infinite money glitch, I'm like, oh yeah, he mean that shit. All these little boys, they have infinite money glitches. One agent said he made $385,000 from streaming alone. Jeez, right? And that's how you know. Losers and quitters. Oh, I need to pray. I need to pray. Yeah, because you don't believe in yourself, because you're a loser. When you know how to do for self, you don't need to pray. You say, God bless me, I got this. And you go. And you go. Just like the centurion, he told Jesus, you don't even need to move, family. Just sit down real quick. Just say a word. It's going to be good. Right? You don't need a long ass. Even Jesus said this, like, don't pray and you repeat the same words all over again. It's like you sound like an unbeliever. He said only unbelievers feel the need to repeat the same words back to back to back to back to back. Get to the point. A prayer don't have to be long. Do you believe or you don't? Right? But you don't have to pray for days. You don't have to pray for hours. A prayer can be quick to the point. Now go and conquer. David said, shall I pursue? The Lord said, not only will you pursue, but you shall recover everything. Okay? That's all you need to know. Go conquer, go pursue, and then go recover everything you've lost. You don't need to be praying and fasting for 9 weeks. And think about fasting also, especially when you run a business. Fasting is really exhausting because you don't eat, right? So if you're not eating for 9 weeks and you have a baby and you have to run a business, you're not going to make the best decisions because you're tired and you're hungry, right? Do you think it's prudent to make financial decisions on a starving belly? No. Right? And with a baby and exhaustion, no. You need to be well rested and well fed when you make financial decisions. You can fast maybe like once a week or something, but you cannot fast for 9 weeks without food with a baby, with a business, making content and things of the sort. You're not gonna make it. You're not gonna make it. Fasting is not a thing that fixes everything, right? You have to do the work. Okay. Child, when I tell you I love DDG, that's my baby though. I love him so much. I'm like, you guys, I love these little boys. I need to know where he lives so I can go panhandle. Okay. But I'm like, you have to study. I need to go in my prayer closet. I need to pray. I need to do it up. You got to stop. It's excessive. You need to eat. It's a lot of energy. Even thinking is a lot of energy. Okay. Packing orders, taking care of a baby, taking care of yourself. All the things you have to do, and you're fasting for 9 weeks, 3 weeks without food. For what reason? Eat your food, read a book. Nobody's asking you to starve yourself, right? And people who are very successful in business, it's not because they starved. They have systems in place. They have procedures in place. They have a lot of experts in place, right? They have a well-oiled machine. That's why they're able to make money. It's not fasting. You meet any Black Christian that is a multimillionaire, fasting did not make them rich. Okay? You're not eating food did not make them rich. Locking themselves up in a prayer closet did not make them rich. When you meet a Black person that's a Christian and that's a really wealthy person, they're good stewards. They work really hard. They're very modest with their spending. They have great advisors. They have great lawyers, great accountant. Like everything is really, really structured, and they're very patient, and therefore they're very successful, right? But what Christian do you know? What Black Christian do you know that is a multimillionaire and that built an entire multi-million-dollar business on fasting and not eating food? Who is that person? It doesn't exist. They don't exist. They do not exist. It's hard work. It's a lot of patience. It's a lot of learning. It's a lot of, I got to be a student. And also, Black Christians who are multimillionaires also, they understand delayed gratification. They're not going to buy something just because the money is there. They're not going to go buy a $250,000 car because the money is there. It's like, what is the purpose of that, right? Black Christians who are multimillionaires, every time it comes down to spending money, they'll say, okay, what's the purpose? Do I truly have to spend this money? Is there another way for me to spend less money? Okay. Is there a way to, even get this like half off? Right? They look for deals. They look for discounts. They look at interest rates. They compute their payments. Okay. How much will I pay for this monthly? Can I truly afford this? Right? But they're very patient people, and it's a very modest people, and it's a very humble people. And because they're so humble, they're always learning from everybody. They learn. They ask for advice and they take the advice. They don't have big egos about themselves, right? Like they're not like, oh, I need to drive a fancy car. And they don't live like that. And that's why a lot of rich Christians, a lot of rich Black Christians, a lot of people don't even know they exist because they're very low key. Because it's not about being seen. They're very low key. It's a lot of Black people who are Christian and rich, right? But they're very low key. You wouldn't even know unless somebody told you this man right here got money. You wouldn't even know. You wouldn't even know. Because it's not a flashy people. It's a very humble people. And humble people, they're always learning. They're not like, oh, I know everything. You can't tell me anything. I know it all. And they're so quick to get offended. It doesn't work like that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, miracles and discounts. Miracles, discounts, and flashing lights. Well, where are we going to go? So, no. You have to study.
Liquid, 3 weeks Daniel fast, 3 weeks no food again. And I think at that time, that was from like January to February, end of February. My business, mind you, I started doing TikTok ads. It blew up. But like I said, I never solved the issue. So come March, right after the fast over, my child's father like, okay, you gonna move back? I'm like, nah, I don't see God telling me to come back with you. He ended up turning to my worst enemy, hacked my Shopify, hacked my business bank accounts, deleted all my YouTube videos. I used to get paid from YouTube, deleted everything. And
that's how you know her fast didn't even work. Because if your fast was really a God-ordained fast, you fasted for 9 weeks and God didn't show you this coming. People are crazy. You fasted for 9 weeks and God did not even drop a premonition. He didn't give you a dream. So were you really fasting? No, you were just starving yourself. Because when Daniel was out here fasting and for 21 days, he was having dreams. He was having dreams. He was having dreams. You fasted for 9 weeks and he didn't show up to you. No dreams. He didn't show you, okay, this is about to happen. Okay? Are you sure you fasted, boo-boo? Just out here starving yourself because you're fasting for the wrong reasons. You don't fast for money. You don't fast for money. You fast so that you can have a relationship with God. It's not transactional. Nothing out here. You don't pray as a transaction. You don't fast as a transaction. You don't pray, oh, I'm only doing this because I want something from God. You're not gonna have it. But I'm like 9 weeks of fasting, and you didn't see the stuff coming. Yeah. And that's the thing too. I feel like some of these baby daddies, especially if you got them accustomed to money, you have to learn to let them down easy. Because you train these men to be soft men and to look at you for money. Because she probably told him how much she made. She probably told him, I got 15,000. I got this kind of money for my Shopify. She probably told him that. So now he's used to that. So when you don't give him money, now he's triggered. He wants to hurt you. You see?
I was just in the process of rebranding because I got out this fast. I'm like, I'm going to dedicate this business to the Lord. And so when he did that, that was also another thing. I constantly feel like there was always situations that put me in holes. And so he took everything from me because he didn't like that I switched up into a different person, basically. And so I get another job in Miami, I'm working. And come August, we finally get the rebrand done after picking up all the pieces and saving up my money from this job and managing. There was points I was doing Uber Eats, I was doing all type of stuff. And I made a commitment to say, okay, we're finna do these numbers. Like, you're gonna learn how to do these numbers because I don't care if I get 200 orders. If you get 200 orders and you in the negatives, it don't matter. You
see? Now she's starting to have some sense. You're going to learn these numbers. She tried hiding in the closet for 9 weeks. She tried starving herself for 9 weeks. You had to learn this. Your faith, or whatever it is, your faith as a Christian, it's not for you to go hiding into. Your faith is meant to give you strength to face the things that you're afraid of, right? You're not a Christian, so you can hide. And unfortunately today, too many Christians are cowards. Too many Christians are little punks. They're just cowardly. Everything scares them. Right? That's why I said the church is full of losers. They're so, it's like, this is going crazy. They're so quick to be scared. They're so skittish. And the devil knows that. They're going to run in that church and not going to come outside. They're going to go in that closet for 9 weeks and not going to come out because they're scared. What are you doing? You know what I'm saying? Like the Bible even tells you the kingdom of God is suffered by violence, right? Your faith is meant to empower you to be bold. That's what they say. He's the lion of the tribe of Judah, right? You got to be bold like a lion, like the lion of the tribe of Judah. No, these people out here, they mice. They like cockroaches. As soon as you turn the light, they start running. Okay? As soon as you turn the light, they start running. Look at this. Look at this. Like, what is this? Okay? You cannot do anything with these people, you know? Okay? Exactly. You need to go get the people. No, you're hiding in the closet. If you don't go on Google and ask for local financial advisors in my area and take your time and read the reviews and see who's probably best for you, make those calls. No, hiding in the closet. starvation will fix it. I'm going to starve myself. And that's how I'm going to have $1 million business. If it was that easy. Okay. Do you know how many, I wish sometimes these Christians, because you know, they're so damn silly. I wish some of these Black Christians sometimes would know how many days Indians fast for. Indians don't play about fasting. They have people in India who fast like 100 days out the year, 200 days out the year. And guess what? They still poor. They are still poor. Okay. There are a bunch of Indians, like they're like priests or whatever. They fast for like half a year. They don't eat food. They're like mad skinny. Okay. Guess what? They're poor. If all it took was starvation to fix problems, if all it took was starvation to have a business idea, or if all it took was starvation to guarantee a multi-million-dollar business, do you know how America would not be full of obese people? Because then everybody just gets to starve themselves. If it was that easy. But you also have to respect God, though. Like, seriously, right? God is not a cheater. If all it takes is starvation to have $1 million business, then he has to do it for everybody else, not just you. Not just you, right? So starvation is not going to fix it. You need to go to Google or go to, I don't know, and you need to look for the best financial planners in your city. And maybe you call 2 or 3, ask them how much they charge for initial consultation. Maybe you go see the first one, see if there's a vibe or whatever, but find your person. Okay, yeah, like you like you know what I'm saying. This is really crazy. So after she starved herself, now she's like, you know what? I truly have to learn these numbers. Yes, yes, you have to care about these numbers. There you go. My videos went viral on TikTok. We don't care. What are the numbers? You have to care about these numbers. It's like if it was that easy. Okay, like remember that one time my cousin told me, oh, if I kill the cow or like bury the cow alive, I'm going to be rich. I'm like, well, if it's that easy, then what about the next person who finds out about that? And then they bury a cow, they're gonna bury my business too. I was like, that makes no damn sense. Like, I'm like, no, I'm not doing that shit. You are crazy. I'm not doing that shit. Okay, y'all some crazy ass people. All right, you like there's a blueprint for what it takes to have a successful business, and we have to study that and stop looking for shortcuts. And ever since I started thinking like this, I'm more chill now because I'm like, nah, a business is not just having a website, it's not having a few products, it's not promoting on TikTok. A business is very serious. It is really, really serious stuff. And you see, and that's why now I'm 40, I'm chilling. No, I gotta have another business. No. Because if you don't have another business just to fuck it up, what is the point? You see, the day I decide to officially start a whole, like, especially like direct to consumer stuff, the day I decide to open a business officially, you guys, it needs to be a testament. Like, yeah, Marlene truly learned. You know what I'm saying? Like, she really learned. But if you go start a business to do the same foolishness you did before, then you really ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you really don't know shit. Like, you're really dumb, right? So no, running a business is very serious. Right? Building a brand, it takes a lot of time. And you truly have to be patient. Like, you have to pace yourself. You cannot want success overnight or be the biggest brand overnight. It really takes time. And if you don't have 5, 10, 15 years in you, don't do it. You know what I'm saying? Do not do it. You know, I could sell this real quick. I could sell that real quick. Yeah, that's just a hustle. That's just a hustle. If you decide to start a business with something, you really have to say to yourself, do I really see myself doing this for the next 5 years? Do I truly see myself doing this for the next 10 years? Okay, then it's not the business for you. Okay, because these customers too, they're people. They give you their money. They're trusting you with their money. They're trusting that you're going to ship their stuff on time. They're trusting that you're going to answer emails and be friendly, right? It's a lot of things that go into a business, right? That's why I said to myself, I'm like, Marlene, next time I start a direct-to-consumer good, you guys, I'm not doing it unless I have like $500,000 to $1 million cash. For real. Because next time I have a business, I'm not doing everything by myself. The lies you tell. I'm going to hire people. I'm going to have an office. I'm going to have employees. And I'm going to be like, okay, listen, this is what I do. Then I go home. Because the more you have life-work balance, the more likely you'll like your business. If you do everything for your business, you'll wake up one day and you'll hate your business. You will hate the business. You'll hate your customers. You will hate everybody because you're tired. You're tired, so you're mad. You're grumpy. You're in a bad mood. Okay? You want to like your business, you see. You want to like your business. You want to like the vision for your business. You want to also like your customers. You always want to be in a frame of mind where you are grateful for your customers, right? Like, I mean, I know I'm charging you, but I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you love it. I'm here for you, sis, right? You really want to love your customers, right? But if you are stretching yourself really, really thin, doing everything for this business, and you're barely making any money for this business, you will hate your customers. And as soon as they complain or ask a question, you are ready. And that's not okay. Because it's not their fault. They didn't ask you to do the shit. So if you're overwhelmed, bitch, stay in bed. And that makes sense. That makes sense. Because there's a lot of people out here who are very mean to their customers, right? Because you're not making enough money. But it's not their fault because you didn't do your numbers. Okay? Yeah. So, yeah, so, no, it's true, Kevin. Like, because a lot of people don't like their clients because they're tired. I think that's why the black restaurants, the black hairstylists and stuff, people are tired. They do everything themselves. They do the emails. They do the black people struggle with putting systems and processes in place because they don't want to pay other people. Because there's a designer bag you want. There's a trip to Cancun you want to pay for. It's like you can't afford that right now. It's better to go on Upwork and hire customer service. It's really astounding to me the number of black women hairstylists that do not have a customer service agent. Because how can you do hair, do customer service, answer emails, answer questions? You go to Upwork, you can hire somebody for $6 in the Philippines. But they don't want to pay for that because that's a Gucci bag. So it's like, I want to do everything because I'm so greedy because I need to go buy a designer. You cannot buy a designer. You need to invest in the customer experience. And I think even now, too, you're going to see a lot of these girls, a lot of these hairdressers, they're going to have to go get real jobs, especially the ones who are not licensed. Because the way black women are getting fired from their government jobs, they're not going to be able to splurge like they used to. They're going to go home and do their hair at home because they're getting fired. So you're going to have to go get a job. And also, there's no real customer service experience to justify why these women have to try to find the money to come see your ass, right? But when you don't overwork yourself in the business, when you don't overstretch yourself in the business, right? You can be well rested. And when you're well rested, you can be a lot friendlier to your clients because you have work-life balance. So you look forward to going to work. And then when it's the weekend, you look forward to being with your family all weekend, right? You got to have work-life balance. You understand? So that's that. But even being an influencer too, Lonnie, it's a business. It's a business, right? They don't answer questions. They don't answer comments, right? But you should be in your comment section. You should be answering the comment section, right? And maybe one day, I know, because sometimes with YouTube will they'll have pre-drafted answers for you. But maybe one day YouTube will come out with some kind of AI agent to help influencers respond to comments, right? Because engagement does matter. But I feel like even as an influencer, you are running a business. You need to engage with people, respond to comments and things like that. Ask them questions. Do polls. Hey, what would you guys like to see in my next video? You have, because you need these people to watch your videos. We're all in business, Lonnie. We are all in business. We're all in business. But if the girls like you and you're full of attitude and you're like, oh, okay, ma'am, they're going to stop watching your videos, right? But a lot of people too, even Mooney Long, I think Mooney Long, that was her issue. I think Mooney Long, her issue is she feels, I really feel like Mooney Long, she wishes that she was making more money. I think she wants more fame. She wants more money. She wants more spotlight. And so instead of having that conversation with black women, she just randomly turns her camera, starts saying, oh, black women are bullies. I'm like, girl, shut up. Say what you really need, okay? You want more clout, right? There you go. Just say it. But at the same time, too, it's like, what are you pouring into those Black women for them to pull up for you the way you think that they should? Right. And also, you can't put your entire success on the backs of Black women. You got to go learn something from Lizzo over there and learn also how to attract white people, because R&B is really Black. Right. But is there a way that you can make your R&B more pop so you can attract the white girlies too? Because you cannot put all your expectations on Black women. And then when you don't have what you want, then you get mad and do all this low attitude things. I didn't like what she did. I didn't like that. Okay, because I'm like, girl, man, you gaslighting people over here. You mad because you want more money, right? And you mad because your concert ticket is cheap. Girl, where's the experience? Okay, but that's the thing too, though, because sometimes there's that frustration. Oh, they need to carry me. No, everybody's trying to carry each other. But when you are an influencer, you're also running a business, and you need to make sure that people have a good time. Comment, encourage people, say thank you to people. You do giveaways and things like that, right? If you have brand partnerships, you ask the brand, hey, can I get an extra set for my people? Whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a business. It's a business. Otherwise, your views will nosedive because they can always go watch somebody else. Oh, thank you, Janet. I appreciate that. Okay. So.
Don't matter. There's a lot of people that like to show you got all. I had plenty of orders on the floor, and all the time, people couldn't tell that, nigga, you don't know your numbers. And so I made sure to dedicate to knowing my numbers. And when I rebranded, this is the rebrand. When I rebranded come September, we finally relaunched. And I dedicated to knowing my numbers. And I would say, like, this has been one of the toughest journeys of finally rebranding in this season, I think, because I'm so used to getting it fast. Yeah. There was even points back then in my business where before I was my child's father, I would ask dudes for money, go invest in my business. They was doing whatever they was doing to get the money. None of it was really clean. Nothing was clean going on. I might do a couple of this, couple of that to get the money, dump it to the business. And so I've been doing everything really clean and dedicating it and making sure, like, okay, you're not going to fumble nobody order. You're going to make sure.
I'm like, baby, so did she just confess to a crime? Were you taking money from drug dealers? Were you laundering their money? Girl, you need to edit that part out. Are you insane?
You prioritize this money, going to make sure you prioritize handling everything A to B. And I think that's been real tough because I'm used to getting it backwards. And so taking it slow has been a process. But there's some days I look at it, I'm like, God, like, I want this business to grow faster.
Nope. And I'm going to tell you this too, right there. You see that part she said? You see this? If you go to God, people need to understand this. Because a lot of Christians, baby Christians, middle-aged Christian, in between Christian, teenager Christians, I don't know. A lot of Christians struggle with this notion because they think praying, and because, like I said, it's the juju mindset, like witchcraft, hocus pocus, right? Maturing in the Lord is understanding that anything, listen to me carefully, huh? Listen. Escúchame. Anything you decide to do with God, if you are truly serious about walking with God on your journey, right? Anything you decide to do with God, you will understand. God, he moves slow. Oh, yes, ma'am. Okay? God, he moves real slow. Oh my gosh, God's not a scammer. Okay? Scammers, they move fast. Crazy people move fast. Mentally deranged people move fast. Gamblers, they move fast. People whose feet are quick to go do foolishness, they move fast. Right? When you go and pray to God, the creator of the universe, he moves slow. Slow and steady wins the race. Slow and steady means you have time to anticipate the foolishness because everything you do, mindful. Everything you do, thoughtful. Right? I remember one time, and maybe it was like a good time when Bishop Jakes really used to be Bishop Jakes before he met Oprah Winfrey, okay? He was like, oh, people will pray to God and ask God for a chair. He said, God's not going to give you a chair. God don't make chairs, but God makes trees, though. There you go, right? Everything you decide to do with God, it's everything. Education, making money, your marriage, having children, raising children, anything you decide to do with God, saving money, I don't care. God will always have you go the slowest path possible. And we have to learn this. God is not Amazon. God is not overnight delivery, microwave. No. Y'all need to stop, right? God is God. And his infinite wisdom, God knows. The slower you go, it's going to save your life. The slower you go, it's going to teach you humility. Okay? No. The slower you go, you're going to be so patient, right? And when you are patient, the more you learn to be patient, you guys, it's going to kill the child on the inside of you. Children want everything they see. Okay? And a lot of us are children. It might, like how's it called? Chronologically on paper, your age might say adult, but inside there is a child inside of you. And you see how the Apostle Paul said, when I was a baby, I spoke like a child. When I grew up, I learned to put foolish things aside. Right? When you decide to walk with God, he gonna make everything go the slowest way possible. Because there is a foolish child inside of you. He needs to make that child come out. You have to grow up. You cannot be easily attracted by everything that's shiny. No. He will teach you to go without. You understand? You have to learn. I can't just buy everything I want. No, you can't. And you have to be okay. You have to learn to be okay with that, right? God will probably even have you do DIYs out here. Learn how to do it yourself. And at first you're mad. God, why I can't just buy it? Just give me the money so I can just go buy it. Because you're an idiot. You're just an idiot, okay? You're just an idiot, okay? But one day you'll say to yourself, I am so glad that God took me the slowest way possible because I learned to be more humble. I learned to not want everything I see. I've learned that good things take time, right? I've learned to be more grateful. I've learned not to be as foolish, right? I'm more self-reliant, I'm like, yeah, I can do this, I know more about my business. And because I know more about my business, nobody can play with me because there's nothing in this business I can't do myself, right? So when people are saying things, people are talking to you, nobody can BS you because you know exactly what it is. You know what it took to get here, right? So we have to understand that the ways of the Lord are not our ways. We as human beings, we are constantly fiending for external validation. And this is why we want things to go so fast because we want to be validated by people. Oh my gosh, look at her business. Oh my gosh, look, she's making money. Oh my gosh, da, 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 da. You see, God doesn't do stuff for external validation. He is God. Who will validate him? Okay? But God will do things that are good for you. And what is good for you is to go slowly. And the slower you go, the more you learn. The slower you go, the more you have self-control. The slower you go, you realize that not everything is worth it, right? The slower you go, you're like, maybe there's a cheaper option than this. There you go. You just save all kinds of money, right? The slower you go, you become your own person. You start thinking for yourself. You start becoming a problem solver, right? But that's just how God is. So if you are calling God to come into your business, best believe he's going to make you start from the bottom. Because he's not doing this for other people. He's not doing this for validation. You ask God to help you in your business. Okay. You want this kind of business? Right? You want who's using her name for views? You want what views? Anyways, what views? 35 people, what views? Oh, what the heck? You think Tabitha Brown is like Beyonce? Are you okay? Okay. You want God to help you in your business, right? You have to understand like the help God is giving you is not even just for today, it's for the next 5 years, it's for the next 10 years, it's for the next 20 years, it's for the next 30 years. Because we as people, we have a tendency of only living for the moment. We only live for today. We just think about today. We just think about the next 2 weeks. And that's what makes us human. And that's what makes him God, right? God, everything he does is like, how is this going to affect you 5 years from now? How is this going to affect you 10 years from now? How is this going to affect you 20 years from now, right? And because he's God and because he loves you, he will not let you move faster than even you can handle that, right? It's, how whether you are in a car, the car, based on how fast you can go in the car, they have put things in place for your safety. You have a car seat, you have the airbag and things of the sort, right? Planes, because planes also go at a crazy, crazy speed. They have things up there too for your safety, right? I don't care what you think, Orchid, right? I don't give a fuck. Do not get fucking banned. Don't fucking trigger me, right? Because one thing I cannot stand about poorly raised people, when you come into my fucking chat, you can start by saying hello, right? Start fucking there. Start by saying fucking hello before I fucking block your ass. You greet people first. You don't just barge in assuming and fucking up my shit, right? You don't know how I do my streams. I talk about many, many things. I don't stream for you. Don't fucking pay me. You come into my stream, the first thing you say is fucking hello. Who the fuck raised you? Hyena? Who the fuck raised you? Y'all don't even have fucking manners. You come in here, you see me, you see people in the chat. Do you even say hi to people? Right? Oh, you're using Tab's name for view. I don't need her fucking name. It's not even fucking monetized. Get the fuck out of here. You think I monetize my fucking lives? Right? This is my channel. I come here to talk to my friends. I didn't even call for your fucking name. Did I call for your fucking name? Did I tell you to come on my fucking live? Right? When you came in, did you even see an ad? Did you see an ad? What fucking views? Monetize what for views? People can't even have a conversation. I'm having my conversation according to my own terms. I'm not talking to you. And obviously, you don't belong here, right? So why the fuck are you here? Like, have some fucking manners. Have some fucking manners. Because people like you have the attention span of 5 minutes. People have to do a live that's convenient for your fucking attention span. I don't work for you. I don't work for you. It is my channel. It is my free time. I am taking my free time on my Sunday to have a conversation with my friends, right? I can talk to my friends how I want to talk to my friends. And if I want to go off tangent and come back to Tab, I am free to do so. When you came in here, did you see one ad? Did you watch an ad? Right? How many times you came into my live and even see ad play on the video? Like, stop with that dumb shit. Okay, I don't need views to live. Okay, make it make sense. I don't need views to live. Oh my gosh, but you come in somewhere and say hi. Oh, what's going on? Like, say hi to people and then ask what's going on. Just assuming stuff and just messing up my vibe. Like, what is this? Anyways, you guys, and I was saying, right? So that's the real thing. That's the real thing. And my thing is, Tab is not the only Black woman in business. We can talk about many people in business. I don't have to make my whole life about her. I don't have to. I do not have to. You don't pay my bills? What the heck? This is so rude.
But the one thing I can say is the business is functioning in the green. And that's a real good thing for me. Coming from where I come from, seeing as much money as I've seen and being in the red, the business is functioning in the green. Whether we get 5 orders, it's functioning in the green. And that's something I'm really grateful for. And all my customers are getting the product and I'm working out the kinks while it's slow. But ultimately, we moving into our 9 years, and I know that we're going to hit 10 years. Most people don't see that. And most people don't experience all that I think I've experienced. Most people don't, something I beat myself up about, most people don't get the opportunity to get 50. That's the reality. Most people have a lot of dreams and they don't get nowhere. And so I had these dreams and I was able to do these things and I fumbled it. That was something that I held on to so bad. I never even told the story because how you fumble 50, realistically, how you fumble $50,000. But I did it. And I had to pay my dues and I had to make ends meet with everybody. And us going into 10 years of business and even 9 years of business, I'm just so grateful that I experienced as much as I have. And ultimately, I want to be able to build a brand that I could pass on to my son. Now that I have a son, I want to be able to build a brand that customers can have an experience with that they've never had, that they understand the brand story about. That's why I'm sharing this now and making sure that I pour blood, sweat, and tears like I've been doing and seeing the fruits of my labor. And so even me making sure that the right faces are in the brand. Every influencer we use, I want to make sure it's the right face in the brand. Everybody, I just want to make sure that it's done unto the Lord because I knew exactly where I came from. Even today to shoot this video, it was difficult. So I want to make sure that everything that I do is done unto my customers. I think there's a scripture that says, everything you do, do unto the Lord. Everything I do, I want to make sure that it's done in the right spirit and the right mindset. And so I hope that this story helps somebody because I know that what I go through is not just for me. I know that it's for somebody else. And I also want to make sure that my customers understand that if you've been with us through these 9 years and you've seen us give all them refunds and you've seen them orders that didn't ship, I'm sorry. Like wholeheartedly, because I think that a lot of times you look at you running the business, you only think about you. but the customers is who really matters. And I think that if you don't stand up and tell the full story and apologize, then what kind of business owner are you? So cheers to 9 years of business. Cheers to this damn story that I never wanted to tell for real. And thank you guys for supporting us along the way, because without every...
I mean, my thing is, in the bigger scheme of things, right, there are people who fumbled bigger bags, like people who've lost $1 million. If you watch the news, you have people who have lost 200 million. They lost billions of dollars, but I get it. Like, everything is in perspective. So for your business, 50 grand is a lot of money, but trust and believe, the people who lose way more money than that, they lose way more. Now, my thing is, I will say this. I don't know if you can be a Christian and have a business where you're selling weaves. Like, the more I think, I'm like, I don't know. It's like, can God really bless a business like that? Because I don't know. You're selling like hair that is sold to foreign gods. So I don't know if God can bless that. But hey, she's free to believe that God can bless something like that. I just don't believe that. Okay. And most likely, it probably is not going to be a business that you can pass on to your son. But whatever other business you decide to do after that, if you learn a lot from this hair business, you can definitely do another business and do it even better. Because a lot of entrepreneurs, their first business is usually not their biggest business, right? But one thing also I would say, if you sell products, you definitely need to be a content creator. Do not just create the products, because today people need to know who you are and they need to like you, I guess, in order to support your brand. Otherwise, they're not going to buy. Okay. So now let's go back to our tab video, but hopefully you learn from this. If I see other videos like that, I will bring them up to you. Okay. So now let's go back to this one.
To say that again, boycotting Target wasn't going to negatively affect our pocketbooks. It was going to keep money in our pocketbooks. It was going to affect Tabitha's pocketbooks and bottom line, because she's been in bed with them since 2022. But let's pause here, because Tabitha Brown does not owe us anything. We would love her to be accountable to us, but she's not. Tabitha is a businesswoman, and she is an actress in the greatest role of her life, an exaggerated version of herself that feels familiar, safe, and real. That's her brilliance, and that's her business. And that is why she's so good at playing the role of a lifetime as America's mother, which is what Huffington Post called her in 2020, an actress playing that role beautifully. But she is not our auntie, cousin, friend, financial advisor, or even acquaintance. She's not our homegirl. She doesn't know us or have our collective best interests at heart. I don't care how she says it. Her income is 100% contingent on her public perception, on her brand, which is her number one priority and responsibility to maintain. That.
But my thing is, do they feel the same way about Beyonce? It's only Tab that you want to hold accountable. I'm like, all celebrities do this. All celebrities, all influencers. I'm like, there's nothing unique that Tab is doing that most people are not doing. Everybody's performative. Can you really say that you know the real Beyonce? No, you don't. Can you say that you know the real Oprah Winfrey? No, you don't. Can you say that you know the real Issa Rae? No, you don't. Okay? Everybody is performative. Everybody is performing a role to get your money, to get your support. And that's what you asked for. So I'm like, why are you mad? Now, when she said, oh, it's not affecting our pocket, it's affecting her pockets. Like I said it earlier, if you're a homeowner and you own a house that is near a Target, if Targets start to close their stores and you happen to lose your local Target, it is going to affect your pocket because it will affect your property value. That is number one. Number two, a lot of Black people who are part of this boycott Target foolishness, right? You know, sometimes when you don't have shit, it's very easy for you to say, well, I don't care. I want to boycott. Okay, sure. 2 years from now, 5 years from now, even 6 months from now, you don't know where you could be, right? Even this lady right here, it's very easy for her to do that. If tomorrow she wakes up and she has 200,000 followers on YouTube, or she has 300 subscribers on YouTube, she might want to write a book, right? Or she might want to do some kind of merch, right? She's like, damn, wouldn't it be nice to be a Target? Because think about the foot traffic, even their website, from their foot traffic to the website traffic. Think about how many people shop at Target or Target.com every single day. So today you don't need Target. So you don't see a problem with destroying Target. That's always how it goes, right? I don't need it right now, so I don't care if I fuck it up. There you go. But one day, you don't know where this influencer track that you're on, you don't know where it might take you, right? Or even your husband, or even your children, or even like your sister. You don't know. It could be you or someone close to you, right? A year from now, a couple of years from now, they might also want to sell at Target, or they might want to sell at a retailer or whatever like that, right? But the thing is, well, we destroy Target because a lot of people love to do stuff for the now. But we don't just live for the now. You got to think about the tomorrow. You got to think about the day after tomorrow, the years after tomorrow, the next 2 years, the next 5 years, the next 10 years. Are you sure that you will never need a Target again? Are you sure? Right? And that's why I said, to me, it's very silly to even have a movement ran by Jamal Bryant. It's utter foolishness. It's clown business. Right? What does this man even have? What does he own? What has he built? What does he sell? Who does he even hire? What? No. So today you're thinking like, oh, I don't need Target. I don't need this. I don't need that. And we've seen this a lot. I remember like years ago, if you guys remember too, right? Remember like years ago when I did like a GoFundMe because I wanted to buy a camera. Remember like years ago on YouTube, it was so gauche. Oh my gosh. It was so faux pas to tell people, oh, I want to raise money. Can y'all donate to my whatever, right? People will cut your ass out. I did one. Jackie had done one. Who else had done one, right? But like, y'all, it was insane. Asking people to donate to you. What? People cut your ass out, right? But today, super chats are so normal, right? Super stickers are so normal. People sending out Cash App to their favorite influencers is so normal. People sending out PayPal money to their favorite influencer is so normal. People doing GoFundMes now is so normal, right? Because when people cannot do, they cuss you out. I've come to, that's why in this life, do not listen to people, okay? Especially when it comes to money, because the vast majority of people, some haters, if they don't have it, they don't have your opportunity. They don't see it for themselves. Oh yeah, burn that shit up, torch it up, destroy it, because they don't believe that one day it's going to be that. Because the road to that kind of success to them seems so out of this world, like it's out of this universe, because people don't believe in themselves. And a lot of Black people don't believe in themselves. You need to step outside a long time and you recognize that a lot of Black people are extremely insecure. They don't see it for themselves. And that's why they're so easily threatened by the success of other Black people. We're going to get to a part where this lady talks about Tab. And I'm like, girl, so ultimately do what she did. But they have so many limiting beliefs. And that's why people like that, it's so much easier for them to destroy than it is for them to build, because they don't believe in themselves. And you see today, it is so normal. It is so normal to ask for money. It is so normal to receive money. You even have influencers who will close the chat and you can't comment on their chat unless you're a paid member, and nobody complains. People just go and they pay for a membership, right? But I even remember like years ago when Kathy Light talked about, oh, she wants to try the whole membership thing on YouTube. Oh, they cussed her ass out. They cussed her ass out, right? Because I think the issue comes down to, oh, but you're making money and you're trying to make more money. How come you want to make more money? You know, because people like to count other people's pockets. And so if they feel like you're making more than me and now you want to make way more money, they get triggered because they don't have the same opportunities just yet, or they don't know how to make those things happen to themselves. So it's like, okay, let's go over there and let's just destroy the whole thing, because I'm never going to go there. I'm never going to sell my products there. I'm never going to have that opportunity, right? But my thing is, if you can't wish good for another sister, how is it going to happen for you? How is it going to happen for you, right? How is it going to happen for you? We are so quick to want to cancel people, destroy their businesses, see people go into poverty. You know, it's not even the people who are selling at Target. I'm like, even the Black people who are working at Target. So all of these people should lose out over a pledge for $2 billion, as if Target is not already spending way more money with Black people or on Black people, right? And that's why when you have, you got to hide from people who don't have. Because they will never mean you well until they themselves start making that kind of money. because I don't have this money, you have this money, so I'm gonna do everything in my power to make sure you lose everything so that you and I can be on the same par. That's why I think also when it comes to relationships, that so many Black girls are always waiting for these Black girls, especially like celebrity Black girls, they're always waiting for their relationship to fail, because since she's a single mom, or she was, you know, she's out here raising kids by herself, she wants you to be in that same pain. Women are mean as fuck. Like, I've made peace with that. Women are so damn fucking mean. They are truly mean, and they're truly fucking fake. They are so fucking fake. These heifers know how to pretend to be polite, but deep down inside, if she's not happy, nobody around her should be happy. She'll see you with a man. She'll pretend to congratulate you. But deep down inside, she is praying for your relationship to fail. She wants that man to walk out on you. She wants you by yourself raising that kid. It's like, oh, you know, I know men like that. You know, I know guys like DDG. I know men like that. You know, my baby daddy. Girl, shut up. We don't have the same type of man. Be quiet. Be very quiet. Go sit down somewhere, right? Because deep down inside, she wants you to fail. She wants you to be miserable. Then she'll act like she's your good sis. She's trying to wipe your tears. She want to know what's going on. Girl, lay your head, put your head right there and tell me what's going on, girl. Tell me what he did to you. The whole time she's laughing at your ass. Don't you ever share your misery with nobody. Girl, cry to your damn self. Write that shit in a journal. Don't you ever confide in nobody, okay? People out here can't be trusted. People out here cannot be trusted because they don't want good things for you. They don't want good things for you. They will have your name in everything but a prayer. They do not want what's good for you. They don't want what's good for you. Because to me, it's like, you know, right now I'm mad. But you know what, though? I still need Target. Because I'm mad today, but you never know when you might need a Target. You don't know. You don't. But even Tab, you think back in the day, she thought that one day she would be a Target, right? Even when she was driving Uber, you think she thought that one day she's going to be a Target. I'm sure somebody had told her when she was out here doing Uber, you know, one day your name is going to be a Target. She's like, child, you're crazy. Man, move around somewhere, right? Because when you're at the lowest of lowest, how can you look at how broke I am? What do you mean one day I'm going to be a Target? What does that even mean, right? Because it's true. When you're at the bottom, it's really hard to see yourself amongst the stars. Like, how is that even possible? How is that even going to work? How am I even going to get to know these people? But the ways of God are paved with wonders, man. You just never know, right? And there's a lot of people like that today. Today is Tab. Tomorrow it might be you. But you're sitting here praying for something to fall as if you don't even know if that right there is part of your destiny. Like, be very careful who you listen to. Be very careful who you listen to, because they're going to destroy Target. They're going to build something else. No, they don't even know how to build. They don't build anything. Can they build their own store? They're not going to do it. Can they build their own supply chain? They're not going to do it. Are they going to build a website? They're not going to do it, because people like to be consumers. They love to be consumers. What are you going to build? What are you going to build? What store are you going to build? What are you going to do to compete with Target? They're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. So let's destroy Target. Okay. After you destroy Target, what are you going to build to replace the Target? They don't have an answer. They just want to see destruction. And that's why people are so afraid of socialists. And that's why a lot of Black people waking up today too, and they don't like Dr. King, because him and his Marxist ideals, because that's how it goes. Hate rich people, destroy businesses, what distribution of wealth, all that foolishness. Okay. And then once you're done, what happens next? When you're done with your whole destruction journey, what happens next? They never think about, okay, what happens next? They don't know. They do not know. And that's why we have so many young Black kids in prison. Oh, I'm mad. I got to go shoot this man. Oh, I'm upset. Let me go kill somebody. Okay. And then after that, what happens? You're mad. You want to go kill someone. Okay. What's next? Because you will get caught. Because you're not even thinking about this murder. You're being emotional. So you're going to be sloppy. I'm talking DNA everywhere. I'm talking casing everywhere. Your shoe print everywhere. All kinds of mess. You're going to leave your cell phone on because you're just emotional. Right? You're not even thinking about how to properly kill this person. You're just emotional. Same thing with that Black daddy who went and killed that police officer. A police officer kills your son. At least wait to have the name of the actual police officer who killed your son. No, he's in his feelings. I need to go murder a police officer. So you go kill a police officer and the man who killed your son is still alive. Are you okay? Right? I looked at this fool like, you're such an idiot. And you better pray they don't give you the death penalty. What an idiot. Right? You could have waited 2 days, 3 days. Wait for the people to release the name of the officer that killed your son. Then that's who you need to go and delete. Go delete the person that took your son. Why do you go and delete an officer that has nothing to do with what happened to your son? You make no sense. You make no sense. Make no sense. Because people don't want to think through stuff, right? I'm in my feelings. I got to shoot somebody. Remy Ma, this girl stole my money, so I need to shoot her ass. 7 years in prison. So you shoot this girl, then what? You live in New York City. You cannot have guns in New York City. You are a celebrity, right? Like, it's so crazy, Mark. They're always so emotional because Black people never ask themselves, after I do this, then what? Right? If I shoot this man, then what? I'm hurt. This person hurt my family, so I want to go hurt them back. No problem. So how you going to do it? I'm going to go kill people. Oh, really? How? I'm just going to go in the streets. Do you not see they have cameras everywhere here? Right? Just like the guy who's running away now from the prison in New Orleans, right? There was a very corrupt Black police officer who killed his grandmother. And I understand that is really hurtful. But the man was convicted. He decides to go kill that man's family. What does his family have to do with what he chose to do to your grandma? If anything, go kill him. And now you're in prison. You don't want to be in prison. You're running away. Remember, they're going to catch you eventually. There was a better way to get back at that man. If you're hurt for your, and nobody can say you don't have the right to be hurt for your grandma. But my thing is, why not say, I'm going to make sure to become a lawyer. I'm going to make sure to be the district attorney in New Orleans. I'm going to make sure to be the governor of Louisiana. Why don't you think of your payback this way? My Lord, right? Why don't you become one of the most powerful politicians in New Orleans so that you can avenge your grandma? You don't have to avenge her today. She's already dead. I know it hurts. But you can wait 10 years, 15 years. You have to learn to be patient with your leg back. Take your time. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying don't get revenge, but I'm saying do it in a smart way. Don't throw your life away because they're going to get your ass because you're emotional. You're not being strategic. My gosh, there are strategic ways to go about things, right? But you just every time emotion. What exactly is your strategy over here? What is your strategy? Oh, you killed my brother. I'm gonna go kill your brother. You're all gonna get arrested. And what does that solve? What does that solve? Like, seriously, I'm so confused at times. I'm like, what does that actually solve? What does that solve? And you go and you kill that man, you kill the police officer like that. What if now in the police force, they start targeting your entire family? Because people, like this color right here, people don't like to think about the bigger picture. Because it's not just what you do today. When you do something to somebody, they don't forget. And one thing about white people, they don't forget. They don't forget. You're going to go mess these people's money. They're going to come for every single one of y'all. And even if they have to wait 10 years, 15 years, they will get your ass. Like Jamal Bryant, he is playing a dangerous game with these people. If you see what happened to Diddy, right? All this Diddy stuff, somebody sat on that tape for 9+ years. And it could be the people at Diago, the Ciroc people. It could be a lot of people, child, right? But I'm like, you, Jamal Bryant, you are playing a dangerous game with these white folks. Oh, no, black people forget real quick. Oh, black people forget too fast. Whites don't forget. And these German whites, they definitely don't forget. You gotta be very careful. As soon as Diddy settled his lawsuit with Diago, in a matter of a week, Cassie's tape was outside. It could have been them. It could have been them. Right? And whatever they gave you in your lawsuit, they brought Cassie to take that money back. You gotta be very careful. And when it comes to the art of war, right? When it comes to warfare, Black people don't have what it takes. Black people don't have what it takes. You study African history to European history. These people been fighting way before we even knew how to grab a stick. Okay, they love war. White people love war. White people love politics. White people love revenge. White people love to get even. It doesn't matter how long it takes. When you least expect it, they're going to come get your ass. They're going to come get your ass. You see all these goofy ass Black women who were quick to go file lawsuits against Trump. Letitia James. When Joe Biden left the White House, did he give her a pardon? No. He left her to fend for herself. What's her name again? Fannie Willis. Did Joe Biden give her a pardon? Joe Biden pardoned all the white people in his administration, and he left these Black women to fend for themselves. And now they're just like in the snare of all these crazy white people in New York City or in Atlanta. I'm like, girl, they gonna come for you. They gonna come for your license. They gonna come for everything. These people are crazy. They are truly crazy. And people are sitting here playing a goofy ass game. Everybody who is Black by now should know white people don't play fair. You touch one white person, they will kill 5,000 of your people. You saw exactly what happened with 9/11, right? You killed, like, even October 7th, these people are claiming that Hamas took 1,000 people, if it's true. And because of that, they went and they killed 400,000 to 600,000 Palestinians. White people don't play fair. And especially the German ones, they don't play fair. Because Black people, as soon as there's a little bit of money, they go to sleep, go dancing, go buy clothes, it's a people who they can't sustain that energy. Because as soon as they have a little victory, they're going to go party, sleep, dance, buy clothes. They're going to be like, oh yeah, everything is good. Is it really good? Is it really good? So I'm like, don't start something you can't finish. Do not start something you cannot finish. Dr. King messed with these white people and their businesses. The boycott over here, the boycott over there. They put a bullet in his head, right? Go play with their business. When people understand that America out here, it's the mob. These businesses out here, it's the mob. The world of business is full of criminal people. It's a bunch of criminals. They are a bunch of criminals, right? Even Jesus, he went in that temple and he started messing with the business people and their money, right? They nailed his ass to a cross, okay? Right? Dr. King went to Memphis for another boycott after he crushed the whole bus system in Selma. They're like, oh yeah, you're right. Put a bullet in his head. Go to sleep. They will kill you before you mess with their money. So I'm like, you don't have the energy. You don't have the energy. You don't have the experience. You don't have the art for war. You don't even have the mind for warfare. You don't even have the capacity. You don't have endurance. Black people don't have endurance. It's a sprint people. Everything they do is a sprint. They don't have the endurance. These white people, they're dangerous. They are truly dangerous, and they don't forget, and they don't play fair. I'm like, this Jamal Bryant dude, you're going to see how they're going to cook his ass. You're going to see how they're going to cook his ass. He'll be like, oh my gosh, I remember Marlene telling me, you're going to see how they're going to cook this man. Jamal, he's going to even count his blessings if he does not end up in federal prison. Play with these people. Play with these people. Go cost these people billions of dollars. Play with these people, y'all. Because I don't know what kind of goofy liberal is putting a battery, white liberal is putting a battery in your back. But you have to remember one thing about white people. Be it a liberal, be it conservative. White people, they play this goofy ass game of Family Feud. White people play Family Feud, right? When they decide to patch things up, they gonna leave you to fight for yourself. And we saw the same thing with Joe Biden. Joe Biden did not give a single pardon to any Black female lawyer. All these DAs that he was hyping them up. He was hyping them up. They were going to the White House. They were being told to go after Trump. He's the one, him and Kamala Harris, they were hyping this Black woman up. And when he left the White House, not a single pardon, not a single preemptive pardon for a single Black DA. And now these women have to they have to fend for themselves. You need to be very careful. This is a racist ass country. It's a racist ass country. So that's why you don't blindly engage with Black people and their cancel culture foolishness. Okay? Because they don't even know what tree they're barking at. They don't know who they're messing with. They have no idea who they're messing with. These are some psychotic people. They are some lunatics. They are insane. They're deranged. The world of business is ran by criminals. It's run by criminals. And if you think they're going to sit back and let some goofy ass pastor, whatever he thinks he is, out of Atlanta, cost them billions of dollars, he needs to be very careful. And you have children too. You need to be very careful. These people are deep. These people are something else. And you don't have the power. You don't have the name. You don't have the reach. Do not go trigger these people. You saw what these people did in Tulsa, Oklahoma. They burned an entire city in 3 days. They're truly unhinged, you know? They are seriously unhinged. Because you're starting something you can't finish. You are starting something you don't have the capacity for. You are starting something you don't have the endurance for. You don't have the endurance. We saw what happened with Black Lives Matter. As soon as people got a little bit of money, they stopped. It never fails, right? Civil rights movement, a little bit of comfort, and stop. So I'm like, a time has to come where you realize, yeah, we don't have endurance. We just don't. So I say, because you know you don't have endurance, because you know you love to party, you love food, you love money, you love sex, you love clothes, you love designers, right? You need to find a better way to go against these white people. Because they're not going to forget, especially the German ones, they don't forget. They do not forget. But if they can do this to Diddy, right? Like people had Homeland Security at his house. So I'm like, Jamal Bryant, he knows dang well he's not clean. And that church he's the pastor of, he knows dang well what's his name? What Eddie Long was into with those little boys, right? Let these people unearth all that shit. Okay, go and find out how many kids he has. He don't pay child support. Leave these people the hell alone. Leave them alone and find another way to negotiate with these people, because you're not gonna win this. And even if you win this in I guess like the public sphere or whatever, behind the scenes, they will make you suffer. They will make you suffer. So I truly hope, but then again, he's an idiot. So but I'm like, you'll see. You will see. But white people, especially white businessmen, they don't let shit slide. They don't let shit slide. They do not. So I don't know what kind of white liberal is putting a battery in his back and telling him to do that shit, right? But if he has some kind of smart in his head, he should be very careful. Be very careful. There's even a judge, she was like about to prosecute Jeffrey Epstein. A man pulled up at her house in a FedEx uniform and he murdered her son. The son opened the door. She was in the basement. Pop, 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 pop. Shot her son multiple times. Shot the husband. By the time she came upstairs, her son is dead. Because they put her on that Jeffrey Epstein case and her address was public. I'm like, how can you have a federal judge? How can you have her address the public for the public to see? Like, what is this? What is this? America is this right here is crime Inc. We live in a militarized state. Like we are. This is a crazy ass plantation. You need to be very careful. You need to be very, very careful. You need to be very careful. People here is dangerous. I even saw a video yesterday where they were talking about Des Perez and what she did to her daughter. I mean, it is so frightening. It is so frightening. Even Candace Owens, when she came back from her maternity leave, she was like, yeah, somebody tried to kill me. I'm like, what? So you think it's cute? Oh, I'm just saying. Dr. King, he boycotted in Selma the bus people, and I'm sure he had the people go broke. Then he went to Memphis. I guess they thought he was going to do the same thing and make them go broke. Put a bullet in his head. Right? That's how much people don't play about money over here. So I'm like, he needs to be very careful. He needs to be very, very careful because they're not going to let this stuff slide. And even if they act like they're okay with that for now, when you least expect it, they're going to come get your ass. They're going to come get your ass. They're going to come get your ass.
That is what she's accountable to, not us as a community or a people, despite how sweetly and softly she says, hello there, and smiles. Tabitha Brown is a businesswoman. Her accountability is not to community, but to public perception. That's literally her job. She's not our auntie. She's not our cousin. She's not our financial advisor, coach, or therapist. She's a businesswoman making strategic decisions based on what aligns best for her goals, her vision, her bottom line. When she tells her audience where and how to spend their money in the midst of a boycott, it is not for their own financial gain, growth, empowerment, stability, or benefit, but for hers. I'm not saying this to be sideways. I'm saying it because it's true, because she's a businesswoman. Tabitha Brown is a successful capitalist. We can.
I'm like, even you, look at this lady. She's like, oh, it's because it's true. It's not true. Your perception of a thing doesn't make it true. Okay. Even you as a YouTuber, you also have a business interest, right? You make your videos a certain way because you want people to like your videos, right? So everybody has a motive. So you're also not doing this from an earnest place. Everybody who's on social media is trying to build a name for themselves. Go sit down somewhere, okay? Everybody is. You're also not here for community, okay? You're here to build a name for yourself too. Now, today, I think you're like 3,000 subs or whatever. So you can pretend that, oh, I'm here for community. Yeah, because you're at the bottom. Right? If you were to ever get your channel to 1 million subs, only God knows what you'll really be about. But you came here for a reason. Oh, I'm an empress of ease. I help Black women arrest, whatever you claim you do, right? But you want to make money too. Okay. So you want these Black women to believe in you too, that they can pay for your classes, they can pay for your courses, they can pay for your consultation stuff. Like, you're here selling this too. Right? You know, you didn't get up and put your pink wig on and your best outfit and all this makeup because you care about these Black women, right? Everybody wants something. It's about money. Everything's about money. Okay? You want money too. So now you can sit here and try to position yourself as no, Davine, baby, everything is not being a sellout, my love. We have to stop saying that. We have to stop saying everybody's being a sellout. We have to stop saying that. We have to stop saying that, because even tomorrow, Davine, you can also have a big business. And when you have a big business, because you're going to have certain expenses, you're going to have to move differently. Even certain conversations, you know, I can't have these conversations. Oh, she thinks she's too good. Or she thinks she's too, it's like, no, I've evolved. You know what I'm saying? I've evolved. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, but the thing is, what you have to understand about the Jews, look at the Jews compared to us, right? Like I said earlier, the Jews, they also, the Ashkenazi Jews, because we have a tendency of talking as if they're the only Jews. No, they're not the only Jews. But let's be specific. Jews out of Western Europe, Jews out of Germany, Ashkenazi Jews, right? These people too, they were called undesirables. They were not wanted. They were also mistreated. Now, was it as bad as Black people? No, because they still got the complexion. They still from Europe. Right? But my thing is, these people as a community, the Jewish people, the Ashkenazi Jews, one thing I believe that they did that we are not doing, they understood the importance of money. Because once you have money, people don't have a choice but to respect you. Right? See, our problem right here is we want respect. People can say, oh, Marlene, I think it's very disrespectful for Target to take back their pledge. I understand that. But what I'm also saying is we also have to look at numbers. You can feel disrespected, but just because you feel disrespected doesn't mean you were actually disrespected, right? If Black people only represent 9% of Target's yearly sales, so they make 100 billion, they only get 9 billion from Black people, right? Then we also have to understand why we're not going to be such a priority for Target, or why Target might feel more comfortable taking back a pledge, right? It's hurtful, but it's understandable. That's where I want us to look at this, right? So then we can say, okay, over the next 5 years, what we do is we increase our purchasing power at Target. So over the next 5 years, can we go from $10 billion in purchasing power at Target to maybe 20 billion. Because now that's a number. It's like, okay, like, ooh, they stepped up their spending. They're stepping up their spending, right? Because the more money you spend, Davine, people take you seriously, boo-boo, right? You have a credit card, right? The more you pay your credit card on time, the credit card company, even without you asking, they'll start increasing your credit. They start giving you all kinds of points because you're a good customer. You're a good customer. You can go from being a basic customer, now you're VIP. Why? Because they know you pay on time. They know that you only use 30% of your credit limit. They know that they don't have to worry about you. Everything is auto pay. Even the fact that they get to save money by not even sending you paper statement. Oh my gosh, thank God. Because a lot of companies do not want to send out paper statements. You understand me? We have to learn how to be VIP customers with people, right? But we're not. And then we get mad because we think we're owed a VIP treatment. But I'm like, the numbers do not show that Black customers are a VIP segment for Target. We don't even represent 20% of their sales. We're not even at 25%. And that's why I take a strong issue with Black people allowing an idiot like Jamal Bryant even leading this movement. He's a freaking idiot. How many marriages he failed? How many children he failed to raise? This man can't even keep his household in order. He left Giselle with no money to raise these girls. He never even paid for their school fees. I'm not going to listen to you. You don't know nothing about business. You can barely keep your house in order. I'm not going to listen to you because you don't know shit about business. It's the same thing. Like if you ever get American Express, you'll see American Express, the more you pay them, oh yeah, she paid. She got money. They going to upgrade your cards. Because you pay, right? Like we have to learn how to be good VIP people. And I'm like, so we have to see it both ways. Like as a consumer, you got to see it one way. As a business person, you also got to see where Tab is coming from. Because we do not know how much money this woman is in for. It could be 5 million. It could be 10 million. It could be 20 million. And that could be inventory, money that has to be paid, plus penalties if she does not move a certain number or if she calls back her stuff. Even talking bad about Target, we don't even know what her contract looks like. These things could have serious penalties like, oh, if we feel like you're defaming us, $500,000 penalty. We don't even know. And we're not even trying to learn business. Oh, no, people just want to sit here and assume the worst out of her. And I'm like, to me, a sellout is something very serious. And I think most sellout in the Black communities, to me, it will be rappers. No, I never said you spoke on her. I never said you did. I didn't even take that way, right? But to me, I'm like, if we really want to have smoke for real sellouts out here, we need to have smoke for rappers. Because what rappers are doing, to me, that's some real sellout behavior. Because everything you're promoting, if it's not spend your money with Europeans for overpriced trinkets, it's throw your life so you can go to jail, go to prison. So I'm like, the real sellout to me is these rappers. Because what the heck are you actually doing? Now, Tabitha, I do feel like she's performative, but to me, I don't think I would call her a sellout because I'm like, even the stuff she does, vegan food, children's books, books about positivity and the clothes and the hair care line, I do feel like those things can make your life better. They could make you feel more loved. They could help you to have more confidence. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like her stuff is a bit more positive. But like these rappers out here, to me, they're the real sellout because what's the message? What exactly are you singing about? What are you proud of? Right? Sing about killing people that look like you, putting people that look like you in body bags so that you can make money and go buy designer clothes with the Europeans. Right? So I'm like, to me, that's who we should really have smoke for. But I'm like, when it comes to business, for me, the way I see it, when it comes to business or when it comes to community, I feel like Ashkenazi Jews, for example, they've made a point to say, okay, people don't like us and they might never like us. But as long as we have the money, they don't have a choice but to respect us. As long as we have the money, they don't have a choice but to do business with us. And today you see, in less than like 80 years, they're all over the place. They're all up in the government. They're all over Hollywood. They're all over the music industry. They're all over there's nowhere you can go without some kind of Ashkenazi Jew in charge of everything. But it was done quietly. It was done strategically. And it was done with the money. Like, we got to have money on our minds. Because nobody's going to respect you if you don't have money. Nobody's going to respect you if you don't have money. And nobody's going to bend over backwards too if you're not a VIP customer, right? Yeah, and like that's just the way it goes. Because like, you know, and you would do the same thing. Like, let's say you have a business. Let's say it's like the Veen restaurant, right? You don't have a problem catering to people. But if you notice that white people come in and they usually spend the most and then they tip the most and they're the friendliest. Listen, you're human. You're like, you know what? We're going to have to be a little nicer than white folks. Right? And somebody might say, oh, the Venus are black women, but every time you go into a restaurant, I've noticed that she's always so nice to these white people. Yeah, because these white people are nice to my business. You're correct. Right? But you, when I'm black, you're black. When you come into my business, how you treat my business? You see, and I feel like these are the conversations people don't want to have. Right? So I love you. You're black. I love you. But when it comes to my business, I have noticed that these white patrons, when they come in, they're nicer. They are friendlier. They talk friendly to them. Even when the staff messes up, you know what I mean? Yeah, you can treat everyone equally. But as a human being, you will have preference. You will have favorites. That's just human nature. You will have favorites. Even parents. Parents can sit here and tell you, oh, I love all my children equally. No, you don't. There's going to be that one child that you love just a little bit more. Because that's the child that checks in on you. That's the child that texts you. That's the child that goes out their way to, mommy, are you okay? Mommy, you need this, right? You love your kids, but that one child, you love that child a little bit more. And it's okay. Every parent has a favorite. Just like when you watch Kris Jenner, right? When you watch Kris Jenner, you know her favorite is Kim. And then her second favorite is Kylie. You can just tell, right? And I think she loves all her kids, but I mean, Khloe is disrespectful. Courtney is the worst. Kendall, she does her own thing, right? But if you like, you can see it. You can really see it, right? It's a thing. So we would love to say, oh, treat everybody equally, because it sounds good. It's very virtuous to say that, right? But the reality is, as human beings, we tend to have a bit more love or a bit more affinity for people who treat us better, right? So you have a business, you treat everybody equally. But if you have a client or if you have clients that come in there and they treat you well, or they're nicer to you, or they talk to you, they're friendlier with you, you will have a softer spot for those clients. That's a fact. That's a fact. And everybody does, right? Airlines do the same thing. If you fly a lot on a particular airline and you have lots of points, they're going to be nice to you. You can have access to the lounge because you spend a lot of money. Sometimes if you fly coach and they see you and they like business class is empty, they'll class you into business class, right? Because you spend a lot of money with them. It doesn't mean they're going to abuse the other people, but they just recognize that you're locked in, right? And so there are special benefits that accrue when you have a patron that's really locked in with you. You you have some stylists that don't work on certain days. But for certain clients, they will, right? Because, oh, she's been with me for 5-6 years. She always tips me a lot. She pays me lots of money. We have great conversation. It's a good vibe. So usually she doesn't work on Sundays. But for you, she will, because you're really nice, right? And I think that's the thing that people don't understand, too, when it comes to business, right? Like business also, it's a people thing. Right? The world of business is truly about human connection, and people who know how to make the best human connections will usually do good in business, whether you're the patron or you're the business owner, right? If you're a patron and you know how to be friendly, respectful, and kind, and you know how to make people feel good, that business, they'll be nicer to you because they like you, right? If you're a business owner, if you also know how to take care of people, days that you can't do something or days that you're short or, you're late shipping an order because they like you, like, it's okay. Because they like you. Because they like you. Like, that's like, it's a real thing. It's all over business. That's the business world. That's how we live. That's how we live. And the more people like you, the more people are willing to do nice things for you. Right? So I'm like, to me, what's it called? To me, honestly, I even wish like this whole, to me, it would have been a boycott. It would be, let's sit with Target and see how we can make things happen. I'm not even gonna call it a boycott, but I truly wish that it would have been spearheaded by somebody way more serious, way more financially savvy, way more financially literate, and also successful in the business world, right? As opposed to Jamal Bryant. Like, why are you here? You know what I'm saying? But my thing is with this lady too, she has a business angle as well. Because everybody wants to make money. Like, you need money. You need money. We all need money.
Cannot be in denial and pretend like it's something else. This is not a character assassination. I'm just laying out the pieces of the puzzle so we can see the full picture. We might wish she'd made different choices, but we cannot demand that she do it. Tabitha Brown is going to get her money by leveraging the brand that she has intentionally and deliberately built as America's mom. I have a lot of critique around what it takes for a Black woman to be commercially marketable and successful, but that's not on Tabitha. Tabitha is just playing the game, and she's playing it really well. And she's succeeding. She told us to play the game by going back to Target and shopping, even in the midst of the boycott.
We all have these big dreams and aspirations. And in order to get there, we unfortunately have to play the game. Yep. And in playing that game, we got to be smarter than the ones who think they're in control.
Which is, and me, honestly, even me, I need to play the game. But I'm like, I understand what she's saying, you guys. It's not even just about, it's anybody in this world. So me, I've come to realize this. Success in this world is about being who people want you to be. Right? You have to really, I think sometimes you have to wait like years until you have solidified your success to slowly start to show your personality. Right? But that's that. Like that's really it. If you want something, you want to make this doesn't happen, you're going to have to be who people want you to be. You're going to have to sell a dream, a fantasy or something, right? Because, I can make it be myself. No. It doesn't work like that. Life does not work like that. It does not work like that. Like, you got to be silly to believe that, right? And I remember like years ago when I watched, like, it was on Netflix, right? I watched this documentary about Nina Simone, right? And Nina Simone, before she like started losing her mind, because she's a Pisces, but before she started losing her mind, I thought she was Aquarius, but she's a Pisces. She was very traditional. Because she's an incredible pianist, right? Incredible pianist, amazing vocalist, right? She worked so hard. Her mother worked so hard to get into that piano school as a Black girl. I mean, it's such a hot mess. She finally makes it. Nina Simone had money, y'all. She had money. She bought this luxurious house, like this mansion in like upstate New York. She had the fur. She had the cars. She had the husband. Y'all, she had the life, right? But the racist stuff, the lynching stuff, 2 little Black girls and 1 little Black girl got lynched. It did something to her. I think she really had a manic episode. She probably had like a PTSD episode. Like, it just brought her back to her youth. She lost it. She would do things like, do you want to kill white people? I was like, okay. Like, what? You know? But she became an activist. I said, ooh. And I remember saying, Mama Nina, do you really want to do this? Right? And of course, I think at first people were like, oh, okay, maybe she's having a moment, but she kept doing it. And I'm like, oh no, she's really serious. She wants to be an activist and she wants to kill white people, right? That was her show. Meanwhile, Aretha Franklin, I'm sure she also had PTSD, but she kept playing the role, right? Like Aretha Franklin, I'm sure she knew how to, because it triggers everybody, right? But some people be like, I'm hurt. Let me pretend, make the money. And then behind the scene, I can give the money where I think the money needs to go to take care of Black people. Mother Nina, she was like, oh, I can't do this shit. Fuck y'all, fuck white people, kill white people. Yo, you should see the video on Netflix. She was like, do you want to kill white people? I was like, oh shit. She didn't care. Right? And so little by little, she was not getting booked. People don't want her anymore. The money starts to go crazy. She was losing the house. They had to sell things, and she liked nice things because her husband would say, she would always look at Aretha and how like Mother Aretha had the furs and this. I'm like, yeah, because she playing the game. And she's not saying, do you want to kill white people? Even though I'm sure she's feeling it on the inside, right? But she's not going to say it. Hello? They own all of this. So you laugh, you smile, right? There's even a picture. There's a picture. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it for you. Hold on. Hold on. Right? You see? This is a very famous picture, right? Because you have Ella Fitzgerald and you have Marilyn Monroe, right? And mind you, that's a hoe, right? I'm like, what the heck? This girl can't sing. But there was a famous club that Mother Ella, she wanted to go sing at the club. The people said, no, she can't because she's black. You understand? Now, she could have gone there and cussed out these white people. Fuck you. Maybe I think I would have done that shit, right? But she stayed calm. Marilyn Monroe stepped in and she was like, well, if you don't let her perform at this club, I will never come here again. Like, I'm not going to perform. She made a threat, right? They're like, oh, so because of that, they're like, okay, if you don't let Ella Fitzgerald sing, Marilyn Monroe said she ain't gonna sing also. And you know that's the president's side piece. So imagine that too, huh? So okay, cool. So then they decided to let her perform. And I guess like she became an icon in that place. It was like everything was sold out because Marilyn Monroe loved her a whole lot. But I can only imagine. I know like when I became aware of this story, I can only imagine. Not to be offensive, but it is offensive. But I can only imagine. You look at a girl like Marilyn Monroe who can't even sing, and you're like, this, you know what I'm saying? But that you have to wait for this white woman or a white woman to open a door for you, I'm sure she felt some type of way. Because you have a real talent. Marilyn does not have talent. You can really sing. She can't. You're not sleeping with somebody's husband. She is. Okay? You know, but I'm like, a lot of black people, they went through a whole lot of disrespect. And they could have gone up there, started cussing people out, F you bitch, you racist, right? But just because they didn't do it, it does not mean they were not in pain. But sometimes, many, many times, you got to look at the bigger picture. Right? And that's why I said, you cannot be an activist every day of your life. You just can't do it. Because you're gonna be starving. And that's why when you look at the story of Nina Simone, she was in Paris, she was in Germany doing concerts for like five francs. Like she was barely making money. And who came to her rescue? 2 white men. It wasn't black people, it was 2 white men. And they were so stunned, like, how can the great Nina Simone be in Paris singing for 10 francs? Like, what is this? And they restored her. I'm like, you see, yes, there's racism. Yes, there's some evil white people, right? But you see, at the end of the day, it's once again, it's white people bringing you back. And they restored her financially because it was really bad. The husband, everybody left her. And then she even went to Sierra Leone. She was living in Liberia for a moment because I do think she also has like mental issues, right? But everybody turned their backs on her. Even the very black people that she was going an activist. And yes, black people want you to put on your activist cape and burn everything, cuss out these white people, no problem. But then when you lose it all, they're not going to help you. Not going to help you. And that's why you got to do everything strategically and you got to do everything in stride, right? Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Oh, see, here he is. Is he? I guess it's this guy, huh? Okay. Yeah. I guess that's him. Yeah. But she was in Paris. Like she was in Paris struggling. Because first she went to Liberia. She was there for like 5 or 6 years. She had a hard time being a mom. I don't think she was a good mom to her daughter because she had mental issues. After that, she went to like Germany, if I'm not mistaken, struggling. Then she went to Paris. She was struggling, right? So it's like when people say, oh, go ahead, be an activist, burn the cape. It's like people need to be very mindful what you're asking someone to do. Because there have been Black people before who went on this activist thing and it didn't end well for them. It did not end well for them. For me, I feel like the best form of activism as a Black person is to get money. Because the more money you have, the more money Black people have, the more respect Black people are going to get. But just marching, even Jay-Z does annoy me. But when he did say, okay, we're kneeling, but where are we going after that? I was annoyed by it. I'm not going to say he lied. Because every movement, okay, first you're marching, now you're kneeling. What's the next step? And for as much as I can't stand the Sean Carter, he wasn't lying. Because you on your knees, what does that do? Like, what the heck? It's performative. You need to have a real plan. And that's why I guess he was like, okay, you Colin Kaepernick, what's your plan? You know, I take the knee. How long you gonna keep taking this damn knee for? What does that really change? Do you have policy? Do you have a list of demand? No, just want to take the knee. So you just want attention? Or you're a narcissist? So like you see, so I'm like, yeah, from that perspective, for as much as I can't stand LaShawn Carter, I sure did give him credit because he made sense, right? Everything's they have to evolve. So for me, I'm like, I do wish that people would have, instead trying to boycott Target, would have sat down with Target and came up with a plan with Target. Because if these Targets are closing, it's going to affect a lot of people. People who work there, people who sell there, and people whose property values are going to be affected. And we also know property taxes is how people pay for public schools. So it's like for this woman to be like, oh, it doesn't affect our pockets. Ma'am, have you ever studied econ? Property taxes is how they fund public schools, is how teachers are paid, is how they give free lunches, is how they pay for these school buses, is how they pay for these books and stuff like that, right? You like this is insanity. This is insanity. If these Targets are closing, people's property values are going to go down. People's property values that go down, people going to receive less tax income from property taxes, which means the schools will get smaller. You'll have less teachers. You'll have less resources. You'll have less books. You'll have less computers. It is not that hard. I'm like, it's really not that hard. So this is why before you decide to create a movement, you need to consider everything. Consider everything. But when you take someone like Jamal Bryant that never stayed for a marriage, never even stayed to raise his kids, never even paid for the kids' tuition, they go to private school, did he even pay for that? What does he pay for? Abortions? What does he pay for? This man is so damn irresponsible. What has he built? What has he built? And it's always these knuckleheads that get to represent Black movements. No, y'all can go and find a properly married Black man with a proper family that lives with his wife, raises his kids, and pay the bills for his kid and pays his mortgage. Jamal Bryant has the church paying for his mortgage. What does he even do? A pastor married to a woman with a ginormous BBL. That's the man that's going to be the face of Black people. Man, this is insanity. Let's go back to this video. Oh my gosh.
Why a lot of people are up in arms and don't really feel like they can trust her because she's speaking like a businesswoman.
Yes.
Not like someone who actually has your best interest or pocketbook at heart, because she doesn't. She doesn't know you. She's not responsible for your pocketbook. She's responsible for hers. So don't get caught up in the okie doke. That's why it doesn't feel right, because despite the sweetness and this,
see what she's saying here, and this is what you see from people who this is from the church. This is from toxic church indoctrination, that people who are rich are automatically against you, right? People who are rich are automatically against you. People who have money do not mean you well. People who have money are bad for you. Girl, be quiet. As if being around a bunch of broke people is good for your health. Like, girl, shut up. Okay, just because Tab has money does not mean that she doesn't mean well for Black people. She doesn't mean, Marlene, Tab does not have to do anything for me. I'm straight. But it's like, can you really sit here? Do you know how many Black people she hires? Do you know what she does for Black people? Like in her private time, you don't know, because not everybody puts everything on Front Street, right? But it's like, I think it's very disgusting to make it seem as though, oh, because she has money, she's not looking out for you. Because she has money, no, she is looking out for you. Because my thing is, this is my perspective. If Tab is not even just Tab, because wasn't it Melissa Butler, the black girl that has the lip bar, right? She's also there too. So it's not even just Tab too, right? Hold on. Is that her name? Yeah, Melissa, right? So Melissa is also at Melissa's also at Target. So it's not just Tab. So to say, well, she'll have your best interest. No, if she's saying, I'm fighting for the black people that are in here, she's also fighting for Melissa. She's fighting for any other black vendor that's also at Target. So you cannot say, oh, you don't have my best interest at heart. So poor black people have the best interest of poor black people at heart. They can create jobs. They can create opportunities. They can send you money. Right? I'm like, that's that goofy stuff from the church. And I know where people get that stuff from. It's when Jesus told that young man to sell everything he owned so he could chase him around. I'm like, you crazy. I'm not doing that. Okay? You are really crazy. But this is what we do. And people wonder why that little boy, the football player, Travis Hunter, people wonder why this boy does not care about money. Because when you're black, you are trained, you are brainwashed to believing that people who care about money, people who want to make money are bad people. And that's why this young man, he out here wasting all his money buying this goofy Latina a $500,000 Mercedes. He went and got married without a prenup. He's about to sign. I guess he signed. I don't know. He's about to make $46 million, right? And he chose not to sign a prenup because this is what we do to black people. This is what we do to black children. We brainwash black people into believing that black people with money are automatically evil. Anybody that has money is diabolical. Oh, if somebody had money, they must have done something. They must have done a ritual. They must have sacrificed something. They must have sold their soul to the devil. Man, please. And you're broke, so what'd you do? Right? We have to stop that. It's so damn goofy. It is so goofy. Right? If Tab or Melissa, any of these black girls, if they are successful at Target, it sends a cue. It sends a powerful message that, yo, black woman selling at Target is social proof. Do we even understand what social proof is? Right? If every black girl that goes into Target fails, what does that say? Then don't waste your time on these black people. Don't waste your time. But somebody got to be in there and be first. So for now, it's Melissa, it's Tab, and whoever is out there. They got to be first. But if you know anything, just like on YouTube, the first YouTubers are not even the one to make the most money. It's the newest YouTubers that make more. Because the first generation, they usually don't even make more money. That's why I say black people, they don't have the foresight and they don't care about business and they don't study business. Because you would understand, when anybody is the first to go, they don't even make the most money. Like imagine in 10 years, whoever gets to be the next Tab 3.0 or Tab 5.0 or Tab 9.0, she's going to make a shitload of money. She's going to make a shitload of money. But people don't believe. They don't believe. And because they don't have it, they got to set this whole shit ablaze. Like this is ridiculous. It is so ridiculous. Right? It is so ridiculous. There are a bunch of YouTubers. When we started YouTube, Tia, a lot of YouTube, there's so many black girls, even in the hair community, there were so many black girls who used to be on these long hair forum, long hair, don't care. They were the first one to make natural hair content. They didn't even get to eat. It's the new people who got to make way more money on something that they didn't even build. But these girls, they laid the foundation for so many natural black women with natural hair to start their YouTube channel. There are a bunch of black girls out here. One of the biggest one was Tia. Tia was out here doing all kinds of tutorials, makeup tutorials, silk press tutorial. And today, a lot of people don't even remember her name. Right? But she walked or crawled so that many of us could walk and even run on this YouTube thing. Because people who come after you usually will make more money than you. Because we study the first one. So, oh, this is where she messed up. This is where she could have done better. Right? People study from your mistakes. And then the people that come behind you, they do an even better job because they study from you. Why do you think TikTokers are so much better than YouTubers? Because they grew up watching YouTube. They were babies when we were out here playing with makeup. And now they're in their early teens or they're in their early 20s. So this is so familiar for them because they grew up watching YouTube. right? They didn't have to figure this out. They just had to sit there and observe it. But meanwhile, the people who started YouTube, they didn't have a blueprint. They didn't have a blueprint. So when people sit here like, oh yeah, let's watch these girls fail. Watch their number fail. Like Melissa said, her numbers are down by 30%. 30%. Like, and it's all, we don't care. We don't care. We don't care. Bunch of wicked. If you're jealous, just say that. If you are jealous, just say that. Because to even be pro-Black, if your sister said my sales are down by 30%, imagine Melissa does like 10 million at Target. So if she's losing 30%, that is $3 million. And it's not stopping. At what point do you say, okay, that's enough? At what point do you say that? But you see, tomorrow, if she decides to rebrand the lip bar and cater to white women, we're not going to hear the end of it. We're not going to hear the end of it. But I'm like, this is so crazy to me. How can you come to your own people and say, family, I am losing $3 million. Oh, well, you should have thought about that. Well. And that's how you realize the vast majority of Black people do not want to see other Black people be rich. Because at some point, you have to be like, okay, how is there another way to do this? There has to be another way. Because these women are collateral damage. They are collateral damage. And it's as if people acting as if they are involved in the day-to-day running of a freaking Target. They don't work there. They don't own that business. They're just vendors in that business. You think they had a say-so in Target taking back its pledge or whatever? No. What the heck? But they got to turn these girls into collateral damage and see these women bleed millions of dollars. What kind of wickedness is this? To me, that's just utter wickedness. That's just utter wickedness. That's why I say, if you're a Black woman, a Black person, period, and you want to start a business, do not focus on Black people. Make sure your business is as diverse as possible. Matter of fact, if you can't hide your face, don't even let people know that you're Black and you own this business. Because that's just crazy to me. There has to be a better way. There has to be a better way. Why don't we just sit down with Target and figure out what the better way is? But we're truly about to let all these Black girls turn into collateral damage. Are you serious? Are you truly serious? So then you realize this ain't got shit to do with DEI. Oh, I don't want them to pull back DEI because it hurts Black women, but you're willing to hurt Black women. So you don't want Black women to be hurt by DEI, but you're willing to hurt these Black women in the process. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Bunch of bullshit. It's just jealousy. It is just nothing more than jealousy. Because when you love your own, if you don't want to hurt Black women, you got to protect all these Black women. From the ones who are already a Target, to the ones that got kicked out of Target, to the ones that are about to go into Target. All these Black girls need to be protected. You cannot pick one and leave one. You cannot pick two and leave three to bleed financially. Like, I can even imagine if my numbers were down by $3 million. I couldn't even imagine if my numbers were down by $5 million. How can we do that to our own people? Like who the fuck are we? We are worse than the people we're trying to come after. I could never do this to a person. I could never do this. Like, even I've never talked to him. I used to sell liquid lipstick. She sells liquid lipstick. So yeah, I guess we had some kind of competition. But even when I saw her saying that she was down 30%, my heart truly sank for her. Because I said, Jesus Christ, if she's at every single Target has 2,000 doors plus 2,000 doors inventory that's there. You're down 30%. That could be 3 million. It could be 5 million. It could be $6 million. How can you do this to another human being? How can you do this to your own people? And how can you even let Jamal Bryant make you do this to these Black girls? Who the fuck is he? Do you know how many abortions he's paid for? Do you know how many Black women he's made have an abortion in a late trimester? This man ain't shit. He ain't shit. He truly ain't shit. He ain't shit. It's like, is it that hard for every Black woman to sit? Like, we can have a convention, we can have a family reunion and talk about this whole Target thing. What is the most sensible way to go about this Target thing without turning our own people into collateral damage? Because I'm like, to me, it's just bullshit. It's just bullshit. And like, she's losing 30%. How much is Tabitha losing? What about the other people? So it's like, to me, it's so fake. Oh, we want to see Black girls have money. You want to see no, y'all want to see them have money, but not too much money. You want them to succeed, but not succeed to the point that they make you feel inferior. This is crazy to me. It's just like, it's astounding to me. 30%. Imagine if you lost 30% of your paycheck. How would you feel? If your boss today gave you a 30% pay cut, how would you live? How would you make it? And this is what we're doing to our own people. And then we don't want these Black women to say how they really feel. But this is the same people say, oh, you should not police a Black woman's body. You should not, oh, shut up. Y'all like to pick and choose. But anybody who's going to the meeting, I would have rage. I would have done cuss everybody out. Y'all crazy as hell. You're crazy as hell. And when I tell you by tomorrow, my entire website be full of white people, you think I'm crazy. It'd be full of whites. It'd be full of transsexual. You name it. I will have all kinds of ethnicities. I'm done with y'all. Because this is crazy. Because family does not do that to family. You can come up with a way where you can say that you're upset with Target. You can talk to Target without turning our own people into collateral damage. Because if that was you, how would you feel? These people are probably not even sleeping. These women are probably not sleeping because they're scared. They are truly scared. And you know dang well we're not Jewish. We can't be out here calling Hurwitz and Anderson asking for $500 million like freaking Glossier and all these other white girls can just go and ask their Jewish uncle for billions of dollars. We don't got that kind of money. They don't have that kind of money. And like her, she has Richelieu behind her, but I don't know how much money he's going to give her also. How much he's going to give her. But I'm like, do people not even care if these women are actually sleeping? What if one of these Black girls deletes herself behind this boycott? Keep pushing people, keep pushing people. But these are the same goofy ass Black people going to tell you, oh, mental health matters. Mental health matters. What about their mental health? Or because these are Black women that happen to have money, their mental health don't matter? But what if one of them takes her life because she can't keep up with her bills? Then what you going to do? I mean, like, it's so crazy to me. It's so crazy to me. You're not happy. Whatever. Do you even know why you're not happy? And my thing is, come up with a plan. Come up with a way to talk to Target. But I'm like, my gosh, this is to me, this is just crazy. It is just so crazy. And I hope anybody that is Black, that is thinking of having a direct-to-consumer brand, understands the liability of having your business solely focused around Black people. These people's liability. They are a liability because they only like you so much until they hate your guts. They only like you so much until they start to see your diamonds getting bigger. Your house is getting bigger. You're taking too many vacations. Your car is just way too fancy. Then they want to start counting your pockets. Meanwhile, people like Emily, what's her name, Hailey Bieber out here are selling lip gloss and they're getting $1 billion. The money these Black girls are getting, it's not even that much money. It is not even that much money. They're not getting these valuations like these white women are getting. $1 billion valuation, $500 million valuation. They're not getting any of this kind of stuff. They're making these little bits of millions. And it's not even a lot. Because when you take everything that comes out of that, payroll, inventory, the production costs, tariffs, you name it, taxes, how much do they have? Even if she takes home $1 million, it is not that much money. It's not that much money. Emily Weiss, do you know how much money she made off of Glossier? And none of these white girls are triggered. They're in the comments, oh, I'm so happy for her. You look at Hailey Bieber too. The number of white girls just happy for her. Like, yeah, girl, get to the bag. I'm so happy for her. I'm so happy for her. But we is like, oh no, her house is too big. Oh, now she has a basketball court. Oh, now no, all color folk and kinfolk. Blah, 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 blah. Because a little bit of money, it destroys the Black family. A little bit of money destroys the Black family. And that's why also, what's her name? Clarissa Shields, she talked about that too, huh? As soon as she started making money, her mother, her sister, they all became all kinds of weirdo witches, became all kinds of weirdos because now they're triggered. I saw this other young girl yesterday. I'm going to show y'all tomorrow. Her name is Golden. She's a Gemini. Because she has a YouTube and a little bit of money. She took her daughter to Disney World and she bought her daughter Chick-fil-A. Her mother, her sister, her brother just became so evil towards her. Just so damn evil. So evil. They let the apartment go into eviction because they want to see her struggle. And the whole time they went and got an apartment. They moved their stuff, got an apartment. Her brother even took the rent money, acting like he was about to go pay the rent. The whole time he let the apartment go into eviction. Let the apartment go into eviction because he wants to see her struggle. He wants her to squander her money. I mean, like, I was watching this thing. I was like, this This is insanity. This is insanity. And if tomorrow this young lady says, I don't want to deal with Black women, oh, she self-hates. No, she has self-preservation. Okay? She don't want nothing to do with this. This is so ridiculous. How can your own family do this to you? And she's sleeping in her car with her daughter in a hotel because she has nowhere to go. Even when her brother and sister left the house, they took the doorknob, left her stuff. They left her stuff in there, and they took the doorknob off the door so anybody can go in there and steal her stuff. And I'm like, how can your own family do this to you? How can your own family do this to you? It is so sad. Trying to put in this little girl, she has a child, trying to put an eviction on her credit report. How can you do so? I'm like, like the level of witchcraft out here, it is so astounding. Why do you have to ruin your own daughter, like your own sister? Why do you want to ruin her credit report? Why do you want to ruin her credit report? She has a child. She has your niece. Why do you want your sister to be homeless? If you don't want to live here anymore, just tell her. And everybody can go their separate ways. No, they don't tell her. They take the rent money. They pack their stuff. They take the doorknob off the door. They leave the house in a hot-ass mess because it's all going to go on her credit. It's all going to go on her credit. I'm like, this is overwhelming. And you'll see the vast majority of Black people that have issues with family, it's always about money. The vast majority of Black people that have issues with family, it's usually about money. You don't give enough. You don't pay for enough stuff. You don't give enough money, or you change, or you think you're better, or because for Black people, when you make money, you got to give them everything. You can't even save. Like, you don't even have the right to say no. Because if you do for you, you got to do for them. You buy yourself a car, you got to buy them a car. You go on vacation, got to take them on vacation because they're steady looking at you, counting your pennies. And for the slightest amount of money, they're going to stop talking to you. How many Black people who have made it have survivor remorse? It's like you made it, but you can't even enjoy the fact that you've made it. You hate the fact that you even have money. Because like your family hates you because of it. Like what is this? Like seriously, what is this? What the freak is this? You have to hide everything. It is unbelievable. You can't even treat yourself. You feel guilty. Oh my gosh, they're gonna find out I bought this for myself. It's gonna be a problem. We truly have this. It needs to stop. It truly needs to stop because it's too much. It really is too much. It's too much. Just because a member of the family make it, they're not responsible for coming and picking everybody up. No, we also got to do for self. So once in a while they can help, whatever, and if they don't help, it's okay because they've helped before, right? No. When the moment you say no, they're going to treat you like you never said yes. You have never said yes, never, ever, ever. Because how dare you say no? Because now you're a slave. And you got to spend all your money on them. Even your kids. You buy for your kids, you got to go buy for their kids. So many Black people live like this. They have survivor remorse. It's like they can't even enjoy the fact that they made it. Because their family makes them feel so guilty. It's so disgusting. It's so disgusting. It's so disgusting. It is so disgusting. Because why don't you also try? Why don't you also try? Limiting belief, excuses. Why don't you try? Tabitha Brown, she took her phone like everybody else. And even me, for me, she's an Aquarius. I do think she's performative. But at the same time, too, though, it's not hard to see how she made it. And she sits there and she does the video. And she said, you got to post every day. You got to post every day. She was cooking every single day in that small, tiny ass kitchen. She was cooking every day. And she gives the advice. Why don't you do it? They're going to try it for 1 week, they give up. Try it for 2 weeks, they give up. Because you don't want it bad enough. And then when you have a Black person who doesn't give up, they look crazy, but they keep going, they keep doing it. I believe it, I believe it. They get 1 view, they keep posting. They get 30 views, they keep posting. They get 45 views, they keep posting. Yeah, because they were crazy enough to believe that one day it's going to go from 30 views, 45 views, 20 views. One day, there's going to be millions of views. You gave up on yourself. And instead of being mad at yourself, oh no, oh, you just have money now. No, I had faith before I had money. I had self-confidence before I had money. I saw myself where you didn't see yourself. Leave me alone. You are crazy. Like, you are truly crazy. You are truly crazy. And then they always want to minimize why you made it. No, you need to be consistent. You got to be consistent. You have to be consistent. But let's not act like by cooking in her kitchen and doing vegan recipes, Tab did not influence a lot of Black women to start cooking. Many of them are cooking more now. Many of them are making cooking content. Many of these women have made vegan recipes, or they're like vegan chefs because they're trying to copy her, and they're doing a lot better. They're doing something with themselves. So yes, she has helped a lot of people, and she put money in their pockets. But she's not about to come into your house and do everything for you. You can watch somebody, and like they say, success, it leaves clues. You can watch someone, okay, this is what she does. This is what she told me to do. Be a student and then apply what she told you to apply, and don't give up. Do not get frustrated, and be happy for her. Right now, it's her season, right? And it might last for like 5, 6, 10 years. What do I know? But then your season gonna come around too. Be patient. That's what the Bible said. Be patient in well-doing. No, they are so impatient and quick to hate and quick to want to destroy people's businesses. I don't like that. I really don't like that. This is too much. Hold on, let's go back over here.
Syrupiness and the smiles, Tabitha Brown is not looking out for us in that way.
So yeah.
And let me be clear, this is not about tearing Tabitha Brown down. I celebrate her. I cheer her on. She's built a very successful business, a beautiful brand, and a life that looks like it works for her. I want that same success for all of us. This isn't about judgment. It's about discernment. Because if you don't know the difference between a brand and a relationship, if you don't know the difference between a curated persona and a true connection, you end up giving away your money.
So is this who you really are? You walk around that, like you walk on a day-to-day basis with that pink wig on your head. So you're also not a persona. Is this really your house? Like, why don't you show the real background of your house? Like, you're sitting behind a fake AI generated background of some fancy house somewhere in Beverly Hills, right? Is that your real house? No. I mean, like the audacity of some people. Oh, I'm not here to tear her down. She has a beautiful brand. Okay, then learn from her and build your own beautiful brand, okay? But I'm like, you cannot sit here with pounds of makeup, fake hair on your head, and all this performative makeup, this cost, whatever, this, what's called theater makeup you got on your face, an entire AI generated background, and talk about, oh yeah, you got to know a real connection. Then be real. Be real. Come the way you are. Like the way you are every day at your house, come out. You see how I'm this way? Come out this way too. Show the real you. Right? But this is also not the real you, right? Because you're also performing. You're also performing. Everybody performs, right? Everybody performs because you want people to see you in a certain light, because you don't want people to know the real you. Why? Because you're trying to build a brand. And part of building a brand, for the most part, there's a certain element of like, I guess like an illusion to it in a way, kind of thing, right? But if you feel like Tab has a beautiful brand, then get to work. Build your own brand. Build your own brand. Post your own content. Be committed. She was on here on YouTube for like 6, 7, 8, 12 years posting. Nobody knew her name. And she never stopped dreaming. She never stopped believing. She never stopped posting her content. Right? It was COVID. She put her camera on and she was there every single day. Her daughter said, Mommy, go on TikTok. She's like, what is this? But she allowed her daughter to lead her onto TikTok. Right? And she started posting there and she was consistent. She was faithful with her little TikTok. So what is stopping other people from doing the same thing? Right? What is stopping you? Because you never know. You might find success on TikTok. And the next thing you know, Walmart might want to have you in their store. Target might want to have you in their store. Build your own brand. Build your own brand. Build your own platform. Post your content. Reply to your content, but reply to your comments, okay? Build your community. But to me, I'm going to say this. Me, from what I have seen, a lot of women have been inspired by Tab, even men also. They have been inspired by Tab. They started cooking now because of her. They started posting their recipes because of her. And now they're making some kind of money. They get a little bit of brand deals. They have their Amazon, what's it called, storefronts. They promote stuff from Temu. They have their own cookbooks and stuff like that. So it's not just what she does inside of Target. She has helped a lot of people make money out with their everyday, make money with their phones. And that has to count for something. But like I said, she's not going to come into your house, hold the camera for you, and tell you to post your content and record the content for you and edit the content for you. What is your vision for yourself? Learn to play the game and learn to make things happen for yourself. But people got to stop punishing these women for being successful. They had a dream and they never gave up, and they fought and they cried and they whatever they had to go through. But this is what happens when you don't give up. And people are not about to make you feel bad because you didn't give up and you made it happen for yourself. And part of making it happen for yourself, you get to be rich and you get to go on luxury vacations and you get to go to 4 seasons in Hawaii and you get to retire your husband and you get to do whatever you want to do, right? That's why you work so hard so that you can have enough money to do what it is that you want to do. And that's that. And that's that on that.
Your trust, your energy, your power to people and platforms that were never built for your liberation. Because here's what's also fundamentally and foundationally true. She gets to make the decisions that work for her. She has been selling and people have been buying since day one, but it felt personal, real, and safe. And so although she was selling and people were buying, it didn't feel like she was trying to convince you how to spend your money. People bought because she was so enthusiastic and so passionate about what she was talking about. But the lines between personal and parasocial had never been blurrier than they are today. And while Tabitha Brown is a superstar showing us how to be successful in business and how to have a good love life and family relationships and multimedia business entrepreneur mogul, sharing great vegan recipes and inspirational messages, Tabitha Brown is fundamentally an actress.
All right, look, I learned a lot. Fun fact, beat the shit out of the biggest guy in here as soon as possible, because that way they know you ain't no bitch.
And that is why she's so good at what she does. Tabitha is playing a role of an exaggerated version of herself. That is what we're exploring today, understanding Tabitha Brown and her brand through the lens of being an actress, more so than anything else. She is playing the role of a lifetime as a married.
But my thing is, who is not doing that? Lizzo played a role until she had all the Grammys she wanted to have, made all the money she wanted to make, and then she started losing weight, right? Beyonce also. Beyonce came up with an alter ego, Sasha Fierce. I think people like, when people say, oh, I like Beyonce, they really mean they love Sasha Fierce, because you don't really know the real Beyonce, right? Keke Palmer is an actress. There's the real Keke we saw with Darius, and then there's the Keke that you see out here every single day. Hailey Bailey, same thing. She's also an actress. Everybody out here is acting, even you. I don't think in real life this is how you talk. So okay, this is your YouTube voice, right? Because you're also acting. So now we're at a you know what I'm saying? Exactly. Now we're at a crossroad, right? People gonna have to make a choice. Black people gonna have to make a choice. Do I want to be my real self and be broke, or like make regular money? That's one way you could go. Or, hey, here are my dreams, but I understand in order to make my dreams come true, there are certain things about me I'm going to have to change. It's called branding, right? Even Sabrina Carpenter, you can see the old Sabrina Carpenter, you can see the new Sabrina Carpenter. It's not the same person because she had to brand herself. Everybody does it. You can look at the old Rihanna, you can look at the new Rihanna. She also had to brand herself, right? In her bad gallery, right? That's her alter ego. Because the original Rihanna, the Punda replay Rihanna with the big forehead, nobody liked her. Nobody liked her, right? But the under my umbrella, Ella, you know, the bad gal Rihanna, the anti-Rihanna, that's also a persona. People like that more. We're all performing. Like, that's just human life. Welcome This is nothing new here, right? And my thing is also, how stupid would Tabitha Brown be if she had years of acting under her belt and she didn't use that to her benefit to get her family out of being middle class? Girl, that is the whole point of life. We all have talents, right? We all have talents. We all have experience. We all know a thing. So if you don't know how to leverage the things that you've learned in your life to use that in the next season of your life, are you actually smart? So yes, she's an actress and she has leveraged that in a way, I guess, that's kind of tasteful for the next chapter of her life. So yes, but people have to know also, when you are a celebrity, you can't be your real self. People don't want to see that. And also it's not good for business. So we all have to decide. Me, where I stand, it really does feel as though Tabitha Brown, she needs to give a master class on how to brand yourself so that you can make your dreams come true. But branding truly matters. And I've said this to y'all before. I said, you can have an amazing product. It doesn't matter. You can have an amazing product. Somebody else could have a crappy product. At the end of the day, what's going to win? It's the marketing, right? It is the marketing. It's how that business talks to its consumers and potential consumers, right? Some people can have a great product, but they don't know how to talk to people. They don't know how to have messages through their marketing that resonates with potential buyers. Then you have other brands who are so good. You know, like sometimes when I have a little bit of time, I keep up a little bit of the makeup world, right? But it's like e.l.f. Cosmetics, for example. e.l.f., they know who their client is and they know how to talk to those girls and it works just fine. It's beautiful, right? Because that's what marketing is. Know how to talk to your consumers without even them feeling like you're trying to sell them something, right? That's great marketing. And you cannot be mad at somebody because they understand great marketing. Good for her. Good for her. And you say, oh, she's safe. She's not aggressive. A lot of Black women that need to learn, right? Tone it down. Tone it down. And I even feel like that's why many of these Black girl rappers don't get the endorsement deals they could get, because many of them are pretty, but the brand is too ninja-ish. The brand is too aggressive. It's too YN. You are a woman, right? You can be a female rapper and still be a cutie pie, right? So you have to also learn to work on that. So I'm like, we should all learn from her. Let's learn. Don't be mad. Learn the game. And then apply that to you. And hopefully you see more success in your bottom line. Okay? Don't be mad.
Erica's mother, and it works. But part of what makes her so marketable and so palatable to Black audiences, white audiences, corporate partners, people of all races and colors, ethnicities, and orientations, is that she embodies the most acceptable markers of an aspirational, respectable Black woman. And that version of herself checks nearly every box of what our culture has told us an ideal Black woman should be.
Okay. Now, are you forced? Because I'm like, to me, I agree. That's why I'm like, at this point, you have a choice to make. If you look at Big Sis Tab and you like her success, this is what you have to do. Because she has told you success at least clues. Now, you can also be Black and rebellious. I ain't going to do that. I'm going to do me to that. Okay, be broke. But don't cry about it. Right? Don't cry about it. You cannot be, me, Marlene, I'm going to tell you this. From one Aquarius to another, I am incredibly proud that my fellow Aquarius understood what to do. Because one thing you have to do as a mother, one thing you got to do as a mother is take care of your children. Take care of your children, take care of your household, take care of your husband, take care of your family. And she's doing just that. Without being loud, without being aggressive, without being promiscuous, yes, she has a respectable image. Oh my gosh. Because once upon a time, that was actually normal. But we've gone so far off the deep end that to even say that, oh my gosh, a Black woman has a respectable image. Clutch my pearls. You mean she's respectable? Yes. Yes. Right. So let's go back to the old ways of being respectable. Because if you present well, like they say, dress the way you want to be addressed. There you go. Right? Dress the way you want to be addressed. There you go. So you have a choice to make because she has shown you. That's the blueprint right here. So you decide if you want to have this level of success, you want to be able to retire your husband, live in California, have a what's it called? A basketball court in your backyard. You want to be able to vacation at a moment's notice and at the Four Seasons in Hawaii, travel first class. That's it. That's what you have to do. That's it. People gotta decide, but you're not gonna make it being rebellious. There is a blueprint. That's what she's saying. You have to play the game. She's not saying be all the way fake, but you have to know how to have a package. Like you gotta have the proper package. And if you have the proper package, it's gonna be a lot easier for you. And that right there, I do agree. I do agree. I really do. So I'm like, good for her. So listen.
She's married to a gorgeous man who seems to adore her. She's a mother. She's a Christian. She's warm, nurturing, and always smiling. She's financially successful without being flashy, without saying too much, without doing too much. She's approachable, but never messy. She's respectable, but not intimidating. It's the kind of image that feels safe and familiar and aspirational, and like you can do it too. And it's part of why her content resonates so widely. She represents a version of Black womanhood that's been coded as acceptable, desirable, marketable. That isn't an accident.
It hasn't even been coded. It is a fact. If you are a nice woman, people will like you. You are a friendly woman, people will like you. Miss me with these woke terms. Coded. No, that's life. Okay? People have always liked nice people. A friendly woman, a sweet woman, a kind woman, a praying woman, a woman that gives off maternal vibes. People will always like those kinds of women. You don't have to do it. But do not be upset. Because I think that's where a lot of Black women get triggered, is that when they see Black women that are traditional or Black women that give off a traditional vibe, they get triggered. No. Because what is traditional feels familiar. It feels safe. It feels nurturing. It feels cozy. Yes, it's not about being coded. People are not stupid. People will rather go towards a person that has a pretty smile on her face. Today, a lot of Black women don't want to smile. That is not a problem, right? But then do not be mad when nobody fucks with you, right? If you walk outside and you have a beautiful smile on your face, people are more likely to gravitate towards you because your smile is a beautiful thing. Like, oh, she's smiling. She's like really, really nice. So people are going to feel more comfortable because your smile is extremely inviting. They're like, wow, she has a beautiful smile, right? Once upon a time, we had Shanice out here, and I love your smile. And it was perfectly normal because people used to smile, right? It's a beautiful thing. You see people, you greet people, you have a pretty smile on your face. What's hard about that, right? There you go. That's being traditional. Yes. So if you are a woman that holds on to traditional values, most likely you're going to win, right? There you go. That's it. And even that too, like I said, it's also a choice. You got to make a choice. Now you can have a crazy brand if you want to, the brand of the hyenas, no problem, but you're not going to make it far because a hyena brand, it doesn't cross over. It doesn't translate well because it's too aggressive. It's too aggressive. It's too mean. It's too loud. It's too masculine. There's this one girl. Her name is Zoe. She's Black. She's on TikTok. And she didn't make it to Streamer University. And so allegedly, they say the reason why she didn't make it because she's too masculine. Like every time she gets around the boys, I guess they call it A&P family. So that's Kai Cenat. That's, who else is that boy? Justin? Is that his name? Or Dustin? I forgot. I was watching them yesterday, but it's a bunch of boys like that. But it's like every time she gets around these boys, she bites them. Like she'll bite the boys, she'll lift them up, she'll cuss them out, she'll beat them. And so they were extremely uncomfortable because they're like, you act like a man. You are extremely aggressive. And so it kind of seems like they told Kai Cenat they didn't want her there. They want girls to come around that are a bit more feminine, right? So she cried because she was not invited to Streamer University. But when I saw the footage, I'm like, you're doing a little too much. And you cannot bite people. Why do you bite people you barely know? Like she just meets you and she starts to bite all over you. It's like, what is this? Right? So she didn't make it to Streamer University. Cooking with Kaya, she's not biting on people. So she made it. Bunch of girls made it. They don't bite people. India Love also made it. She doesn't bite people. She doesn't try to pick up guys, right? She's not picking up a man. That is crazy. So the girlies, they made it to Streamer University. She didn't make it. And she was crying. This hurt. This is so personal. But I'm like, yeah, but the guys don't want you there because they don't feel safe. They don't feel safe. And they don't want to feel emasculated by a young lady. So therefore, they told Kai Cenat not to invite you, right? But we have to understand, if you have more of a traditional, safe image, you're going to make a lot of money. That's just how it goes. That's just how it goes. Yeah, she just bites people, Kevin. I'll show you. She just bites people.
And this isn't a criticism. This is just part of how capitalism works. That is what branding does to get us to buy things. It creates a persona that people can attach to, buy into, and trust. And I don't know Tabitha Brown and
There she is. So she was crying because she bites people.
Chat, I was like I'm a baby little bitch. One of the friends, I was like, damn. Because, you know.
Very aggressive. Right.
I just don't understand.
What's your thing? And then she farts also. So I guess, okay, Duke, that's his name. There you go. So I guess Kai, you see, she just bites people.
I got y'all, dude.
You see? She bit him. She bit Kai. She just goes around biting people like she's a freaking cannibal. She don't know how to act. So she didn't make it into the Streamer University. Now here she is crying instead of grabbing up her phone, calling Kai and apologizing. Apologize. No, I don't know what I did. I don't know how come I didn't make it. What is this?
I think I'm the best person that I try to be good, and I know I troll and I play a lot, but it's just my personality, you know?
But it makes people uncomfortable.
I'm a real person, and I mean well behind all people. Even people that hurt me, I give chance after chance, and that's in all my relationships, my friendships, everything, like things that I go through with other people, like real life. Like, I see the good in all people, and I wish people saw all of the good in me.
I'll tell you, I was outside with these kids yesterday. I was so involved. I was so engrossed with these little people yesterday. But she just likes to bite people. You know? She just likes to bite people. She bites everybody. So the guys were really, really uncomfortable with her. Like, why are you biting people like this? She'll bite the boys. She'll pick them up. She'll yell at them, N-word. She'll all kinds of, like, it's very emasculating, right? So they were like, nah, please. So I guess they all complained, and they told Kai Cenat they didn't want her. Please don't. So she cried because it was a big opportunity. But it's like they're not comfortable around her because she's too much. She's just too much. But tomorrow we can get into this. Yeah, that's her name, Zoe. I was outside yesterday. These kids were crazy.
Tabitha Brown don't know me. So I'm not saying that she isn't all of these things. She may be very warm and friendly and invitational and social, but Tabitha Brown, the person, and Tabitha Brown, the brand, are not the same thing. Because when someone becomes that widely loved, that easily consumed across the board, it's more important to understand what's actually happening behind the scenes, why that kind of public curation is so important, especially in the face of something like a boycott of a major corporation that they are in bed with, and their audience are Black people, Black women in particular, especially when they're also trying to convince you how and where to spend that Black woman money. Now fast forward to May 20. Instead of directly naming the Target boycott, Tabitha came back with a side door version of the very similar message.
This morning, I posted my New York Times bestsellers that I got in the mail, and I was like, oh, I gotta make a post about it. And so it made me think about all of authors that I know who've been affected by the Target boycott. There's so many authors out there whose books have been released, and Target is a huge book retailer that they sell our books. Because of the boycott, many of our Black authors' books did not sell well because people were not purchasing the books because they're sold at Target. This affected their sales. It affected their ability to be on the New York Times bestseller list. I want us to be mindful. I know that we say that there's a boycott happening. If you don't want to, order from Target, I get it. But if they give you a link to buy directly from them, do that. Because if not, they may not make their numbers. They may not get their next book deal. They're not making the New York Times bestseller list. All these things are happening to Black authors, and we gotta be mindful. We are in a real boycott, and they are being affected. If you know an author right now who is struggling because of the Target boycott, please tag them in this video.
This time she was focused on supporting Black authors. She framed it around how the Target boycott was harming Black authors, specifically their ability to hit the New York Times bestseller list. This was the day that she received her plaque celebrating her 4th New York Times bestselling book. The argument was, if you stop shopping at Target, you're hurting Black writers. But let's be honest, she was passive aggressively putting Target into a conversation that they didn't.
Why would you say she was passively aggressive? What was passive aggressive? You have a nasty spirit. What makes her passive aggressive? How is she passive aggressive? This lady is crazy. And I think the problem, you know what this is? She's a bully. Like a lot of Black women, a bunch of bullies. The issue is because, Tab has the perfect image. So she can't really talk how she really want to talk. But what these girls like her, what they want to keep poking you that you break character. They're like, oh, you see, I told y'all she wasn't shit. I told y'all she was ratchet. I told y'all she was this. You know what I'm saying? These girls want to see you lose it all. So their job is to keep poking you like this and saying gratuitous things about you that are not even true because they want you to break character. Because they know that image that you have, that's why the white people pay you all this money. Right? If you break character and you show that real Black girl that's in there, they're not going to work with you anymore. And that's why they keep doing this to you. I've been outside. They keep doing this to you because they want to see you break character. So that way you'll lose everything and we're going to be on par because that is the goal. And that's why you can't fuck around with socialists and you cannot fuck around with Marxist-minded people, right? Because I'm like, what was passive-aggressive about that? Tab has 4 books that made it to the New York Times bestseller. Do you have a book that's made it to the New York Times bestseller? No. Do you even know how to get on the New York Times bestseller? No. So my thing is, if she feels as though being at Target played a part into making it on the New York Times bestseller, who are you to say that she's lying? Make it make sense. If you've been on the New York Times bestseller and you did it without being at Target, then I can see where you're coming from, right? She was on the New York Times bestseller 4 times. Every book that's made on the New York Times bestseller, she sold it at Target. So who has more experience? So if she feels like, hey, being at Target is definitely helpful, it probably is not the only metric that matters. But because Target is such a big name, it's such a big box store, whatever, it probably does count. It counts something towards making that list. Why does that mean that she's passive aggressive? What does that mean? She's passive aggressive. And you see, and this is why also, when you have Black people who have made it, they don't even want to waste their time giving advice to other Black people. Because anything you say, oh, you're condescending. Oh, you think you know it all. Oh, you think you're better than me. And that's why sometimes some Black people, when they make it, they keep their mouth shut. Because they know their wisdom or their teaching or their advice is not going to be well received. It's going to be received in a condescending way because you already insecure. You're insecure. And that's what insecure people do. That's what immature, insecure people do. That's why I say a lot of Black women is immature. They're insecure. right? When you're insecure, everybody that talks to you, you think they're talking down at you. You think they're talking about you. You think they're like what are you even, are you okay? Right? Because you don't have high self-esteem. You don't have high self-worth. You don't believe in yourself. So anytime somebody makes a suggestion, you think they're talking down at you. They're talking, but like the tone police thing, it's like, what are we even doing? So I mean, you know what? Let her just crash, right? Let her crash because this is not possible. Right? You cannot believe that everybody that's talking to you or someone that wants to offer advice to you is trying to talk down on you or trying to be passive aggressive. Do you even know what passive aggressive actually is? Are you actually okay? Right? Can you say, okay, I can see that she has an interest because she does not want people to boycott Target. Yes. But that does not mean she's being passive aggressive. She doesn't want Target to be boycotted. She doesn't. Right? She wants people to keep shopping at Target. She does. Right? Okay. You can say, oh, she's trying to protect her self-interest. Or you can even say, oh, like, you know, she's kind of trying to conceal her true intent. But that doesn't mean that she's being passive aggressive. Do you know what being passive aggressive actually is? Are you actually okay?
You really need to be in. She could have just encouraged people to support Black authors directly through Black bookstores, through authors' platforms, through their website, through literally any number of alternatives.
Exactly. And once again, you're looking at a pink wig wearing person who has no idea what it takes to go into the New York Times bestseller. Did you even look at the requirements to make it into the New York Times bestseller? If you sell books directly on your website, can those people confirm that you're not making up numbers, that you don't have bots placing orders? Most likely not. You say, oh, you should go to Black bookstores. Those Black bookstores, do they have a relationship with the New York Times people? Right? Are they also doing what they have to do so that when you go to their store and you buy a book, that the New York Times seller people are going to actually count that towards your whatever it takes for you to make their list? Don't even know what it takes to get on a New York Times seller list. But want to make a whole video saying, but she could have done this, she could have done that. Ma'am, have you ever even read a book? That's number one. Number two, have you ever made it onto the New York Times bestseller? Number three, have you made it onto that list 4 different times with 4 different books? No, and no, and no. So skip this conversation. Skip this conversation. I don't know how people, and I'm going to say it, I don't know how people who haven't even made like $1 million, like Tabitha has to have like at least 10 to 20 million. You only have 3,000 subs on the YouTube. You can even show the real background of your house. Ma'am, are you okay? Right? But you want to speak on millionaires giving advice. Are you okay? Like, this is so wild to me. This is so wild to me. Like, you got to admit to yourself that certain conversation, it's outside your tax bracket. You don't have that kind of money. You don't have that kind of money. Even me, I know a little few things about business, but there are certain people, if they start talking, I'm going to keep my mouth shut. Because the kind of business they've done, the kind of inventory they move, the kind of orders they've moved, the way they move shipment, I've never even been close to that. So what do I even look like running my mouth? Like, what am I talking about? Right? I'm here to learn. There are certain times where you can speak, and there are certain times you have to shut up and just learn. Right? Because in these kinds of rules, that kind of money that these people see every day, you don't see that kind of money. The kind of people they're in rooms with, the conversation they've been privy to, you don't have access to those conversations. Right? Even Tabitha's publisher, do you know who her publisher is? Do you know how hard it is to get with that publisher? Don't even know shit. Just talking just to talk. And that's just Black people for you. Just talking for the sake of talking. Do you know who her publisher is? Do you know what kind of advice her publisher has given you that you can't even find on websites or you can't even find with DeepSeek or AI? Because it's either you know or you don't know. Right? The people at the New York Times who create that list, do you know that? How do you know that she's not friends with those people? How do you know that they have not given her like, how do you know? You don't know any of these people. You have no relationships in the world of publishing. You haven't even been to New York City? Like, do you even know where the building is for the New York Times? Can you even make it up to the 5th floor? Would you even get enough clearance to make it up to the 5th floor? things you know nothing about, but you want to talk to Black people to make Black people look at this Black woman sideways. How is that not wickedness, though? How is that not wickedness? If at least if you were a writer yourself and you have been on that list, if you were a publisher yourself and you have published multiple books that made onto that list, or if you worked at the New York Times or you had some kind of experience at the New York Times and you were familiar with that list, and you say, okay, based on my experience as a publisher, based on my experience as a writer that's made onto the list, based as a whatever, somebody who worked at the New York Times, here's what I can tell you as to what most people don't know when it comes to how to make it on that list. You have none of these experiences. But you're going to run your mouth and have these goofy ass Black girls think that there's something wrong with Tab or that Tab is trying to do something dirty to them. You see? And this is why also I'm going to say this. This is why Harriet Tubman said if people knew they were slaves, she could have freed a lot more people. Because Black people love to listen to people who have no experience. They've never been in these rooms. They've never cashed those checks. They've never received, when these people pay you your invoices, like when they wire the money and you wake up, there's $1 million in your account. There's 700,000 in your account. There's $2 million in your account. These people never see that kind of stuff. Stop listening to people who don't have social proof. Stop listening to people who don't even have access to these people. You understand? Like Tab, she can go to Seattle and go straight up and probably see the CEO. Right? How many Black women can say, yeah, I got that kind of power. I got that kind of leverage. I have those kinds of type of connection. Stop listening to people who haven't done shit. 3,000 subs on YouTube talking about somebody. Are you actually serious? Are you actually serious? Right? And let's come back in 6 years and see where your channel is. Let's really see. Let's truly see. Right? So easy to criticize people. And then when people that look like you are doing stuff, you criticize. People that look like you, they've been places, they've achieved stuff. Now they're giving advice. Oh, you have to make it. So I don't know. I don't know if she can be trusted. I don't know. And can you be trusted? You ain't got shit. You ain't got shit. I'd rather trust a rich person than trust a person that don't have shit. Because a rich person, they have social proof. At least they have something. Something I can see, something I can touch. Okay? Right? Tab, she travels in a private jet. Right? She travels private. That is social proof. You know how much it takes to fly your entire family on a private jet? Okay? So obviously, there are things that she knows that we don't know. So everything she's saying is not because she's trying to do something to us or whatever. There's things that she knows that we don't know. So we can't always sit here and always like lend these bad intentions to Black people who happen to have money. Anybody that's Black that have money is not evil. Of course, she doesn't want Target to be canceled because Target has been good to her. Target has been good to her. Just because you don't like Target doesn't mean she has to hate Target. They've been good to her. They've been good to her family. They've been good to her business. They've been good to her employees. They have made many things possible for her. So she's grateful for her relationship. And as she should be. Because did anybody else come and offer her that? No, Target did. So good for her. And if Target had done that for you also, you would be very grateful. You know, if Target said, oh, we're going to buy all your products. We're going to make a whole line for you. We're going to put your pictures all over our stores. Like we got like 3,000 doors. You'll be in every single store. You'll be all over the website. You're not going to be grateful? You're not going to be grateful? So no, she cannot forget what Target has done for her. And even me, Marlene, if Target had done the same thing for me also, I'm not going to cancel Target. Because they put me in a position that I couldn't have done that by myself. They take care of your orders. They ship your orders for you. They take care of your customers for you. They take care of the refunds for you. They take care of the chargebacks for you. They help you to source the product. They help you to work on your packaging. It's a lot of work that goes into that. And they were there for her, not just to make money, but to help her build a solid brand so she can have stuff to sell on these shelves. So no, Marlene, I'll be really grateful. So anybody that's inside a retailer that doesn't want to cancel their retailer, like I understand. Because they made you rich. Y'all made each other rich. And now people got to make money. People have to make money. What time is it?
Target didn't have nothing to do with it. But instead, she tied the visibility and success of Black authors to a retailer that had already divested from us. Target pieced out on us.
Target did not piece out on Black people. Target said they are rolling back their DEI. DEI stands for diversity, equity, and inclusion. DEI is not a dedicated program solely for Black women. That is not what that is. Stop acting like you got cognitive dissonance, okay? DEI is diversity. So anything non-white is diversity. It says equity, whatever that means, and inclusion. It is not a particular program just for Black women that, oh, we're not doing this anymore. No. Now, you also had some Black vendors in there also that were not selling, because they have to understand the goal is not just to get inside the retailer. You got to also drive traffic, right? Because companies need turnover. Your products have to move. You might probably have like 30 days or 45 days from the time they put your stuff on the shelf. In 30 to 45 days, it has to go. So don't just think, oh, my stuff is at Target, it'll sell itself. No, you have to actively continue to promote that stuff. It is your business. You got to make it move. Do videos, tell influencers to go there, and this, and that. What Target does, they give you the exposure, but you got to bring the foot traffic, and you got to make sure people are buying this stuff. But if your stuff is not moving, they're not going to keep your stuff in there just because you're Black. It's a business. The stuff has to move. Okay. So if you haven't truly mastered your marketing, if you don't know how to tell people to go buy the stuff, you have no business going to a retailer, right? Because they're not going to do the job for you. You have to get people to buy your products. You got to get people in there. You got to make people buy your products. Nobody's going to build your business for you. Because I see a lot of Black girls who are crying about their stuff like being canceled at Target. I'm like, girl, are you even selling? Is it even moving? But once again, people want to be in business and they want to be, I guess, like, oh, I'm going to be a business owner because it sounds good to say I'm a CEO. But Target is going to make me rich. Target is going to sell my product. Target is going to find my customers. No. You got to fight. Retail is you fight. It's the jungle. Like you fight. But you have to get the foot traffic in there. You even have some people, like even what's the one that came up with the Spanx, the white girl, I forgot her name, right? But she was like, when she got her deal with, was it Neiman Marcus? When they started buying Spanx, it wasn't moving. So guess what? She gave money to her friends to go in there and buy her own inventory back because she wanted Neiman Marcus to believe that she could do it, you know? But initially, it was her friends and family going into the store to buy the stuff because people didn't know her name. So sometimes, even if your stuff is in there, you might have to go and buy your own stuff so it can make it seem like you're selling. It's a real thing. It really is real. So that's why you got to make sure before you agree to go inside of a big box retailer, right, that your marketing is A1, that your social media presence is A1, that a lot of people are talking about you. But if you go into a big box retailer and you barely have any Instagram followers, you barely get views, you barely go viral, that is not a move you should make because their job is not to build a business for you. Their job is not to bring customers to you. Their job is to give you the shelf space. You bring the people, tell your people to buy, and make sure they don't return as well. Because even that too, they punish you for that, right? So when somebody buys, they shouldn't return because if they do return, they're going to charge you for that. Okay? But I think all of that, they probably tell you when you sign with them. But Target is not in the business of making people's businesses for them. That's not how it works. That's not how it works.
And she keeps saying, but go back and buy from them. They left you, but go back and spend your money. Her implied message was, if you stop shopping at Target, you're hurting Black authors from getting on the New York Times bestseller list. But her argument was based on a set of unspoken assumptions.
How do you know?
One, that we care about the New York Times bestseller list. Two, that we are personally invested.
That is very stupid. This is very stupid. So you don't care about the New York Times bestseller list. These people are crazy. You are truly crazy. You don't care about that. Do you even read books? Do you read, man? Do you read? Like the whole point of the Oprah's book club, when Oprah had her book club back in the day, the whole point was to get people on that New York Times bestseller list. Are you actually okay? Are you actually okay? Like even how what's the book? How Stella got, no, like she's a fucking idiot. You see, and that's the problem. That's why the Black community is never going to go anywhere, because too many idiots have the ears of Black people. How Stella got her groove back. Does she even know why that book became a movie? Right? Even Color Purple. Does she know why Color Purple became a movie? Like this, you see this? When you see a grown ass woman with a pink wig on, you sure already knows about to be some bullshit. They just say all kinds of anything. The vast majority of Black books, like Black scripts, whatever you want to call it, that became movies were on the New York Times bestseller list. Just an idiot. Hold on. Just an idiot. This is just silly. Hold on. There you go. You see? You see this? They're fucking idiots. They're just fucking idiots. You see? What does it say right here? What does it say? This is a fucking idiot. Terry McMillan is the #1 New York Times bestseller, author of Waiting to Excel, How Stella Got Her Groove Back, A Day Lit and $1 Short. What a fucking idiot. Me, I keep telling you all this. I'm telling you, like me, if you're educated, you're going to like me. If you're sensible, you're going to like me. If you like to actually reason, you're going to like me. If you're an idiot, you're not going to like me. You are such a fucking idiot. Everybody knows this. When you are on the New York Times bestseller list, you're more likely to be able to license your book into a movie deal. Such a fucking idiot. What a fucking idiot. That's why I say you don't fuck around with Black people. They don't care about money. They do not care about money. Okay? You don't think that a lot of writers, their goal is not just to be rich so they can stop writing stupid books, but it's for also their books to probably be adapted into a movie script so that you can get the royalties. Where does Steve Harvey make most of his money? How does Steve Harvey make the vast majority of his movies? That's what does she even read books? Does she even read books? Say all kinds of foolishness. It is beyond super important. She's just a fucking idiot. I'm like, are you actually okay? The vast majority of Steve Harvey's book come from him licensing his book, How to Think Like a Man. Now, I don't know if he was a New York Times bestseller. Let me see. Let me see. These people are just so damn insane. Well, you see? There you go. There you go. Okay? Act like a lady, think like a man. It's right here, you guys. It's right here. The #1 New York Times bestsellers from the new guru of relationships, Steve Harvey, right? How much money? The book made money, but the real money came when he licensed the book for the movie. I think they made like 150 million. Hold on. She's so damn stupid. How much did Steve Harvey? Hold on. These people are so damn crazy. Let's see. So see, opening weekend in 2012, right? Opening weekend, he made 30 million. But I think the movie went on to make like over 150 million, because the vast majority of Steve Harvey's money comes from licensing How to Think Like a Man. It's not from doing Kings of Comedy. It's not from being Mr. Hightower. Okay. It's not from no. Okay. The vast majority of that movie, the moolah, it comes from that book, because he licensed the book for the movie. And I guess he did a really good deal on how he gonna get paid his royalties, right? But the opening weekend alone, they grossed 30 million. Which one? I think what was Girl, right? Like this, it's not a joke. You can make so much money. That's why, like Sean said, like being on the New York Times bestseller list, it is so freaking important. It can change your life. Who wants to keep writing books back to back to back to back? It's too much. It's too much. So if you make it on there, you can make so much money. You can go on tour. You can get invited to TV shows, late night shows, daytime shows. You know, somebody in Hollywood can pick up your movie, pick up your book, and turn your book into a movie. That's a licensing deal. All kinds of stuff. all kinds of stuff, right? All kinds of stuff. Oh, I never heard about this one, right? But that's how it goes. So you cannot sit here and say, but we don't care about the New York Times bestseller. Yeah, because you don't read. And obviously you don't care about money. You don't care. Because if you did, you would know this. But like for us, growing up, Oprah Winfrey, the book club, it was all about these people getting on the New York Times bestseller list. People were fighting to make it to Oprah's book club. Because once Oprah gave you a shout out, you went straight to the New York Times bestseller list. And you were made. Like the next day, you go to Barnes and Noble, whatever book Oprah had on the show the day before, it'd be all over the store. It was all over the store, right? People out here downloading on the Kindle like it's real. So how can you say that, that the New York Times bestseller list don't matter? Are you okay? Are you truly okay? Are you seriously okay? And these people want to keep Black people poor. They want to keep Black people poor. How can you say it doesn't matter to be on the New York Times bestseller list? Are you actually okay? This is insanity. Hold on. Where is she? Do you even read books?
In getting Black authors on that list. 3, that the list itself is a meritocracy based solely on sales, hence the word bestseller. 4, that our collective buying power is what puts people on or keeps them off of the New York Times bestseller list.
So if people don't buy the books, how are people gonna make it on the list? Girl, she's not saying Target is the only way, but selling at Target, because Target has a deal with the New York Times bestseller people, and the fact that they can verify the sales more at Target, Target is more reputable. Even if you go buy from a smaller Black bookstore, they can feel like that Black bookstore might be lying about their numbers. With Target, it is more reputable. It's not the only way, but it's a big way. Just like, yes, you can buy your book from a smaller Black bookstore, but if you buy it from Barnes and Nobles, it probably counts more because Barnes and Noble is a bigger brand. It is a bigger brand. It's a bigger brand, right? So if Black people buy Black books at these bigger brands, it's going to count more than if they go and buy at a smaller Black-owned bookstore, which is messed up, but it's the business, right? So it does help because Target has how many doors? And when you at Target too, you're not just going to be exposed to a Black audience. You are exposed to people who love books because they also have a Starbucks inside of Target, right? How many Black bookstores also have a Starbucks inside of their stores? I mean, pretty much none. So no, you're insane.
5, that we as consumers will somehow benefit from those placements. 6, we are still responsible for getting Black folks on the New York Times bestseller list for the greater good, regardless of our personal values, priorities, or pocketbooks. 7, that if we're not buying from Target, we aren't supporting Black authors. Now, she didn't say a lot of this explicitly. This is why I said she didn't need to bring in Target into the conversation at all, because what Target got to do with this?
Was really in a lot of ways to prove that the New York Times list is not real. You see this. The New York Times, it's a bunch of losers. When they lose, instead of changing their strategy, you coming out here with the nose rings, the this and that, ma'am, you got to work on your image, right? Just because you could not get on the New York Times bestseller list doesn't mean it's not real. It is very real. You can say it's not fair, but it is real. You just didn't make it on. And that's why I say you cannot walk with all kinds of Black people, because a lot of Black people, they have limiting beliefs and they're easily become bitter. They become bitter. So when they can't get something, it's not real. No, it's very much real. Terry McMillan got on there. Steve Harvey got on there. And I'm pretty sure Color Purple was probably New York Times bestseller. I'll check, right? But the vast majority of many movies that we see are books from the New York Times bestseller that have been adapted into movies, right? That's how it goes. So you cannot say it's not real. It is very real. Now, is it fair? Probably not. Is it like clear? Like, is it a clear path to, okay, how do I exactly get on there? Do they make it a bit like, do they make it a bit opaque that it's not so obvious how you can make it? Most likely. That's why you got to have connections. right? That's how you gotta have connection, because it's not just about the book. It's about the publishing house. It's about where you're sold and things of the sort. It's a business. You got to learn how it goes. You got to learn the ropes. You got to learn the ropes. You got to learn how it goes, right? Got to get in with the right publisher. And you got to get in with a publisher that fights for you. And when your publisher tells you this is what you do, you also have to listen, right? But it's very real. It's very real. It is very real.
He literally hired people who were experts on this subject, who helped us prove that the New York Times list is not based on numbers. We know this factually because this book, All the Black Girls Are Activists, A Fourth Wave Woman's Pursuit of Dreams is Radical Resistance, outsold 14 out of 15 books on the New York Times bestsellers list the week of this campaign. 14 out of 15, and not by...
Even that, to me, that's just whatever you claim. I don't have your numbers. You sold 14 out of 15 books. I don't know what you're talking about. What are your numbers? Show us the numbers, because anybody can just claim anything. Also, I do believe that when it also comes to selling books, the artwork, it matters. Your artwork needs a lot of help, okay? It needs a lot of help. Also, you're not telling us who your publisher is. So if it's a book that is self-published, yeah, most likely you're not going to make it, okay? Because the literary society, it's a clique. It is a clique, right? And they want things done a certain way. Things have to be edited. Things have to be peer reviewed and things like that. So you can self-publish and you can sell as many books as you want to, but it is a clique. Just like the Grammy stuff, it's a clique. It's a clique. Just like the Emmys, it's a clique. Just like the Oscar, the thing, everything is a clique. It is a clique, right? So that's what she told you. You're going to have to play the game. Right. You have to play the game. Right. Just like the Grammys. Most of the time, if you are an independent artist, you're not going to get a Grammy. Okay. You're not going to get a Grammy because you think the Grammy's about to sit here and promote people who are independent artists. How they going to eat? Okay. So most likely New York Times seller too, they only promote book or push books that go through certain publishers so they can make sure they eat too. They're about to give you all that exposure for free. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? Are you? Man, I swear, some black people, man, they're just so damn silly. Do you know how much money you make when you have this stamp of approval from the New York Times bestseller list? Do you know how many books you can move? And so you think these white people, and maybe they're small hat people, about to let you make all this moolah and they're not going to get a cut? Are you crazy? You see? And that's why I say these people here, they don't understand business. You scratch my paw, I scratch your paw. You scratch my back, I scratch your back. If you want to eat, you got to give them something. That's how it goes. And that's why they probably want stuff to go through certain avenues, because that way everybody eats, right? There's a reason why Nicki Minaj didn't get a Grammy. There's a reason why certain artists will never have Grammys, because they're independent artists. So because the Grammy is to celebrate the music industry. So if the music industry ain't making you a slave, why would you have a Grammy? Because that means all the money you make, they're not going to get a cut out of this. No, that's how the world goes. You want to move up, you got to be okay with being used. You got to let people eat off of you. If you don't let people eat off of you, they're not going to give you access to their little network, whatever they got going on. You're not going to have access to that. That's just the way the world goes. Nobody is going to make you rich for free. Nobody's going to make you famous for free. Nobody's going to put you in front of millions of readers for free. Stop playing, right? Grow up and understand how business works. You got to learn. You got to learn to spend money if you want to make money. It takes money to make money, y'all, right? But it's the whole system they have. And they have to make sure everybody gets a little bit of something. So that's why they put you on the list, because if you get paid, your publisher gets paid, the publisher going to write them a check, things of the sort. It's giving like payola. Yes, it is. Welcome to business. Please.
100 by thousands. The rest of the books on this list outsold multiple books on the list. They weren't even mentioned. So outsold 14 out of 15 books on the list that week. This idea that targeted sales because of the boycott, we have the right to push back and critique even mentioning that. In this campaign, we hired a team to figure out all.
Who did you hire? You could just be making shit up, a bunch of lying ass people. It doesn't matter. Girl, you never made it to the New York Times bestseller. Girl, have you even seen your artwork? Did you even have money for a proper designer? Have you seen your artwork? Sis, stop. You are not gonna I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to be mean. Tab has been on the New York Times bestseller 4 times. You haven't even been there once. And I'm talking like even number 100. You haven't even made it. Okay? So how you gonna come and say, oh, well, everything she's saying ain't true? You ain't never made it, sis. You ain't never made it. So just shut up. It's like if Beyonce said, oh, it takes this, and I'm like, oh no, Beyonce lying. Well, don't do not listen to me. I don't have no damn Grammys. Right? But how can you talk on something you don't even have? Oh, we hired a team. Who is the team? The people in your head? Oh, we outsold 14 books. Show the receipts. Show the numbers. What year? What time? Which books? Because to me, I'm like, yeah, a lot of y'all love to lie. It's giving Meg Thee Stallion. Y'all just love to lie on the internet because you want attention. Give the name of the books. Which books? 14 books? You outsold 14 books by yourself. There you go. Bunch of lies. And you hired a team. What is their name? What's the name of that team? What's their website? Let's go look. Like, stop. Like, just stop. I am so sick and tired of this. Stop lying to people. Okay? At the end of the day, Tab 4 times New York bestseller list. If she says selling at Target is helpful towards making that list, I'm more likely to believe her than to believe you. You want to be an author, look how you present on the internet. Who's going to take you seriously? Who's going to take you seriously? You don't even have your image figured out yet. Figure out your image. Figure out your brand. Right? Figure out your brand. And I'm so sick and tired of these people. Oh, I want to be an author. And it's like you can't even be bothered to go buy a quality camera or a quality iPhone to record your content in 2025. But you want to speak on big Tabitha Brown. Are you actually okay? Are you okay? Figure out your image. Right? When you're a writer, especially when you're a Black woman, you're a writer, you should know what people want you to look like. Huh? You should know. Hold on. Right? Yeah, Terry's a Libra. Okay. You should know what people, you see this? You see this? Black woman author. You see this? This is Terry McMillan. All right. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. All right. Here's Alice Walker. Do you see people I have with the nose ring? Okay. How am I done yet? Hold on. Hold on. These people are crazy. Okay. This is Maya Angelou. Do you see how these Black women writers, they look a certain way? You got the nose ring over here, nose ring over here. All your boobs are in my face. Lady what? Lady what? Go figure out your brand, sis. Go figure out your brand. Go figure out how to even look like a credible writer. This is a fucking joke. Are you self-published? Did you use them goofy ass Amazon services to publish your own book? Don't play with me. Okay? Do not play with me. Okay. Are you actually serious? Hold on. This a joke? Okay. There you go. All right. Do you see this? And you see, this is my point. Every single Black woman out here, it gives what? If somebody says, oh, that's a Black author, you're like, yeah, she look it. Aquarius. What's up? Okay. Shout out to Mother Tony. Okay. Look at that. If I tell you, oh, that woman is a Black writer, you're going to believe it. Because we expect something from writers. Because writers have to reflect intelligent people, smart people, reflective people. It's like, yeah, there has to be a certain aura about you. Okay? What is this? Like, seriously, what is this? Look at Mother Maya Angelou, writer, author, poet, right? And she looks it. You're like, You're like a wise old Black woman. There you go. Okay? There you go. Another crazy Aquarius, Alice Walker, mischievous as fuck, right? But it also gives writer too, though. It does. A writer woman, like in woman and gender studies or African American studies at a very fancy liberal college. Okay. But this is Alice Walker, though, another crazy Aquarius. Okay. Here's Miss Terry, too. These are some nice pictures. These are nice pictures, right? So if somebody said, okay, like, oh, when you say a Black writer, a Black author, a Black woman author, people expect certain things. Okay. And we have our girl from Nigeria. What's her name again? Yes. Whatever. Yes. Chimamanda Ngozi. Okay. Right. And here's she right here too. Right. Hold on. Let me put a picture up. Right. You see? You see? Black author. Black woman author. People automatically have an idea in their head. Right. We expect them to look a certain way, to present a certain way, to talk a certain way. Like, yeah, she's really smart. Yes. Yeah. She's smart. Ashe. Okay. Hello. Right. So you also need to go work on your brand. And that's what Tab is saying. Work on your brand. Have the package. Have the look. Right? There you go. And the cover art also, it really matters. But this is what, when you think about a Black woman author, you think of this. Okay? This is what you think of. Okay. What is this? Oh, we hire people and we did it on the people and the people. Ma'am. Oh, you see, look, you also have more Black authors over here, I guess. This one, you see? Look at this one too. Very chocolate, very pretty. There you go. Right? Okay. We expect certain things. We do. And they got to match. Okay? The look, it got to match. The look got to match the profession. Okay? But you cannot say that you're a Black author and and also the cover art has to be good. And even you see how long the title of the book was. That's why I'm like, yeah, most likely she's self-published, because no self-respecting publisher is going to allow you to have a Black title that is like supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Like, this is just too much. What, like, girl, what is this book about? Who peer reviewed the book? Who is the publisher? Okay. So no, I don't believe you. I do not believe you. What is this? Like, listen to the book. Hold on.
Called All the Black Girls Are Bestsellers. In 2024, a nonprofit organization, Emma's Legacy Foundation, funded a $1 million campaign, which put over 55,000 of these books in the hands of individuals and organizations across the country. The intention of this project was twofold. Number one, read Black women authors, read them while they're alive. Do not wait until they're our ancestors to start citing them and quoting them all over the place. And then the number two intention was really, in a lot of ways, to prove that the New York Times list is not real.
It's very much real. And you have to understand, I see what she's saying. So there's an organization that paid the books. So they bought the books. And so as one person bought all these books and gave them away, that's cheating. That's not how the New York Times bestseller works. They want individuals to go and buy their own books, because then you're just like, then you're doing the whole payola thing. It's like you're buying streams. So if these people, if they had not been gifted those books, would they have gone and bought those books themselves? Once again, there's a problem with reading directions. Because the New York Times bestseller is not just it's not the number of books you sold, it's how you sold the books. So quick to be upset and really slow to actually listen. Read directions, okay? Because that's like, if one company takes $1 million and buys all these books and then gives the books away, that's not the same. It's like you're buying streams. Because those people, had they not been given those books, they wouldn't have cared. Right? You need to get 50,000 individuals who do not know you, who've heard about the books, to go and buy the books on their own. That's what they want. They don't want you to find a non-for-profit that buys all your books and just starts giving them to people. No, that is cheating. It's like you're buying streams. It's like payola. No. So now I'm starting to see how it works.
We literally hired people who are experts on this subject, who helped us prove that the New York Times list is not based on numbers. We know.
Well, if you hired those people, either they don't exist or you got scammed, because those people should have explained that to you. If one non-for-profit buys all your books and then sells them and then just starts giving them for free to a bunch of random people throughout New York City who don't even care about the book, that is not comparable to an author by himself or by herself sold 55,000 individual copies to 55,000 strangers. It is not the same. And if that non-for-profit did not break that down to you, like I said, number one, they don't exist. Or number two, they scammed you, right? Because that is cheating. That is cheating. They want you to galvanize people to go buy the books by themselves at certain places where they can truly confirm the numbers, like Barnes and Nobles or Amazon or things of the sort, right? But if you went through a non-for-profit and that non-for-profit bought the books for you and then started giving out for free to just random people, girl, I can see why you didn't make it, because it was not your work. You were subsidized. Like, now I'm understanding what she's saying. Like, girl, no, you're crazy.
I know this factually because this book, All the Black Girls Are Activists, A Fourth Wave Woman is Pursued.
Okay, so look at the title. All Black women are activists. A fourth wave woman pursued too. Okay, this is how you know this lady is self-published. There's no respect. I'm telling you, there's no self-respecting publisher that would even allow her to name a book like this. Even imagine even naming, if you titled a YouTube video like this, you're not going to get views. It's too much. This is just too much. Get to the point. Okay? All Black women are activists. Girl, what? Are you okay? No. A fourth ways women pursue a dream is radical. Girl, no. You self-published this book. And then you got a non-for-profit to buy a bunch of your books and then give out your books for free. Yeah, you're not going to make it to the bestseller list. It's not going to happen. No.
Dreams is Radical Resistance.
Dreams of Radical Resistance. Oh, my Lord.
Outsold 14 out of 15 books on the New York Times bestsellers list the week of this campaign. 14 out of 15. And not by 100, by thousands. The rest of the books on this list outsold multiple books on the list. They weren't even mentioned. So outsold 14 out of 15 books on the list that week. This idea that Target sales because of the boycott, we have the right to push back and critique even mentioning that. In this campaign, we hired a team to figure out all the logistics of how do we get 55,000 plus books into the hands of individuals and organizations across the United States of America. One of the things that the mission was to purchase all these books from independent Black-owned bookstores. In that,
yeah, you see, it's giving cheating. It's giving cheating. Okay. So she writes the book. She self-publishes. She goes to a non-for-profit that only buys book in bulk for Black authors. They buy those books through Black-owned bookstores that are nowhere near connected to the New York Times seller list. So nobody can even confirm if these purchases are even real. Yeah, I see why you didn't make it.
That process, I learned all bookstores are not created equal, because you could go buy 1,000 books from Mamie's bookstore up the street. And if Mamie's bookstore has not applied to be a New York Times reporting bookstore, those sales don't even count towards the list.
So whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? If Black bookstores do not do their paperwork to be recognized by the New York Times seller list, whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? That's how you played yourself. It's because you should have, before you had that non-for-profit go buy these books from these Black-owned stores, you should have made sure they were registered with the New York Times bestseller people. You didn't. And that group of people you claim you hired, they should have told you that too. Hey, next time, even if you want to buy from Black-owned stores, it got to be Black bookstores that are registered with the New York Times bestseller, because they want to make sure they can verify the number, because people cheat. People cheat. Yeah. When you make it on those lists, like you really make, and I even feel like Jamanda, she also made it. Hold on. Let me see. I'm sure she made it too, though. Yeah, she made it. She has books that have made it. They're saying the most frequent #1 New York Times bestselling author is Colleen Hoover. She has been at the top of the list a total of 14 weeks. What's her book? I don't know what her book is. Hold on. Who is this woman? Now I'm nosy. Hold on, you guys. We're going to be here for a long time. Oh, here she is, I guess. What kind of books does she write? Isn't this the lady who wrote the book that Baldoni, what's his name? Yeah, it ends with us. Look, I know this lady. So maybe because of that Blake Lively thing, it put her on the New York Times bestseller list. Okay. Like, I know this woman. That Justin Baldoni movie. He bought the licensing from her. And then he turned it into a movie. Okay. You see? So it does matter.
So don't believe it. Target sales are not impacting the New York Times bestselling list. The people that
we cannot believe you. You didn't make it. Like, girl, shut up. Like, go somewhere.
The New York Times are impacting that list. It's not a numbers thing. It's not even numbers.
Did you know that the New York Times works differently for Black people? I learned this when my book Weirdo sold out of its first printing and the list selected books that sold less than me. I had support from people at schools, libraries, my online community. Then I learned that the entire system neglects and sometimes punishes the ways that Black authors create momentum. Bulk orders are not looked upon favorably.
You see? So he's saying bulk orders are not looked upon favorably. And like she said, the first lady, she went through a non-for-profit. And the non-for-profit bought, like, I guess 55,000 of her books at once. That's a bulk order. So no, y'all have to learn to read the rules. It's giving Shadur, what's his name again? What's Coach Brown? Shadur Sanders all over again, right? Oh, my daddy is Deion Sanders. I don't have to audition. I don't have to answer questions. I don't have to take accountability. Okay, no problem. Go sit down somewhere. Okay? Go sit down somewhere. You got to read the rules. You got to know how it works. Y'all just assume. You assume it's all about the numbers. Right? But did you ever sit down and see, okay, what does it take to actually get on the New York Times bestseller list? Did you ever ask yourself that? Like, you have to study. Like, you have to know what it takes. So damn emotional all the time. But obviously, it's not a numbers game only because they need to verify your sales. It's just like streaming. If they don't verify your sales, people can just start buying fake streams. Even here on YouTube. That's why YouTube pays you like 30 days late because they want to verify your views. Because some people can get views or do all kinds of stuff with bots and stuff. YouTube needs that time to make sure that your views are legitimate views from real viewers. Like, you're not out here paying for stuff because people cheat. People cheat. So they're not punishing you because you're Black. By Kevin, you're punishing yourself because you don't want to read the rules. You got to read the rules. But I'm like, it makes sense to me because a bulk order is, at this rate, anybody can buy a bulk order. And then how do you measure? Because then it wouldn't be fair. But if you have a company, if you have a non-for-profit, buy 50,000 books, okay, that's actually cheating. Because by yourself, can you get 50,000 individuals that you don't know to buy books? No, you cannot. So you don't really deserve those sales, right? So why would you come before somebody who sold, let's even say somebody sold like 3,000 copies, but they sold 3,000 copies to real strangers. That's a lot harder because to be one person and to sell to 3,000 people you don't know is a lot harder than to hide behind some non-for-profit and their big pockets and their goofy ass Black movement. And then just giving, oh yeah, we just go buy 50,000 books just because she's a Black woman and we want to help her out. You're not going to make it. Even me, I would have let you make it onto the list because that is not fair. Because the person who went out there and sold their books to 3,000 different people, they deserve to make the list. You don't deserve to make the list. So you also should have read. Don't do bulk orders like that.
If you get thousands of people to buy from a link in your bio directly, they'll say the source of your sales doesn't have enough diversity. And even though...
Yeah, because what if these are bots? What if these are bots? What if, oh, I sold this on my website, that anybody can claim anything on their website. I could even say, oh, yeah, I sold 100 million books on my website. It's your website. So no. Mm-mm.
No Black-owned bookstore.
Imagine if a teacher gives you a test and then the teacher lets you grade your own test. What are the odds that you're not gonna give yourself an A? Like, let's stop playing, right? Who is gonna say, yeah, these are my real numbers? Like, trust, I'm not cheating. No. Like, please go sit down somewhere.
Are where Black authors find the most support. The New York Times has to approve the sales numbers they report.
Yeah.
Books that are deemed worthy get put in book fairs, display tables, and made into TV shows.
So the New York Times seller does matter. So therefore, read their directions, read their instructions, and follow the rules. Follow their rules. Y'all don't want to follow rules. You want different rules because you're Black. No, you got to follow the rules.
The ones that aren't curated begin to fade slow. If my community didn't consistently show up for me, that could have happened to Weirdo.
I did a Threads post where I shared Tabitha Brown's video.
Y'all need to read instructions and you need to follow the rules. So you need to do your best. Get you with do not self-publish. Get with a publisher. Okay, find you the best publisher you can, and then you have to follow their rules because they need to be able to verify those sales. And you have to understand where they're coming from. It's not because you're Black, they're trying to be mean to you. No, you have to follow the rules.
Video about Black authors having their ability to be on the New York Times list being impacted because of the Target boycott, which I believe to be false.
Well, you believe it's false, but you don't know for a fact that it's false. Oh, Lord Jesus. I believe it's false. Do you know for a fact? Are you a publisher? No. Do you work at the New York Times? No. Have you had anything to do with the New York Times bestseller list? No. Have you ever helped anybody get on the list? No. Have you ever been on the list yourself? No. So why are you talking? All that is to sound interesting and to get views, right? And this is why I feel like sometimes this is the curse about social media, because everybody gets to give their opinion, but they don't really know shit. I believe it's false. Do you know for a fact that it's false? No. Then why are you talking? Because she has a phone and she has a free TikTok account. This is how so much misinformation may get spread. And people don't even say to themselves, why am I even listening to this woman? Have you ever worked at the New York Times? No. You ever had anything to do with the New York Times bestseller list? No. Have you ever been on it? No. Have you ever helped anybody get on it? No. Do you know anyone personally that's been on that list? No. So what the fuck do you know? Nothing. It's just a feeling, you know. Keep your feelings to yourself. Like, truly and honestly, keep your fucking feelings to yourself. So all of these people, not a damn person been on the New York Times seller, not even once. Not a single person even came close. Tabitha did it 4 times. But they want to turn on their phones. People are just so damn ignorant. It's really sad.
First and foremost, readers who intend to buy a book are not going to not read it because it isn't available at a specific store like a Target. Readers will go to multiple stores, channels, locations to find a book that they want. So let's first remove the thought that the boycott is impacting sales enough to prevent books from making the list. Frederick T. Joseph intentionally prevented the sale of his book at Target in support of the boycott, and his book was still an instant New York Times bestseller.
Do you know what he did to make sure that doesn't happen to him? No. So because he made sure that his book was not sold at Target and he still made the New York Times bestseller, everybody can be him. So let's take one person that is like an anomaly and tell people, oh yeah, you don't believe he did it. So it definitely is. Do you know him? Do you know him personally? Do you know his publisher? Do you know his relationships in the industry? Let me see his name. They just say all kinds of bullshit. Hold on.
To be false. First and foremost, readers who intend to buy a book are not going to not read it because it isn't available at a specific store like a Target. Readers will go to multiple stores, channels, locations to find a book that they want. So let's first remove the thought that the boycott is impacting sales enough to prevent books from making the list. Frederick T. Joseph.
Frederick T. Joseph. Let me look at this one. Let me find this man. That's all kind of bullshit. So why is she even lying? These people just stay lying. Okay, Frederick is a 2-time New York best-selling author. The Black Friend, 2020, Patriarchy Blues 2022. Okay. And Better Than We Found It 2022. And Black Panther 2022. I guess, I don't know. So most of his books he wrote were in 2020 and 2022. But then she just make it sound like he made the New York Times bestseller list recently. This is why when people say things, you got to go back and double check. Okay. This is why when they say things, you got to go back and double check because they'll say all kinds of bullshit. That's why, like, even the whole Diddy stuff, that's why I stopped covering that, because I'm like, people don't even care to be intelligent. They just want to do gossip stuff. I don't have time for this. Okay. So as you can see, this man was only 2 times New York bestseller. Why do you say 3 times? What books? Let me see this. He said 3 times New York bestseller, but it says twice. Let me see. Hold on. What's this up again? I'm gonna figure this out. Hold on. Okay. Let's see. Hold on. AI is gonna tell me what happened. So it seems like he's also, is he lying then? Because it said he had, so AI is saying he appeared on New York Times bestselling once. The Black Friend, Being a Better White Person, okay. And that was during 2021. He was number 9 and he was only on there for 1 week. This is his only book today and it remains. Okay, I'm gonna check that out. So it's either once or twice. So even on his page, him saying he's been a 3 times New York bestseller, he's lying. People need to stop lying like this. This is really troubling. People need to stop. It's kind of gross. It really is disturbing. You don't have to lie. Okay, and over here it's saying twice. Okay, so we'll look it up later. Okay, so has he sold any book during the thingy, like during 2025? Has he sold any book? Is he on the New York Times bestseller during the boycott? No, he's not. Why do people love to spread misinformation like this? It's just so damn crazy.
Intentionally prevented the sale of his book at Target in support of the boycott, and his book was still an instant New York Times bestseller.
No, his book is not. No, it's not.
Second, let's talk about the New York Times list itself. The New York Times list is an editorial. It's not raw sales numbers. I could write a book and it sell 1 million copies tomorrow on Amazon, and it will not be on the New York Times list because it requires an arbitrary blend of sales from Amazon, traditional bookstores like Barnes & Noble, Books A Million, indie bookstores, and traditional brick and mortar stores like Target, Walmart, etc. And even with the indie bookstores, they have to be reporting stores who report their sales to New York Times. So not
whose fault is that? Hold on, let me see this. Is this guy out here just lying like this?
It's a best-selling book, and I legitimately, when I found out about an hour and a half ago, I was just on the phone with my editor crying because I just couldn't believe it. I want to say I don't know how this happened, but I do know how this happened. It was y'all, it was community, because when I came out months ago and said I didn't want my book to be in Target, despite Target usually accounting for about 40% of my sales, everyone told me it was a bad decision, but I wanted to stand for something because the book stands for something. And I was right? Like, you can stand for something and still sell books, right? Despite, how vocal I've tried to be about Palestine, how much I've been shadow banned on these platforms, the book is still selling. I didn't have a book tour for this book. The book is still selling. There's been no major media outlet coverage for this book. The book is still selling. Y'all did that. 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 I can't.
No, he's lying. He is lying. Here is the book right here. I hate people do that dumb shit. An instant New York Times bestseller. So that's his publisher. Where is it that he made it? A powerful and timely YA novel debut from a 2-time. Even his so Penguin. This is another publisher, right? I don't know if that's his publisher. Penguin, Random House. So they're even saying he's a 2-time New York best-selling author, right? So why people just lie like this? This is ridiculous. This is really ridiculous. So it's usually 19. It's on sale for $9.50. Sitting here just lying. Okay. Where does it say that you got? It's an instant New York Times. Yeah, it's just to like probably. I'm like, you didn't make the list. I'm like, what is this? He didn't make the list. These people just, don't make some of these people lie. It really is troubling. It really, really is troubling. You did not make the list. Hold on. People just, oh my gosh. I'm gonna look for his book. When did he post this video? Let's see. They have a list for March 2nd, 2025. I'm like, you didn't make the list. Why are you sitting here lying? You see, because I'm like, to me, you're like, Marlene, why do you care? But I do care because if you didn't really make the New York Times best-selling list, then it makes Tab look like she's a liar. It makes her look really bad when you're just sitting here being a freaking idiot, right? Because here's what he's saying.
Stress enough how thankful I am and how emotional I am to have a book that centers where I'm from in Yonkers, New York. This is the first best-selling book about Yonkers, New York. A book that centers my hometown, a kid from the projects, that centers a family that was just like my family. I can't thank y'all enough. Yeah. So I've been a mess for like the last few minutes because I just found out that my debut YA novel, This Thing of Ours, is a New York Times bestseller. This is now my third New York Times bestselling book. And I legitimately, when I found out about an hour and a half ago, I was just on the phone with my editor crying because I just couldn't believe it. I want to say I don't know how this happened, but I do know how this happened. It was y'all, it was community. Because when I came out months ago and said I didn't want my book to be in Target, despite Target usually accounting for about 40% of my sales.
You see what he said right here? Target accounts for 40% of his sales. So how would you make the New York Times bestseller list? You see how he's looking sideways because he knows he's lying. How would you make the New York Times bestseller list if you lost 40% of your sales? Like, what are you even talking about? You did not make the list. And when you lie like this, you make it seem like Tab is up to no good. Because they're not going to check. And you know this. That's why you probably felt comfortable lying. Because you knew these black people are not going to double check to see, did he actually make the list? They just going to believe you at face value. Because they love to believe everything they hear, right? But somehow Tabitha is the one they have to question. You did not make the list. You are a liar, okay? You didn't make the list. And also, even on your bio, stop lying. You are a 2 times bestseller for twice best author for the New York Times bestseller list. Twice, not 3 times. You are lying. You didn't make the list. And it makes sense because if you lost 40% of your sales by not going to Target, then how you going to have those sales? So she is not lying. This is very disgusting. This is seriously disturbing.
I just, everyone told me it was a bad decision, but I wanted to stand for something because the book stands for something. And I was right? Like, you can stand for something and still sell books, right? Despite, how vocal I've tried to be about Palestine, how much I've been shadow banned on these platforms, the book is still selling. I didn't have a book tour for this book. The book is still selling. There's been no major media outlet coverage for this book. The book is still selling. Y'all did that. 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 I can't stress enough how thankful I am and how emotional I am to have a book that centers where I'm from in Yonkers, New York. This is the first best-selling book about Yonkers, New York. A book that centers my hometown, a kid from the projects, that centers a family that was just like my family. I can't thank y'all enough. Yeah. So I've been a mess for like the last few minutes because I just found out that my debut YA novel, This Thing of Ours, is a New York Times bestseller. This is now my third New York Times bestselling book. And I legitimately, when I found out about an hour and a half ago, I was just on the phone with my editor crying because I just couldn't believe it. I want to say I don't know how this happened, but I do know how this happened. It was y'all, it was community, because when I came out months ago and said I didn't want my book to be in Target, despite Target usually accounting for about 40% of my sales, everyone told me it was a bad decision, but I wanted to stand for something because the book stands for something. And I was right? Like, you can stand for something and still sell books, right? Despite, how vocal I've tried to be about Palestine, how much I've been shadow banned on these platforms, the book is still selling. I didn't have a book tour for this book. The book is still selling. There's been no major media outlet coverage for this book. The book is still selling. Y'all did that. 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 I can't stress enough how thankful I am and how emotional I am to have a book that centers where I'm from in Yonkers, New York. This is the first best-selling book about Yonkers, New York. A book that centers my hometown, a kid from the projects, that centers a family that was just like my family. I can't thank y'all enough. Yeah. So I've been a mess for like the last few minutes because I just found out that my debut YA novel, This Thing of Ours, is...
Boy, shut up. Your line is. So here is AI, right? Because I asked. Okay, great. Thanks for clarifying. Let's check. Frederick T. Joseph. Is that his name? Joseph? Okay. No. This Is Our Thing by Frederick T. Joseph did not make the New York Times bestseller list. And as of mid-2025, there is no evidence such books exist under his name, whatever, okay? So Frederick T. Joseph published works. He is only known for one book, The Black Friend on Being a Better White Person, 2020. This is a sole published work to date. I mean, he has this other one, but yeah. He has announced it. But I'm like, child, you did not, hold on. Is it right here? Hold on. You did not make it. You did not make the list. Frederick T. Joseph, is that his name? So Black Friend, that book made it. But he did not make you did not make that list. And now you have all these people thinking that Tab is just a goofy ass liar who only cares that people shop at Target to buy her stuff. This is some wicked shit.
Not even all indie bookstores will help an author get on the list. Third, we need to talk about the lack of distribution that Black books have. Target's assortment is relatively small, especially when you consider how many books are published each Tuesday. The number of Black books are a fraction of that assortment. And those that are in Target don't have full distribution. They aren't in all stores in a single city, let alone all stores across the country. Tabitha Brown is a celebrity author. Her experience in publishing is the exception. She gets way more.
Why would they put every single book in every city? Like, do you even know how business works? You sound crazy. Like, girl, what? You roll it out slowly but surely. There you go. Because you need inventory to put the books in every single store. No.
Support than what your average author received, which is astronomically more than what Black authors receive. And by support, I'm talking about tour stops, advances, distribution, press, publicity, marketing, laydowns. With or without Target, Tabitha is still positioned to make the list because of the publisher support. Your average Black author.
Listen, Tabitha used to drive Uber. Okay. Stop it. Okay. Tab is not somebody who went to Princeton to study English literature, okay, or Shakespearean English. Tab is not somebody who went to school at Cambridge or Oxford to study Shakespearean English, okay? She is a regular Black woman that used to drive Uber, okay? She made YouTube videos like everybody else. She was out here making vegan recipes, whatever this is, like everybody else. There's nothing that she has done that you cannot do. Stop making it seem, oh, her, like she's this anomaly. No, she used to drive Uber. She doesn't have a degree in English. She doesn't have a master's degree in English lit, okay? She used to drive Uber. She used to work at a grocery store, right? What she did was she used her phone, she posted content. So if you're an average Black writer and people don't know about you, well, you have to understand. You also have to learn how to market yourself. So start posting your work on social media. Do what she did. Read your books on social media. Have open night on TikTok. I don't know, go live on TikTok and have an open night, right? But to sit here and act like, oh, this woman studied at Oxford. She has a PhD in Shakespearean English at Oxford. She went to Cambridge to study English, or she went to Princeton to study English. No, she's not Toni Morrison, okay? She's not Toni Morrison. She is a regular Black woman that used to drive Uber, and now she got a big following because she understood social media. She understood TikTok, right? So you can do what she does. Every day I go on TikTok, especially, I see a bunch of people with millions of followers. I'm like, how do you have all these followers, right? Study these algorithms, study these platforms, and you have to learn how to market yourself, because the world of marketing has changed. Nobody's coming to find you. Nobody's coming to find your books. But she was not born a celebrity. She's not like Blue Ivy. Also, the thing about Tab, she pretty much got her social media fame as a more mature woman, like in her 40s. She's not a young person, right? Usually when it comes to social media fame, like you would expect like a teenager or somebody in her early 20s, like she's in her 40s. She's like in her mid 40s. So I felt like success, it kind of came late for her, right? So if you're her age or younger than her, start posting, start creating your content. But you cannot make it seem like somebody that used to drive Uber, they did something that you can't do. She used to drive Uber, you know. She used to drive Uber. She never went to school for writing. She's not a writer. So if you went to school for writing, if writing is your passion and you're not going crazy on social media, posting about your work, getting people engaged with your work, building your name, building your audience, well, I guess that's on you. You don't want it bad enough. Nobody's coming to make you. Shoot, nobody's coming to save you. It's your dream. Make it happen. The world has changed now. Anybody who wants to sell something nowadays, you need a social media following. And nobody's going to give you that following. You have to go out there. You have to earn it. And if you watch Tab's channel, like I said, she said you got to post every day. You got to show up every day. You got to be on your social media every day. You got to post content every day. It's on her channel. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Y'all, this live is so damn long. Hold on. Because I have it. Hold on. Oh my gosh. It's on her page. Okay. So this was like, this the video that went viral, right? 7 years ago.
Babe, I come to you real quick, honey, real quick. Now, I'm out here trying to work out and stuff, and then, oh, Lord, got a piece of lettuce on there. Oh, Lord, not on my new outfit. New workout clothes my husband got me. Don't matter. That's how good it is. I stopped at Whole Foods because I said, let me give it a little breakfast, right? Now, I know they be having some vegan options, but, oh, I didn't know that in they deli. Oh, my God, they got a TTLA. And that's a tempeh bacon, tomato, lettuce, and avocado sandwich. I already ate one half of it, but good God almighty. Oh, my God. Y'all, when I tell you, I told myself, I said, I'm going to eat half now and half later. Honey, I got to take another bite just so y'all can see. Okay? Just so y'all can see, because I'm in the car. And I said, let me just eat a little bite of it. Honey, I ate that whole half. I said, well, I'll say the other half for later. Well, honey, listen. Y'all, Lord have mercy. Y'all know I can't sing, but this the made me sing, Whole Foods. When I think of the goodness, Jesus, and all he's done for me, honey, Whole Foods, my soul cries out. Woo, hallelujah. I thank God y'all made this Timmy Bacon. Whoever thought of this? Right now, we all together want to pray for you, honey, because what you've done in this sandwich, y'all done set souls on fire. I feel like I've been anchored in the Lord. This right here, it's got garlic aioli, vegan garlic aioli. It's got some red onions on it. These mixed greens. Oh, and I added a little pickle because y'all know I love a little pickle. Good God, this thing good.
And she did driving Uber in that video.
Honey, I got food.
Stop to eat.
I don't know if this other half gonna make it.
She had dropped a client off because she was driving Uber. So she dropped somebody off at the airport, and then she just stopped to get a bite to eat, and she just decided to turn her phone on and record herself. What is so hard about this that you can do it? Like, oh, tab, like she's some extraterrestrial human being. No, she's a human being. She's a person just like you. She's a Black woman just like you. She's a Black human just like you. In this racist America like everybody else, right? But she posted herself. You have all this stuff on your phone. You don't want to post. You want everything to be perfect and this and that. You don't want to post. Okay. Whose fault is that? These people are crazy. They love to come for us Aquariuses. Tab, I got your back, big sis. I got your back today. I got your back. You're not about to play with her. This is insanity.
Straight out the gym, honey. Donna slicked back in a couple ponytails. But real quick, I just was thinking about this as I was working out, and I want to encourage somebody today, or actually just tell somebody, honey, stop discounting your dreams. Honey, you putting your dreams on the clearance rack. Yeah, what you mean? I mean, you deducting from it because you think it ain't possible. Honey, even in your prayer, sometimes you'll pray a big prayer and then you'll say, well, Lord, I don't need all of it. You taking deductions, honey. You marking your dream off. You can't do that. Honey, stop putting your dream on the clearance rack. It is possible. You can have it. So if you believe it, honey, say that thing. Write it down, make it plain, but believe what you feel. Honey, if you think about it more than 2 times, honey, you're supposed to do something with it, right? Your dreams are possible. You ain't got to think that they're too big, and stop sharing them with people who don't think the same way as you do. And you also got to remember, God gave you the dream. He gave you the vision. That's yours. So people ain't going to see it the same way as you. So don't get mad when other folk don't get it. They ain't supposed to. It wasn't given to them. It was given to you. So take that. Let that thing sit on in your spirit today. And baby, I pray that today you have a good day. And honey, if you can't have a good one, don't you dare go mess up nobody else's. Him. I love y'all. Bye.
Yeah, people don't stop playing. Let's play this video right.
Hello there. Y'all all right? Honey, look at me and Donna, honey, child. Donna said, "Tab, girl, throw me back. I'm a little bit tired, okay?" Listen, I want to do this real quick. I'm going to try to make it as brief as possible, but it's so very important because it's heavy on my heart, and I feel like this is going to help somebody, okay? I always get inboxes full, and I, of course, can't answer all the questions that I get, but a lot of people ask me about, starting.
Let me show y'all this. Some of y'all go watch the replay, so it's okay. I'm just going to pretend that y'all still awake. It's okay when you catch the replay, right? Look at her videos, you guys. Let's be so for real. 14 years ago. That's why I hate when they play with you like this. It really triggers me when they play with you like, oh, you're from some rich family or there's something so special or exceptional. I mean, yeah, she has favor over her life, but nonetheless, though, 14 years ago. You know what I mean? This is her with her. I guess who is this? This is Choice, okay? Like 14 years. Someone like this one did well, but besides that, you have a lot of videos here. 9,000 views, 15,000 views, 8,000 views. 5,000 views, 11,000 views, almost 5, almost 6, 3, 8, 3, 20, 7, whatever. Like some of her videos didn't even do that well, right? But she kept posting. These are not, oh, these views gonna change your life. Oh, you're gonna make so much money on YouTube. Oh, this is about to make you rich. What kind of AdSense money you making with this? Okay, but she didn't give up. Look at her old kitchen, right? She didn't give up. Like, it really, like, I don't know, I feel like I'm about to cry right now. Like, it really makes me sad. Like, it truly makes me sad. Like, I'm really getting triggered. I really hate when people try to play with, I really hate when people do that kind of stuff. I truly hate it when people play with how much work it took for a Black woman to make it like, oh, she did something that you can do for yourself. Are you kidding me? It's the same thing with Be Lovely too. Be Lovely, she used to work at the post office. You know, there are people that are way more educated. They have all kinds of degrees. You don't believe in yourself. So whose fault is that? Okay? Be Lovely, she used to work at the post office. She's like, oh, I want to do YouTube. And she said every day she will come on YouTube, she will eat food. That's it. But she was consistent. Black people don't want to be consistent. And then when you get more out of a thing, they want to make it seem like, oh, this is, oh, y'all, you just different. Oh, you a celebrity. Oh, you a this girl. Shut the fuck up. Celebrity where? Okay? Like, this is earned. But there are a bunch of people, when they post videos, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, they get 1,000 views, they stop posting. 500 views, they stop posting. You made a choice not to believe. Whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? But what is so special about Tab's content that somebody gonna be like, oh my God, this is just so hard. Oh yeah, she had all the latest, like even Uncle Shay, he's a multimillionaire. So when he started his podcast, it's extremely beautiful because he got money. Cam Newton also, he got money. So their podcasts, like Club Shay, Funky Fridays, it's like production to the T. Okay, like it's like, damn, this is like a whole production. Y'all got money, right? But there's nothing that Tab did that you can do. Anybody that has a dream, not even just of being a writer, not just of being a CEO, it don't matter. Whatever dream you have, you can start today, build your platform. Everybody got a phone. There are people who have so much content on their phone. You don't want to post because you're afraid about what they're going to say. Oh, I don't have views. Okay. You're always worried about not being good enough. Whose fault is that? You're always worried about what people are going to say about you. Whose fault is that? But then if you see another Black woman and she believed in herself and then she kept posting her content and she didn't mind being foolish and she didn't mind being cringe and she didn't mind sounding crazy, you cannot be mad at her because she is where she is. She didn't give up. She never stopped. But look at her views. Like, look at her views. It's like 3,000 views. Like it's all over the place. But she never stopped making her videos. You know what I'm saying? And even though she's rich, that's why I said that lady right here, she got me triggered. Because it's like, even though Tab today is a millionaire, but it's quite obvious that she always wanted to entertain people. You know, she probably thought, oh, I have to do it as acting. But maybe it's a different way. Just like Monique said, the other Monique from New Orleans who makes 60 grand a month, right? Monique said she always wanted to help people. So that's why she went into the medical field, because she thought helping people mean, okay, the only way I can help people is if I'm in the medical field. She tried being a nurse. It didn't work for her. She went back. It didn't work. She quit. But she came back to YouTube and she understood, okay, there are other ways you can help people. So now she has a channel where she helps people how to get jobs, how to apply for jobs, how to apply for this. So consequently, Monique makes $60,000 a month. But there's nothing she's doing that you can't do. She even said, when I first started YouTube, it was me trying to sing. Then it was her trying to be Michael Jackson. Then it was her trying to do her weight loss journey. Then it was her trying to fix her credit. She was all over the place. But eventually she narrowed in, like, okay, just do the money stuff because that does better. So she focused on the money stuff and she didn't stop and she was consistent. So today, yes, she makes $60,000 a month. But she's not some extraterrestrial being. She's a human being. She's a Black woman just like you. But and like you, she's like, I'm not going to stop until I get the results I want because I believe in this. You cannot punish people for not being quitters. And you cannot sit here and make it seem like, oh, there's something dubious about you. There's something, I don't know, because now you're making money. Yeah, when you don't give up on your dreams and your dreams actually do come true, that's usually what happens. But it doesn't mean that you're against Black people. Because this is really sick. It's like if every time a Black person makes money and they don't want to go along with your crazy stuff, oh my gosh, like something is suspicious. No, you're suspicious. You are suspicious because it's so much easier to destroy than it is to build. But there are so many people, Lacey included, there are so many people who have so much content on their phones. They don't want to post. Okay. Okay. But when the person posts consistently, when they do all kinds of stuff and they change their lives and they make all kinds of money, don't try to make it seem, oh, that's unreachable. That's whatever. That's this. Oh, because there's nothing they did you couldn't do. There's nothing they did that you couldn't have done. You probably even have a better phone than they do. You probably have way more cameras than they have. You probably have more time to edit. You just don't want to do it. Cool. But you can even see with Tab, she's not even editing these videos. These are straight uploads. She just sits there, and just like the way I am, but hers a lot shorter. But she just sits there and she says how she feels. That's it. But you see, there's so many videos where she always says, don't give up on yourself. Do not give up on your dream. And maybe she was encouraging herself too. Because sometimes you make a video encouraging people, but you know, I also need to hear this. But I need to hear it out loud. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, there are so many videos on her channel. All you have to do is just go to her channel and study. Don't just look at where she is today. Look at how, look at the journey. 14 years of posting on YouTube. So miss me with the fact, oh, she's a celebrity. Nah, she earned that shit. She earned every bit of it. She earned everything she had because she never gave up. 14 years. Just like David. You know when David was anointed until he got to be like king of all of Israel? It took like 17 years, right? But so many people quit on their dreams. Okay. So if you're an author and you don't want to promote yourself, you don't want to read your books, you think you look silly reading your books, okay, cool. Okay. Nobody's going to make it happen for you. These are your dreams. Like she said, God gave you the vision. And if you're not relentless in making sure your vision comes to pass, you cannot be mad at anybody but yourself. Because me, Marlene, I'm going to tell you this. Whatever she did on her channel, this ain't hard to do. It's not even expensive. This is like just find a cute little 20-minute, talk to the camera, upload. She ain't got no thumbnail. She's not editing. She's not doing no. These are just, it's giving like, what's that girl's name? She used to drink a lot. That white girl, I forgot her name. But it's also giving Emma Chamberlain, right? Emma Chamberlain also 11-minute vlogs. She just sits there, talks to the camera, connects with the people. Today, Emma Chamberlain, that white girl, she is incredibly wealthy. She has a brand of coffee called Chamberlain Coffee. But there's nothing Emma did that people can't do. Come out every day, make a video every day, talk to people every day, and just be yourself. Be yourself. But I'm like, Tab, to me, that's my Aquarius. From one Aquarius to another, she has done a lot to inspire people, to motivate people, and she has left so many crumbs and so many pieces of her success. All you have to do is take the time and study what she did. Stop overthinking stuff. Be consistent. Be faithful with the small things. Do not despise small beginnings. And if you really want to entertain people, if you really want to make people happy, just do it. Just do it. Start with the small stage. And one day God will give you the world stage. But you gotta start where you are. You gotta start where you are. It's like even me too. Like, you don't think, let's say if I took like live streaming seriously and I was live streaming every day, nonstop for a whole year, 2 years, yeah, my life would change too. So you can't be mad. You cannot be mad that somebody did what you're not willing to do. You cannot be mad that somebody's posting 3 times a day on TikTok and in 6 months to a year, they have 1 million followers on TikTok. You cannot be mad. You cannot be mad. And, oh my gosh, it's so impossible. It's not impossible. It's just, it's challenging, but it can be done. It can be done. There are people who even get like 500,000 subs on YouTube in 6 months, right? It happens. But it's like, you got to believe in yourself. You got to believe in yourself. And so it's like, that's why I don't like, people don't want to study. People don't want to edit. People don't want to post their content. People don't want to be consistent. But they want to sit here and try to question your motives. Are you okay? Are you all the way all right? Are you all the way all right? 14 years on YouTube, 14 years on social media, inspiring people every day. She even lost her mother. Lost her mother on this during these YouTube years. Lost her mom, and she was still posting content to encourage people. And now somehow behind this whole boycott, this goofy ass, what's it called? The Target boycott, you want to act like you don't know this woman. This is insanity. This is truly insanity. This is so maddening. And that's how you realize that the whole time, people were truly not happy for your success. People are truly, truly not happy for your success. Because even me, Marlene, I used to look at her sideways. Like, I don't know, she is a little too fake for me. But I cannot sit here and deny that this lady has put in solid work for 14 years. She has showed up for 14 years. Views are 3,000 views, 2,000 views, 1,000 views. She don't give up. She does not give up. And people like that, these are the kinds of people who make it. And that's what a lot of people don't learn when they go to college. Oh, I got a degree, I got a degree. Nobody cares about the degree, okay? People care about, are you the kind of person to never give up? Are you like when you have your dream, are you like a pit bull? Like when you bite into it, your jaw don't let go, right? People are looking for pit bulls out here. They want a pit bull, somebody that's like a pit bull for their dreams. Like when I bite into my dreams, I'm not going to let go. I'm not going to let go. I will not let go. Just like Jacob at the ladder. He told that angel, if you don't bless me, I'm not going to let you go. And the angel beat him so hard, but he still didn't let go though. And he got what he wanted. He got blessed. Okay? Success is not easy. Making your dreams come true is not easy. Having people believe in you is not easy. Having people tap into you, it's not easy. Having people trust you, trust your name, trust your brand, it's not easy. This fool over here, people barely know this man. And oh yeah, but he didn't go to Target and he said he made it. Did you actually check if he made it? Tabitha been out here for 14 years and you look at her like she's a liar. And this Frederick guy that you barely know because he said he made it to the New York Times bestseller list, you trust him. You know this man? Did you look him up? Did you even go to Google to see if he made it on the list? No, because you want to believe him because you want to believe that she's a liar. Are you actually okay? Talk about a sisterhood. They won't even give you the benefit of the doubt. They'd rather trust a person they met 2 days ago than you who's been out here for 14 years posting content on YouTube. This is crazy. This is really crazy. But you know what, though? As an Aquarius, she should have seen that stuff coming because people aren't loyal. People are not loyal. This is insane. This is really crazy. This is crazy. I am so mad. I am truly upset for her.
A YouTube channel or getting on Facebook or Instagram TV and doing videos. Like, how did you start, or how did you, grow your followers, or how do you start making money? Like all these different things. And so I thought it was important to share this. Okay. I didn't have this formula. I didn't have a formula. And y'all know the story. I honestly never wanted to do videos. But when I accepted the calling that God had on my life, I knew I wanted to be who he created me to be. I knew I didn't want to be like nobody else anymore. Because the old Tab used to try to, emulate what I saw other folk doing, especially in Hollywood and entertainment. I knew I simply was enough. And I just wanted to be me, right? And of course, as I continued to start doing videos, the more comfortable I got, the more free I became. But when I started, I had a very clear reason. I had a why. God told me to start doing videos and to share what I was eating. And so that is why I started doing videos about I'm going vegan. And when I find, vegan options, I'm going to share. I started cooking. And of course, about 30 folks watching my live videos when I would go live, and I would get a couple hundred views and things like that when I first started doing videos. And the thing that I can tell you that I know works is being exactly who you are, being your true self, right? But then knowing why you're doing videos. Why am I doing videos? I want you to ask yourself that if this is your desire, if you are trying to figure out how to grow, right, your social media presence, how to start making money, why am I doing this? First question, what am I trying to achieve, right? My thing was food. I was just like, okay, and I knew I wanted to always try to give inspiration. After suffering from anxiety and depression, I was like, I want to be a light for other people because that helped me in the process of helping others. And so food and inspiration became a thing that I did online. Although for over 20 plus years as an adult, I pursued acting. I'm still pursuing acting. That is my dream since I was a child. And now I get to do all of it, right? But I wasn't doing sketches. I wasn't doing acting in my videos. I was simply being Tab. And I knew I was enough. I didn't care about what nobody else was doing. I would cook, I would cry, honey, I would say whatever is on my heart like I am right now. But I had a clear understanding of what I wanted to put out into the world. Do you understand that? A lot of times, a lot of people who ask me these questions, you don't know your why. And that's why you're all over the place and you can't figure out your niche because you're moving too fast and you're not paying attention to you. You're looking at what other people are doing and you're trying to do what they do. Or you just on social media trying to have a presence. But baby, if you don't know who you are, right, then you're not giving anything. Then your presence won't be seen or heard. You gotta be grounded in truth, grounded in you. Nobody else. Don't matter what nobody else doing. And listen, just because who you are, you've never seen it, you a little afraid to like show that, honey, that's what people love. Relatability. Like, be you. Somebody else out in the world be like, ooh, honey, me too, right? You don't have to try to do what other people do. You simply can do whatever it is on your heart. Do you understand? So if you're in business, whether it's, I don't know, tax business, insurance, hair, entertainment, music, food, it doesn't matter, whatever that thing is, right? If you're not using social media as an outlet, then baby, what are you doing? Then why have it? Now, some people have social media just for entertainment, to, post whatever, personal things that are on your heart. And, you're not trying to create a fan base. You're not trying to grow a business. You simply just use it because it's fun. And that's fine too. But if you are a professional and you want to be seen as such, okay, you want to develop a brand, then know your why. What is your brand? Figure that out. Because if not, people are not going to take you serious, right? They're gonna look and they're gonna think, oh, this person just, posting just to post. Because that's what it becomes. Sometimes you're just posting just to post. And that's fine if you're not trying to build something. But if you're trying to build something, baby, let's get to the why. Why am I doing this? And let's focus on that. Okay, so that we can post things that reflect what we're trying to obtain. Is that making sense? I hope so. So it was just heavy on my heart. I get so many messages and so many people. A lot of times when I respond to these people, and sometimes I'll go and I'll check their social after I've talked to them and given them information. And they don't take the advice. And I said, well, it's okay. Just because I'm saying it don't make it 100 for everybody, but it is what has worked for me, right? And I know that it works, period. If we are true to ourselves, if we figure out our lane and we actually use it to benefit us. But baby, again, if you want to post just to post, that's your business. But don't think that it's going to create business for you. You got it? I want you to really believe in yourself. Believe that you are enough. Whatever that thing is you're pursuing, believe that. And also, don't be afraid to share your story. Your story might be not only your breakthrough, because sometimes when you tell your story, you need to hear yourself, but somebody else who's watching. People love to hear that they're not alone in this world. And sometimes sharing your story and saying, I don't know what I'm doing. If y'all go back and look at like some of my earlier videos, I would say that often. I would be like, Lord, y'all, I'm cooking this food. The Lord had told me to do this, but I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know why he got me doing it, but I'm gonna be consistent. I'm gonna do it every day. And it paid off, right? But I knew what my mission was. Okay, I'm gonna share what I'm eating. I'm gonna give some humor. I'm going to try to inspire, but I'm going to share and be consistent. And sometimes, because I, have built a great brand and following for myself, and now a whole family, as I call y'all, I can post random funny videos because that's what we do, But I had to have all of that as part of who I am. The only reason it's okay is because I groomed my brand into me. Like I built it. I like, what are we putting out there, right? What are we trying to build? Am I consistent? Am I all over the place? Ask ourselves those questions, okay? And be honest with yourself. And if you don't know, it's okay. It's okay because the journey is trying to figure it out sometimes. And that's all right. But don't look at other people and think you gotta do it their way. Doing it your way is okay. And being you is enough. Okay? That's it. That's it.
I watched this video yesterday, and this Black woman said something. Even her, she made me so sad because I was like, she's so sweet. But hear what she's
when listen, you're not always the victim, and it's not all of us. Like I said, it's not all of us. But let's be real. Stop acting like Black people do not be tearing each other the fuck down. What Money Long said was no fucking lie at all.
So we talking about money law, okay? And I love us Black women, but I watched the video and I watched a few clippings and I was trying to get something out of it to say, okay, this was wrong. Sometimes what we are saying is the truth, but it may be our deliverance or it was a little aggressive, I guess. Maybe she had too many lemon drops sitting at that table with her homeboy. But in a way we can understand, I know I can, what she's saying. Black women, like I say, I love us, but we are hard on one another. We have attitudes for no reason. You could go to Walmart and ask somebody with something that attitude. I don't know what we so mad at. I understand we go through a lot. I do too. I'm about to leave my house right now. Okay. I have problems just like everybody else, but I choose to put out positive and make somebody smile. Hey, your shoes is pretty. Your perfume smells nice. Your hair is pretty. Whatever the case may be, I try to spread love. But sometimes as a Black woman, I don't get that back. I get a lot of attitudes for no reason. People looking at you up and down. I can say something because I'm a regular person, but when a celebrity says something, we will sometimes take their words and twist them. Yeah. Now, like I said, she could have said that maybe a little different.
Just like with Tab, yeah. Oh, she was being passive aggressive, or she meant this. It's like, what in the world?
You know what I'm saying? But I understand what she's saying. These celebrities do get bullied. All in their comments, even when they're out, just all the above, they go through things. You know what I'm saying? So in a way, I get it. She's telling her truth. And even though her truth may bother us, it is the truth. You know what I'm saying? It's real. We are pretty bad. We are pretty hard on one another. And it don't have to be that way. We all have problems. I have problems. You have problems. They have problems. But we can be more nice to one another. So when people get bullied and they may start drinking and wine and they just booked up today, like I'm not for nobody BS today. I do it on this internet too, but I come with peace. But sometimes I get in them comments and I may go back and forth. So in a way, I don't know. I don't feel nothing from what she's saying. Maybe it's the way she said it. Hugs and love. Y'all be blessed. That's my thoughts on that. J-Lo.
She's so sweet. She really touched me. She was like, yeah, you see, she thought, I try to have a positive attitude. I try to be friendly. I try to give people compliments. And my own sister talked to me like I'm a damn dog. Oh, Tabitha must be lying. Oh, she's just doing this because she wants money. I'm like, why are people even like this? This is really cruel business. Hold on.
Good morning. Real quick. We all have something to offer.
Amen.
You have something to offer. Honey, see, there's this misconception going around that folk think, oh, well, I'm not at a certain place in my career. My finances ain't at a certain place. My relationship, I ain't even in a relationship. I ain't really got nothing to offer. Baby, did you not get to where you are by living life? You don't need no degree. Honey, you don't need a certain amount of money in your bank. You don't need a certain level in your career to have something to offer to somebody. We all have something to offer because we live in a life and we going through experiences. Honey, the 9 out of 10 of y'all's grandmas and granddaddies back in the day, honey, ain't have no millions of dollars in no bank account. They ain't have no tons of degrees, honey, but they lived a long life. And the knowledge that they had by life experience, honey, that is called something to offer. So stop dumbing yourself down. Stop making yourself small. You have something to offer. You have something to offer yourself, and you have something to offer others. So stop thinking that wherever you are in your life makes you not able to offer anything. Don't tell your lie. Don't tell yourself that lie, okay? You have something to offer.
That's beautiful. What was it?
Hello.
What was this video? Hold on. Let me find the video. Hold on. Where was I? What was that video? This was 6 years ago. That was 6 years ago. Did she know, like, we were about to be in the COVID and did she gonna be on TikTok? No. So you can't tell her she was just doing this because she was just trying to, she didn't know none of this was gonna happen to her life. So she definitely meant what she said. Hold on, what is this one?
Honey, come on in this room, baby. And when you get in here, go and hit share. Okay? I said, come on in the room. Come on in the room. Hey, Jesus is my doctor, and he writes out all of my prescriptions, and he brings me all of my medicine in my room. Honey, come on in this room. And when you get in here, go on hit share. I know it's lunch hour. For some folk, it might be a little later. But over here is about 1 something, okay? I made me a little salad or a big salad. I might not eat all of it, or I might, but that's my business. Honey, come on here. Oh, wait, let me go turn this off so it won't get loud here. Hold your mute. Move my stuff. Thing out the way. Hold your mute. I'll be right with you.
What a crazy ass word. I see myself in her.
Very good. Honey, how is y'all doing?
I'm good.
Got me a little salad. Okay, tell what is all on this salad, girl? Well, got a little mixed greens and tomato and cucumber and red and yellow peppers with avocado. Was gonna throw me a few pickles on there, but I said I got right many cucumbers on here, so they just pickles without the pick. Ooh, okay. But on top I got my little Kelly's croutons. Just the crumbs, the little crumbles. Ooh, they're so good. And I got some avocado crack on my avocado, a couple of onion, what they call onion strings or something. Them, I got them at the 99-cent store. So I threw them on there, and Essie Marie's good old basil dressing. Yeah. So anywho, honey, I wanted to go live real quick. I got to work tonight. I have another event tonight, and I know we ain't been live a couple of days, but something. I had an experience that I wanted to share, and I kept contemplating how much I wanted to share of the experience. And I said, well, you know what? We family, and we share things with each other. And I think that the entire point of it all was for me to share. So come on in the room, y'all. Hey, Denise, welcome, honey. You new to the family, honey. Welcome, honey. Hey, Ginger. Hey, Caroline. How y'all doing? Hey, Irma. Hey, Miss Lois.
She like me. She greets everybody.
Y'all hear this air conditioning just clicked on. Is it too loud? Because it is right hot outside. Can I leave it on or is it too loud? Y'all let me know. Let me know if it's too much. So anywho, let me just take a little bite. Thank you, Lord, again. Amen. Mm. How you feel? Is this air too loud? Yeah. Kristen Combs, you said, I feel like you're about to make me cry for some reason. It could happen. I don't know. But it could happen. Hold your mute. Let me turn this air off. Too loud. I gotta turn everything off. Sister, my sister calling me on the live. Tasha, I'm on the live, girl. I'm on the live. Okay, I can't answer your call, girl.
That's great.
I call you back when I'm done. But of course she would call. That's probably my mama making her call me at this moment. So, here go. All right. My mother passed away September 30th, 2007. Okay. And while she was sick, my mother had ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, which is neuromuscular. If you're not familiar with this disease, it is very rare, comes out of nowhere. It is not a what would I like to call it? It's not a particular, it is not very particular about who it chooses. It's a very random disease that it can strike anybody, you know. So my mother was a social worker and she was also a pastor later in her life. So once she was diagnosed with ALS, it is terminal. Okay. ALS is a terminal disease. Once diagnosed, she was given 6 months to a year to live. That's how quick it can take over. It starts usually with a limb. Okay. A hand. My mom started with her hand. It started with your foot. Rarely, and sometimes it can start with your vocal cords. And my mom started with her hand. Now, what happens is your muscles pretty much, they decide to go to sleep. All right. Your brain cannot get the message to them anymore to stay active and do what they need to do. Okay. So her hand was the first thing to give her signs that something was not right. And in the process of that, once the muscles in the hand went to sleep, this hand was she couldn't use it anymore. She couldn't move it anymore, right? Her right hand. And then normally it strikes your prominent hand or foot, okay? And for my mom, everything started on the right side of her body. So her hand and her right foot months later were the first things to start working. During that time, prior to, my mom was writing her life story. And she was also writing just inspirational things about her journey, okay? When she could not write anymore with her right hand, she taught herself to write with her left. And we're talking about in a matter of weeks and months, okay? That's how quick it is. Because you got to understand, my mom was diagnosed in 05 and she passed away in 07, right? And so when she could no longer write with her right, she wrote with her left for a couple months. And then when she couldn't do that, she asked us to give her a tape recorder. because she was still able to talk. And so she asked us to get her this tape recorder, and so that she could record herself. Right now, mind you, we had got her this before because she knew it was coming. She got the tape recorder, and so she would record herself even when the right hand wasn't working, when the left hand was working, but she couldn't really get it, so she would record herself. Now, when she couldn't use her hands, like she couldn't, the left hand was very weak, but she was still able to do certain things. She would pick her pencil up, struggle to do that, but she would pick it up and she would put it in her mouth, like so, and hit her record button on her tape recorder. Honey, the dedication, okay, of making sure she got this story out of her, because that's the thing she would always say, I can't die with this stuff inside, because this is supposed to live far after I'm gone. Yes. So my mom, before she passed, days before, she couldn't talk any longer. We'd have to read her lips. And so she said to me, I read her lips, and she said to me, make sure you get the box. And the box was her tapes and her journals. And so I did, right? I went and got them because we knew she was about to pass. And I've had those for over 11 years. I remember the week that my mom passed away, I tried to listen to one of the tapes and I couldn't. It was just too soon. And then I tried to read some of her journals, and it was a little bit too much at the time. And so I've always kept them because I promised her that I would do something with it, and I would get her story told, and I would always keep her alive by sharing stories about her, as like I do with the dime stories. Well, the other day, 2 days ago to be exact, I had this urge to listen to a tape. That's been almost 12 years. And so I put the tape in. And the crazy thing is, let's just go back. I ain't had no tape player in years. I don't know what happened to the tape player that my mama had. So I didn't have that, I just had the tapes. And I don't know if you know, but ain't nobody walking around with tape players these days, right? But I was never really ready to listen. Never really ready. But something came over me the other day. And I said, okay, let me listen to the tape. And I put in the first tape. Well, because I only got through 3 minutes before I turned it off. But I put in this tape. And my mother was praying. First of all, the sound of her voice after almost 12 years. Well, actually, the sound of her voice, it has been 12 years because she wasn't able to speak for months. And I had not heard her voice in 12 years. Whew. The sound of her voice was music to my ears. I think that I had forgotten how soft her voice was. She had such a delicate tone in her voice. And she was such a lady, honey. And so I heard her voice. And of course that brought me to tears in that moment. I was so thankful that she had done that. I was so thankful that I had the box and I had the tapes and I was able to listen. But most importantly, I was so thankful that my mom took the time, even if she had to do this, to turn her tape recorder on. I'm so thankful that was my reminder that, honey, when everything is telling you you can't do something, when you done tried every little thing, there's still a way. If you want to do it, there's still a way. When I turned the tape on,
you know what?
My mother.
You know what I'm realizing too? I think this is like the downside of going viral, is that when you go viral, a lot of people, like hundreds of thousands and millions of people, are introduced to you overnight. So they don't really know you. Because I'm starting to see that even this lady with the pink hair, whoever she is, right? This lady right here with the pink hair, I do not believe that she is an OG supporter of Tab. I don't think she is. Because even me also, I've watched some of her old videos, but not that I wasn't really deeply into it because I'm like, child, you in this funny accent. Okay. But I just feel like this is the downside of going viral. Because when you go viral, that's why one time Brown Chick was like, oh, Marlene, you should go live at like 7 p.m. and you should go live vertically. That way you can get more views. And I said, Brown Sugar, no, I'm scared, right? Because when people are introduced to your channel, your stuff out of nowhere because you're going viral and stuff, they don't really know you. They don't know you. You know what I'm saying? They don't know how you do what you do, who you are, what you shared, how you bonded with, because you have your real audience. Like you have your day ones. Like they know who you are. So even when you make a joke, they know it's a joke. They don't take it seriously, right? But then you have all these people who don't know you because they're not accustomed to your stuff, right? So I'm like, this lady here, I don't even think she really knows Tab. I don't think she really watched her content. And that's why when she hears her say things, automatically she assumes, oh, she must be lying. Oh, this is about money. Oh, this is about, I'm like, girl, about money, 14 years on YouTube? Girl, okay. Let's see if you post for 14 years on YouTube. Go sit down somewhere. Okay. But I'm like, if Tab was out here building her channel, telling people about her mom who passed away, telling people about driving Uber, telling people about working as a cashier, if she was making her food and eating her food in front of these people, like I can see why her real supporters, I see why they love her so much, because they have a real friendship. And when you go viral, people just follow you, because you're popular now, or you're famous now, you got the views. So they support you because that's the cool thing to do, but they don't really know you. They don't really know you. But I'm like, it's really fucked up to not like, and I noticed that too. It's like every time on social media that there's a hate train, people just love to dump on people, like just pile on people, bully people, just dump on people because that's the cool thing to do. Oh yeah, let's go attack Tab because she's a target and she's a black capitalist and all she cares about is money. And I'm like, now I'm starting to understand, because a lot of people who think like that, they don't really know her because they were not part of her day one family. They're the people who came like recently because now she went viral. Now she's a household name. Now she's famous. But I feel like if you had watched her for at least like 6-7 years, you can't sit here and say, oh, if Sis Tab is telling me that selling my books at Target is going to help me be on the New York Times bestseller list, you're not going to second guess that because you've had a relationship with her. You've watched her videos for years. You watch her content for years. It's like, we've been through stuff that's just way deeper than her trying to make money off of me. But when you don't really know her and you only know the popular Tab, I can see why everything she says, you already assume the worst of her. I'm like, it's starting to make sense because you don't really know the person. You don't really know her. And when people don't really know you, it's a lot easier for them to malign everything you do with evil intention because they project themselves onto you because you don't know me. You don't know her. But I'm like, 14 years though, making all this content, nah, this is crazy.
Praying and giving praise.
Amen.
She was in a state of gratitude. And she knew she was going to die. She recorded this September. and of 05, with knowing in June she had been diagnosed with a terminal disease, and they had told her 6 months to a year. Although she lived longer, she lived 2 years after that.
Wow, you see, grateful. She was grateful.
But she knew she was going to die, and she was in a state of gratitude. And so that got me. Well, yeah, we all know we're going to die. It's inevitable. We all know that, right? But when you've been given your prognosis and you've been told you are sick and there's nothing we can do to make you better. This disease is terminal. My mother was in a state of gratitude. And she began to say how thankful she was because she had just left California. Because when my mom knew that she was dying and when she found out about her diagnosis, we had just moved to California in 04, November. And so in June, 6-7 months later, she finds out. And she said, well, I got to get out there because I got to see where my baby's going to be. I got to see where you're going to be at because the Lord has called you out there for something. And so in the tape, she was saying, oh, God, I'm so thankful that he made a way for me to get to California, to stay for a month, because she did. She stayed all of August, honey. And she said, I got to go to California stay with my baby daughter, Tabitha. She said my name. She said, and my son-in-law, Chance, and my grandbaby, Choice. But the fact that I didn't know, I got tons of tapes. That was the tape that I picked. I didn't know what was on it. But when I put it in, she said my name.
And let me tell you this.
She was in a
state. I'm going to tell you this. Me, when this is real. People need to understand this lady is favored. This lady is really favored. And I can really say, I don't understand how I feel, but I can really say, and I can really feel her mom don't play by her. Her mother does not play by her. So I'm like, when the Bible says, do not touch my faithful servant, do not touch my anointed. People who mess with this lady, bad things gonna happen to y'all. People who talk bad about this lady, want to see evil things happen to this lady, bad things will happen to you because her mother doesn't play. Her mom don't play. Like David said, I was young, now I'm old. Never have I seen the righteous forsaken, nor his seed begging for bread. People think Jamal Bryant, because he calls himself a pastor, that first of all, God chose him. God didn't choose Jamal Bryant. Jamal Bryant chose himself. He chose himself. Jamal appointed himself. Jamal is an agent of iniquity. But the problem is there's so many pagans out here calling themselves Christians, they wouldn't even know right from wrong anyways if it stared them in the face. Jamal appointed himself. God didn't appoint Jamal Bryant. That's why wherever he goes, sins, scandal, all kinds of foolishness, adultery, everything, it follows this man. Can't even keep a marriage. Can't even be a father to his daughter. He's a hot ass mess. That man is not, God didn't choose that man. God didn't even call that man. He appointed himself. And that new birth church is the church from hell. A church that was built by a pedophile, a church built on touching and abusing little black boys. And nothing good gonna come out of you people. But see this woman right here, her hands are clean. Her mother watches over her. This woman she has favor over her life. She has favor over her life. Like her mother if she came and used her hands, she put a pencil in her mouth just so she can make sure she can record tapes for her daughter. She don't play about her daughter. And wherever she is, that lady is not resting. She is watching over her daughter. She watches over her daughter. She watches over her marriage. She watches over her children. She watches over her property, her money. She watches over her merchandise and Target. And people who go against this lady, they will fail. Like they're going to drop like flies. People need to be very careful who they go in and decide to wage war against. Not everybody not the same. Everybody's not the same. Some people, their parents really love them. Some people, their parents have truly blessed them. They have parents who are on the other side of things, and they watch carefully over their children. She said, I guess she's the youngest of her mom, right? My baby, that's the youngest child. And they think they could come out here and start making these crazy videos and try to cancel this woman. They will not succeed. you will not thrive. You will not succeed. And everything you wish on this woman, it'll come back to your household tenfold. And you're going to wonder why things are not working in your life, because you spoke evil over somebody who was favored. You spoke evil over somebody who God he chose. You spoke evil over somebody whose mother had a covenant with God. Because her mom is also a special somebody. How you know you're about to die and you're grateful that you're about to die? And you're not mad, you're not upset. You just live your life just thanking God, even though you know your day is accounted, even though you know there's a disease that can't be cured, and he could cure it, but he's not going to cure it. He gave you 2 more years, though. Gave her 2 more years. I'm like, this woman right here. I'm like, this is not a, this woman got favor over her life. Like, this is real. This is really real. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. This is really real. Jesus. Keep messing with this woman. See what happens. You better bless this woman everywhere you see her. Anytime you see her, you talk about her, you see her products, you better bless this woman. So whatever is on her, it can rub off on you so that you can also have favor also the things that you do. And this is how people attract curses over their lives. So quick to speak evil on people instead of doing your due diligence and finding out who exactly is this woman. Who is this woman? Why does her stuff work like this? Why does she have favor like this? Why are doors opening up for her? Who is this woman? You see, and that's why the wife of Pontiff, she went talk to her husband. She said, do you know who this man is? She asked him about Jesus. Do you know who he is? He said, no. She said, have nothing to do with that man. And that man, he listened to his wife. Because when the people really want to kill Jesus, he said, oh, me, I wash my hands of this. Because if whatever happens to this man, it's going to fall on your head. And then people say, yes, and the heads of our children. Okay, no problem. But he listened to his wife because the wife said, do you know who this man is? He did not know who Jesus was. She said, have nothing to do with that man. Have nothing to do. Even me, when I sat here initially to do this, I was like, But the more I'm doing this video, the more I'm being convicted that this woman has a calling over her life. It is not a joke. And if she said that her mom was so sweet and her mom was so mild-mannered like this, I can see why she would say to herself, if I'm the daughter of so-and-so, I got to conduct myself a certain way. Because she feels like she's helping her mother's memory to live on. So if she doesn't present herself a certain way, she's doing her mom's memory a big disservice because it seems like her mom was very, very sweet. So I understand. I'm understanding her more because I was not familiar with her content. I discovered her throughout like the whole like COVID stuff, like she was going viral and stuff. And I was like, well, what is up with this accent thing? So I was like a little bit weird, But tonight I'm understanding. A lot of things are making more sense to me. It's like, well, if her mother was a very sweet Southern lady and she feels like it's her job to keep her mom's memory alive, then I can see why she would say to herself, if I'm the daughter of so-and-so, I got to carry myself a certain way. And if I come on social media, I got to represent my mother because that's usually what you do when you're raised right. When you were raised by a good woman, when you were raised right, you think about your mother. But I know today is so far-fetched because so many people out here, they do whatever they want. Don't even realize that you are a representation of your parents. You represent how your parents raised you and how they did raise you. And that's why a lot of us say, okay, are you raised by hyenas? Because who raised you? Because people out here don't have manners. They don't have manners. But once upon a time, people used to care about the way they showed up and showed out because it was very telling of the kind of upbringing you had in your house. Because if your parents raised you right, you can't go out there and do stuff like this. If your mother brought you up right, you can go out there and behave like this. If your mother raised you right, you can even go out there and dress like that. Who raised you? Like seriously, who raised you? That's why I always ask the question to some people, like, who raised you? Where were you raised? Like, who raised you? Hyenas? Were you raised in the wilderness? Like, what is this? So I'm like, oh, now it's making more sense. It's making more sense. She was raised by a very classy and sweet Black woman who loved God. So she can't act crazy. And she's very mindful that her mom walks with her. She's very, very mindful of that. She has self-awareness. So good for her. Good for her.
State of gratitude. That's who my mother was.
Make a lot of sense.
And as she continued to speak, she went on to talk about the pain she was enduring emotionally with my stepfather. You see, he had checked out, okay, when my mom got sick. He couldn't handle it. He was angry. He became mean to her. And we didn't know how much she was enduring until after she passed away. And even though she was going through that, she was still in a state of gratitude. So I say to my caregivers, or to my people in relationships, or people who have had to deal with a terminal illness in their family or sick family members, be kind to them. It is not their fault. They are just thankful to still be alive. And they never want to feel like a burden. Nobody wants to get sick. Nobody wants to be sick. Nobody wants somebody to have to take care of them. So, if that is your life, if that is happening in your family, be mindful. Take your breaks. Ask for a break. If you can't handle it, be honest with yourself and your family. And say, I can't handle it. And I need a little time to get myself right so that I can. But be kind. Be kind, y'all. We got to be kind. But we got to be grateful. Enjoy those last days or months or years with your loved ones who may not have long, who may have been given a terminal prognosis. Be kind. Spend that time with them, okay? My mama told me, she said, girl, after I'm gone, people gonna know my name. I said, well, Mama, I believe so. She said, because you gonna see to it. And I didn't get it. I didn't get it at that time. But my mama's name is Patricia Johnson. Patricia Blackstock Johnson. And she was amazing. She was strong.
Yes, she was. Yes, she was. Yes, she was.
So, whenever you are at a crossroad, right, and you get to a place that where you feel like, oh, I can't do it, I can't figure it out, you whisper to yourself, Patricia Johnson, if Tab's mama could put a pencil in her mouth to hit record on her tape recorder, what can I not do? When there's a will, there's a way. All you got to do is have the willpower to keep going.
I'm really disappointed. I'm really disappointed right now. I'm really upset. I ain't gonna lie. Exactly. It's like trusting. I'm like, I saw Jamal on CNN. When I tell you I was triggered. Like, I'm from the DMV. Like, we know Jamal out here. Jamal ain't shit. Like, this dude ain't shit. We all watch Real Housewives of Potomac. Why are people sitting here like they don't remember the first house Giselle was living in with the twins and her oldest daughter? This man left her with nothing. You know, like, even sometimes Giselle being as mean as she is on the show, I told my sister that. Because you see, Giselle, she's a Virgo, huh? But the thing about Giselle, too, if you notice carefully, when she's around her daughters, she's a whole different kind of person. She's such a... She really is an awesome mom. When Giselle's around her daughter, that's a whole different Giselle. Okay? It's crazy how her and Beyonce are both Virgos and they both named Giselle. They both like it anyways, right? But I told Cheryl, I was like, you know, sometimes with Giselle, I feel like she played the villain because she needed that money, you know, because we don't realize sometimes as viewers, like, oh, Giselle's so annoying, Giselle got on my nerve. But it's like these other girls, they ain't bringing nothing to the table because the first season is a pilot. So if people are not interested in talking and wumpty wump wump, they're not going to bring you back because every first season is a pilot. That's why they don't even have that many episodes. Because they're like, okay, it's a tester, it's a teaser. We're not about to do 16 episodes if nobody likes your ass. Okay? But I'm like, every season, even though Giselle is a villain, okay? You know, Giselle can be annoying. I ain't gonna lie. Okay? Giselle can definitely be annoying and she can't dress. That's a fact. Right? But at the same time, I've always had mercy for her. Right? I've always had mercy for Giselle because I said, this fucker named Jamal Bryant, he didn't leave her with shit. Didn't leave her with shit. And he packed his bag because he was in Maryland for a little bit. People kicked his ass out because he ain't shit. Oh, he's out here sleeping around with people. He has a loose penis problem. He's a nymphomaniac. He has a sex addiction. That's why I think he was touched. I even think that's why Eddie Long paid for him to go to Morehouse, because a lot of the boys that were molested by Eddie Long, they got that scholarship money because it was their hush money. You understand? That people out here kicked him out. They kicked him out of Baltimore. The DMV was so done with this man because he's a nymphomaniac. He has a problem. He cannot stop having sex with people in the church. Then he packed his bag. He went to Atlanta and he left Giselle here with 3 kids. 3 kids. Like the first season, she was driving like a little a Mini Cooper and stuff. I'm like, girl, like how y'all living? So I was like, I understood. Like for as much as I don't like her on the show, because I'm also a business person, it's TV. Somebody got to be a villain. Somebody got to bring it. You got to bring it because if people don't talk about your show, you guys are not going to come back. And the kind of money you can make being a housewife. What job is going to pay you that kind of money? And that's why I said, I was very upset with Monique because I'm like, Monique, Libra, you get on my nerves. Because Monique Samuels too, even if Chris has money, Monique, that's a lot of money. Okay? Yeah, I'm for Fairfax. Okay? I was so mad at Monique because I'm like, Mo, just apologize. You already beat Candace. You beat her. So like, what is it to say sorry? You already put your licks in. But I'm like, you guys, the way these girls make money on that show, they probably record for like 3 to 4 months. And they make millions. Like, I think like the worst you can make is like 400,000. 400,000 to put a little bit of makeup on and go read these heifers. Please stop my ass up. You guys, why do you think everybody wants to get on that show? And when the newbies come in, they do the very most because they don't want to get cut because it's only up from here. But Nene was making like what, 1.5, 1.7 a season? For what? 3 months of reading bitches down? Like this ain't no real job. Where can you go and make this kind of money? Do you remember when Kenya, y'all remember Kenya? When Kenya left California and came to Atlanta, y'all, all she had was a carry-on bag. Kenya was broke, y'all. She was destitute. This is not even a joke. Kenya she couldn't even move. She didn't even move to Atlanta with a suitcase, you guys. She moved to Atlanta with a carry-on bag. And she was staying at the W. If you ever go to Atlanta and you go to Lenox, across from Lenox, there's the W and the West End. She used to stay at the W. Right? With the white refrigerator because she had to rent that place because she had nowhere to stay. But she would record there and she would sleep at the hotel. All she had was a carry-on bag. She put everything in the storehouse. And that's why when Nene went, because when Nene had Glee, she told Nene she could get some of her furniture and she could decorate her space while she's out there in LA, right? Because she put all her furniture, everything she had fit in one storage unit. What'd that tell you? Kenya was struggling financially. You understand me? So these shows like Atlanta, the Housewife, it saves people, y'all. It saves you. Kenya left for 1 year. She came right back because she couldn't live without that kind of money. Where's she gonna get that kind of money from? You make $1 million, 1.2 million, and then they pay you They pay you extra money for doing the reunion because the season money that's one set of money. Then there's another set of money for showing up for the reunion. Because I guess they do that so the girls have to come to the reunion to get the bag, right? So you get paid for filming your season and doing your confessionals, and then you get paid another bag for doing the reunion. So you can easily make $1 million, like $1 million, 1.2, 1.7, 1.5 for what? Like 4 months of work? Are you okay? That's crazy. That's not, and then in addition to like your sponsorship, the stuff you do on Instagram, blah, blah, how much can you make? That's why everybody wants to be on that show because, hey, listen, why do you think that guy wanted to marry Cynthia? Because he's about to write a book. Because he want to be on the New York Times bestseller list. I'll tell you that much. Right? So Giselle on the show, she's really not likable. But when you understand that it's also show business, like don't take too much heat into it, right? Giselle was by herself. She really didn't have shit. You see? And today, just holding on to her job, playing the villain and doing what she had to do for her kids because these girls ain't bringing shit to the show. Even Wendy's first season, Wendy didn't bring shit to the show. But if we're really being honest, the two people that have kept Potomac going is Wendy and Grand Dame Karen. They do most of the work. Candace a little bit, but mostly it's Giselle and Karen. They are the ones who are responsible for that show. Right? So she has to be a villain. Because you start being the nice girl and you start being boring. Well, guess what? You're going to get fired. And you got to put these kids in college. So you got one that got to go first. Then you got two. They're going to go to college all at once. You got to pay for two people to college at once. And by the time all of them are in college, like it's going to overlap where she has 3 kids in college and she has to pay for that too. Because she's not counting on Jamal and his money. What money? What money? And you know he was broke AF because when he took over New Birth, they owed $25 million. So for him to go to a church that is plagued with child abuse, molestation, and things like that, and then they owe $25 million, that just lets you know how desperate he was. Because if he had options, why would he go back to that church? He didn't have options because nobody in the DMV wanted his ass. And I'm sure no other reputable church in Atlanta also wanted him. All he had was New Birth. But that church is so damn scandalous. It's so cursed. That's why it kills me that y'all take this man seriously, but you want to question Tab. Are you actually okay? Are these people actually okay? Like, seriously, are you actually sane? You watch the videos, you watch documentaries about Jamal and what Jamal did to the singer Tweet. Like, he had the girl going crazy. He had Tweet going crazy in her head. He's not a good person. Only God knows how many abortions he made her do. He is insane. Then he went with Malaysia Pargo. And they say that he also probably made Malaysia also have an abortion. This man is not a good person. He is not a good person. He is seriously evil and he is seriously irresponsible. When the oldest one that looked like Giselle, when she went to college, did you see him there? Did he show up in DC? Did he meet them at the college campus? Is he even paying for her college fees? This dude is a fucking clown. Like, I cannot take this man seriously. So when I see him with this Target stuff, it just boils my blood. And when I see all these black women out here trusting Jamal will make you have an abortion. Are you actually okay? Jamal is so damn evil. This man is not a serious human being. Like, even like the soul of how many women has he wrecked? How many women has he wrecked? And I even think, I'm not sure, but I think he's the reason why Giselle had to get rid of her uterus. Because only God knows what he gave her. Only God knows what he gave her. Because when she went back with him, I don't know if she slept with him or whatnot, I don't know. But after that, she had to go get rid of her uterus. I'm like, what did he give you? This weirdo? This weirdo? He's so filthy. But I'm like, this is the man y'all want to trust. This is the man that y'all want to rally behind to go cancel Target instead of listening to Tabitha. Are you actually okay? No, like, it's unbelievable, Whitney. Like, it is unbelievable. And it's not even like the information is hidden. It's all over the place. It is all over the place. What serious pastor do you even know gonna marry a woman like Carrie that has a PhD and God knows what? It's something so damn silly. Like what? And then she has a whole BBL. Like what's all this? What is all this? And that's why he was in such a rush to have Kamala Harris come to his church. He knew what he was up to. Because he was just trying to be here and position himself. He's nothing but a grifter. This man is not a good person. He is not a good person. He is not I even wonder if he's ever even paid for child support. And you know how many kids he has? You know how many children he has? This man is so out of order. Like he's just, oh my gosh, he boils my blood. He boils my blood. This is not a good human being. We watch, I'm like, everybody watched Potomac. We all watched the first season. Look at how he left Giselle with the kids. Even how many times he even fly to DC to come see these girls, take them to school and see what they're up to. How often was he there? He is a non-existent father. Non-existent father. Even MLK, he could have been a cheater, but at least he made sure to stay married, take care of his household. You're just scandalous all around. He's so damn scandalous. But you go and you go and research what he did to Tweet. Like he messed her up psychologically, y'all. He seriously messed her up psychologically. I'm like, how can you do this? But maybe also he's bisexual. Maybe he's bisexual because I really think Eddie Long touched him. I really do. Because I'm like, men who have been touched, they have an issue with monogamy. Men who've been touched by other men, they have issues. They have issues because I feel like they have to overcompensate to prove to themselves that they're not gay. So they're a bunch of womanizers. They're extremely they are extremely toxic. They are seriously toxic with women because they need to convince themselves that no, I'm not gay. So it's like everything is like over the top. It's like, but at the same time, if you were not gay, you would realize that the way you go through these women also, it's excessive. It truly is excessive. It is so excessive. But I'm like, no, you were touched. Go sit down somewhere, you know? But I'm like, I don't know. To me, it truly is. I don't know. My soul is extremely troubled. Because I'm like, 14 years of posting on YouTube and people act like you just came outside yesterday. Like, that's just crazy to me. That is very mean. And you would rather trust Jamal than to trust Tab. Like, seriously? One husband. All her children by the same man. They were together through pop. They've been together since they were 17 or something crazy, right? Like since high school or something like that, right? Her husband's a police officer. That like this is a solid Black family. I mean, nobody's perfect, but they're way better than Jamal. And now you want to question their integrity, but you're going to trust Jamal. Seriously? This is utter madness. This is just, that's why I say people are just wicked. This is just sick to me.
And even when everything looks like it's going to be over, honey, stay in a state of gratitude. Give him praise in advance. Praise during your storms. Just be in a state of gratitude. Because, honey, let me tell you something. When my mama left this world, she was at peace. I've never seen a person so at peace in my life. She told us the day she was going home, and she was at peace about it. So I say that to say, Mama, Patricia Johnson is still among us all. And people will certainly know her name.
Yeah, I need to do videos on Jamal. I need to get his ass.
But her spirit and her mission is what's so important. Let that sit with you. Let not your spirit and soul be troubled. Everything will be all right. Mm-hmm. You can do it. Mm-hmm. Okay? You can do it. Whatever that thing is. Mm-hmm. If you're still here, there's a way.
Amen.
Be kind.
He's no pick
folk. All right?
Yes.
That's it. Mm-hmm. I love y'all.
He's messing with the wrong person. Look at this video I saw today. Because you see, there's a reason why God put this video on my timeline today. Look at this video. This man is really evil. He's gonna pay for this.
Rejects biblical truth.
Yeah.
Calls himself same gender.
April got on my nerve for Carmelo because she needs to apologize to me for that one. But every time because she's in Atlanta, and she used to go. I think she used to go to Newburgh, if I'm not mistaken. So she knows. Oh, she knows these people. She knows the church scene in Atlanta. She knows these people. She knows these people very well. They're not good. These are not good people. These people are charlatans.
They're loving because gay is too white. And then you sit and you let him ramble for 30 minutes or so about queerness, white supremacy, and something called the progenitors of cool. I don't even know what that is, but you just sit there and you don't say a word. Like no scripture, no correction, not even like a mild little theological speed bump.
Because he's part of it.
So the question is, at this point, is Jamal Bryant a pastor? Or would we consider him like a polite talk show host for progressive theology in overpriced and ugly designer clothes? I don't know, but here's what I do know. This is not love. This is spiritual abuse with the side of Marxism. I'm April Chapman, and today we're going to break it all down. We're breaking it down because if your idea of compassion is affirming confusion and redefining sin as identity, then no, we're not. We're not the same kind of Christian. We're not the same at all. So dear ones, I need you to grab your Bible and a backbone because it's time to separate the wheat from the woke. Our foolishness marinated in dumb. So let's take a look.
You look good today, April. I like your makeup.
This is one of the most critical conversations I have ever had recorded
When I hear his
on this podcast that means so much for the culture, for the community, and for the church. It's so meaningful that I couldn't have this conversation with anybody. I needed my Morehouse brother to come in from Washington, D.C., so that we can have a dialogue. And let me say to you, that I am laying on the panoply of psychology to be corrected, to be challenged.
Because he stacks these big words on top of each other that he's actually saying something meaningful. I need to go find that brother from Baltimore that cussed his ass out. We need to go find that man. He gonna beat your ass, Jamal. You are out of your mind. So you're the one that's out here putting a battery in these women's back to come after Dad. I'm gonna go find that man in Baltimore. This dude is crazy. He is really
and to be checked.
Okay, I needed to pause that because here we have a preacher sitting down with a doctor of, I'm assuming, psychology. And I find it interesting that right off the gate, Jamal Bryant just completely abdicates any sort of a biblical worldview. Not that he had one, but if he had one, he completely relegated and gave it up, threw it away, stomped it into the ground. And he is sitting here in a posture, not as a pastor, but as someone to be corrected, to be checked, and to learn, which implies that as a quote unquote preacher of the word, that he's not equipped with all the treasures of wisdom and knowledge, which are hidden in Christ Jesus, but rather he wants to sit at the feet of the queer psychologist so that he can learn whatever it is that he's missing or deficient in, as if the word of God doesn't provide a robust explanation and provide us with the apprehension and comprehension of what it is that we need to know in order to kind of understand the nature of man and sin, particularly the sin of sodomy. I thought that was really strange. But I wanted to lay the groundwork to help you from an apologetic perspective. If you are the Christian, we never lay down our worldview. I don't care who we are engaged in discourse with, who we're having a conversation with. You always maintain your biblical worldview. You don't give it up for anyone. You do not concede ground on that one. You have to have a biblical epistemology. Without a biblical epistemology, you've already lost it. And here's what I'm not saying. I'm not saying that you don't sit and engage in order to learn or to discern or to, ascertain another person's worldview. Nope, that's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is you give up ground when you abandon your worldview. You've already lost it. And it tells who's the believer in the conversation. It demonstrates that it's definitely not you, but let's continue.
And I am standing really in place for the Black church. Dr. is newly minted. Dr. David Johns, NBJC.
Yeah.
And I have been in the same orbit. We have been in the same orbit, I'm going to say, since the Clinton administration.
At least, yeah.
Yeah, I was in the NAACP as National Youth and College Director. And I want to give some testimonies first, and then we'll go into a dialogue. This is not, we're going to deal with Trump later. We're going to deal with DEI later.
Okay.
I need to deal with LGBTQAI and the Black church is where I want to start.
Yep.
And I want to say it took me a journey to get to have this conversation.
So basically, Jamal is affirming that his journey to apostasy, it's been long and arduous, but he has finally arrived. He is fully apostatized. And at this point, because this journey, which has led him here, he's able to sit down and have this discourse with Dr. Johns. And let me just first, I'm going to start off by saying that the foolishness begins very early on. And once Dr. Johns speaks, however, I take grave issue, but maybe I don't, because when Jamal is talking about the Black church, he is talking about an organism and an apparatus that I've already declared overwhelmingly apostate. So you have the Church of the Lord Jesus Christ, which is made up of all tribes, tongues, nations, and people groups. It's the Church Universal. You have ethnic expressions of a church that are Black. You have ethnic expressions that are white and Asian and Hispanic and Indian and so forth and so on. However, it is the Church of the Living God. It's universal. But then there's this organism called the Black church, which I kind of put in a separate category. And it doesn't mean that churches that are predominantly Black fit into this category. No, for example, Bishop Wooden's church down in Raleigh, Durham, North Carolina is an ethnic expression of a Black church, but I personally do not put them in the same category as the Black church, because the Black church that I'm talking about is an organism that represents the Marxist infiltration into the church that caused it to be apostate, to where their worldview is low. It's based in loathe, liberation, and victimhood. And it's the idolatry of self, the idolatry of their ethnicity, and they celebrate everything that the Lord hates. So when Jamal is talking about that he's here as a representative of the Black church, let us be painstakingly clear that Jamal is absolutely representing that organism, but that's an apostate version. That is not representative of churches that happen to be populated by majority Black people. He's talking about something else.
It is so necessary. My sister, Dr. Tabitha Brown, is a clinical psychologist at Pepperdine University and has really championed and challenged me to help get to this place. I'm going to give you 2 stories, Dave, before we ever have a conversation.
No, thank you.
I was pastoring in Baltimore at Empowerment Temple. I had 3 services on Sunday. And in between my 3 services, 7:30, 9:30, 11:30, I go to the back door, shake hands with my members on their way out. And I go to the back door. I'll never forget this Sunday. And 2 young men were coming out. I hugged them. Said, love y'all. See you next week. I'm saying there ain't no real conversation. God bless you.
Mm-hmm.
Go in peace.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And the young man, he could have been 20, 21. Say, Pastor, you don't love me. I said, I do. Well, what you mean? Say, you don't love me. I'm gay. And it hit me with a silver bullet inside of my head, because I realized that I had been performing domestic terrorism, that he felt unloved by his own pastor.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm going to briefly engage with that because, listen, I understand when a person is living in sin and they are doubling down in their rebellion, and it doesn't have to just be the sin of homosexuality, it could be any sin. When they are in an environment that actively is preaching and reminding them of their sin, they will tend to conflate that with feelings of being unloved. When they're not affirmed in their sin, for example, children, for example, if you don't let them eat the candy that they want or go to that place that they always wanted to go, in their minds, in that moment, they'll say, you know, if you loved me, you would do this for me. And it's because they are, in their myopic view, are viewing this thing that is harmful for them or not good for them. They are viewing you barring them entry or access to that, or not allowing them to do or experience what it is that they want to do. They equate that with love. The restraint that you are attempting, the roadblocks you are attempting to put in their way, they view that as being unloving. However, the Bible gives us a very different view. But I thought it was interesting that, you know, Jamal started off with a story about himself. That's nothing new. But as a pastor, it is amazing to me that a preacher of the word who has spent any time in the scriptures, not that he has, but I'm speaking in general, would not know how to respond to a sheep, or I don't want to use biblical language here because this wasn't a church, but a parishioner, an attendee who comes out and says, you don't love me, I'm gay. What a missed gospel opportunity for you to say, hey, young man, wait a minute, come on, let's talk. And I'm not saying let's talk so that you can, the first thing out of your mouth to say, repent and believe the gospel, you living in sin. No, but to have a conversation to find out what makes you think that I don't love you. If
April, you're talking too damn much. That scene did not happen. Jamal is making that shit up. Jamal is talking about himself and how he struggles with his sexuality. If Jamal truly felt like he was committing domestic, if this thing had really happened and he felt like he was committing domestic terrorism, he never would have agreed to be the pastor over New Birth. There you go. Because many Black boys were sexually molested by Eddie Long. They were abused by Eddie Long. And these were Black boys that were from single mother households. So they didn't have daddies. And he took advantage of that. These were mothers who needed extra help. These were Black women who needed extra help. Who probably had, maybe there were behavior issues. Maybe there were not behavior issues. I don't know. But I know they needed the help. And they trusted him. They trusted Eddie Long. And even the way he looked with them big muscles and them tight ass shirts, I thought he was into women. I thought he was a cheater, but not like that. Okay. So I'm like, if this thing had really happened in Baltimore and he really felt like, oh my gosh, I'm so convicted, I am doing domestic terrorism, he never would have agreed to be pastor over New Birth. Go sit down somewhere. This didn't happen. And if it did happen, he's talking about himself and how he has struggled living a double life. Just come out and say that man touched you. Okay. And maybe that's why even the church house and his wife felt very comfortable asking you to take over the church because they know that you know. Right? And in a weird way, some people can have some kind of love or affinity for their abuser. Like it's really weird like that. You know what I'm saying? It's really weird like that. But that's why they felt comfortable. Because when you take over a church, especially when you look at their finances, you probably saw, because okay, what, 25 million? How can a church be in debt for 25 million? Where is the money? So if they sought you out of all people, because they knew you knew, because most likely that's how you got your scholarship money to go to Morehouse. Because Eddie Long paid for Jamal's entire ride through Morehouse was paid for by Eddie Long. He paid for everything. And now we see you out here, you can't be faithful to nobody. Like you have a problem. You have a sex problem. You have a sex disease. Okay? You're a nymphomaniac. Like what is going on? So say it's about you. Just come out and say it. Just come out and say it.
And to me, I'm also kind of getting sick of people making it seem like, oh, I'm fighting for Black women, DEI and Black women. No, you're fighting as a gay Black man. You're fighting as a down low Black man, and you're fighting for gay Black people, whatever, get the gay community to be represented with DEI. But because these Black women are so goofy, and you know why I even think he's gay? Because every time Black women allow themselves to be led by a man, he's usually gay. He's usually gay. They have a hard time being submissive to a heterosexual Black man. Most of the time, when you see Black women congregate behind a Black man, he's usually gay. So I'm like, the fact that these women are following you so blindly and they trust in you like that, yeah, it's a sign. It's confirmation. You are gay, like you're bisexual. And that's why your aura, it resonates with their aura. So don't sit here and pretend that you're trying to help Black women or you care about the DEI and you care about Target pulling back. No. You're truly fighting for the gay community. You are truly fighting for the gay community. But y'all you don't have the courage to say it. So you have these Black women believing it's about them. It's not about them. Because I'm so confused. If we know that DEI does not predominantly benefit Black women, then why are you trying to make these Black women believe, oh yeah, y'all got to stand up for this, y'all got to fight for this? No. You are weaponizing their likeliness. Just like when we saw MLK out here, if you watch it, he had this one Black gay guy that was always around him. So some people also felt like, and when MLK was fighting for civil rights, it wasn't just for like, you know what I'm saying? It was for other things too. Like, yeah, a man with a man. Okay. But these people never come at you with the real purpose why they're doing what they're doing. And they make you feel, oh, these are for noble reasons. I care about Black women. If you care about Black women, you start caring about your daughters. What? God gave you daughters. You forsake your daughters. But you care about random ass Black women you never meet. Are you actually okay? His daughters didn't even go to his wedding with his BBL wife. They didn't even go. Do you even have a healthy relationship with your daughters, though? What does it profit a man to win the world and lose a soul? You don't even have a relationship with your daughters, right? Fight for your Black daughters. Fight for them first. Let me see you fight for your daughters before I can even believe that you're truly out here fighting for a bunch of Black women you ain't never met. You sound crazy as hell. Fight for Tweet and her mental health because you messed her up. Pay for her medical bills. Okay, you weirdo. But I'm like, this makes no damn sense. But this is what it really is about. This is what it's about. And because people don't have the courage to say, oh, we want more for the gays or we want more for the Black gays. Y'all want to weaponize these Black women and use these women as a Trojan horse. You want these women to be out here, be radicals. You want these women to be activists because y'all don't know how to go and get it for yourself. You don't know how to go get it for yourself. And you hide behind this church stuff. You hide behind this heavy ass where you're stacking these big ass words. No, you are a deceitful creature. You are a deceitful being. And that's why you will never find peace. Wherever you go in this earth, Jamal Bryant, you will never find peace. Because you're a charlatan and you don't even fear God. You do not fear God. You need to come out and speak about your life and what you struggle with and be honest about who you are. And stop pretending. Stop pretending and stop leading people into perdition. Stop leading people into perdition. You have the most messy, filthiest, nastiest ass life out here. And you putting the battery in these women's back to go attack Tabitha. Are you actually okay? Are you seriously okay? This dude is crazy. Hold on. Let her talk for a little bit. Hold on. This man is insane.
I've said something from this pulpit that talks about the holiness of God and the sinfulness of man, and the sinfulness of man includes your sexual proclivities. What makes you think that me telling you the truth, why are you equating that with not feeling loved? Your lack of acceptance is not a sign that I don't love you. Let's have a conversation about that and let's unpack that. But Jamal,
it is not because of the stock market. It is because of the power of Black unification.
There's all kinds of power of Black unification. How many broken homes does he have? How many Black babies you paid to have aborted? How many Black women have you destroyed with your male part? Black unification? Are you serious? I cannot take this man seriously. I cannot take this man. Oh my gosh, I cannot take this man seriously.
The black dollar. $12 trillion in spending power is not anything that we should laugh at.
That's Pastor Jamal Bryant of Atlanta, and he joins me now. And Pastor Bryant, I'm glad to have you back. When we first spoke, it was when you were in the very early days of this. And now here we are, the Target CEO saying he's not satisfied with the recent performance. He attributes it in part to the, quote, updates they shared on belonging. What's your response to that?
That all of this is avoidable. Brian is fully aware that the African-American spending dollar has a whole lot of muscle, and his betrayal to our community has repercussions and consequences. As a consequence, the stock has plummeted, that valuation has gone down, and even his own salary has been slashed, all because he's been dishonorable and not integrous with the Black community.
So how long do you intend to continue this?
Until something shifts. We've got staying power. We've got a model. The Montgomery bus boycott 70 years ago went 381 days. And our community is resolved and focused and intentional that we're not going to spend our dollars where we're not honored and where we're not appreciated.
So other companies that have scaled back their DEI programs to varying degrees include Lowe's, McDonald's, Walmart, Amazon in some respects. So are you looking at expanding this beyond Target?
No, they don't plan on doing nothing because all of this is performative in the first place. I said this back when Jamal Bryant first started this stunt that he's pulling on Black women. And I say Black women because that's where Jamal Bryant gets his support.
That's how I know he's gay. I'm so sorry, you guys. I'm not even trying to say it as a pejorative, but this is how I know this man is bisexual. Because this is the vast majority of Black women, the only kind of Black men they will submit to. It's like they love Anwar. Anwar is their dating coach. Anwar is telling them about men. I'm like, he's gay though. Like, what the what? Right? This is what they do. This is what these women do. This is what they do. When you see them like as a mighty army galvanized behind one Black man and they submit to that Black man, he's probably gay. He's probably gay. That's what they resonate. Like even like how so many of them also find they get in these relationships with down low men. I'm like, how do y'all do this? Right? But that's the kind of frequency they respond to. So I'm like, you need to come out the closet. You need to come out the closet and you need to talk about what Eddie Long did to you. Everything's gonna come out. Everything is gonna come out. This dude is crazy.
Nobody else listen to this dishonorable, unrighteous, false prophet. I mean, go look at his church. It's just a bunch of women in there hypnotized by this lying man that showed his flawed character over and over. He can't stop getting women pregnant at his church, even after years of allegations of getting an underage girl pregnant. They all still show up to this man's church, which tells me everything you need to know. Yeah, this pork chop pulpit pimp only show up on Sundays with all that coughing, hacking, and wheezing, ignoring the word of God, and just telling all the women whatever they want to hear. Right now, Jamal Bryant is trying to take credit for destroying Target, which means he should also take credit for the Black businesses failing right now that partnered with Target. You know, because he's the one leading the charge, telling Black women not to shop at Target while they still go to Home Depot, Lowe's, Walmart, Amazon, all those places every day. I've been told y'all this whole thing with Jamal Bryant was only for him to get attention and not like he's really doing something by only targeting Target with these boycotts for their decisions to end DEI that, for the record, primarily benefited white women, non-Black women, and gay men. Jamal Bryant and everybody following him.
What I tell you, you see this? You see this? White women, non-Black women, and gay men. You see? You see? And then here is April. She has a video of him with his Morehouse brother who has a PhD from Howard that's going to teach him about Black men and Black homosexuality and queerness, right? Is it? You see? He is not slick. I see right through the shit. This has nothing to do with caring about Black women. It's about positioning. It's about positioning homosexuals. That's how it goes. And also it's Atlanta. So, hey, that's how it goes. And that's how whatever white liberal is behind him, those white liberals behind him, that's why they're encouraging to do that. Because it's not about helping Black women. It's about the gays, the queers, those kinds of people. It's about them. But they don't want to say, oh, fight for us. So they make it seem like, oh no, we're fighting for Black women, because Black women are always used as these like these masculine soldier forces. No, go sit down somewhere. Are you insane? You go fight. You want to see a bunch of gay men in there? You go fight for those people. This is insanity. And of course they're going to attack Tabitha because she's traditional. And what he stands for is abomination. What he stands for is abomination.
Is pretending to be stumping for Black people. They're all really propping up non-Black women and the LGBT because those are the beneficiaries of DEI.
Yeah.
And how you know it's all disingenuous? Well, Target is the only company they're targeting with a boycott, while they all still shop on Amazon and at Walmart every day. And those companies did the same thing Target did. The truth is, Black people are not the biggest Target customers anyway. Most Black people choose Amazon and Walmart over Target. So it's interesting they chose a store that Black people directed less of their money to anyway.
It shows.
Now, if he was really serious, he would have said Target, Amazon, and Walmart. But he knew he would be a hypocrite. He wouldn't even be able to stay away from those companies. And I'm still trying to figure out how they landed on Target while still supporting the removal of DEI at Walmart and Amazon, the very measure they're supposed to be against. I'm telling you, it's all hypocritical, emotional, and flat out illogical. Again, if you're really supposed to be boycotting for DEI, you would have cut out all the companies and not just one company. But no, none of these people can stand on business. They don't even have a business. Then Jamal Bryant up there trying to use a church to start a marijuana business. I don't know why the Fed's not looking into that. Yeah, he wanted to launch a whole marijuana enterprise with the church. People should have been boycotting him for that nonsense. But nah, his dense NPC Jezebels, they didn't think twice about that pookie babble he was spewing out. Yeah, most of these people don't even have a business themselves, so they're using their energy to destroy other Black businesses, mostly Black women who have deals with Target.
It's very evil. It is truly evil. Like I'm telling you, when I saw Melissa, I'm like, she's like, her sales are down 30%. I said 30%. Jesus Christ. And they're like, they carry on like it's not a big deal because I'm like, they don't have businesses themselves. They want you to fail. These are people who look just like you. This is insanity.
Tabitha Brown is one of them. Would you believe they try to come for her again after she recently revealed that Black authors in Target are being impacted due to low sales? Take a look.
Hello there, honey. Y'all all right? So listen real quick. This morning I posted my New York Times, my bestsellers, the fact that I got in the mail, and I was like, oh, I gotta like make a post about it. And so it made me think about all of my many friends that I know, and some that I don't know, but authors that I know who've been affected by the Target boycott. So I just want to talk about it real quick. There's so many authors out there whose books have been released, and people may or may not know this, but Target is a huge book retailer, right? That they sell our books. And so because of the boycott, many of our Black authors' books did not sell well because people were not purchasing the books because they're sold at Target. This affected their sales. It affected their ability to be on the New York Times bestseller list. But the bigger issue is that it also affects the next deal opportunity for them to write another book with their publisher, right? So I want us to be mindful. I know that we say that, you know, there's a boycott happening. Give us a direct link where we can support you. Please do support.
That's the thing. They say that, but it's mostly talk. They all on social media with this performative emotional rhetoric. They tell Black business owners to give them the link to buy somewhere else. But the truth is, they're still not buying with the links.
Or and that too, if they're shipping, they're not going to want to pay the shipping fee. Even if your shipping is $2.99, they're not going to want to pay it. That's why for some people, it's better to be a Target because you can just go, you can just pick it up. There's no shipping fee because even me, Marlene, I'm being honest, I don't like to pay for shipping, right? A lot of us today, we got accustomed to not paying for shipping because if every time I go on a website, I got to pay for shipping, like how much am I even wasting on shipping fee, right? So many times it's more convenient to go to the store and pick it up. So that way I don't have to pay for shipping. And also when you go in the store, you're able to touch it. You can feel even a book, right? Yeah, I can see it online, but holding the paper, because the thing about books is like, just like magazines, right? Like the paper does something to you, holding the book, seeing the artwork for yourself, feeling the thickness of it, smelling the fresh smell of paper. You know what I'm talking about, right? It does something to you. But it's like, you know, damn well, once you see that shipping fee, you're not going to do it. So convenience, it matters, right? No, like it's just it's very, very evil, Lonnie. It's truly evil. It is. I'm like, even like I can understand why you would be skeptical of Tab, but you got to be way more skeptical of Jamal. Everybody's a public figure. Everybody has a track record on the internet. So how can you be skeptical of Tab? Oh, she only wants this because she's a target. Okay, then Jamal, what does he want? Because we know he's not honorable. Hello. So you're not to question Tab, but you're not gonna question Jamal. Are you okay? Are you all the way there? Like, are you all the way there? Are you cogent? Are you all the way there? Something is off with your ass. Bunch of pygmies. Like, what is going on here? Okay, you are insane. You are truly insane. So if Tab is doing it because she's the target, okay, then what's Jamal's angle then? Because he's a pastor anyway. So why is he even getting involved in this stuff? Well, he's not even part of the business community. He is clergy. Why he out here praying for people? This is insanity. But no, we're not going to question anything about Jamal's motive, but we're going to question everything about Tab. Are you okay? You know, I'm going to go to Walmart. I'm going to make my business to go to Target tomorrow so I can buy her stuff tomorrow. People are insane. You know, I wasn't taking this stuff seriously, but I need to go to Target tomorrow. I will go to Target tomorrow and buy something, a few things. This is out of order. This is truly out of order. You're going to hurt these Black girls. Like, seriously. Jamal, everything he does, he's living off of people giving him money. These women, they're not living off of handoffs. They have to sell stuff to pay their bills. Does he even know what that's like? Has he ever even read a book? Do you know what it's like to have your own business and not live off of charity and donations? You scam people for donations. These women have to work. They have to actually create a product and market the product. Do you know what goes? Man, I can't even talk. Do you even know what goes into that? You're going to destroy these people. You're going to destroy these women.
People ask me like how our Target business is doing, and then I tell them that it's terrible, that people are shocked. They're like, oh my God. I'm like, yeah, our sales are down 30, 40%. Like, that's exactly what we thought was going to happen. And that's not to say that people should continue or go back to shopping at Target. It's just to say that we knew that there was going to be a huge impact. And in order to offset that impact, it requires people to be really intentional about where they are shopping. Meaning you have to go directly to that business, either to that business's website or shopping them in other channels. But like, we knew that was going to happen. The question is, can businesses sustain in the event that people don't go back to Target, period? So like, where do the dollars come from?
There's so many authors out there whose books have been.
I mean, what are they doing? It's like these are, oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, you guys. I swear, B. Marlene, I would have gone into a rage. They're doing it better. Me, I would have cussed everybody out. Yo, wicked ass people. You are wicked. Oh my gosh. The way I would have pulled up in Atlanta. Oh, you guys, I would have stayed outside of Newburgh. You and we're gonna fight. Your wife and her BBL behind. I'm gonna poke that shit. It gonna start running water. Are you insane? Are you truly insane? You're gonna stop your foolishness. This is madness. Has Jamal Bryant ever even done a business where he generated $3 million by himself? This man is a charlatan. He is a grifter. Does he even have a book? Does he even have an audiobook? Never had a single product in his life. From the time he left Morehouse, joined the church, whatever he does, he's always lived off on offerings and tithes. Never had a damn product. Don't even know what it takes to have a product. Your packaging, your suppliers, custom, pay for customs, wump, have a website, go look for influencers, ship product. He has no idea what it takes to have a business. He can go from church to church, sleep with everybody. He gets to mess up, get people pregnant, pay for abortions, leave his children, leave his wife. And he's always able to start all over again because there's always some goofy ass people ready to listen to a goofy ass liar that knows a few scriptures. You think the world of business is that easy? where if you mess up, you can just start over. If you lose millions of dollars, you can just start over. Like, what is this? What is this? Like, you guys, I am so angry. Like, what is this? What, like, truly, what is this? And you're not even saying, okay, if we're going to boycott Target, let's make sure we're still helping our sisters, because whatever they're losing from Target, we have to make sure they're not impacted. No, create collateral damage. You turn these, oh, I'm here to protect Black women, but I'm going to turn some Black women into collateral damage where these women are bleeding millions of dollars. These are Black women. They're bleeding millions of dollars. So we know it's not about Black women. They're like, whoever's using you, these white liberals that are using you, Jamal, you know dang well you're doing this for the LGBTQ. You know dang well who put you up to this. This ain't got nothing to do with Black women. Because if you care about Black women, you will consider all the Black women, all of them. You would have a conversation with all of them. Because how are we going to do this boycott without hurting our sisters? Because these are our people. You want them to go bankrupt? Are you okay? Like Target, it is a publicly traded company. Even if they go bankrupt, it's the shareholders that lose money. It's not a person that loses money. It's a freaking corporation. It's not the same. They got billions and billions of dollars. These are regular Black women. Like what is this man even doing? And why are people even supporting his foolishness? This is not even an honorable man. This is not a good person. He's like, what success has he had in business? What business does he even have in Atlanta? Does he even have a restaurant? Does he even have a storefront? He has no business. He never had a business. He never had to worry about, oh, I gotta find a product. I gotta go sell a product. He never had to worry about that. He lives off of donation. This is so infuriating. Like, I'm like, these girls are probably not even sleeping. Because my God, they don't even know what these women have signed, the contracts they've signed. And oh, I don't care. Yeah, that's why people are not going to be blessed out here. And you wonder why slavery took place in the first place. Y'all see this, right? Y'all see this? Y'all see this? And I'm like, every day when these white people say, it's your people who sold you into slavery, you know, I'm starting to see it. But it be your own people, like putting sticks in your boat to watch you. They want you to sink. They want you to fail. Because you can even do this thing in a way that you can insulate these Black women that they don't have to suffer like this. Because what if this was you? They didn't tell Target to roll back their DI. But so why are they getting punished? And because Jamal Bryant decides that his goofy ass, he decides to go start this whole boycott, you think it's that easy to call yourself your product back? They're not even thinking, because people don't have businesses. Like if you gave your stuff to Target and Target has 2,000 doors and God only knows how many SKUs they have and how much inventory they have, you think it's that easy to call back all your inventory from the entire country? America is almost 400 million square miles. Okay? It's 382, almost like 382 million square miles. You know how big that is? That's why we have different time zones. This country's so damn fucking big. You think it's that easy to recall all your product from 3,000 doors? Are these people insane? Are they truly insane? They're just insane, Lonnie. They're just insane. And you're going to set these girls back financially. You're going to set them back. And we wonder why Black businesses can't keep up with white people. Look at what we got to deal with. A whole group of people who know nothing about business, who want to rally behind some down low, goofy ass pastor who had never had a business, who lives off of offerings and having sex with half of his congregation. That's who y'all want to lead y'all. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is truly crazy. This is so damn crazy. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. Yeah, like he's so all sharped into another idiot. Ever since he took Ozempic, he lost his mind. His girlfriend's like 20-something. He has like a 30 age gap if he's still with her. Bunch of clowns. Nobody takes these grifters seriously. And people out here rallying behind these people. But tomorrow, if these Black girls say, oh, I can't stand Black people no more. Oh, why would you say that? Oh, why would you say that? This is so damn evil. What has Jamal Bryant built? What has he built? What has he built that be like, yeah, even Jay-Z, I can understand that Jay-Z said, let's go boycott Target, right? But even, and do you see Jay-Z behind this foolishness? And then you see, and also, for as much as I don't like the Sean Carter, because you know he's not my favorite person, for as much as I don't like the Sean Carter, but you understand why he also said, okay, we're kneeling, okay, and after that, what else? Because he's right, though. He's right. Colin Kaepernick, all you want to do is take the knee, fam. What's next? Like the white girl asked him, okay, so you're boycotting Target. How long this gonna last for? What's your end goal? He doesn't even know what it is. All he wants is destruction. What exactly do you want Target to do? Doesn't even know. Can't even say it because he's so fucking sick. Like this is just crazy. You know? And that's why Jay-Z parted away from Colin Kaepernick, like, because all you want to do is bend the knee. What? You have these people's attention. Ask for what you want. But you're not gonna bend the knee forever. You bend the knee for a season. And then we gotta move on. And that's exactly what Jay-Z said. Like, how long are we gonna keep bending this knee for? Because after a while, you look crazy. And he was right. You know, I don't like him, but he was right though. He's not all the way wrong. He's not always wrong. He's not my favorite person. But he's not always wrong though. You gotta like, okay, you got their attention. What do you want? And you see, and this is why today nobody wants him back in the NFL. Because he's a poisonous fruit. He's not a reasonable person. This is insanity. Man, I'm so damn upset. I can't even sleep.
Few sales they may get from other channels, it's just not enough to make up for the losses.
It's not.
And listen, that's really what corporations want anyway. They want to be able to deny Black businesses and Black creators, and the most logical excuse is going to be poor performance. Well, at this point, you're really giving them what they want. Because trust, in the future, they'll restructure and they'll have data that supports them getting rid of all of you and replacing you with more profitable brands that coincidentally won't be you.
Yeah.
If you don't want to, order from Target, I get it. But if they give,
I don't get it because they do not know you. I do not get it. Target did not make a promise to you. Target made a promise to Black businesses, Black people in the supply chain. They never made a promise to Black consumers. So me, I don't get it. But she can't say it. I'll say it. I don't get it. I do not get it. And that other boy who came out here and lied about him being on the Times seller, boo, you're not on the New York Times bestseller list. Stop lying. You lost 40% of your sales trying to be an activist. You're crazy. You are really crazy.
Give you a link to buy directly from them. Do that. If they say, okay, it's available on Amazon or on Barnes & Noble or independent bookstores, purchase from them. Because if not, they may not make their numbers. They may not get their next book deal. They're not making the New York Times bestseller list. All these things are happening to Black authors. And we got to be mindful of that. Especially a lot of them are first-time authors. And now these numbers are not reflecting what is their truth, right? They're talented writers with beautiful stories. And they're being affected by this, something that they did not do. Right? None of us did this, right?
Tabitha, do you think you're talking to people that actually care about supporting Black business? This is the same group that will drive by a local Black store every day to go to Walmart, who also rolled back DEI. Again, the fake outrage is performative.
Yeah.
So I just want us to be mindful that we're truly being supportive, but also to the publishers. Please don't look at these numbers right now and think that these writers, like this is their sales. These are not a true reflection of their fan base or, of their writing. It's just that we are in a real boycott and they are being affected. So I hope and pray that, that the buyers, that the editors or the publishers.
Jamal doesn't care. That's what people don't understand. You do not align yourself. You do not take your cues. You do not take your social cues, your activist cues from mofos that don't have shit to lose. You understand me? Jamal ain't got shit to lose because he's never going to be a business person. He will always be a panhandler, right? Up in that pulpit, huffing and puffing, lying and scamming and stealing. That's what he will always do. So for him, destroying Target, ruining Target, having Target's closed, because he don't think about being in Target ever. Because what he does is scam from the pulpit. You understand? So he doesn't care. But it's like there's a lot of people. You might want to be at Target one day. Target has a lot of things. There's clothes, there's books, there's art, there's makeup, there's food, there's arts and craft, there's home decor, there's notebooks. You never know when there's also like the little fitness section, right? There's the home section, there's the outside section, there's the whatever. There's a lot of places inside of Target. They have lots of categories, right? There's the store and there's the website. You never know when you might want to be at Target. Do not listen to Jamal Bryant. He's a panhandler. He begs for money every Sunday. And there's always going to be some kind of fool somewhere that wants a miracle that's going to give this man money. He's not serious. He doesn't even pay taxes. Because when you're a pastor and you've got a 501c3, all the money you make, the pastor love offering, you don't even pay taxes. This dude doesn't even pay taxes. Why would you listen to him? He does not even pay income taxes. Do you know that? Because he's part of a 501c3. So love offerings, pastors' love offerings, they don't pay taxes on that kind of stuff. They don't pay taxes on their money. That's why so many of them want to be pastors, because they don't want to pay taxes. The rest of us, we pay taxes. And you have dreams. One day you might want to be in there. So today, all this, the boycott, destroying sales, these sales are plummeting so fast. You think you're only hurting Tabitha. You think you're only hurting Melissa. You're hurting all of us, because the day you want to go, you're going to be like, oh, but how come y'all want to get, because you forget, oh, in 2025, oh, shit, we did cancel this break. Okay. That's why I say, like, business relationships, they're precious. Today, you might not need Target, but you never know when you might need Target. And while you're going to forget about this boycott, they're not going to forget. They'll be like, well, most of our blacks, they didn't perform well, so no, thank you. They're going to go with the Asians. They're going to go with the Arabs. They're going to go with the South Asian people. They're going to go with the white people. They're going to go with the Latino people, because they don't do all this Wahala stuff. They don't do all this foolishness. Oh, you're black? Oh, no, thank you. Because like I said, people only think about today. But you have no idea what you might come up with in the next 5 years, and you might want to go to Target. And they're going to pull these numbers from whatever the foolishness this is that you are allowing Jamal Bryant to inspire you to do. Because you're not thinking about like in the long term, just thinking about today. What he's doing is so reckless. And that's why I'm saying he's not a business person. He is not a business person. So why will black people go behind somebody who knows nothing about the business world? He didn't even have a plan. Okay, we're going to boycott Target, but let's make sure we have, hey, boo-boo, let's make sure we have certain things in place that we can still take care of these black women so that they don't turn into collateral damage. Once again, he doesn't think, because he's not a leader. He's not even a patriarch. He's a bum. He's doing to Tab, and he's doing to Melissa what he did to his daughters. He turned his daughters into collateral damage. How can you see what this man did to his own children and think that he knows what the hell he's doing? Do you see what he did to his daughters? Do you see what he did to his own daughters? He turned over his sex life, his infidelity, having to smash the entire church when he was up here in the DMV. Turned his own daughters into collateral damage. Are you okay? Like, do you know this man? Do you know this man? Do you know this man you're walking behind? Do you know this man? Do you know what he's up to? Do you know how many children he has fathered, this man? Do you know, while being a pastor? Do you know how many abortions he's paid for? Do you know what he's up to? Yeah, how can you look at this man and be like, oh yeah, are you slow? We need to dismantle this Department of Education, because this also plays a part into this. Like, this is insanity. This is insanity. You're going to listen to a man that lives off of the tithes and offerings. He doesn't pay income taxes, does not take care of his children, does not pay child support, cannot keep a marriage to save his life. This is who you're going to listen to. Unbelievable. And that's, like I said, to me, I think he's bisexual. That's why these girls like him so much.
This is crazy.
All the people who make decisions for authors to help get them the next deal, I hope that you all are considering that and still give your authors another opportunity with another deal. And don't look at this, last 5 months or so as like, oh, this is the gold, right? Like this is it. It's not. Okay. I hope this makes sense. It is what it is, honey. We all are in this together. I am cheering for all the authors out here who are still writing, still trying to be creative, still selling your books, honey. Please, if you know an author right now who is struggling because of the Target boycott, please tag them in this video, put them in the comments, and everybody, y'all get in the comments and click on some of these authors and go buy their books. Okay. All right. That's it, honey. I love y'all. Praying that this is over soon and we get some resolution. All right. Very good. Y'all gonna watch your business and have a good day. But even if you can't have a good one, don't you dare go messing up nobody else's. See y'all later. Bye.
So Tabitha put this out, and then of course they came for her with the baby bot bimbo babble, saying Tabitha is only concerned about her money, not other Black authors. They said she just wanted to sell her book. Newsflash, Tabitha Brown's children book is still did numbers. Yeah, she still had a large enough fan base to withstand this whole situation. What she was talking about are the Black authors who didn't. And with the decline in support for these Black authors and these Black businesses in general with Target, what's being established right now is a track record of failed sales, which will determine how they interact with Black businesses in the future. It's going to be a negative impact, far more negative than what people like.
You know what, though? The truth is, Black people truly love Black people who don't like them but pretend to like them. Because if you notice carefully, they judge a person by the words, but not the actions of the person and the consequences of their actions, right? Because the only thing about Jamal just talks. Jamal just talks. What has he done? It's utter damage, wreckage, okay? Wreckage. What has he built? Who has he built? What has he done, right? It's just a wreck. Everything he does is a wreck. Right? So it's like people rather listen to people. I just want to listen to you because you'll tell me to go destroy. Tell me to go destroy somebody. Right? Instead of judging people based, what's your track record? What have you done? What have you built? Who have you built up? And how come also Jamal is not talking about Black authors? He has a whole podcast. Why don't he have Black authors come on his podcast and talk about their books? Since he wants to cancel Target and some of these authors are having to forego 40% of their sales. I said 40%. Here's this guy over here, right?
A New York Times bestseller. This is now my third New York Times bestselling book. And I legitimately, when I found out about an hour and a half ago, I was just on the phone with my editor crying because I just couldn't believe it. I want to say I don't know how this happened, but I do know how this happened. It was y'all, it was community. Because when I came out months ago and said I didn't want my book to be in Target, despite Target usually accounting for about 40% of my sales.
Is it? You see this? 40% of his sales, right? Target, this writer here, Target is 40% of his sale. He lied. He said, it's a New York bestseller. This is not a New York bestseller. How you gonna have a New York bestseller when one of your source that is connected to the New York Times bestselling for them to verify your sales is no longer there? You lost 40% of your sales. So if people are buying through your website, you're not going to make the New York Times bestseller list. You're lying because they can't verify that those sales are accurate. So what distribution channel that you got that's verified by the New York Times that you lost the 40%, but that 40% somehow found itself through another avenue that is also certified by the New York Times. You're just sitting here lying. Just sitting here lying. And that's the problem. To another man, he probably gay too, huh? Probably gay too. There's something concerning about many of these Black gay boys out here. This is crazy. Like, have some integrity. Why you lie like this? You're attracted to men, but it doesn't mean that you are attracted to the truth, does it? This is crazy. Unattracted to the truth. Are you okay? Are you seriously okay? Why are you lying? Why are you lying? For you to be on the New York Times bestseller list, you have to sell your books through channels that are verified by the New York Times.
And your link on your website is not a channel that is verified by the New York Times. Right? And you're about to convince me that 40% of the sales that you lost from Target, all of those people, every single one of those people went through your website and paid for the book and they paid for shipping. Are you okay? Are you okay? Do you even know how to pack a box? Man, if you don't go sit down somewhere, okay? So no, this is not a New York Times bestseller. Do not lie. You not having those Target sales, it fucked you up. Don't sit here and lie to people. And that's why you're going to make a choice as a Black person. You're either going to be a Black businessman or a Black businesswoman, or you're going to be an activist. You can't do it both ways. Because when he sits there and he lies like this, that he was able to make the New York Times bestseller list, even though he lost 40% of his sales with Target, right? It makes Tabitha look like she's a damn liar. You're the liar, child. You are the liar. Okay? Google, Gemini, DeepSeek, nobody knows that you made the New York Times bestseller list. So how's that even possible? How's that possible? You're not even on the New York Times bestseller website. Okay? So you haven't made it. You are just sitting here lying and you're causing confusion and you're making people think that Tabitha is out here just lying. You're the liar and I rebuke you. You didn't make it. 40% of your sales gone. Are you insane? Are you truly insane? And instead of speaking up, you want to keep your mouth shut because you're probably part of the LGBT community. And that matters more to you. Your alliance to the LGBT community, you not being seen as a traitor by the LGBTQ community matters more to you than speaking the truth and backing up your Black sister. Like, you know what? She ain't lying. Because those Target sales, they do help. Because the Target funnel is a verified source. Like they're connected to the New York Times, the New York Times people. And therefore, they can verify that those sales for the books are real sales for the books. Why don't you back her up and confirm what she's saying? Instead, you got people thinking that she's a lying ass woman that only cares about her sales at Target. Why do you lie like this? What do you get out of this? This is insanity. This is insanity. This is so sick. And that's why he blocked his comments. You are insane. You are truly insane. Anyways, let's get back to this video, guys. Let's get back over here. This is just madness.
Jamal Bryant think they're doing a Target. And like I said before, the businesses that they're ruining are owned by Black women.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, a lot of them won't be able to afford the losses. They'll crash and burn. And then
why is he lying? Why is he lying, Lonnie? Why is he lying? I think you were gone at that part. But the people explain to be on the New York Times bestseller list, your books you cannot do you can't do mass orders. Like one person can't go and buy 50,000 units. They don't count that. It got to be 50,000 people who buy 50,000 books, or like somewhere close. Like even if they buy 2 copies, but somewhere close like that, right? You cannot do bulk orders of the books. They don't count that. You cannot also say that you went through your website because they cannot verify that as an author, these numbers that you are self-reporting are real numbers, because it's like streams. If we let anybody do whatever, people can start buying streams out here, and then these numbers not going to be real. We already have a problem with people buying streams anyways, right? So that's that. You got to go through vendors that are approved by the New York Times, because that way the New York Times can confirm the numbers, right? Even if you go through a local Black-owned book dealer, bookseller person, the problem is if that Black bookstore, if they haven't done their application to work with the New York Times, your sales will also not count. So those Black book people also got to do their job and get their paperwork in order. Whatever they have to do and whatever kind of fee they got to pay, get the money, file your application, right? And make sure that you are recognized by the New York Times. So ultimately, you realize that these people started to boycott Target and they never even implemented a plan. Right. And that's the part they don't understand. And that's how you know Jamal Bryant, he's full of shit. It's very easy to sit here and talk about the boys' boycotts in Selma. But the thing about Selma, too, that people had a plan. They had a plan to get people to work. They just were not taking the bus. They had a plan. Some people did the carpool thingy. Some people walked. Some people had cars. Like they had a plan to get people to work. You know what I'm saying? It's just that they didn't want to take the bus. But it doesn't mean that people sat at home And it's very disappointing for somebody who grew up in Atlanta and who went to Morehouse, because him of all people, he should know how the Selma bus boycott, it worked. Just because they boycotted the bus does not mean that these Black people did not go to work. They went to work. They just didn't take the bus. But Dr. King never said boycott the bus and also boycott your employer. No, you have to go to work. You're just not going to take the bus. So people that had cars did carpools. Some employers went and picked up their Black people like to go work, and then they drop them back at the house. Some people also walked. But the point was, don't take the bus. But he never said compromise your paycheck, compromise your income, because you have to feed your children. But what you're doing, Jamal, this is not even what Dr. King would approve of, because you are destroying Black businesses. And like in the boys boycott too, Black people were not the one that owned these buses. They don't own the buses. Okay. So it was fully like white owned and white operated. In this circumstance, we have our people in those stores. It's like to me, it's like, you know, we're gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna come back because once we get to 12 hours, it's gonna cut off, right? But I'll come back later. But my thing is, think about what I'm saying. This whole boycott Target, when you got Black people who sell at Target, it's like you want to set a house on fire because you hate white people, even though there are Black children in there. You can't set that house on fire. Our people are in there. You're not even getting them out and then say, okay, I'm going to get them out. Then I'm going to set this White House on fire. No, you want to burn this house because there's white people in there and you don't care that there's Black folk in there. Oh, but they should get out. Maybe they can't get out. So once you realize that you got your own people in there and they're truly going to suffer, okay, abort the mission. But he ain't shit though, because like I said, if he even cared about his own daughters in his household, he wouldn't have been a cheater. Hello? So it's a brand for him to turn Black girls into collateral damage. That's his brand. Man, I cannot wait to meet this man face to face. It's gonna be a problem. It's gonna be a real problem. Like you're truly an idiot. You are such an idiot, a leader of nothing. You can't even lead your penis into faithfulness. Are you okay? Are you seriously okay? A man that has no sexual discipline like this, you want to come and do what exactly? You are insane. There are Black women in that household. You want to set that house on fire and you want these ladies to burn up in there? Are you okay? You hate white people so much that you want to destroy your own people? Or they're no longer our people because they happen to be rich Black people? Are you okay? This is insanity. This is just utter madness to me. This is utter madness. At least if you have like another way for them to recoup these sales, I understand why you say, okay, yeah, because we have this in place. He has nothing in place to help you recoup the money that you lost. Because it's all about attention for him. And it's all about truly fighting for the white LGBTQ community. It's not about Black women. Doesn't care about Black women. Because is there anything more Black than a Black woman with Black children? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And you wonder why people don't want to go to church, because of these kinds of fools who don't even represent the real church of Jesus Christ. Like, this is utter madness. This is utter madness. And if he was a real man of God too, he would have called Tabitha and seen, like, okay, here's what we're thinking of doing. What do you think about that? He would have called Melissa. Like, Melissa, we're not happy, but we want to do it, but I know you're there. You would have called these sisters. You couldn't even have enough consideration to get them on the phone and to get their perspective. Make sure that they're okay. Hey, do you have a safety vest on? Do you have enough money to have enough runway? Because we might do this boycott for a whole year. Did you even call these sisters and ask them if they have enough money, if they have enough runway? This is so diabolical. This is so diabolical. Because I know if he wants to get in contact with Tab, he can. She's not hard to find. She is not hard to find. You could have called her. You could have called her husband. And you could have asked these Black girls, do y'all have enough money? Do you have enough runway? Do you have another way of selling your product? Because you might get a hit. It might be 30%. Do you know how to recoup your sales? Don't even talk to these girls. Oh, I'm just going to start a boycott. I'm just going to start a boycott. Put your down low behind. No. And it's like, this is crazy. And I'm like, that's why I do feel like he's down low. That's why I do feel like he's bisexual. Because a lot of Black men that have issues like with Black women, they usually happen to, they usually gay. I'm trying to be mean, but they're usually gay. This is crazy. This is really mean. This is seriously mean. You should consider them also, so that the way you do your boycott, you make sure they have enough runway financially to handle this stuff. But it's not fair as if they are responsible for Target doing what Target does. They're just vendors of Target. They don't run Target. It's not their business. It's not their business. They're not the CEOs of Target. They're not the CFOs of Target. They're not the CMOs of Target. They're not the largest shareholders of Target stocks or whatever that is. So it's like Target does not inform them. Okay, now you're Black. You decide to lead Black women into this cancel culture foolishness, and you also choose not to include them. Like, what is this? Truly, what is this? Like, this is just utter madness. But you need to call people, and you need to ask people, hey, do you have enough runway? Because if this lasts 30 days or it lasts 100 days, are you going to be okay? But the boys' boycott in Selma was never about hurting Black businesses. They didn't hurt Black businesses. If anything, they probably made them better because all these buses were owned by white people. So it's not even the same thing. Saying all kinds of dumb shit. Even, oh, I went to Morehouse. Were you even in class? Or were you too busy being abused by Eddie Long? Were you in class? Did you actually study this thing? You are insane. And I'll come back tomorrow and I'm going to show you about the boys' boycott. He never said lose your job. He never said compromise your paycheck. He just said we're not going to take the bus. And also, we're not going to take the bus until Black people can sit wherever they want to sit because they are paying their fare. If you pay your fare, if the fare is 25 cents, then everybody that pays can sit wherever they want to sit. It's first come, first serve. You can't tell me, oh, you pay your fare, but I'm going to tell you where to sit. Why? Hello? No. So how does this apply to this though? How's that even the same? Because people don't really study history. Just want to repeat some old Dr. King. Did you even study what he was about? Did you even study what happened? No, they don't study shit. Don't even read for shit. That's why this girl said, oh, we don't care about the New York Times bestseller list. Yeah, we can tell. Do you even read? Ma'am, can you read? Sound hella stupid. Sound hella stupid. You think people boycotted the buses and stayed at home? Are you okay? No, they're sick as hell. That's what I'm saying. We got to dismantle this goofy ass Department of Education because people don't know how to read out here. People don't know how to read, and they don't even know how to think critically for themselves. Where did you read? When did you read about Selma that Black businesses lost money because Dr. King did the boycott? Where? I would love to see it. I would love to see it. I would love to see it. Like he was never about destroying Black businesses. Are you insane? The buses were owned primarily, it was owned by just white people. They owned the buses, they operate the buses. So they hurt the white people financially. Why? Because they were not being, and the thing is, it wasn't even a pledge also. Let's be so for real. It wasn't a pledge. So it's not even the same thing. They never made a pledge to these Black bus riders. But they had a commitment is that if you pay your fare, anybody that pays their fare can sit where they should sit. So it's not even comparable. What exactly are you comparing here? What you could boycott is if black customers went to Target and they were treated less than, that wouldn't be the same. That would be the same. Because if I'm going in here and I'm paying my money, like the white woman paying her money, why don't you treat me the same? If they had one price for white people and one price for Black people, I can see that. If they said, oh, Black people can't use self-checkout, but white people can use self-checkout, I can see that. You know what I'm saying? Because when you look at the bus boycott, is that the Black bus riders, they're patrons, they're paying their fare, but you're not treating them equally, right? So what's comparable to the Black patron? It's not a person that's selling at Target. It's not DEI. What is comparable to the Black patron of the bus is the Black patron at Target. So even if Target says they're rolling back DEI, does that mean that they have lessened the quality of service that they're giving to the Black patrons? I don't think so. So what exactly are you comparing? What are we comparing here? Just saying all kinds of foolishness because he knows, say Dr. King, say Selma, say boys boycott, and you know these people don't even know they never even read about this stuff. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it's the same. No, it's not the same. It is not the same. It is not the same. These what? What does DEI got to do with anything? And riding the bus also had nothing to do with diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's about if you pay your fare, you should be able to sit wherever you want to sit because you paid your fare. So if you go to Target and you pay and you got money just like anybody else, first of all prices should be the same. All prices should be clearly displayed. And whatever a white patron can do, a black patron should be able to do. So what are we talking about? What are we talking about? This is not even comparable. And also, like I stated, when Dr. King did the boys boycott in Selma, black businesses were not hurt. And I wanted to go pull up the data since he went to Morehouse. And he from Atlanta. Okay, he went to Morehouse, right? He didn't go pull up the data. Whoever was his African American studies professor, he need to come tell us. They need to tell us which black business was hurt because of the Selma boys boycott. I really want to be informed. Utter foolishness. This is why sometimes I can't even take the internet. People just say all kinds of dumb shit and people just believe that stuff. This is crazy. And also, did Dr. King tell black people not to go to work? Did he tell anybody, oh, well, since you can't ride the bus, stay your ass at home? Huh? Where? I would love to be informed. Utter madness. This is just utter foolishness. You are hurting these women. For what? For what? And you know, he's probably mad too because they never gave him money. Because I'm sure if they went to his church and they put money in his hand or they put money in his goofy ass offering basket, he wouldn't be doing this. Extortion. And if I was me, if I was Tab, if I was Melissa, I would file a class action lawsuit against Jamal. Because all the money I lost from Target, you're going to pay my money back. You're going to pay me my money back. Yeah, people don't get sued enough. That's the problem. People do not get sued enough. Me, Marlene, Melissa, if I was Tab, we will come together like this. And you file a class action lawsuit. Matter of fact, I would even be friends with Des Perez, and I can't even stand her. I would be friends with that narco, and I will come after you. You need Des Perez. Des Perez needs to come behind people like you. We need to give her something else to munch on. Des, let Tori go. Go get Jamal. Go get Jamal. We need Des Perez. You need someone like Des Perez because she's not going to play with you. She's not going to play with you. She's not going to play with you. Like out here playing, you are these women right here because they're really nice. They are truly nice. You haven't met a real mentally ill type of person. You haven't met me because me, Marlene, I would have sued this man. Class action lawsuit. All this money I'm losing from Target. You don't pay my money. You go, but yeah, no, seriously, we need to go find Des Perez because this is what we need. Okay. Sometimes you need Satan. Sometimes, okay. Sometimes you need the devil. Sometimes, okay. This is who we need, La Madrina. Okay, this is who we need. Okay, Melissa, you need to go find Des. I mean, she's crazy, but Melissa, you need to go find Des Perez and let Desi know. You said, hermana, mi negocio. She's like, ¿qué pasó? Mi dineros, ¿qué fuera? Mi dineros, nada. Que hacerlo, jamal. Están un hombre muy malo. You could jamal. Okay, that's how you say it, right? Because you don't pronounce the J like Jamal Bryant. She said, sí, mami, sí, hermana. Porque están un hombre muy malo. They don't come to your iglesia. They don't come to your church. Okay, we need to go call Des Perez because this lady is psychotic. She is psychotic. Go mess with Des Perez. Go mess with her money. Go make Des Perez lose 30% of her sales. You're going to rot in prison. You're going to rot in prison. Like, this lady is psycho. Yo, I need to show you what she did to her daughter. This lady is crazy. Because that's some people out here, that's what they need. Some people out here, they need La Madrina. They need her. This lady is crazy. She's crazy like Griselda Blanco. Because this is business. Because Melissa's like, oh, I lost 30%, you know. She's too nice. She's not completely unhinged. Because me, Marlene, I would have looked at mi teléfono. I would have looked at my phone like, damn, está un diablo. She's a witch. She's the devil. Hola. I said, La Madrina, ayúdame. La Madrina, ayúdame, por favor. I'm like, ¿qué es eso? ¿Quién es? Esta Malene. He's like, Marlene, see? See. Okay. Madrina, necesitan tu ayuda. I need your help. Me, Marlene, I will call Desperez. Oh, you're not about to destroy my business. You are so lucky. I mean, God knows who to give these battles to. Jamal, you are so lucky it's not me. Well, I tell you, I would have called that. I would have looked at my phone like, oh, crap. I got to call Lucifer in the flesh. Man, damn. I'm like, Tori, I'm so sorry. The was like, hola, ¿qué quieres? I said, oh, shit, la madrina. Sí. ¿Qué quieres? I said, Marlene. Oh, shit. I'm about to sign my life to the devil. Ayúdame. You guys, I would have called this press. He gonna go to jail. I don't care. Okay. Just like Meg, another Aquarius. I am calling this. La madrina. Por favor. Por favor. Ayúdame. ¿Qué pasó? Mi negocio. My business. Mi negocio. Oh, ayúdame. I'm calling Desperez. You're not about to ruin my business. I am calling Desperez. You're going to go to jail. She's going to lock you up. Okay. I am calling Desperez. This is ridiculous. You cannot keep doing this to me. They need to go call Desperez. She gonna take care of this. She gonna take care of Jamal. He gonna be gone by tomorrow. She gonna call the police. They gonna put charges on this man. A gun, something. He gonna be gone, child. Bye-bye. She gonna be like, okay. How many years? ¿Cuántos años? 20? 20 years? Lock his ass up. I don't want to see him out. You are insane. Okay, you will end up on a news somewhere. With Rock Nation. It's the Rock, baby. It's the Rock. I said, oh, I just gave my life to the devil. Oh, Jesus. Jay-Z be like, Young Hova, you heard? Okay, Marlene, put the diamond up. I said, oh, Sean, don't make me. What? It's the Rock, baby. Oh, God. I don't want to deal with these people, but I don't have a choice. It's the Rock, baby. Okay. Rock Nation. Rockefeller, y'all. It's the Rock. Okay. I'm going to get the Illuminati to come after you. You're going to learn your lesson. You're going to learn your lesson. We need to go call Desperez. We need to call Desperez. This is out of order. He is going to ruin these women's businesses. Oh my gosh.
Up having to close their doors. See, those major brands will be good regardless. Target will also be good regardless. This little temper tantrum really led by the LGBT and illegal immigrants using Black women to put the cape on and fight for them. Well, this fallout will only last so long. So yeah, Target will be all right. Eventually, they'll be more impacted by tariffs and the economy, not this chicken circuit Jamal Bryant is running. But I do think Tabitha Brown should stop trying to talk common sense and business to a bunch of clueless, illogical people who can't even handle their own personal business. I mean, I remember when the lip bar lady was trying to explain to them, they gave her a hard time too. But hey, unless you're...
Melissa, she suffered, She suffered. Because, when Melissa went on Shark Tank, she was really one of the first ones to have the idea of a liquid lipstick. And Mr. Wonderful, what's his name? Kevin O'Leary, right? Called her, what do you call her? A cockroach? You're a cockroach. I don't even think he meant it in a racist way, but he was just trying to say like, oh, y'all so insignificant. I can just grab my shoe and stomp on you. Fast forward, Kylie Jenner starts selling liquid lipstick. It takes her to $1 billion valuation. Even today too, Rhodes with Hailey Bieber. All she sells are these lip glosses. In 3 years, billion dollar valuation. Like Melissa, her journey has been really tough. It has been so tough. I'm like, why? Like, this is just, it's so mean. Like, I'm just so stunned. You know, like, even for me, I can be like, oh, you know what? I closed my business, so I don't care. Yeah, cancel these girls. Yeah. You see, but I'm not raised like that. Because just because something didn't work out for me in this season doesn't mean that you don't want to see other Black girls win. We cannot have a heart like this. You got to learn to be happy for other people. But Melissa, she really suffered. And she was ridiculed on Shark Tank. She was called a cockroach. They told her the colors were crazy and all kinds. Imagine somebody calling you a cockroach on national TV. And you still don't give up. I think she's from like Detroit or something like that, right? So she hella Black. She really Black. All of that, she didn't give up. A little bit at a time, working, dreaming, you know, hustling. And now you're sitting here at Target once again, even the whole Target deal. People don't even know what she had to go through to secure the deal with Target. Did she mortgage her house? Did she go get a second mortgage? They're not even stopping to ask themselves these questions. As if you even have money to get into Target. You know how much money it takes to get into Target? Because everything you give to Target, you give to them on consignment. They pay you after. Like, they can send you a purchase order of $700,000, $300,000. And I even think that's why Whitney, Natural 85, Melon Hair Care, I think that's why Whitney is struggling. Because Whitney is struggling with her inventory, you know? She's really struggling. She's really struggling. And I think she's struggling because when you are working with retail, the volume is just intense. The volume is just so much. It is so much. And then they pay you later. So they're like, oh, we want $700,000 worth of product. You better go make that shit. And then you pay for shipping. They don't pay for shipping. You ship it to them. All that they'll pay you later. And then they count, are you there late? They count the what's it called? So your package got to get there. You pay for shipping. You front the merchandise. They tell you how to pack your stuff. Oh, yes, y'all. You can't be packing your stuff any kind of way. They'll be like, oh, we want a box of 12. We want a box of 6. Put a SKU on this box. Then put a SKU over here. Put a SKU over there. Y'all, all of these things, if you don't do, minus $5 per box, minus $10, minus 20. These people don't know. They don't know. Retail is so insane because they don't really want to pay you your money, you know. Then you got to give them samples. Like people who do Ulta, Sephora, you got to give samples because everything you sell, they need a sample of everything so people can have testers. Then you also got to give samples because you want to give gratis. You know, you got to give the gratis because the floor people, like the beauty people, they need to be informed. They need to try it and things like that so that when the clients come in, they know how to best advise the people. I remember one time she showed me like what they charge her for samples. I said, what the freak? Samples? Huh? Like it is, I'm like, you got, I swear, when you see these girls, when these Black women, when you see their bills and their invoices, you start feeling sorry for them. The money is just frightening. It is frightening. Your stuff is there late. They charge you for arriving late because everybody has a date. They give you a date to show up. Your stuff has to get there on that date, not before, not later. On that date, that's your date. You got to be there on time. Your stuff, like if they tell you do a box of 6 and you do a box of 9, cool. They will redo the boxes. Like they will redo the 6 and they will charge you for that too. They look for what, it's like the mob, y'all. It's the mob. It is the mob. But it's like, it's a necessary step for, I guess, like, if you want to have like bigger corporate investors, right? If you want to be bought up by a bigger company, it's also a necessary step sometimes because it's more convenient because people can just go and grab what they want, right? You also have to pay to be on their ads. So when they run ads, for example, you got to pay for that. It doesn't matter if it's on the app. If you go on the app and you see a product like that, like boom, boom, staring at you, the company paid for that. Right? If they have magazine or catalogs that they give in the store or that they have flyers that they send to people's homes, you got to pay to be featured. You know how when you go to Sephora and you see the stuff like next up is Sephora, what is it called again? Let me show you. Because you've seen it. Yeah, the next big thing. There you go. You see this picture right here? It says the next big thing is Sephora, right? This too, you got to pay for that. So if you want, because when people come in, they see you, you pay for that. If you want to be right there at the door, you pay for that. Y'all, these people do not play. It is the mob. Retail is so cutthroat. It is not a joke. And then if you have SKUs that don't move, and that's why making 50 foundation shades, 50 shades of foundation is stupid as fuck. Hey, boo-boo, it is stupid as fuck. It's performative. Because do you think everybody's going to come in there and buy all these shades? No. You're going to have people go to the extreme, the middle, and like, you know what I'm saying? So whatever doesn't sell out of those 50 shades, they're going to send it back to you. And every bottle, when they grab a bottle, put it in the box, baby, that's its price. So grabbing the bottle, that's the price. The person that paid, the person they have to pay to put it back in the box, that's also the price. Then the shipping price. Can you imagine? So when these girls are out here, these goofy ass influencers are out here, oh, a brand should have 50 shades of foundation. They're a bunch of idiots. They're a bunch of idiots. Once again, they don't understand the business. And that's why some companies will have 50 shades on their website, but they're not about to do 50 shades at the store. Rihanna can do 50 shades at Sephora because Sephora owns Rihanna. You understand me, right? So whatever doesn't sell, they're not going to charge her. It's their business. Oh, okay, cool, whatever. But another vendor, you bring 50 shades in here, and then you have shades that don't sell, and they got to send that back to you. Oh, they're charging your ass, right? Rihanna works with Sephora. She is a Sephora brand. So she has things that she can do that the average brand cannot do. And how many brands went crazy doing 50 shades of foundation because they don't want to be called racist, even though they can't afford it. And you definitely cannot afford to put all those shades inside of retail. You cannot do it because if these shades do not move, the money you spend even to you might say, you know what, just burn it. Because you sending it back to me financially is going to destroy me. And if you remember like years ago, if you guys remember years ago, we used to have the lip tar. Remember lip tar? Right? Do you remember the lip tar? Remember how the company was just so big and so massive? But do you know he went into bankruptcy because of Sephora? This man ended up owing $762,000 to Sephora. But you would think, what? Because usually when you think about going into retail, you say, oh, I'm going there to be rich. So you think. So you think. But your fixtures, they call your gondolas, you have to pay for that. You pay for everything. They charge you for everything. Because their thing is, we're allowing you to be right next to your consumers. We're making it easier for you. So for that convenience, oh yeah, they're going to get you. They're going to get you hard. But OCC Lip Tar, the man filed for bankruptcy because he owed Sephora $762,000. And that's how OCC just disappeared because his lip thing were really big, until they were no longer trendy. And I guess he had too much inventory at Sephora. And I guess they had to ship it back to him or something. But ultimately, he couldn't afford it. So what happened? He went broke. He had to go file for bankruptcy. Like these are real things. And it's like we have our people here, instead of educating themselves and asking questions so they can understand business, because one day they might also want to do business. No, they don't want to learn. They just want to assume the worst. Oh, because you're Black and you make money, automatically you're evil. Every Black person that makes money is not evil. Some are, and it's sad, but everybody that's Black that makes money is not evil. What is this one? Hold on. It's very, very mean.
Speaking pookie babble to these NPCs or city girl language, they won't even understand you, so you're wasting your time. Let's go ahead and get the conversation started. Tell me what you think about this below. Why are they coming for Tabitha Brown and following this pork chop pastor Jamal Bryant? What's the real reason? Because it's not about DEI. That's a lie. If you're still ordering from Amazon and Walmart, you can't be standing on DEI business. So tell me, what's really going on? Special thank you to
me. I think it's jealousy and envy. Because no way. No way. This can't even be possible. Let me subscribe to Tab real quick because they
They've made me a super fan of hers now. Well, hers, I got your back. This is ridiculous. This is this is truly, truly ridiculous. I had a few minutes left before I get to 12 hours. Hold on. This is really ridiculous. Okay. This is ridiculous. Well, let's see this one.
Real quick, a little PSA.
Go ahead.
Or a TSA.
What is
tab service announcement? Don't matter. Dear visitors, members, deacon, pastors, and friends, let us all listen closely. The worst thing, okay, that anybody can do is get on a good person's bad side. My God, my God. I said that one of the worst things you can do is get on a good person's bad side. Because see, it take a whole lot for like real good and nice people to get upset and things, get bothered by things. Takes a lot.
It's a lot.
But once you have achieved it, okay? Once you have mastered getting on their bad side, baby, oh, it's hard to get back over there to the good side.
I'll go this way.
Let that sit on in your spirit today and, treat people right. Let us not have any ill intention.
It's evil, Val.
To ever get on anybody's bad side.
It's just evil.
Whether they're good folk or not. Let us all be kind to each other. Yes. Very good.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, if Jamal was a real leader and he really meant well, he would have considered everybody. You can't just consider one side. You have to consider everybody. That's why you know that man, he's not a man of God. And he's not, because he don't have wisdom. You have to consider everybody. You have the black people who are upset because they think DI is this thing, whatever. Do you even know what DI really is about? Right? But you also have, you also have our black sisters and brothers too, who have signed contracts. So you got to also consider them. That's why I say you got to talk to everybody first. And be like, okay, now let's think about what is the best way of doing this so that you try to limit the amount of harm that you cause to your own people. But to me, it's like, oh, we're going to pick one black people over another black people. And who we pick is people who are mad, and we destroy those who are black people because they got money. They're not the richest people in the world. They're not Elon. Like Elon, he can afford to lose all kinds of money running behind Trump and running behind Doge because the man is worth $500 billion. But this is not what we're talking about. Like Tab, maybe she has $5, maybe she has $10 million. Wumpty wump wump. It's a lot of money, but it's not like Elon Musk money. It's not like Hailey Bieber being offered, what's it called again? $1 billion to go sell her lip gloss to Elf Cosmetics. It's not the same. And you also have to recognize that these women, they build something from scratch. That is the part, I swear, if I ever see Jamal Bryant, I'm a whooping with a belt. Like, this is the part that just gets to me. You ain't never built shit. Even the church that you have is the church that was already built by somebody else. What has Jamal Bryant built? What has he built? What has he built? All he does is destroy stuff. What has he built? New Birth is not something he built. Eddie Long built that church. He didn't build that church. What have you built? Like, see, Bishop Jakes, he built the Potter's house, and he suffered for that. He suffered to build that church. You didn't build a church. They gave you a church. It was bankrupt, but they still gave you a church though. So whether it's Tab or whether it's Melissa, these girls built that stuff. They built that from scratch. But I will never forget Melissa going on Shark Tank. That's like one of the biggest shows in the world. One of the biggest shows on TV. And Mr. Wonderful Kevin O'Leary, he called Melissa a cockroach on national TV. Do you know what this woman has been through? Like, if he had been called a cockroach, and he is a cockroach, as a matter of fact, with his dirty ass business he does in the swamps, in the darkness, okay? Can he sustain what she's been through? This is unbelievable. So my thing is, you got to consider all the black people involved. You got to consider everybody.
And you got to get their perspective. And you got to say, okay, how long is your contract for? How long you got left on your contract? And you need to ask all these people, Tab, the Melissa, everybody else. You need to ask them, do they have enough money? Do you have enough runway in case we want to do this thing? But to not even consider them at all because they happen to have some kind of money? Are you dumb? Are you stupid? You think money will go forever? But if Melissa's losing 30% of her sales, how long can she last like this? Do you want to see the sister go bankrupt? Look, this dude is sick as hell. He is demented. Oh, I'm about to go call Des Perez. Like, this dude got me so damn triggered. You gotta be some vile kind of person to really make